Alrighty. OBS looks good. YouTube looks good. Looks like we are live for another day of OWCS. Hey, what's going on, Junkrat? Good to see you again. We're just chilling. Let's go Falcons. Yeah, it's gonna be a interesting day. We'll see if they can once again pummel EMEA into the dirt or not, or if Space Station will be a bit more of a challenge. In my opinion, they should be, but on paper, Falcons are still a better team. Obviously. Good morning, Keon. Hope we don't have to wait 2 hours for gameplay. Yeah, me and you both. Schedule should be pretty fun today, though. Upper bracket games could be at least somewhat decent. If not, it's a good build-up for upper bracket final between Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, you'd assume. But I'd like to see where Space Station and Toronto are currently at and if they can hang or not. What's going on, Martin? Harold? Thank you for the $5, bro. I appreciate it. Toronto versus Crazy Raccoon. My body is ready for that match. Same. I hope it can deliver. Even if it's not like a 5-mapper, if it's at least close, that would be cool. Proper gonna pop off. Yeah, Proper on land. He's certainly built different. Toronto, this is their first real challenge. They've had it very easy, aside from that one slip up against like M80, you know? No, Jimbo. Today, it's all one match at a time. No dual stream setup this time, so we can purely focus on one match.
Toronto versus Sao. My body is ready for that match.
Me and you both. Do you think Sugar Free can hang with his ex-teammate he's saying today? Probably not. I'd like for him to, but I'd guess no. Hopefully no tech issues, but don't hold your breath. Oh, let me change the preds. This is outdated. Get this out of here. Yeah, hopefully it's not as long of a day, even if there are tech issues. That was rough yesterday. How many teams will be playing? Everybody that's still left plays at least one game. So, upper bracket, Space Station, Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, Toronto. Losers of those games play ENCE and M80 afterwards. The bracket, how it should go is the loser of Space Station Falcons should be playing M80, and then the loser of Toronto Crazy Raccoon plays ENCE. NRG Shock has potential. They have a lot of young players, you know, with not a lot of experience that are motivated to get better. I love Infected as a tank player. The backline has some promise. I like Scissors and PGE. They've got to work on their consistency a bit, but it's not bad. It's not a bad team at all, and I'm glad they made it to LAN ultimately. ENCE versus Toronto, who you taking? My money's on Toronto, personally, but in all likelihood, that's going to be a good game unless ENCE are just really not ready for prime time, or Toronto, you know, vice versa. It depends. What's your out? Yeah, we could talk about that. So my outcome for this game for SSG Falcons is I think Falcons should win. Based off of what I saw yesterday, I'm pretty confident in them. I think it's going to be closer than what we saw in the ENCE series, just because SSG as a team are very good with their synergy. That's their strong point. And we saw at times that Falcons did have some miscommunication issues that led to openings for ENCE. And I think a team like SSG, with them just being more organized and more experienced as a group, can take advantage of that more. That's my personal opinion. Now, does that mean I think that SSG will win today? No, I think I'm going to stick with Falcons, but I'm thinking it's going to at least go 3-1, at least. I think SSG have got to take a map, otherwise it's just all Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, honestly. How many matches today? We got 4 total. 2 upper brackets followed by 2 lower brackets. That is on the agenda for today. I really need to see SSG give it their A game if they want to take Falcons the distance or beat them. You got to make use of your better teamwork first and foremost, but then we need to see their DPS step up to the occasion like we saw in the ENCE series in the EMEA Stage 2 final. I'm looking at Sparker, I'm looking at Psycho. I need to see them really play at that elevated level again. Sparker needs to hit his shots. I need to see him be a man possessed if he wants to keep up with Proper. And then, you know, for Psycho, if let's say Stalker maybe plays a bit of Tracer in that series, you know, I need to see him play at that clutch level I saw against Kevster at times. They can't back down. I need to see an all-around effort. You hope SSG reverse sweep 3-2, because then both SSG teams in Overwatch and Halo would do the same thing. Yeah, I mean, I believe in SSG to make this competitive. I mean, if any of you watched my video, I have them in the lower bracket beating Falcons. Just because I think it'd be funny. I mean, it's a long shot, but I think if there's one team that isn't Crazy Raccoon that can beat them, I feel like it might be SSG. I think the way they play just makes a lot of sense to counteract how Falcons play. And on top of it, a lot of their guys, I mean, they have experience against players on this Falcons team, right? They've lived in a bunch of their heads rent-free in the past. We're talking Stalker, Chio, Fielder, all lost to that London core in the playoffs last year. They beat Proper multiple times. Like, I can see it. Smurf lives in London's head rent-free. That is fair, but he's not going to be on Orisa bullying them, so there's a bit of a difference there. I mean, if we're being honest, Falcons should win that game. They are just the better team. Falcons should win, but I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to be fair to SSG and give them a fighting chance, you know. Throw some positivity in the air. Give them some kind of hope. More quick play today. What's up, VJ Gun? All right, chat. Who do you got and in how many maps? What is our score of this game and who do you have winning? I'm sticking with Falcons. I mean, I don't know how confident I am. Like in my initial bracket, I said 3-2 Falcons in this game, but it might be more like a 3-1, I feel like, because Falcons looked pretty locked in yesterday for the most part. But I do think they're taking a map. That is my opinion. At least one. It might be 2, but maybe 1. How many pauses are we going to see today? The over or under, I'd put it like a solid 6. That's my over-under number. It's probably way over. It goes against all rational thoughts in my head, but I have a gut feeling that SSG takes this. I mean, that's the thing, right? We've seen this exact storyline in the past where rationally, this exact core shouldn't win, but then they always do against the odds. I accidentally voted Falcons. Stop the vote. Damn, this poll's actually hella close. We got some SSG believers in the chat. You love to see it. It's kind of weird. Like, I was never super on the side of, like, London back in the day. Maybe because oftentimes I didn't think they were going to do it. But now I'm in the opposite boat where I kind of want to see them win. It'd be really cool. After you went to bed there too. I watched the game after when I woke up today. Yeah, more pauses. Rip. SSG needs to lose the poll underdog buff. Real. They do play better when they're the underdogs. I'm gonna go with my original prediction just because I want to will it into existence. I want a good game. I'm gonna say 3-2 Falcons, but I'm hoping that reverse psychology makes SSG win this game somehow. Realistically, just knowing the talent, you should expect Falcons to win. Like, that's what feels right. But there's always just something about those London boys, man. You just can't count them out. If you're struggling through anything, know you're a tough guy. I appreciate it. I'm doing okay. Just hanging in there. I apologize, chat. I'm just taking care of something. Hold on. How many 3-0s do you think we're going to see tonight? There'll be at least 2, I feel like. Those lower bracket games are a bit more suspect. And Toronto are probably gonna win their game pretty easily if they lose to Crazy Raccoon. I feel like they should be ENCE. Maybe not really easily, but I wouldn't be surprised if they 3-0. Winner or loser of Space Station Falcons, I feel like might 3-0 M80. Also, we could just see some 3-0s in this upper bracket for all we know. This really could just be like a Korean show at this point. After this event, are you going to do updated power rankings for OWCS? I might do something along those lines. It's hard because like they usually never play all together. Like I could like, we could do like a, as of right now, as of the midpoint, what does like the international ranking look like? But it's hard when you only have those 8 teams together. I don't know, man. I'll figure something out. If not, I can do separate regional stuff. We'll figure it out. Just do it like you think the top 16 globally is. Yeah, I could.
Competitors from around the world are gathered in stormy Texas to fight it out and be crowned the first OWCS.
I think the Asia region is the strongest region for Overwatch AKS. Yeah, I do. It's closer than it used to be in years past, but based off of what we've seen so far, it seems like Korea is still on top. I mean, Crazy Raccoon is nuts.
And await the next turns. We're here once more on the analyst desk. I'm Zoe, joined by Jake, by Johnny, and we're ready for a beautiful day 2 here in Texas.
We got some great matches today, Jake.
These are the ones I think the fans have really been waiting for, to see the best of Europe and North America going up against the Titans, frankly, from Asia. I'm a little worried for them, honestly, with the strength that Falcons and Crazy Raccoon have shown.
Oh, Matt, thank you for the super chat.
I remain hopeful.
Yeah, Streamlabs is kind of delayed, unfortunately.
You know, I want to say you the voice of reason this event, but
What did you say?
He's the voice of like.
Are you ready for more scuffed Overwatch and hour-long pauses? You bet I am. Get ready for more quick play domination.
I can get behind it. There's always got to be one person on the desk, though. You know what? We're not just celebrating great Overwatch. No. You know what date it is? That's right.
There it is, Math.
That means we can be proud and proud, and we will
Are
be
you
doing
ready
so
for
not
more
just here
stuffed
in the
Overwatch and
venue,
hour-long
but also
pauses?
in our game. We want
Yes,
to get to
sir.
dive into Pride celebration all month long, and I couldn't be happier about that, as we have a lot of cool stuff coming your way. Once again, Midtown will get a beautiful redo.
We want SSG to beat Falcons. I believe in Hottie giving proper more PTSD, yeah.
Where you can celebrate Pride.
I am so ready for more rock, paper, scissors. Missed the games yesterday. Any close/interesting ones? Not really. It mostly went as you'd expect. The only real highlights were ENCE having a draw with Falcons, and then NRG taking a map off of ENCE in the lower bracket, / students of the game. They're now known as NRG, if you missed that.
By Venture's voice actor Valeria, so definitely worth checking out. I love Venture's design. It's so fun, it's so quirky. I can't wait to read this graphic novel.
I'm not the biggest lore head, but Venture is quickly becoming one of my favorite heroes in the game. Just like gameplay-wise, it's so much fun, and it's sweet to see them really being employed by the best teams in the world here. It looks like, I think, one of the most important heroes in this current meta.
And some of our voice actors, they're here at DreamHack, of course. They've done some meet and greet, so you can find a voice actor, so you can give them a chat.
That's right. So lots of stuff to celebrate, and we of course also will be awarded all month long with sweet drops. If you're watching Calling All Heroes, which I mean, if you're
You
not
popped
watching,
off on the one Gibraltar, nice.
But make sure to tune in.
1 second chat.
Beautiful Pride rewards this very month. To see the dates, mark them all on your calendar. Make sure to tune in to Calling All Heroes. A fantastic competition with so many great faces in the Overwatch esports.
I always welcome some Venture skins, Jake. I got the ice cream one, but I'm ready for this one too.
I like that recolor. I've been using the default Venture skin because I like the default skin. It's like
some heroes, I feel like the default.
All right.
Venture and Sojourn, it's hard to compete. The default is just so sick.
The Reinhardt default.
My favorite character to play in all roles. Support is Ana.
Default skin with like
Lucio
the jade or gold
also
weapon. I mean,
probably
that's
close up there.
It from like the competitive side of it, right? If you're rocking up in a default
Tank.
you know things are serious.
I like Winston.
Exactly.
You're showing presence.
I think that's like some weird establishment.
DPS?
In there somewhere.
Probably like Tracer or Hanzo.
Spark all the way. Nothing beats the sparked Reinhardt skin. No.
I'm gonna agree.
Does my YouTube channel drops enabled? Unfortunately, no. I wish.
I hear you on the Winston, but not the Reinhardt.
I'm a BlizzCon Winston skin enjoyer, just flexing.
Oh,
Ultra rare.
I like that. I like that. Now, as we just mentioned, Calling All Heroes, and of course the rewards that you can get yourself by tuning in. We have a cool announcement we get to make here. Yes, that's a
Yes, Winton.
Guys, in case you were wondering which lovely voices you'll be hearing when you're watching Calling All Heroes, well, we're very happy to announce the on-camera talent that will bring you the stories of our heroes that answer that call. Let's take
Oh yeah, Twisted Mind's core was really good.
We'll be bringing you all the action. Got Matsi and
hey, it's Dogman.
Dustin, CB, and Tiny Shiny will be casting you and getting you through the action. And you know what? We actually have
of the unfun supports, you'd rather be in Mercy Jail or Break Jail. Break Jail, and it's not even close. As much as I don't like Break,
right here with CB
I
from
would play
Overwatch.
Break
CB,
10
thank you
times
so
out of
much
10
for
over
joining
Mercy.
me. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling wonderful. I'm loving being here. The games have been incredible so far. Which ones we've had to see.
Yo,
No,
Understar.
it's worth the wait, I'll say.
Doing alright.
Yeah, we had some great games yesterday, and of course we're gonna have great games today. We're at DreamHack. How's DreamHack going for you? Anything exciting?
Just getting to see old friends, getting to see, you guys hanging out with everybody, getting to meet, all the other fans of Calling All Heroes, everybody outside. It's been great. Just getting to see everybody, give lots of hugs.
Sounds good, Math.
Right, and also just you just mentioned about Calling Our Heroes. You're gonna be casting that again this year. How excited are you for Calling Our Heroes?
There is nothing that I am more excited for in life than whenever I get to cast Calling All Heroes. I love the initiative to death. It's the most important thing in the world to me. And please come out and support it. It's incredible.
There you have it, everybody. Thank you so much, CB, and back to you, Zoe.
Thank you, CV. Thank you, Danny.
I am so ready for this game. I am ready. Is that Chengdu? Someone wearing a Chengdu jersey? That looked like a Chengdu jersey.
On. So let's give the people what they want. And what is that, Johnny?
Drops.
No. No, it's gameplay. But okay,
Drops.
fine.
You
want
also
drops,
getting drops.
Get drops. You also getting drops. We can have both. Why not? Let's take a look at what you can get if you're here.
There we go.
On site in the venue, you will actually get.
Who's ready for Toronto to win? I'm ready for Toronto to lose.
I need that
Everyone
name
here.
card. I need that name card. That's
The name card?
seriously. I'm in a big way.
I do love it.
I feel like I'm a hoarder. I'm a name card hoarder.
You're a horse.
I have so many name cards.
I'm not gonna. I like some of the profile icons, but that would require me to change off the Chewan Targa, which just is not gonna happen. So those are nice.
They are nice. Speaking of side things, of course, if you're not.
It'd be funny if Toronto actually like broke the mid curse.
Rewards. We have viewership and
But it'd also be funny if they didn't. Either way, I'll be entertained.
On your screen. All you have to do is, of course,
We can make jokes either way.
To your preferred streaming platform where you can catch all the action. That's right. Do that right now. I mean, at this point, I think everyone has done that,
You
right?
don't have to type drops in the chat though.
But maybe you should.
If you type exclamation point drops in the chat, it won't help you get them. You just have to watch, so don't do it.
But it would be funny.
But it will be funny.
I know this topic's been done to death. What you prefer? I'm more of a 6v6 guy personally,
Where's Danny?
but that's just what I grew up playing. Well, grew up is the wrong word to say. That's where my nostalgia kind of makes me biased.
It was, yeah.
That's what I played Overwatch on when I played the game the most.
Or let's just start with the presents, why not? Because we want to talk about the games we get to see today on this very stage. Let's start off with the brackets to see where we're currently standing, as we are eliminating some teams today. Here's the lower bracket, so the teams which are still in the lower bracket, they're fighting for their lives right now. ENCE and M80 both waiting for their respective opponents, which will drop down from the upper bracket. So obvious at this point, it is a double elimination bracket that we're playing here at our OWCS major in Dallas, Texas. So let's take a look at where we're at in the upper bracket. We'll kick things off with our number 1 EMEA seed, SSG. They will be going up against the number 2 seed from our Asian region, Team Falcons, of course. I'm very interested to see where those two teams take it, because I think we've got some really, really interesting looks from both of those teams on our day one here. Let's actually start with SSG though, and let's go further back than just one day, Johnny, because they had quite a glow up in OWCS. You know, they came in, expectations high, lots of name value.
The Twisted Mind situation is very sad.
Probably a bit of a disappointment to them. They ended.
They went from stage 1 champs, still being like on top of the EU world, to just absolutely dismantled in every way. A lot of things just out of their control. It's unfortunate, but that's just how it goes sometimes.
Brought it all back, 23 of course, and now really establishing yourself with an identity.
They needed OWCS to come around just a little earlier.
I feel like this core has improved over time. They've added versatility. Of course, Hardy can play a lot of Winston now. Psycho coming into the mix with that Tracer gameplay. But really, for these guys, they've never really been considered an elite team. They've never really competed with the best teams around the world until this year. And yes, they finished 4th in stage 1 behind Ex-Oblivione, of course. A bit of a disappointment for this squad, but then came back in stage 2 with a vengeance. And really, these players firing on all cylinders. But I feel like they have a little bit of a incentive here in this tournament specifically.
I mean, there's like rumors that people have said, but I can't really confirm anything, so I'm not gonna really go into it.
I think he's earned himself
As to why KSA left.
Sparker, never discussed when it comes to elite hit scan players around the world. But
I've heard a couple of different things. I don't really know, man.
Think that this guy deserves some props. He's really taken it to the best players we have in EMEA, and now on the international stage, I feel like he could go head-to-head against Lip, and at least a possibility of proving himself against some of these best players around the world. So I'm really looking forward to see what SSG got in store. I mean, Landon wasn't even on Team USA, but has one of the best Baptistes in the world, and also the Kiriko play has been phenomenal. So this is an SSG squad that is really motivated, want this win so bad. I saw Psycho on Twitter, he's tweeting the LeBron James gif, like he's all over the place, he's motivated.
Oh yeah, I saw that. LeBron tweeted at Crazy Raccoon with the LeBron Miami Heat gif. The GOAT.
I think Funny Astro's in the serious conversation about best loser.
Quartz did not play because he was unable to make Dallas. Visa issues.
We're seeing almost everyone using Lucio. Occasionally people play dive with the Brig, but even the dive style, I mean, Space Station, they don't swap the Lucio. They go Lucio Kiri, they make it work incredibly well. And so the asset that Funny Astro offers them, perfect synergy with this team. I think Landon as well, just slotting in exactly where they want to be, but also showing the versatility to play Sigma yesterday. I think they're going to need that against a team like Falcons.
This is just a team which has such a strong identity in the way they're approaching the game, and that's why.
Did I say at? I think I said he tagged Crazy Raccoon. I meant Falcons. I don't know what I'm saying.
Showed us a look that we haven't really seen before. They played this double flex TPS with the Maga composition. You were quite intrigued by it. Does that change the way you think these games are gonna go?
For me, after watching Falcons and Crazy Raccoon yesterday, I think this is the read of the meta. For me, it is this Mauga rush. I mean, for me, what ENCE showed, the Sigma playing very slow defensively, protecting the hit scan, trying to counter these Mauga rushes. I think that's the best thing you can do.
No dual streams today.
I mean, you got
Psycho tagged Falcons. I'll show you.
I do think SSG is a stronger team. I think they have a better shot against Falcons.
My boy's locked in. He wants to beat them. He tweeted the LeBron James meme. LeBron Game 6 against the Celtics. He's locked in. He is ready to beat them.
Playing hit scan for the most part in this season. A lot of people have been talking about as Lip as the best hit scan, but for me, the place proper is undoubtedly the best in the world is when it comes to flexibility outside of hit scan. He's elite on the hit scan, but when he brings out the Genji, I mean, I think also world class. When it's the Tracer, also world class. No other DPS player in the world has as many heroes where he's in consideration for top 1. For me, with Fielder's Ana, how consistent he was landing these aggressive bio-nades, yes, you're gonna die a lot. When the Mauga runs in, Lucio comes in, the Ana's left hanging out to dry, but Fielder makes it work with absolutely no resources. He finds those aggressive.
This is music from the Overwatch stream.
And just the potential of this team is incredibly explosive. Stalker has shown yet more flexibility, bringing out the Hanzo and just being deadly accurate on this hero. But at the same time, he's got the creativity.
Hey, it's Danny.
One of the best ventures right now. At least their read on how to execute with this Mauga is just incredibly clean, incredibly good. I think Falcons right now is the team to beat. I think Crazy Raccoon is incredibly impressive.
Crazy Raccoon's the team to beat, brother.
No hit scan. We have no backline. You can kill my Ana, but we've already finished the rest of your team by the time you're done dealing with Ana. And so for me, I think what Falcons is rocking is going to be what we're going to see in the grand finals. I think it'll be Falcons. I think they're right now for me, I don't think anybody is beating the APAC teams. I think this is going to you a really favored match for Falcons.
Yes, you do have the badge because Penguin gifted subs.
Is our audience ready? That's what I thought. So let's get this show going.
Here we go.
They clutch up in the final seconds.
And M80 aren't out of this just yet. ENCE, take the round, take the map, and start off the series strong.
Match is starting on time. Probably not, knowing our luck.
You cannot do anything about it. Students of the game are headed to land, folks. And Space Station demolish ENCE and claim the title of Stage 2
has become a member.
champions.
BTW, you might have forgotten to text me or something like it happens, I get it, but try not to forget our costume dates next time, smile.
My bad, bro. Thank you for the 9 months. Well, I guess technically I should be thanking Penguin for the 9 months because that's 9 months of gifted subs.
And now it's time to meet the teams. DreamHack Dallas, put your hands together for Space Station Gaming!
Our EMEA Stage 2 champions, packed with veteran experience from years past. They've been here before. They know.
Hey, Hottie with the
scenarios,
flex.
And they're arguably playing the best Overwatch in their careers, with Sparkers, flank heavy Cassidy leading the way and finding opening picks, and Landon holding it down with Baptiste and Kiriko in the backline. The big question for me what tank heroes
You know exactly how, Danny. If it isn't the shiny head himself, yeah, the GOAT.
But will we see the hardy Reinhardt come out on some of these maps to maybe throw a bit in the wrench of things?
And their opponents.
There they are.
Team Falcons!
The Falcons boys.
This Falcons squad might be going up against fan favorites, but these players are no strangers to crushing dreams. One of the strongest rosters ever assembled in the history of Overwatch. Proper MVP Rookie of the Year in his first season in the Overwatch League, and he has only continued to shine brighter. Who better to match him than players like Chio and Fielder, one of the most storied backlines in Overwatch history. A serpent of ridiculous talent on this squad. This is a terrifying team to be facing off against in the server today. Team Falcons.
Now we met the teams, it's time to meet our casters, bringing you all the action for our first match of the day. Of course, Mr. X and Uber.
Thank you very much, Zoe and the desk. Great to see.
There's no way Uber is pulling off this bit
from EMEA and number 2
at a LAN event.
The whispers have been.
Come on, man.
Changing of guard in Asia. A lot of teams are fearing Falcons even more than Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, they did not look like number 2 yesterday. I mean, they were sick
Also, the
yesterday.
chains,
That they've been doing,
the swag.
throughout that we've watched is they've been running this kind of like Ana composition there with the Maga and, you know, Fielder on the Ana sick.
Yeah, really leaning, I think, into what Fielder can provide on that Ana. But, you know, this team has depth on their roster. When they want to play the Baptiste, Majid comes in, looked really good on that role. He said, I'm not really playing ERE right now. My job is to play that Baptiste. And, of course, that you can use Smurf and Hanbin interchangeably here. There's a ridiculous amount of depth. Something that, of course, the Raccoons also boast in the tank position. But this is arguably the more veteran squad of our APAC representatives. A terrifying backline.
In the first map today will be Ilios, not the best draw here for SSG.
Yeah, Majed played yesterday.
Right? I know it's like, oh well, let's try and take Falcons to a map, or maybe they don't play the Maga. It's like, okay, well they have Hanbin. They just put Hanbin in. Like it's not like it's some huge kind of gap between those two players, but. I think Jake was mentioning it a little bit on the desk.
It was just one map.
Versatility out of SSG yesterday. Don't believe we saw any Maga.
My favorite casting duo is the one we are listening to right now.
Bring that out. I don't think you can play, Reinhardt, traditional SSG style against like a Maga kind of composition. Hottie obviously has been working on lots of different tanks for a while in terms of
I don't think I can, Danny, unfortunately.
On them, so maybe you see like a Sigma here from Hottie.
Shields are having problems with his headset. Yeah, it's time. It's time for the pause. Any pausers?
Because also, you got to bear in mind that our teams from Asia are also unafraid to play dive. They can play dive. There are maps that require it. I think Ilios out of all the control maps is the kind of stage where that's very viable. We've seen a lot. Let's take Ruins, for example, right? We have seen teams want to play Sigma, play the left side, or play Reinhardt in the pit and brawl out. Malka just seems to be far more suited on so many of those contexts here. And it's something that Europe hasn't really adopted at the same rate. But I think it was Laya that was saying that, this one comp, this Malka comp, a lot of regions it's just starting to creep into a lot of regions.
Well, the one thing that Falcons has been doing, though, is they've been playing it with like Genji Venture, which is something that's a little bit different. So SSG
Volcanda has become a member. Can't wait to watch Hadi get humiliated.
Thank you for the 9 months, Vulcan. We have a Hottie hate watcher in the chat.
We're not always so direct.
Do you think we see the Rhine? I'd say probably not, but you never know. Desperate times do call for desperate measures.
I think when we spoke with a few teams, and I think when we spoke to ENCE, we just asked Kai, why did you lose to SSG? Just straight up. Try to give a direct question. He said, well, Sparker was flanking all the time, and he absolutely ruined us. And look, to have a team call out one player as the reason for them being unraveled, and of course, the context is that was that EMEA Stage 2 final. But that was a big problem. So Space Station here, we've got a lot.
We're going to Ilios. Okay.
Falcons here, who've already shown dominance on stage yesterday.
All right, child, give me the 3-2 Falcons as well.
Take the best from Europe and take the second seed from Asia. And if this isn't close, if our Falcons team just rolls over them, then I fear for any region who wants to challenge Asia right now.
Yeah, and I highly doubt that Falcons is going to let Sparker just kind of wander around in those flanks. kind of like how ENCE was talking about. So as we get into game, obviously still some time to make some changes across the board. Space Station, this is something you can definitely see them play, right? This is in
Doomfist?
the compositions that feel good.
Yeah, it's right up their alley, folks.
Hey, Doom, it is.
On to well. To start off this series.
All right, here we go. This is the key. Come on, Space Station DPS. You got to do something here.
Elimination on the line, but falling down to the lower bracket could prove even more treacherous at this stage of competition.
And the one thing that has seemed pretty consistent with Falcons thus far, you're changing the DPS line, you're changing the tank. This Ana Lucio seems to be favoring this so far here for Falcons.
I mean, again, Harvard Baptiste keeps that Farah topped up. I think that's a huge consideration. That's beautiful, though. Smurf gets caught in that side room.
Smurf goes down early. There he goes. So.
Longer fight to have impact. But now everyone's
Ooh,
looking at Farah with the
there you go.
picture, and Sparker is able to play boots on the ground.
SSG getting the point first here.
Lacks teammates in a big way, but forces that recall there from Psycho while he was trying to.
Wait a second. Oh, if he hit that sleep, that would have been crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a 2v1 scenario there on Fielder. Incredible he's actually even able to get one as it is Space Station in control of the point first. And I think a positive sign for SSG.
Now I wonder if Falcons decide to make any kind of change here.
Long enough to make a dent on
I mean, this is what you have to do,
especially against a team like Falcons and with a composition with.
You kind of just stick together with this comp you're playing for SSG. It's a bit harder for like the Doom and the Tracer to get serious value. You play together. Play up to the heels of your BAP. Get speed. You have speed to get out of there. Yo, what's up, Bake? Alright, Barrage could go pretty hard here, maybe. Let's see. That's the one you want. You want the... Oh, Psycho! Nice. Kills both supports. Hey, yo.
No, I think he
okay. Okay, Space Station, we're here.
Get another view of that, but I'm pretty sure when he got the nano, there's like a rocket punch kind of whiffed on the player, and actually may have not have had the slam, right? Because he slammed into punch.
Smurf jumped off the map with nano. I didn't even see that.
Well, that might have been the round there, Matt. Nice nano. You don't have beat to play within Space Station. In a very strong position, ultimate economy-wise. Maybe a magic moment from Cropper to salvage this situation, maybe in order. Landon, Immortality Field has to use it for
there you go. Keep your BAP up. Clean, clean. That's a dead Doom, and that should be round one.
Elsewhere got picked off by Psycho. What a Tracer show we're seeing from Psycho here, and this round is over.
Yeah, I was just thinking that as well. How we said we had to see Sparker really play at a high level. Psycho here to open things up. It's been fantastic. Stalker to go over. Play the Sojourn here at the end.
Stalker Soj, huh? You do have a sound barrier coming up, but I don't know if that's nearly enough with what Space Station are working with here.
Falcons can only really trickle in at this point. Here's that sound barrier. Chiyo finally able to build it up. How did Falcons make use of this window? They get rid of Sparker. Here's the Annihilation though. Landon's Immortality Field has expired. That protection layer is gone for Space Station.
Okay, Annihilation gets nothing.
And someone in this fight to give it up, but Landon's kept alive. Psycho turns up at just the right time. And Proper is down. Now Falcons are running on fumes. Forced to back away. Fielder takes a lot of poke and uses a Suzu there. Maybe just a window to get some healing through that invulnerability. Psycho's patient. He's ready. Fielder eventually brought down now. Pulse bomb doesn't quite connect, but we'll open up.
Decisive. Good start.
Even if you thought that Space Station would get off to a great start, you probably don't even think it looks as good as that. I mean, now that looked really strong there for SSG in our first point on Ilios. Can they do it again? Put Falcons on the back foot in this series. So this is a point here. On Lighthouse you can play, obviously. Mog is really strong going into this type of area. Looks like potentially hovering the Venture, though, for Falcons in a little bit of a different look.
This Smurf really did punch off the map on the nano boost. That probably was around there.
Proper third best Tracer in the lobby, rip.
Comeback from that for Falcons.
Alright, they're staying with this Doom.
Ridiculous veterancy of this team.
They're gonna play Lifeweaver. Oh boy, they are cooking.
Yeah, so we saw them run this with the Lifeweaver the other day with the Farah in play. You can use that pedal to kind of get that Farah up in the sky without using, I know a lot of the propellers.
I like this guy.
Quite low as It is Hadi now on the Winston. So these
Wow.
are 2 tanks that we've seen from Hadi thus far.
Locked in, boys. Locked in.
Making plays to the back line there with Astro.
But this dive composition feels very powerful against what the Falcons are trying to do. Yeah, especially with the Life Weaver. They switch it up over to the brick here. And they're going to mirror
They
this
really
stuff.
want to
It's
have
not
a
just because of
flyer.
the echo.
I don't know why they feel it's so necessary to have a flyer at all times. Now we're going to go Echo instead of Pharah here.
Do this because their Psycho's been making
They got the crowd on their side. SSG chance in
So now the question, can Space
abundance.
Station with Falcons in the dive? This will be a huge proof of concept for this team. Copper has to recall there. Honey Astro ensures it. Threatening. He can't recall again. He has to go back to the Mega. That's going to open up a bit of space here on the point. Chigo as well.
Fielder should be dead here.
And is able to defend him, but Fielder's in trouble. He's in deep trouble.
Oh my god, how is he still alive? Damn, they could not kill him. That was huge that they don't kill him there.
Finishes the job. But in the meantime, Proper was able to find Funny Astro. Falcons have the numbers and they flipped the point.
Yeah, and I think SSG, they actually thought they had a kill there onto
Oh.
Psycho finishes off Smurf. I mean, you're still going to have to back up here. You're not going to be able to just kind of
You have a window though.
in straight away. You do have a slight window here. The point probably will end up flipping off of that.
Just a one kill on the Winston. Smurf.
They nano stalker here. He almost has a copy. He's very close. He's got the copy.
Stalker just got nano, kept alive. He'll be waiting for an opportunity to make a duplication. Doesn't look like Winston is the option.
Maybe
here.
copy a tracer, potentially.
He'll also make that rally happen, and
Ooh,
there's a
proper.
Sparker out of the picture. That's the catch.
Don't even need it. There you
So
go.
Falcons be able to flip it back pretty quickly. Much more back and forth round here.
Yeah, I mean, this one, this is the type of pace, though. I feel like that Falcons.
This is what Falcons want. Absolutely.
Really a fast, aggressive style.
They will gladly take a monkey v monkey. Gladly.
You'll get up to near a tie game here when this next final kind of break down. It's
the big difference.
Yeah, Astro has beat. I mean, this is huge.
Here's that primal from Smurf this time. Funny Astro.
He gets everyone.
Body slept.
Okay, oh, Stalker. Oh, I don't know if he knew he was
They flip.
within the shot there. Smurf brought down that bubble, not even broken by Deadeye. Very, very low is the Winston for the Falcons.
Oh my god, Smurf is like one.
Flip back here is the space station. Take their
This is in some insane back and forth.
Him, and eventually he's brought down. Sticky bomb from Stalker. That's another one for the Echo. This could be a problem for Space Station. And Falcons are going to equalize.
The more chaos in a dive setup, the better for Falcons.
Everywhere. I mean, that is there's Sparker going to push all the way in towards the other team's mega health pack. There is Stalker still with this dude. You'll probably end up building a nano here for Falcons.
Why doesn't Hadi go Mauga? Well, aside from Ilios just being good for dive, also Space Station don't like the Mauga as much as some of these other teams do, I feel. They much prefer playing either Winston or Ram.
It's so hard to play against the Echo. It's so hard to predict when you need to leave. Well, now the chase down will be here. Falcons now within one fight of winning.
Proper, just clean it up.
Actually, kind of like when to go through the Suzu in there for Hadi, so you can stay in maybe for a second longer. And Hadi jumped out, just missed,
Pulse.
and end up burning down that Winston as we get into OT. Desperation here for SSG. Still be Falcons tying it up.
All right, good response there from Falcons.
Back and forth. The dive mirror. Fun to see something a little bit different there, and it's pretty clear that Space Station quite solid with that composition. I mean, Hadi ground out that Winston for 2 years in the Overwatch League. It wasn't pretty to start with. I think we can all agree.
Speaking of the Mauga, Falcons looking like they're ready to roll out on it. I don't know how I feel about Hadi Sig against a super competent team. This is going to be a good test to see where his flexibility's at as a player.
Obviously not going to match this. We haven't seen so far this weekend anybody match this kind of like Mauga v Mauga.
They use the Mauga with Venture, and it's very good in Face It against ENCE. Gotcha.
It's really struggled against this comp, Matt. On Antarctic Peninsula.
In theory, if you play it at a really high
Oh, we got a
level,
Falcons chat going now. Not just SSG, there are some Falcons lovers in the venue.
Hadi will opt to take the high ground start. Proper on Genji. Terrifying. Build on the map, East maybe less, commonly selected for him. Oh, they're going in. Oh my goodness. Okay, Smurf feigns it. Goes off to the right-hand side, hits the masonry.
Having the poke can be nice against what Falcons are playing, but they can also get right up in your face. This pace of play is really tough to match. Yeah. You may want to consider changing.
Right? No, you say, okay, this is the answer in terms of composition, right? Potty is not, in theory, a player you would say is a Sigma player, right? No, slightly different. I actually like this switch. So we were talking a little bit about...
Where is Poker Face? Cancun.
Echo potentially a little bit underutilized in certain situations. Could be quite good here for SSG. Make it a little bit easier, right? You get some of these squishier DPS in terms of the Genji or the Venture quite low, and then being able to finish them off. They can pay for going to that.
Nice stickies there, wow.
Pretty deep there, Hardy. Oh, that's a scary spot to be. The Air Matrix right up in front of him. But there's no escape from that. And now Stalker knows he can get his hands a little dirty. Only a couple kills there for Space Station. Hard to bounce back after losing your Sigma first again.
Yeah, the pace of play here, every fight being dictated, though, by Falcons as Fielder.
I take player opinions with a grain of salt since the Toronto issues last year. Understandable.
Spawn there on the Moira, and then switching over. So it'll be Chio with a sound barrier here, trying to keep Falcons alive on through this.
Gotta see Psycho put in the work here. There you go. See that? That's exactly what they needed. Good place for a window here. You gotta reload. You gotta stay alive. Good beat. Psycho's doing the work.
The sound barrier from Funny Astro, though, can't be discounted in its role in making sure the front line of Space Station can hold strong.
He was so weak there.
Psycho can get a lot of value with this Echo. He's gotta keep doing that, man. These stickies gotta be crazy. Keep bullying Smurf.
Stalker actually switch over to Tracer here. So Tracer always...
No more Venture, just a Tracer.
Where at least it seems maybe they've given a little bit more trouble than usual.
Whereas Venture can't really interact with Echo much of the time. Basically like ships in the night. Well, Echo can interact with you in fairness. Okay, here's the flux. Oh, I think Smurf got caught in that.
Oh, it's a nice one. Big.
Good purchase, but Immortality Field is there for just
no real follow-up there. There was a lot of... Where he used that ult, there was a lot of coverage.
Okay, cage fight. Immortality Field was there, though, for Space Station. And they're happy to throw down.
The Wombo combo. Really good heals.
Playing proper, doing everything he can. Every cooldown, every button getting mashed. But Psycho's still able to pick off Fielder. So no Baptista. That is some smooth stuff from Sparker.
Yeah, Sparker is still pretty healthy here. You're not going to have the Astro get back.
Stalker versus Sparker here on point.
One player here on the point. You have some time. Astro's going to get back. You're going to be able to contest.
Oh my god. That's nasty. Jeez, man.
One clip there. Now you definitely have to regroup.
Yeah, what Landon did there to kind of stall things out and not let everybody die from that combo is nuts.
Maybe Sparker kind of comes back out and you're able to keep things going where Space Station, they do give themselves a chance though, right? They kind of get back into this game.
See Landon there, having to use the walls to shield Psycho as opposed to trying to direct hit the Echo, which is a bit svelte.
Landon's BAP is insane, yeah. He's pretty goated. Sound barrier is good. Oh, Stalker, he smells blood in the water. This tracking. He's a beast. Stalker's a beast. Oh my god. Well,
and that'll be Falcons taking Ilios away.
There it is.
Really back and forth, map number 1.
Really intense first map, though.
Fan of SSG. Still a pretty good sign, even though in a loss. Because now...
You say Chio has passed Moth as the best main support. I think you can make a good argument for it.
Right? Ilios probably one of the worst maps in the pool you could get in terms of control.
I go back and forth. Like, after the collapse from Atlanta last year, it kind of takes away from the legacy a little bit for me. But, like, as an individual player... He might be like the definition of what it seems, or of what it looks like to be a god tier main support that just does everything.
On Lighthouse, that was lively. It's very, very hard to play it at this level against the team that features, well, basically anybody on the side of Falcons.
Look, I mean, your damage dealers for Space Station are playing quite well here early on in the series. You saw Hadi play the Sigma. They were able to win fights on it. They made it a pretty competitive last map. And then in the first map, right, you looked really good playing that Reinhardt, the Ramatra composition, right? So now you think there is
Backbone's about to get subbed in from the looks of it.
Yeah, I know if
We're seeing Psycho get subbed out.
if Psycho's coming out, right, Backbone's
More
coming in,
rush-centric.
it's gonna be
Maybe some
probably,
Symmetra antics, some May. Could we see some Ryan?
But now you see this
Could we see the
substitution,
Reinhardt
right?
here?
Psycho's gonna like their tracer all the time player, so if he's gonna come out, Backbone's gonna come in. You're gonna see a different composition here for SSG.
Curious indeed, that one. We also might see Fielder get substituted out here, which means that they might
Zen.
or they might know, Falcons, that they're dealing with a full-time Baptiste map. That's a reason why Majed would come in.
Yeah, and I.
Oh, Majed and Hanbin are also getting subbed in from the looks of it. Yep, there it is. Sir Majed going back on stage again. Second consecutive day.
Maybe it's Circuit Royal.
Oh yeah, could be Circuit.
Would you pick Circuit if you're SSG? It's not like a. You know, you can play RAM on it, but you know.
What map? I am very curious.
Long range and poke. It's not exactly like a May Ramatra rush type map, I would say.
It's a fair question. You did see Hardy on that Sigma. I think Legland really, he has such a difficult job, I think, when he's playing the Baptiste in the Sigma comp against the Malga.
Seems less likely to me.
Be ready at any moment. And you also need to make sure that that immortality field doesn't get baited out of you for no reason. Because we saw it.
There he is. It's the world champ himself.
And tries to blow him up. Landon has to land himself, and then that's not available for his tank sort of later on in the fight.
It's also one of those odd scenarios where a team loses a map, but they should actually gain confidence from the map loss. Like, I think SSG, you come in here, it's obviously the unknown on the other side with Falcons in terms of how they're playing today.
I mean, hey, in their defense, they looked pretty good out there yesterday when Majed played.
Map number one, it's a pretty positive sign, and especially when we talk about.
He had some good plays on BAP.
Not ideal for SSG.
Well, I think we saw 3 different looks from SSG, right? You know, and that gave us a pretty good understanding of, okay, well, they stood with the Sigma setup. Look, the Winston setup is good. I like watching Dive for them. They also had the right players in to be able to flex to Dive. I thought Psycho had an incredible map in general on that Tracer. You're up against Proper though.
Havana's actually, Havana might make a bit more sense for rush purposes if you're SSG, I guess.
That was map number 1, SSG. They did put up a fight. Team Falcons did manage to get the dub here in the end. Let's talk about how they got it done. You smiling? Why are we smiling over here, Jay?
because you know, Chunkbuck, you fell for the Doomfist bait again. It's Winston. You know this. You already know this. Don't even tell you.
It's the kryptonite.
Surely, Danny. Surely.
Smurf on the Winston, so different. I feel like the pace change when that hero came out of the dive was really huge.
And watch the third round. Does SSG have a shot?
Sparker looked great.
Yeah.
Psycho was lighting it up on the
I think they do. They're underdogs, but they can, in theory, do it if they really lock in. There are some good moments. They're kind of on the back foot a little bit when we saw less of the Doomfist, but they made these rounds close, which is a good sign.
Competitive as well, you know, that Hardy death on the point where he didn't get sued by
I liked what I saw from Psycho.
It's really unfortunate, right?
I was really looking at him to have a big day, and so far he's been delivering.
Over by any margin. Yes, Falcons have been looking really good at this brawl composition with the Genji, with the Venture, and I mean, Falcons is one of the few teams that can actually play this comp at this level because they have 2 really flexible damage players. So it's really hard to prepare for. Like, you haven't practiced against this comp that much this series, or before the series, right? So Falcons, they're looking dominant on this composition. If I'm SSG, I feel like I want to shy away from this Malga composition being played because you just get overrun on this Sigma, and it's really hard to position correctly and get a good pre-fight positioning to work around this Malga.
The problem, though, is, you know, if you're Falcons, you've stolen away Space Station Gaming's biggest strength. The strength we talk about every time we talk about this team is their ability to play rush. They're so effective. They can bring you to these close range maps. Now you're scared to take it to a close range map? I mean, based on those subs, I would guess Circuit Royale is what we will see. Like, we're seeing,
I agree with
we're
that,
seeing back one coming in.
Also,
I mean, that's when we see
Falcons
Majed
yesterday.
and
They got to see
coming
Falcons
in.
on that match, so you know,
well,
you can learn something from that.
Maybe you've got something prepared. Maybe you feel good about that. But this is a Space Station Gaming forced off of their comfort zone, coming to a sniper mirror. It's not bad for them. I mean, I think Sparker's great. I do think the Cassidy better than the Widow for him. I think for the overall team, you know, they want to be a looser team. Maybe they can find a way to play fast. on Circle Royale in the past. We've seen some.
I mean, I think in some ways Majed's playstyle can work better than Fielder, depending on the map.
Sometimes you can catch him off guard, but even around
He is a bit more, you know, aggressive.
with a Sim and a Mei,
Obviously, he's gonna be better at like Alari, and like you could argue his BAP in a way is a bit more
you could always go back to a rush mirror.
strong when it comes to playmaking and doing stuff himself.
How do you plan for this? I do think that we could make the case that maybe Space Station, they feel a bit comfortable on some of these hybrid maps, perhaps even like Flashpoint and Push to
Map 1 was really fun, very entertaining.
Out early to avoid potentially playing Falcons on Gibraltar, for example, a team that they are really good on dive for. So maybe you feel like early in the series we lost control. We just want to get the escort map out of the way.
It depends on the style of play you want.
So I don't necessarily feel like just
Because we've seen in the past, sometimes Fielder gets bested by some of these more aggro, flex support players. Because that's not so much of his style, so having Majed in a way can work to your advantage.
It's a huge difference
For those times where you really need it.
Really confident. Hey, we can win the rush mirror. Right now, I think Falcons is the better rush team. I think Falcons is the better poke team, and I think Falcons is the better dive team.
Space Station's played a lot of Ramatra so far. I'm like, you can't play Ramatra in this matchup. You pretty much have to play the Sigma or like some kind of Malga mirror, in my opinion.
And for me, honestly, I don't think Space Station has a road to victory. I don't see a chance for them. Maybe the Sim is like their last
4 games.
I mean, for me, it's the Sim. The Sim is like the last bastion of hope. Maybe the Sim.
Oh, Landon's just a cracked BAP player, yeah.
For me, that style, it's so
He's just
passive
insane
and
at the
slow.
game.
You play fast and aggressive, but against heroes like Genji, Kiriko, Malga, Venture, these heroes can't really be controlled by heroes like Mei. They just, you know, fly away, climb over the wall, jump over the wall. They all have movement skills. They can all escape. And so for me, I think Falcons has out-strategized Space Station. They've taken Space Station's biggest strength, their mainstay, what made them an elite team, what made them one of the best teams in the world, and now they're dominating on the rush comp. We thought that was Space Station's hope. I mean, I think going into this tournament for Space Station, they were thinking, all right, we can win with rush. We can force our strengths with this loser map pick format. We can come to maps where we can play rush. Now you can't do that anymore.
I will allow
this
you
is
to put
knife
a
in
lot
the
of
heart.
labels on me, Jake, but I'm not giving up faith. I'm not giving up hope. There's a chance. There's a chance.
There's always a chance.
To the
If you
audience
just
out there, to the
believe
viewers,
hard enough,
there's
Johnny.
a chance. I'm not giving up.
Let's look at the numbers, though. I mean,
It was really close, those identical damage numbers,
it's not
close in
it's not
depths.
as much of a beatdown, I think, that a lot of people would have expected.
No, I mean, I think, and it's not to take anything away from Space Station. I think these are incredibly great players. I think we saw that in the first round. We saw how many impressive kills Sparker and Psycho are making. The DPS from Space Station are keeping up. I think on an individual level, I think that this team can absolutely keep up with Falcons players. But for me, it's the strategic depth that Falcons has brought as a roster that is giving them such a huge advantage. And the fact that Space Station has been bullied off of their comfort zone, their favorite comp, what their old standby. It remains to be seen if something from
We
Backbone
did
can mix it
praise
up.
them as being a flexible team, though. Like, we do know they can play other stuff. Yes, they initially were known as that one-trick team, but that's not what they are. So let's take a look at where they take us map pool-wise, and then see what they've been cooking up. They did have some time, obviously, to prepare to this for this particular match. Johnny, give us some more hope. More hopium. Like, gas it
I
up.
haven't given you enough
Dude,
hope.
I want more.
Here's some hope for you.
Circuits.
It is going to be Circuit Real, which is the map pick. And look, Falcons, they're subbing in Sermajed. Hate to break it to you, Sermajed is not as good as Fielder. So
Circuit it is, huh?
Sermajed coming out playing the Baptiste. I still think
The
that
broadcast
this is
has not been
positioning
scuffed
themselves
yet,
to
but
get the worst out of Falcons
we'll
in
see.
this board and trying to at least find some key to victory here. I do still have faith in SG here.
Maybe you do block the Gibraltar, and so I don't hate the pick. I mean, I think there's wisdom to it. I think if I'm Christopher in this position, I'd probably make the same choice. I just mean I feel that there's like a degree of strategic inevitability here. I think the road back for SSG is the worst possible scenario where you're relying on like essentially widow gapping proper.
I don't know if they're gonna play Widow.
Sigma gapping Hanbin.
I don't know if they'll play those things,
I mean,
though.
you know, you guys know I'm a realist. I keep it 100%. This is what makes Falcons such a terrifying team to go up against.
With Backbone in the game, I don't think they're gonna play snipers, though, Jake. I don't think they are.
Some sort of cheeky symmetric comp, blow this hold open. It's possible. It's possible. But
I mean,
think
it's been
with Chio
catching
in,
people
you still
off
can play
guard,
rush.
right?
Majed
But I
has
also
picked
would
up on
say,
some words, yeah.
Team Falcons, they will be coming prepared. Like, they know.
But also, those guys can understand English. A lot of those Falcons guys. It's not the worst.
They know what most likely will be happening and transpiring on the server. Well made for a good entertaining series, I dare say. Yeah, not all hope is lost. Also, we're in a double elimination bracket.
Exactly.
So, there we go.
Hopium, it's not over yet.
There's the hope.
It's
Yeah.
not
There's
over
a lower
yet.
bracket.
They would be falling down to the lower bracket.
They were having that
of
guy
course,
Bone back.
where
Yeah, where'd he go? He retired so soon, out of nowhere.
who they would be facing off again.
The Backbone Widow bet.
It would
Backbone Widow's kind of nasty though.
It's either ENCE or
It would
M80.
flip. It would flip.
M80?
Yeah, you go to the other side of the
we
bracket.
flip.
So
We flip
SSG,
it.
the loser of this
M80.
will place M80.
Yeah.
It's not SSG yet.
And look, if you really want to zoom out, think macro here. I do think that Falcons, with this venture composition with the Genji and the Mauga, that's kind of like the composition to beat, right? So not only in this series are you thinking like, how can we beat Falcons in this series? But if on all these other teams, even M80 to an extent, right, Toronto Defiant, what is our answer to this Mauga, Venture, Genji, Brawl composition? Because the pace that Falcons play with this composition, it's unmatched. Like, it's because of the brawliness of that composition, the pace they're playing at is just something you haven't really practiced against. So the entire weekend, really, you don't really scrim that much in your off time. It's hard to schedule these scrims. You can't always play your...
Sim is a sniper. Oh, I forgot. My bad.
Practice time to figure out answers, adaptations. You're sitting back at the hotel in the room and just like, well, guys, what do we do here? That is kind of like
But
the
the
approach,
frustrating
right?
thing here
it is you have to like come up with small alterations all the time to try and break down this composition. Because I think you agree with me, Jake, that Falcons right now, when they play that Brawl composition, that is the composition to beat. How do we figure that out?
I think what Psycho bringing out the Echo there in the final round of Ilios, I actually love the Echo response. I think Echo has a very, very favorite matchup into both DPS, Genji, and Venture. I think Mauga, although you can shoot up at Echo, it's really not what you want to do, right? You want to be getting on top of the supports, cleaning up players close to the ground who can't really escape from you. Echo's also pretty good at damaging Mauga. Copy Mauga, super effective. So I think the Echo's a great pick. But you also became exposed now. Stalker back to Tracer, and I mean, he ate them alive on the Tracer.
And
a different player can't replicate.
That's what I want to hit on here, because the important thing to remember here, if you're looking at that roster, yes, this composition looks scary and people haven't figured it out yet, but the real scary thing lies within the fact that they don't care if they have
Hey, Cam, thank you for the
because
two,
they
man.
can play everything on the highest level regardless. These individual players have such a deep hero pool. They're not worried about having to switch it up.
It's only the first layer. That's what's so scary. What I'm really excited for, frankly, is Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons. I think that'll be the first time we're really
Jake, please stop with the glazing, man. I'm begging you.
We're not there yet.
I know.
Give us some time.
Please say an ounce of good things about SSG. I'm begging you, man.
If this doesn't, I'm gonna lose it if we don't get to see that match. Come on. Maybe it won't be in the next match. Maybe.
I love your enthusiasm.
Why do you-
That's all.
Actually, speaking of that matchup, Falcons and Team Raccoon, of course, both talked about the competition at large on our media day where we picked their brains. And the Falcons had some interesting things to say when they were together. This is the camera. Hi. No, actually, it's this one. Never mind. They had some interesting things to say when they had a chat with Danny 2 days ago. Let's hear it.
Oh my god, why? Well, tech issue number 1 is in the books, chat.
Guys, welcome to Dallas.
For God's sake, man.
Team Falcons. I'm guessing this is your first time actually living in Korea?
Basically, yeah.
How are you liking Korea?
So nice. Everything is so good. The food is insane. I love it.
What's a go-to Korean phrase?
Saying like kaja and scrims.
Kaja and scrims?
Kaja. It's just like,
Well, there you go, chat. There's your Sir Majed Korean right there. There you go.
In OWCS right now.
Alright, give me a second, chat. Oh,
Right now.
크레이지 라콘 아니면 토론토?
Colon underscore at bunkers colon underscore at bunkers colon underscore at bunkers colon underscore at bunkers colon underscore at bunkers.
yes, thank you for the 2, Cam. Appreciate it.
Crowd favorites. You guys are all just like really good at the game. If you have to choose, besides from yourself, who is?
Give me 1 second though, chat. While this goes on, while this plays, hold up.
이제 저 빼고 그냥 잘하는 선수는 아무래도 스노프 명환이 형인 것 같아요. 아무래도 우승을 제일 많이 했으니까 잘하지 않을까.
I'm gonna count to 3 from 3, 3, 2, 1, and then you guys, everyone, point at the player that you think is the best player on the team. Okay? All right. I'm gonna count. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Best player. Go. All right. We got some Smurf. Okay. We got proper. We got 2 proper, 2 Smurf, 2 and 2. Okay.
Are you pointing at me?
Oh.
Your best player.
Thank you,
Alright,
bro.
Smurf, why'd you pick Sir Majan?
He's best player.
Best
World
player?
champion.
Eh?
World champion.
World
I
champion.
appreciate you, bro. Thank you.
He's world champion.
Do you guys like feel pressure to perform because there's so many big names in the group?
I don't think there's a pressure. We're just gonna have fun and then beat everyone.
How confident are you guys that you guys could win the whole event?
100%.
100%?
100%.
무조건 저희가 이긴다.
저도 지금 무조건 이긴다 생각하긴 해요.
무조건이죠.
100%. Everyone says 100% they're gonna win it. All right, let's see if that comes true. Team Falcons, thank you so much for taking the time to do the interview. And yeah, let's say bye to the camera, everybody. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I mean, has there ever been a singular interview where the answer was, "Oh no, I think we're gonna lose. It's gonna be a beatdown."
But for these guys, that's
you gotta
this is
come in
real.
confident.
That's real
You have
confidence.
to.
That's confidence born of experience. That's a different level. There's nothing false about that.
I mean, rightfully so. The performance we've seen thus far, looking like pretty stiff competition. They have a target on their back, of course, when you're performing like that. Let's see if SSG can get something done in map number 2, as they're currently down 0-1. Let's send it back over to Uber and Mr. X to hear from them about all the action.
What do you want to know?
So we looked over at us
or?
like to make sure we were still here. But we've been here the entire time.
Unless you try to talk to us, just pick the mic up. That doesn't do anything when they turn it off, you know.
I know.
Oh! They turn it back on. What do you want?
Just
What do you want
keep us
to? What do you
on
want
our
to?
toes, man.
What do you want to know? Like, what do you want to hear from us?
Anything. How's your day going?
Pretty good.
New hobbies?
Trying to stay alive at DreamHack. That's my current hobby. Yeah, Jack's nodding. It's an experience.
Mitch has been pretty
It is-
angry.
it's a
There's somebody
gaming
over at the
festival, my
VR
man.
station that's better dressed than him. So
Yeah, who is that
build
person?
this.
We need to vibe. The guy has great taste in shirts. I'm not gonna lie. We're back, of course, everybody, with map number 2 just around the corner. And I was right. I'm not gonna gloat too much, but Circuit Royale was the pick here. It's a common one, I think, if you don't want to get Gibraltared. So, not a huge shock. That's why, of course, we see some switch ups on the Falcon side. Margent comes in, Hanbin comes in, Baptiste Sigma seems like a very solid approach. And it's something that I think you were hinting at, Matt. Yeah, SSG can do, but maybe not a preference of theirs.
You don't want to get Gibraltar. That's a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look, you can. What they're hovering right now. This will be Falcons on defense. It looks like. So we'll get that one on the top of your screen swapped up. But this is what they ran the other day, right? They played the Life Weaver. They played the Life Weaver around that corner. Space Station. This is something kind of obviously in their wheelhouse. Is specialty here.
And they might stay on this sim, gang. Yeah, buddy, we're keeping the sim. All right.
Just in time. All right. And there it is. The Reinhardt does come out. What do you know?
That they're going to do
Interesting.
this, but imagine trying to find somebody to play against who plays this at a high level and try.
Seems like Falcons are kind of prepared, though. I like that they have a Pharah and a Hanzo. That wall is nice, though.
It's gonna be immortality field there. You keep Hanbin up.
I like that they have the pull, though, to kind of bail Hanbin out, though.
Yes, he got an immortality field map, but he didn't get
Like,
enough.
Hadi can close the distance, but then you can kind of just whoop him away.
Hang on. You lost Hardy, but he's still got a bit to go on with now. Geo a little bit low, needs to back away. A question here from Space Station as they thunder in towards the underpass.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, right, Falcons should end up being able to kind of create distance between themselves and Space Station, and then with the damage from the Hanzo and the Pharah, able to win
Oh,
that whole
wow.
game. It's
Okay.
a huge one there, taking out
Well,
one
quick
guy.
disengage, get your Lucio bag.
Kill Stalker here.
I think
Asked what? Top 5 player body pillows for Overwatch League players. What?
like Landon or somebody else can finish Stalker off. That's kind of the game. Kind of playing with fire there for a second.
They played Majet on this map yesterday. Seems like a circuit specialist.
Space Station have to go fast. They need to get their right in position with a Sim TP quickly before Stalker can take over the fight with that unanswerable damage from high. Here they come again. Honey gonna drop off. Pressure coming down, but there
Ooh,
it is.
the barrage. Wow, nice plays, dude. Wow.
To get Stalker out of trouble. So often that
This is working really good for them.
almost guarantees you get killed in response. Now
They're playing around Space Station strengths super well.
Traditionally, Rocket Barrage is a press Q to die.
Big, absolutely not. What?
Death loss at times.
Press Q to try to kill. Kind of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, we're right there, able to get 2. Also with like the knock, right?
You had a May body pillow. Okay.
All close together. Just add extra displacement towards the side of the space station.
Armanetta back up there. Plenty of time though. The poke coming in, you can see
Like, it's tough. Space Station don't have much to poke out this far up. Like, it's kind of on Landon or like a random hit from Backbone.
They won't have it to respond to this flux.
I think he's beat just to like get around this corner.
Not
and
good.
Back up. Yeah, I mean.
The flux though wasn't ever really triggered by Hanbin. I think he was satisfied.
I feel like especially here on A, there's like a lot of room. A lot of room for your Pharah to maneuver. Good covering fire. You have the pull, the dragon. This is really well played.
As those pulses come out, the immortality field is down for Falcons. They want to push up. The Maywall's going to make it hard though. And Matrix, Shatter came
There's the shatter. There it is. Big slam.
running over the top of them. Finally, Space Station have a chance to reach.
Soccer gets 2? Wait a second.
That's going to be enough.
Hello?
Yeah, it's a really nice Maywall there from Backbone.
Surely they can't touch though, right? Surely not. No, they can't. Okay.
Right into the
Wow.
shadow there from Hadi. And a classic combo there for Space Station as they get that first checkpoint. And now some.
Ambin is gonna go to Mauga, so no more of the Sig. I think Mauga maybe works a bit better for them. You can play the same thing, but just insert Mauga now.
Doesn't cope well with someone getting up in his face normally. And the Symmetra means that the Falcons can't really avoid that. That has to be an early ice block for Backbone. He's in trouble.
Ambin sick of getting smacked. Understandable. You still have the bailout potential with the grip, but Ambin's gonna be much harder to kill now.
TP works out. Prompt's a little bit low. He's back in the fight instantly.
A lot of card progress here, though.
Yeah, this is a lot of good progress. There's not much that Falcons can really do. They kind of have to just play around this corner. Backbone? He's looking for something here.
Now that poke damage essentially nullified for Falcons, and look at how quickly Space Station looked to take advantage. They pushed up.
Eating up the space. Good, good. Almost out Blizzard. You have a window.
Trying to do much the same, but he's a bit more exposed over on the card. He'll need to be topped up. Here's
Double window.
TP now for Space Station to get past it, and Hardy is running over them again. Much in a proper fall. Hardy now has a chance to get topped back up. What a nuisance this guy has been. Han been really struggling to have any impact, and Backbone's threatening to move the cart up Space Station.
Weird. Why did they drag in the cart? What?
Falcons now have to try and contest here desperately just before the checkpoint. Tree of Life comes out. Stop for Harvey, but he's going to get frozen stiff here. A Malgus kill gets dragged out of the fight though. His life grip from
Big slam. It's massive.
Classic Hardy, folks. Space Station, get another tick.
Yeah, I mean, those sim turrets in the doorway, a little bit of a car wash action there.
And there's the crowd on their side.
Just starts to funnel out of that. So, a team kill there for Space Station, but they were able to get so much payload progress out towards that second checkpoint. And you mentioned like the chip damage coming down from Falcons, but you're able to heal it up so fast there for Space Station that you gave Funny Astro and Landon.
When in doubt, Ryan it out.
Last fight.
And again, you can see how impactful this poke damage is. It really means Space Station has to be careful about how and when they engage. Especially because they now have to contend with this high ground advantage that naturally is afforded to Falcons. They want to push up though, create some artificial high ground with the pedal. Harvey wants to drop down now. Pressure that Hardy's shield, which really has to be put away awful quick. Once those miniguns start rattling.
Sick TP, wow.
Entirely, they've gone around the Malga. They've taken up the high ground. And now the
Stalker's kind of just biding his time. He did not need to get pulled there. He got pulled way too early. Misplay by Chio. Wow, Chio just... Wow. What the heck, man? Chio kind of threw that. And now Space Station have the ult advantage here with a... Oh, boy.
Right on top of Servajet, they take him out. That is a huge kill.
No healers.
I think you were a little bit worried about, how this Reinhardt would play into the Malga. It's looked pretty good so far.
Vanderfall's there. Can't get back on the safe side of the sim.
Nice wall.
Hawk had nowhere to go. He basically got trapped by the May wall. And that's a pretty impressive time.
A minute 18. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Space Station get the map down and show why they're not afraid to play Ryan almost anywhere.
Hey, yo, guys got a Reaper mask.
TPs, you start getting that Ryan into positions that you normally do not expect. Nobody in the world, I was going to say does it better, but nobody in the world does it at all outside of Space Station.
Still correct.
At the moment. So we'll see now what they decide to do on defense. I think the more interesting thing is what in the world do you do with your Falcons, right? You're going to play like a Sigma and try and move up and methodically take space? Are you going to try the Maga into this? What exactly is kind of the game plan here, right?
Even last year, the Space Station core were playing right hard on Watch Point Gibraltar. Any map, it didn't matter. Because the Symmetra allowed them to circumvent so much of the verticality that they lacked. It allowed them to get Hardy time and time again in positions for this Reinhardt actually to be effective.
And land on proper getting bullied by London. Yes, it's happening all over again. The PTSD flashback.
Reposition the rest of this team on the sim. The damage as it ramps up.
They want to hold the doors too. You love to see it. Humben's like, oh god.
You think it's like, I think that's what we're setting up for.
This is the first game, yes.
As Falcons and Gore will open up. All right.
A Genji, huh?
We're talking a lot about this. Surgeon just throws openings and make a switch here over to the back. But see how this goes against that Ryan.
Early lamp. Wow, well played by Stalker.
Venture is so well suited to this.
They were ready for that one.
Been preferable to Tracer. Look at that! You just tucked out under the hammer swing. Again, Tracer was often the go-to in these brawl compositions, but she couldn't hang in the fight like Venture can. You gotta just drop down, duck up, have some CC as well. Plus good burst damage in a melee that tears you to shreds.
I mean, they fit so great to compositions like this with that Maka. Typically, yeah, you mentioned this would be a spot that occupied by Tracer, but just so much extra damage and whatnot that added survivability as well with the Venture in play. So this will actually be Hadi.
They got them to swap off Ryan. Damn.
They'll keep the May and then bring in a Cassidy.
May will those effective. Cropper though just walks up on them. He won't be denied.
That could be a problem.
To avoid that. Stalker. Drill rushes back to safety.
Oh.
As a May will
Ah yes, dig underground on an ice block. But of course.
Here, you're also just building these support elements, right? Here we go. It's gonna be Hanbin going around the corner.
Dude.
Immortality field fused and now an amp agent.
That's a great stop.
The snipe.
Stalker did get Sparker on the way out. Cassidy is gonna
The slam.
be the real part of this composition that Falcons want to try and dive upon over and over again. Proper now with no threat of that mag grenade or Cassidy headshots in play. Could be that much more.
You may want to consider pulling the blade up. Never mind. Don't need it.
No one really affected by that May ult. Space Station will give up the first checkpoint.
Yeah, you're in an even fight there at one point there, and it just comes down to that Space Station not able to keep Hadi alive, right? They lose Hadi.
I like this for Falcons.
Alive, and one down for Falcons. It's still impossible.
I feel like when there's no Ryan shenanigans, they just feel more comfortable.
Backbone, maybe thinking if Sparker comes back into the fight, you get Landon there as well, and you're able to keep things going.
Oh, he whiffed. The blade. Probably didn't need that cage fight too, but why not?
That is a blade combo with a cage fight, and that is a fight win there for Falcons.
Cage fight synergizes so well with Genji. He does not have
Uh-oh, overextension here though. They really wanted backbone there. Goddamn.
When it comes to Falcons properly capping his checkpoint. Space Station back to 5 here. And a Lucio for the attackers.
Space Station just needs a fight win here in a bad way, right? Because they do end up completing the map at a decent amount of time, right? I know you get a fight win here, you start to burn some clock, you give yourself a real chance of having a better time than Falcons. So Falcons, they back up here a little bit. They're going to play for these double support ults again.
Oh my goodness, the slam! My boy Hanbin is in there, my lord.
Hanbin falls. The immortality field there for Marjet. Not quite enough to keep him standing. He's still a dominant showing from Falcons. It's another checkpoint guaranteed.
And it seems like Space Station is potentially here just trying to get out and test, but the backbone in the ice block and not able to get it though. Is Funny Astro actually.
Oh, Funny Astro.
They're gonna have to go with this, but they've lost backbone already. Accretion connects with Hanbin, but he seems unperturbed. The Stalker gets in the back line and deals with Landon. That venture.
4 minutes.
4 minutes and 13 to play.
And what I was gonna talk about was that Space Station just seems like they're choosing between two pretty bad options in the sense that when the Maga Slam comes in, they were running the Cassidy, so...
Oh, yo, true, yeah. Can we get some... Cam's right. Can we get some likes on the stream? We got 150-ish, give or take, viewers in here. If you didn't already, please give the stream a like. It goes a long way. Help support your boy. Told you, you see Stalker go in there midair? That is a terrifying sight to behold. You see Stalker diving into the ground and Proper's dashing in the air. Holy. And all of a sudden, they're one fight away from having a significantly better time bank. Surely they don't botch this fight, though. Surely not. You have Flux, you have Blizzard. Surely you don't botch this one. Oh no, oh no. Okay, there you go, there you go.
Funny Astro will be staggered simply out on the cart. Use the Sojourn play.
No way, dude.
He has a little bit of mobility. Once that's been exhausted, he's in trouble. Here's a cage fight.
Okay.
Kinetic grasp here from Hardy. Good
They're okay, they're okay, they're okay.
Eventually going to be now a chance of that gravitic flux. Should it be required? It looks like Space Station have been out of hold.
Space Station luck out. Alright. Still in this.
Is to take down that Maga, you need like a whole spawn cycle of players. Space Station makes some changes here, so they'll have the Echo. We've seen the Echo used early on in this series against this type of composition. Now also they'll have a Flux here used in this next fight. So we'll see Flux go with clock right.
Stalker's going back up
in the sky.
They're gonna know about this. Drill Rush used to gain a bit of height here. Cardiac Overdrive in play now. Gravitic Flux will be the answer. Sparking with overclock from that high ground.
Oh, that's not good.
Spark is taken down, but Harmon wants the casualty of that.
Backbone Echo to the rescue, though.
At least able to pick off a player.
I like playing an Echo here. I can respect this decision.
Falcons cannot advance, and now they're at risk of falling behind in time bank.
If they switch off the Venture here, it might just be a little bit harder to the backline. You saw there.
Bunny Asher's on a break here. So now it looks like you're gonna at least have more time in the bank. You've done a good job of weathering the storm here of your Space Station. You need a strong finish. Beat with Blade, gonna be tough to kill proper though, unfortunately.
Good pressure on Bunny Astro, who has to drop down, and Hardy eventually falls to that Blade itself. Backbone Duke Amalga for a time, but he can't hang.
All right, pretty close.
10 seconds separate these two teams.
Woof.
Still, SSG has to, I mean, look, their points A and B defense not great. Even kind of point C all the way towards that end.
Still doable though if you're Space Station. Still doable.
Ultimately, but still able to hold there for,
You just need a clean hold here. Minute's not that much time.
Burn a lot of this clock off, gives them that time bank advantage.
So now you know you maybe probably shouldn't hold right at the door, so you can adjust your strategy accordingly here. Maybe make them waste a little bit of time thinking you're gonna hold the door again. Bait it out. Yo, what's up, Penguin? Yeah, the games are actually on and not technical difficulties.
Space Station defense, but they are going to have to play offense against that Farah once more. They're really necessitated speed. Space Station won't play the Rhino on defense, though. It will be the Sigma. Something far more robust, dependable here for, what only would be a minute and 8 seconds if required.
Yeah, and I was talking about how, you're playing that Cassidy if you're Space Station, when Maga Slam comes in, and you're, in a terrible spot, deciding, okay, what do you do? Keep Cassidy. Sparker on the Sojourn can avoid that a little bit more. Yeah, a little bit
Go to
safer.
the high ground or something.
Yeah, you can dash away from, you see the Maga coming on in. Pretty difficult to miss. So you can kind of dash out of the way, get to a high ground position, get away from that Maga Slam. Maybe it allows them to keep Hardy alive a little bit longer as they'll play close at spawn where yet again.
Last time spawn camp didn't go great. They're trying to do it with a Sigma as well, by the way. It's just about a little bit of time.
Yo, thank you for the one gifted, Cam.
Probably to lose this fight here, but they're giving as good as they get thus far. Literally. Proper margin.
Again, pretty cleanly executed from Falcons here to just absolutely destroy the spawn camp. Stalker is putting in the work with this Venture, man. Oh my goodness. Venture is such a good answer for the spawn door hold. Now he's gonna swap. presumptively to like a Tracer, maybe? Yeah.
So, as soon as the backbone switch to the Echo comes in, you switch over to the Tracer. You get a bit of a, not a huge advantage, right? The Tracer are always pretty strong against Echo. As soon as Echo kind of comes out of the sky, an easy target.
Eyes on the Sojourn here. Sparker is going to have to avoid that Marcus Stone.
If they can get a stop here, though, you're in a good spot if you're SSG. Just need this fight needs to go your way right here, right now.
Occupied by Stalker, who looks to make their way in, and there it is. As the power slide away from the Malga. Now
Shoot that Malga. Okay, that works too. There you go.
The first casualty. He knows Stalker starting to flank behind, but this means Backbone has a bit more freedom to pressure. Harmon exposes his back to the Echo. And that's an easy pick.
And that's that.
Nobody able to get to grips with this Sojourn here in Space Station.
A minute 18's not a lot of time, but very doable. Oh, for the Astro.
But Falcons can't exploit that. Geo now eventually the beats run out for Team Falcons.
No, surely they don't churn this. Surely not. Surely they don't. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. They haven't won yet. Oh my god. No way. Oh boy.
Air Matrix is in play, but Harmon seems to be able to play out of line of sight of it. Yes, on the low ground away from that damage amp.
Oh, the deflect is disgusting! Oh my god, dude. Bruh. Oh man, that's rough. Jeez, dude.
Yeah, I mean, should have been it, right? You had that later sound barrier.
That absolutely should have been the round. Wow. Yikes. That probably just costed them the map.
And now, Proper's got a blade. You're going to have Sparker coming huge here with this overclock.
Or at least get away from the blade. Here it comes. Land of the first target. Even able to get Immortality killed out, but that gets cleaned up pretty darn quickly. Proper able to play behind some of that attacking Baptiste utility.
They used those those DPS ults came out way too early, man.
Over-aggressing at this point would be devastating.
Oh boy, are we looking at a snowball? We're looking at a snowball, boys. This is not good.
Space Station no choice but try and regroup for one more crack at this, but Kane's fight is available for Hanbin. They can't touch.
Another point for Falcons. Damn, bro.
Not ideal. You want to kind of like push up and fight like that.
They have just sound barrier. Falcons have 4 ults. They are digging themselves into a big hole right now. They're so close.
This looked like potentially a point A hold, which is now looking like Falcon potentially runs down the map.
Still opting not to hold the pulse bomb for the cage fight. Maybe a little bit easier to stick it there.
Cage fight incoming. The slam. Oh! Oh, he got rocked. He got rocked. That's big. Okay, okay. You're in business now.
Who steps up in his stead? Geo with the sound barrier kept Harmon standing as well as the Immortality build. That's enough room for the Malga to pick off the Echo.
Gotta hit the shots. There it is. There you go.
Won't be denied. Fantastic Cassidy work. Harmon gets out of the flux, but eventually gets brought down. This town ain't big enough for the two of them. Space Station.
But man, you're looking at a tough task ahead of you here.
You know, Space Station obviously finished with a better time bank, but that is a brutal one, right? One where you look like you can get a point A hold, potentially in a fantastic spot to tie the series up. They got that fight win there, and then they kind of run down. You know, they don't complete the match, right? Thankfully for Space Station, but they get it past that second checkpoint, which is quite brutal given the situation they were in.
The prospects for Space Station.
All right, so the question now is, are you going to try and just full send it on Ryan and hope for the best, or are we going to go to the SIG and hope that Sparker plays out of his mind?
Sure. It took a little bit more.
Or, alternatively, we try Malga of our own and throw him off.
And that's something that gets put to the test here in extra innings more than any other point. It's about that first checkpoint. Unfortunately, Falcons have made it even harder for you by just how far they've been able to get, and they will instead opt to play the Venture over the Fara here, man.
Are Falcons going to go at the door this time?
Then obviously something in the comms, they decide to go back.
Doesn't look like it.
Make this change. Maybe they feel like.
Oh, maybe.
Let's say you play this Fara-based composition, you lose a fight, you're going to switch off of it anyway. Where the clock is.
Risky to play right here. Okay, nope, there it is. Going to the door.
Composition for Falcons. Once they get the ultimates, once you get cage fight cage fight blade, you're good to go, right? You feel like it's an automatic.
Okay, Mauga for Space Station. I like the change-up. Throw him off. You have not played any Mauga this series yet.
Space Station here want to try and circumvent an all-in brawl straight out.
High risk, high reward play here.
Space Station. So we were wondering, like, will we actually see like a Mauga v Mauga matchup you actually do here early on? And it's actually the comp they were playing with the Reinhardt, but instead of the Reinhardt, they're playing Mauga.
This is anti-venture positioning as well. They don't want to run in and take a full fight straight out.
Sacrifice the space. Anbin's in a really weird place. He's gotta die here, surely, right?
That's the immortality field.
Okay, you're good. You're good. You're good. Now they feed on cart.
Afford that with 37 seconds left. Sim starts to ramp up here. You can see just how devastating it is to Mauga as it is anyone else. Chico there just getting picked off. Backbone.
Wait, fielder.
I mean, you burn more than a minute of clock, right? So this is actually, you know, obviously Space Station, you get the part rolling, everybody claps, but it's actually pretty good for Falcons.
Everybody clap, okay.
Where
Big differential here, though. Funny Astra way ahead of Chio for a sound barrier. Really important.
Right? But where the kind of golden box of victory is, I mean, you're giving yourself a 4-fight potential here.
I just pray it doesn't come out too early.
This time, no different story, because Space Station have nowhere else to go. And Matrix is there. Falcons try.
They need it now. Or maybe not. Okay, they're good. Didn't have to use it. Nice, nice, nice.
You might have cause to get a little more excited.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Space Station here is you win.
They're gonna get point here too, so Landon should be able to get back quicker.
That is just inevitable, right? So what you see from Falcons is proper go pretty deep. They're trying to make a play onto the way player get Funny Asher to have to drop that beat minute. Then even if you lose that fight, you come back to play. But being able to hold on that sound barrier for Funny Astro is enormous.
And Matrix here is strong for Falcons, especially when they have the high ground. Space Station don't have the option just to get off the card here. We are in overtime. For the slimmest second, if they were to leave, the round would end. That TP there.
Lot of ults on the board. Who will execute? Oh, you lost your BAP so early. Blade still hasn't come out. Oh, that's it. That's that. Unfortunate. They were so close. Space Station were so close to holding that on point A. So close. It was right there. They lost a 5v3, man. Oh.
Landon so fast. At that time, you have no Baptiste. What are you forced to do? You're forced to use the sound barrier to kind of keep everybody alive. As soon as the sound barrier comes down, cage fight, keep everybody in place. The beat kind of wears off a little bit, and then a huge blade from Proper to seal the deal.
Might have been a bona fide 5k there for Proper. I think he got landed at the start of that fight with a little melee. We see why cage fight is so synergistic with what Genji tries to do, and Tracer to some degree. Which is why we were a little surprised to see Stalker pulse sort of before that ultimate came down, but a very minor thing.
Majet is a very clutch player, yes.
Sort of picked up there. I think, you know, Falcons really wanted to brawl and they wanted to spawn camp. Space Station knew it. They played around that pretty elegantly.
Yes, but I do feel like that venture is extremely good.
What a map that was, though.
In combination with
literally one fight, and that goes completely different.
The amount of damage that comes down, you know, between Venture and Mauga Stomp.
This is nerfed Mauga, by the way.
Yeah. And then Proper with a dash. I mean, it is just lots of burst damage that there's almost no answer to. So really sick comp. For you know, SSG fan supporters, this game's actually been pretty close, you know, all throughout. So I think you feel pretty good about it. Now I expect them to fully pick one of the escort maps. I think, you know, whichever escort map they probably feel the best about in the pool.
Sad it looks like another 3 Overwatch. I mean, the game is not necessarily over yet.
At any point here for SSG, with a substitution now.
Ambit and Majed out. Smurf Fielder back in.
Just taking a look, it looks like everybody on SSG got up, so not sure if we're going to see some subs for them, but I know seeing Sermajed get up, seeing Huntman probably leave, it'll be a different map.
What I think of Tree, really awesome player. I wish he was a bit older so he could have been around for some more events, but what can you do?
나갈 수 있어. 나 차 이러면 차. We can go. 빼고 ATP. 3, 2, 1. I'm almost 파. 루시원. 리피트. 앞에 왔어. 쌤, 러비, 쌤. 알람피오. 아노. 나이스, 마오가. 나이스.
나이스.
Yeah, winning moments here for Team Falcons. Unlucky, some might say. Obviously, SSG.
That was
they
not luck or unluck.
Well,
That
you
was
know,
skill.
the good old Genji 5K to close it all out.
This has been a great map
Frankly, though, it was
or match.
incredibly impressive what both of these teams have showed there. You know, SSG, they set themselves up well there. They had more
Yeah, Tree's old enough now. I'm saying I wish he was a bit older back in the day, so he could have been a part of more things.
Falcons on the back of incredible individual performances.
I mean, individually, right? When you're counter picking Falcons to force Stalker to play Tracer. That's the position you're in. You're forcing Stalker to play his best hero, and that's like the progression you've accomplished so far in the series in terms of breaking this meta comp with the Genji and the Venture. I mean, for me, Falcons have this in the bag. I don't think there's a pick that's going to change this. I think this is on Space Station's regroup and deliver their best. I thought the Sim was really their last hope, and to be honest, they made a lot of great plays with the Sim, especially against Hanbin Sigma. I think they really executed well. Hadi had only...
I gotta give a lot of credit to Falcons, though, because early on I was a little worried about them.
In the good matchup against Sigma.
This Rhine was a problem.
As soon as the manga comes out, okay.
The shatters were nice, but they adjusted.
I like the idea
They adjusted, they didn't get boomed.
Spices on first point. Sure, you
They
can
stuck
win,
with
but
it.
Overtime. You've got to stay on the card forever. Yeah, Landon dies before beat, but I can't overstate how impossible that situation is for SSG. You're forced to come across this close sight line. Genji's right on top of you. If you beat early,
I'm not sure Phoenix. We'll see where things go.
They're just going to disengage from you, come back 2 seconds later, and wipe you without one of the most important ults in the game. So for me, Falcons just putting on a tactical masterpiece. I think they are the team to beat right now in the tournament. I think even Crazy Raccoon has to be looking at Falcons as a serious, serious threat.
Yeah, but you're seeing how the compositions evolve throughout even this map alone, of course. Space Station Gaming coming out, playing the Reinhardt composition, while Falcons is playing the Pharah with the Life Weaver. And then Falcons saying, we're just going to stick to the Mauga composition. We feel really comfortable with this Venture composition against SSG, even bringing the Reinhardt in spawns, right? So SSG here, I feel like that was their silver bullet, like Mitch mentioned, with the Symmetra and the Reinhardt. In many ways, that was maybe their hidden strategy that they could pull out here on a map like this. Maybe you learn something from that, but I do think that throughout this tournament, you need some kind of variant on Mauga, because on a lot of these points, Mauga is just so good, and I don't feel like you can get away playing the Sigma and playing the Reinhardt. Now, not at all times. You don't have to use one trick Mauga. There is some Sigma variations that could work out. I could see them bring out the Reinhardt in the future, but maybe if you're Space Station Gaming, maybe it's some variation of Symmetra, because Symmetra has been a staple pillar of their arsenal for like years now because of their proficiency, Sparker, you know, with the teleports. Not sure about the Mei. I don't think that's going to work out. I guess the level of dive that we're seeing from Falcons, right? But I feel like the silver bullet has been used from Space Station Gaming, and now we'll see if they can cook up something more as this series develops, but also throughout the tournament, because there is a lower bracket. You want to learn as much as you can, get as much intel as you can, and build on that.
What did your cat do, Vulcan? What happened?
Develop. We're going to see what teams do to adapt, and that is going to be so crucial. What do you do next here if you are SSG?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big question, right? Here, again,
PGE is goated. I'm glad he made it to a LAN.
Gets to pick not just the map, but also the map type. Where do you want to take it? Are you going to any map where you know, like, your Symmetra comps are really going to look good? Or is that too exploitable? Because it's not like Team Falcons don't know that that's coming their way.
I mean, I think for me, what I want to see SSG try is cutting the hit scan. I feel like what Falcons have shown is that hit scan is not the meta right now. It's not necessary. It's not even strong. It's actually a vulnerability, right? If you have anyone who can be caught, Venture, Genji, Mauga, they will catch them.
Wow,
I like the choice of
New Junk City. Oh god, this cursed map.
You know, hybrids, the more superior map pick. This is like desperation. Pick something that really favors your style. I think though this shows to me.
I hate New Junk City, man. But it might be just what they need because everyone hates playing this.
Maybe a Sim Bastion, something of that variety, something they haven't fully committed to yet. Maybe
I think so, ZG. Yeah.
Bastion and Sigma could work. But in the end, I think the DPS flexibility from Falcons...
If SSG reverse sweeps, I'll get 50 memberships. Well, now I have a reason to want SSG to win. Damn. Don't die, chat.
Whatever they've come out on. I also want to highlight Surmajet. I think a lot of
nah, New Junk City's definitely more cursed.
Criticized him when he comes in and said,
so many teams blew a 2-0 lead on that map.
He's putting on a monster performance on the Batiste. Yeah, he's played Alari in the past, played Zen. We know he's an incredibly good flex support player. I think Majet has looked incredibly good every time he comes in. Even hearing him in the team comes there, he's comfortable coming. He's making his calls. He's getting the team in position,
World
talking about what he
champion.
wants to do.
That's
Well,
world
that's what they
champion.
said. That's what they said.
You're questioning a player who's world champion. In every other team he's been on, he's looked like one of the very best players. It's only because, I mean, it's like you're in a team that sometimes benches Hanbin, other times benches Smurf. That's the situation Falcons are in. Even the bench players are world champion tier players.
They got a luxury bench. Like, there's no doubt about
it's
that.
disgusting.
I'm definitely interested to see if they're facing off against, let's say, Crazy Raccoon. Will Sir Majed also see playtime there? Because some might argue, like, you know, if you're very confident in what you can do against your opponent, you might give other players more reps. So far,
Why is UB on tank? It's because they don't have a tank player. And Labda, who was supposed to play tank in place of him, couldn't make it to Dallas because of visa issues. So they're trading between Skyripple and UB as their tank player.
We're getting ready for our next match, and for all the action, we once again hand it over to our friends, our casters, our words,
Yes, they're
many
friends and
words, all of
casters,
those
Zoe.
things.
Superlatives. Surely you can do better than that. My goodness.
Our
friends.
wonderful wordsmiths.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yes, yes.
Jake is so good.
Yeah, you did really good there.
Great. That was
nice
great,
job,
Jake.
Jake.
Nice job.
Thumbs up to you. Okay.
I
so
don't think Johnny said anything for the last like 3 minutes.
Did he? I mean, if he did, I didn't hear it.
I just copied what Mitch said, like the silver bullet thing. I took that from you.
Yeah, that was good. It's good. Yeah, I like that. See, there you go. Let's have a look at our substitutions heading into our next.
That is a very outdated
Because,
command,
of
yes.
course, for SSG, they are running out of room to make it happen. Unsurprisingly, we saw Majed leave the stage earlier on. He loves to hype the crowd up when he comes in, when he leaves. Fielder will take his place, and I suspect that Smurf is also going to be coming in here for Falcons.
Yeah, like Jake mentioned, it's kind of, yeah, you play on a team that swaps Smurf out of the lineup, which is pretty rare. Same with Hot and Bin, so to see Sir Magetta, and he's had great success for a lot of different teams that he's been on, right? So kind of figure out a way to utilize him on this roster, which they have.
It didn't seem hard. I mean, the Baptiste is very solid. We know Fielder can play it, but Majed, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. New Junk City is an interesting choice. You know, we've talked about how so many teams, right, would obviously go.
I don't know, Cam. It's just a meme at this point.
Yeah, maybe there is a next level to the Symmetra, Reinhardt, different compositions that you have cooked up. The Bastion's a pretty decent shot. I think that was Jake on the desk making that point. I think the Bastion, potentially an interesting look, but that also feels like that's something that...
Oh yeah, Slay played tank too, didn't he? It doesn't matter. Regardless, they all suck.
Pretty hard to solve when there's these TPs that come from very random areas. It's kind of hard to...
I'm all in on Crazy Raccoon, personally.
Individuals from getting picked off. Their tank from getting run up on, your backline getting flattened.
I wish FTG made it here. How you only gonna let 2 teams from Asia make it, brother?
Also did experiment a lot with the sim play, with like the Rhine comps. And found some success there. Their matchup against Hardy's team at the time, obviously that London core was very compelling as both teams were trying to use Symmetra to outmaneuver each other. I don't think Falcons are locked into the mirror here on New Junk City. Last chance saloon.
Striker's pretty properly rated. All right, here we go. Upper bracket finals on the line here, or trip to upper bracket, I should say. It's funny how PGE makes land and ends up on the shock, and Violet doesn't.
Kind of look through the roster of teams here, not many are. You're going to make noise if you're Space Station Gaming. I think, though, this is important. They talked a little bit about this on the desk. It feels like you need a MAGA look, right? You can't probably get...
Yeah, maybe, Cam. It's been a while since I've made one of those. Maybe another one is in order. Another under-over properly rated video.
This is kind of competition thing would run the Reinhardt with, but just having the MAGA in play.
Stalker again on the venture. That's right, that variation. Just switching the MAGA for Ryan, still having that Sim TP availability, and Kiriko is here for Landon.
Yeah, and I'd love to know, yesterday when we saw Falcons, and we were talking about it in the back earlier today, like, they look so good running this competition with Yana in the mix, and today they've dropped Yana a lot, right? They've gone with the Baptiste in a lot of these different kind of competitions.
Yeah, a bit of a adjustment for them, I think. Maybe just really fancying having some form of immortality. Kiriko, maybe not.
In my opinion, it's got to be 3 Asia, 2 NA, 3 EU.
Both sides here, Falcons threatening to capture the point with Proper being sent down there. And he's able to get it. So Space Station needs to use Proper's absence now to their advantage. And Immortality Field getting picked off very early for Falcons, though. A little bit concerning. Sparker dives on Indo. Good pressure on Smurf.
I mean, I could technically make.
just prior by Stalker, who really isn't favored in the matchup against Venture.
Proper, there is not a fight that
A really close 2-0 though, Math. It has been a very, very good series.
no, really more aggressive than a lot of the other Genjis that we've seen in the past, right? He will, dash on in.
This has been a damn close 2-0. One of the closest I've seen in a while.
Falcons. They also build up. I mean, they have one more fight here on this point, right? Space Station double support ult, but still, they might only have one extra fight here on this first point.
They've got Blade to work with here, and Proper's probably feeling better only having to deal with Kiriko and then Suzu instead of the Immortality field. But demands attention to be removed. Here's Stalker, goes ahead of the Ant Matrix right now. All of Space Station playing together on the low ground. They've not gotten value from the Kitsune Russian. Oh, yet! Near Stalker, popped up, looking good, but that was a fantastic stop from Hardy.
Oh, that's a very dead SSG.
Nightmare for Space Station. They're all far too low to be involved any further in this fight. Sparker knows he may as well feed himself to the beast.
SSG in the first two maps, they damn near took the first two maps of the series. It was really close.
There towards the end, so slight advantage potentially for Space Station Gaming coming into our second flashpoint, but having nobody die, right? Being able to run over there rather quickly, the nice spawn advantage here. Falcons.
The winner of this tournament should get an extra seed for the region. See, I don't think a team like Falcons or Crazy Raccoon would want that though, because that just means tighter competition. That's an aggressive cage match. Wow. Good stuff, boys.
Yes, Hardy's been doing a nice job in terms of, Falcons obviously wants to set pace. Smurf goes in with a slam, and Hardy ends up using a slam kind of back into Smurf, into his back line. It's a long distance immortality field thrown in there for Falcons pretty consistently right after Smurf, right? You throw that immortality field in, keeps the Maga alive, Maga cardiac overdrive, regen first, you start to cycle those abilities yet again.
Here comes Falcons on the retake attempt. Ant Matrix up for Fielder. Bailey will have his in a moment too. Here comes Smurf, looking for a stomp here, has to go through the Ant Matrix. He gets past it already though. Now Space Station can't use it whatsoever. Sound barrier being drawn out, Chio doesn't have his yet. Yes, cage fight for Falcons though. Chio can't get bit in time. That's two lost fights in a row, that's a flashpoint virtually, give it up.
It's a really nice symbol there from Backbone. So Smurf's cage fight does negate Landon's Ant Matrix on the other side, right? But that cage fight comes down, and then that sim wall comes in from Backbone, kind of splits everybody off. As for Falcons,
They're gonna back off and get ready for next point. Okay, so evened up just like that.
You get broken up, so you're not gonna end up using that ability there. They're gonna give it up, and now you're gonna see them bring the Ana into
Fielder with Ana, interesting. Nade can be of good use here. Isn't really anything to block it. Can kind of throw it wherever they TP.
Again, cardiac overdrive, nullified to some degree by the grenade.
But the nade there has to be really good follow-up from these nades for it to be worth it.
What about lining one up there?
Proper and Stalker have gotta be on it like right away. Because Landon's just gonna give you more sustain. Okay, so that was really good. See, that's what I mean. That was solid. The follow-up needs to be there, otherwise this should be Space Station. It's all about who wins, the sustain or the Bionades. Bionades win out this round.
fast fight win there for Falcons. You start to work through these chokes, right? Without a sim TP, so that's going to actually see Landon switch over to the
Okay, yeah, Kiri's a good swap, I think.
Both players get hit with that bio right away. It was smart.
Clean up that nade.
Had to use that immortality field straight away. As soon as it's gone, I mean, both those players are dead, right? So you're better off with the cleanse here.
Also landed off the back, takes a good start here for Falcons.
Ooh, dangerous.
Stalker clears TP away.
Oh, the snipe! God, the range on that is so misleading sometimes.
He's locked himself in with the beast.
He got nanoed as well. Yeah, there's no chance for you there.
Unkillable with extra durability. The charge in is good. Straight to the back line here, and even a power slide. Won't get Sparker out of harm's reach. That's another one for Falcons.
Stagger the Curie as well.
One last chance to have any sort of fight on this flashpoint.
It's like that's a really fast nano build from Fielder as well, right?
It's like one and a half fight. Yeah,
Give me Mayhem Boston swaps. Dude, that game was epic. Just like after every round, honestly, after every fight felt like a swap was happening.
Get to walk through these chokes, right? You're gonna get
Literal rock, paper, scissors nonsense. Backbone doesn't even get a chance to set up shop.
What a pick. Space Station exposed themselves.
Early
They
beat.
have to go to the point, but Sparker finds a fantastic rail on Proper. Sound barrier now down for Funny Astro, but it has done its job.
This is a really, really costly fight.
It does come in a sound barrier here. For whatever reason, Falcons think they can win that fight.
I don't... maybe Smurf shouldn't have used that. Okay, it kind of works out for Space Station there. Hope you're ready for Blade, though.
Falcons, so maybe it's an opportunity for Space Station to get themselves back into the game. I think you're going to be able to, if you're in Falcons, right, you can either build up towards this Nano Blade on the other side, right? You know there's no beat. You can opt to go in without the Nano, but you build up the Nano so fast, right? You know, have Smurf go around the corner, take some damage, and you're already there.
Okay.
All right, Nano Blade is a possibility here. There it is. Good Suzu, but that's not nearly enough.
Sparker going to be dropped low. That's 3 for Proper now. And Hardy will be mincemeat. Just landed left alive, and nothing Space Station can do. Falcons very quickly reestablish themselves in this map. And it just took the Blade from Proper.
Yeah, this sim is not getting the value you'd like it to. A lot of the time, Backbone's getting picked before there's any time to really set up.
Never really kind of misses with that Blade. Is now Fielder actually goes over.
Yeah, what do you make of that?
So,
And unfortunately as well, with like the DPS Falcons are running, they can often just like run by the shield anyway.
Kitsune Rush, you can actually shoot so fast. Yeah, you know, like jungle players. Inventions is really strong. So with that, go ultimate as well as Sparkle finds one off the rip. This is going to be the sim wall. Split players up.
And really focused Hardy there. Smurf goes deep for that kill.
Smurf, you're dead.
Who was able to pop on the start of that fight. Fielder in a bit of a compromising position. That's to put it lightly. Will get to go down. Slows this down a little bit. Chigo won't be picked off, and we'll be able to get Falcons back in position.
And also Fielder can be very aggressive here with Proper into the backline, right? With Proper. Now
Afara.
Here, so.
Proper's already 60 to another Blade, my god.
Also, I mean, there's not really like a great response from it on the other side.
Well, there's no roof here like there is on Bomb Slams. Junkyard a bit more open top, so they can play through that. Hardy though, cage fight.
Oh man, the angle from Stalker there was disgusting. Wow.
They used both their support ultimates. They were convinced they had the answer in this fight.
Hardy's popping off though.
Easy. Forcing Stalker away. Gonna hold on to the
Shoot the Kiri, the Kiri! Kill that Kiri! Man, they had to kill that Kiri quicker than that. Oh, sure, that works, Stalker. Why not?
Maybe so bold.
There's no beat for Blade here, so here we go again.
Getting that type of position. So, and also, I mean, what you know, you're not going to get an incredible value out of Rocket Barrage. Right? You get that kill, split the point. You prevent them from coming back with a support or a TP.
In theory, that's what it should be. 5-where, yeah. Blade. Gotta hit a shot here. Can't. They'll have one more touch, but they don't have anything. And you got Backbone on Tracer. They're gonna press W as well.
And they're gonna get at least 3 players with the Blade every single time. You're in for a rough go as Space Station probably with another chance to get towards the point, but it's gonna be the rush.
Oh, that's it. Backbone's gonna touch, but that's it.
Backbone gets there, but won't be able to complete it. It'll be staved off. And who else can stand up in his absence? There has to be a recall. Backbone doing everything he can to try and keep this round going, but it might be too much to ask. Landon gets there. Swift step to get to the point. Malga, neutral knockdown as Hardy now will fall. Cardiac overdrive.
3-0 for Falcons. There you have it.
No chance for Space Station. Falcons advance in the upper bracket.
It's funny, it's almost this exact team swept Atlanta Reign, yeah.
Really good showing here for Falcons. I think some of the
well, I gotta say, for a 3-0, that was a pretty intense match. That was That was not an easy cakewalk by any means.
From them throughout the series. I think it's
Falcons are showing they're legit though. I mean, there's a lot of doubts about them, and they're making people eat their words. They looked good. Not an easy 3-0 by any means.
Who now can stand against these APAC representatives? The #1 seed from EMEA has been...
I'm not motivated to watch these matches. Feels like I've read the manga. That is hilarious.
The top team from APAC quite yet. Our attention now must fall to Toronto Defiant.
All right, Toronto.
For the West.
Here's your moment to shine. You're up next.
Era of dominance.
Yeah, I mean, the next match will be awesome, right? Seeing Toronto go against Tracer Raccoon. I think that is going to be an extremely close game. I also wouldn't, discredit Space Station Gaming. Obviously, they don't win the series. They get 3-0'd. But there were moments at time, though, where it weren't like... Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen 3-0s that are like, okay, this is like...
Is Dragon Blade insanely overpowered? No, absolutely not.
This is a 3-0 that was pretty competitive all throughout, right? I think the real one
Proper he's just playing it well. Got a good read on what's going on. He's one of the best for a reason. Yo, it's Winton. I see Winton in the background.
Ultimately, kind of the series decided there in map number 2.
Circuit Royal, New Junk City, both look really competitive.
I think Toronto can be competitive. Probably not. I'd say it's a 3-1 or a 3-0, personally. I don't think Toronto are as stacked. That's my main issue.
Thanks so much, guys. Everyone, give it up for your poor performance of the match player. We got Proper from Team Falcons. Amazing, amazing stuff. Another great victory for Team Falcons. I mean, I have to ask, it seemed like you didn't have much problem.
Even with 3 of the defending champs, yeah, I still feel that way.
Falcons prepare for this match. 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 또 POTM도 같이 축하드리도록 하겠습니다. 거기다가 또 오늘 경기도 또 어떻게 보면 좀 손쉽게 3대0으로 이기시게 되셨는데 오늘 경기 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨나요?
일단 엔세 경기보다 좀 덜 빡셌던 것 같아요.
덜 빡셌나?
네, 그래가지고 그냥 생각보다 수월하게 이어가지고 딱히 준비는 별로 안 했고 그냥 엔세보다 못한다. 딱 이 한마디. 엔세 better than SSG.
ENCE is better than SSG. Yeah, I mean, Proper just said not much preparation needed because it was a lot easier than their match against Team ENCE. So like you guys heard, he said Proper did say ENCE is better than Space Station Gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah. One final question. We're seeing a lot of different comps from Team Falcons. You guys can literally play all the comps in Overwatch right now. But Proper, in your eyes, what do you think is Team Falcon's strongest composition if you have to pick one? 자, 일단 팀 팔콘스를 지금까지 보니까 굉장히 다양한 조합을 너무나도 잘하고 계신데 이제 제가 봤을 때 프로퍼 선수가 개인적으로 봤을 때 우리 팀은 이 조합은 정말 잘한다라는 조합이 있다면 어떤 게 있을까요?
아무래도 제가 겐지를 좀 자신 있어 하고.
Reminder for some likes, chat. Like the stream if you're enjoying, chat. We still got 3 more games to go.
사이클 이런 거 다 제가 주도적으로 할 수 있어가지고 겐지 넣은 조합이 좀 자신 있는 것 같아요.
Probably have to say a composition that utilizes Genji because Genji is one of my strongest heroes, and also when I play Genji, I'm able to sort of take the lead when it comes to alt cycling or sort of.
The uncoachable episode after this tournament is going to be rough for Christopher. It might be.
Everybody give it up one more time for Proper. Thank you so much for the interview. Now let's head back to the desk for the winning moment.
Thank you so much, Danny, and of course Proper getting the portrait performance of the match twice now. One a day, I guess.
He's used to it.
He's used to it. Yeah, it's just another day in the office for this man. Let's talk about how he got it done, because quite frankly, Proper's just been so freaking.
That's a stat line if I've ever seen one. That is a stat line of all time.
I mean, even in the past, every time he busted it out, even if it may have been
51 final blows as Genji.
He made it look optimal, and now he's just wilding out there. He's having a field trip.
I mean, Proper's Genji is a serious beast to behold. I think he's one of the very best in the world on the hero. You pair that with a player like Smurf on tank, supports like Fielder and Chio. I mean, the consistency is really unmatched on Genji, a hero that historically has always struggled with consistency, always struggled with continuing to deliver fight after fight, being too reliant on the Dragon Blade. Those criticisms are just falling on deaf ears when it comes to Prophet.
Yeah, but looking at SSG, this performance though, I feel like they were building towards something. I feel like they learned a lot from this series. Yes, they go down in a 3-0 fashion, but Falcons is looking like, of course, a top 2 team right now with Crazy Raccoon. We saw this Mauga come out from SSG here on Circuit Real, but also on New Junk City. And we saw that Backbone still was playing the Symmetra. This is pretty much what I called for in the game break. I think they need to build on this Symmetra. This is pure brawl. And, you know, historically, Space Station, they have been really strong on these brawl competitions. They can't match.
Oh yeah, like every map of the series was tense.
It's so hard to come out and play Venture and Genji like this. And it's truly one of the unique things that Falcons can push up. So,
in the end, the better team just wins, though. That's just how it goes. No shame in losing this one if you're SSG. I mean, it's Falcons. This team is supposed to be the best, or one of the best.
Just play stuff you haven't practiced, right? We know that Space Station, they know how to brawl. They're really good when it comes to the Symmetra teleporters and utilizing getting the most out of that hero. I'm not saying it's the most optimal, but it's what Space Station does best. And in the lower bracket now, they need to do what they do best. And I think they can build on that composition on New Junk City, even though they go down.
I mean, looking at the winners here, though, Team Falcons, Jake, obviously the composition is something we've talked a lot about these past 2 days now, but looking at the way they're approaching those team fights and how they're closing out points on Flashpoint, for example, that really is a sight to behold.
Yeah, I think Falcons have really mastered the Flashpoint, one of our newest game modes in Overwatch. You look at the way they close out points, always at the end of the round, they are nowhere near the point as they control it. They know you're going to send somebody to touch the point. It's overtime. If you don't, you're done. So it's a foregone conclusion. You'll be sending one player to touch the point. The other four
Hey, thank you for the super chat, Math. As I just gonna dominate the lower bracket, and they're gonna win it all. I appreciate the cope and the dono.
By the time the clock ticks up that far, Falcons just has you dead to rights, really. And I don't think there's really a response. You just can't let them get that close to capping the Flashpoint. For me, I think Falcons looks like the best team right now. I think Proper's skill on the Genji. I mean, this is your quote hit scan player, right? This is your quote hit scan player.
He's super flex. He's a hyper flex.
Exactly.
SSG is going to dominate the lower bracket. They are going to win it all.
Using hit scan, I think hit scan is not really strong right now. I think with what the Falcons have shown, I think this is the meta. I think Crazy Raccoon, Toronto Defiant, maybe these are the teams with players like
If Toronto wins versus Crazy Raccoon is in an upset, yes, 100%.
Big believer in what Falcons are pulling out, and I think it's going to make Hitscan very hard to use this tournament. And this is the value of having players like this who aren't limited to one small subset of heroes. This is going to be the challenge for teams like Space Station. You can play Sim and Hitscan. I think you're just destined to lose on those heroes. I don't think they have what it takes. I think Sim is a huge liability without ultimate. I don't think TP really works. I don't think you really get charged in the map.
I felt like Astro and Backbone died a lot first on that final map.
Let's actually take a look at the bracket because, of course, now that Falcons won this, they're finding themselves in the upper bracket final, and that means they're now waiting for the next opponent. It could be Crazy Raccoon, it could be Toronto Defiant. Which of the two teams has better chances going up against them? Because they likely will not be utilizing a Symmetra.
Okay, Jake,
what are they going to roll out?
I'll give you a breather here. I think that Crazy Raccoons are probably going to be Toronto Defiant, and we'll see that matchup. So you don't have to say it, Jake. We'll see the two Korean teams play against each other.
So what do you want to see from them, though?
From who?
From any of them. Like, do you think? I mean, obviously, Crazy Raccoons, they're not gonna try for a Symmetra comp to take down what they've seen from Team Falcons. So, what are Crazy Raccoons doing in order to take down?
I think that's a really good question because as good as Lip is, and I think he's the best hit-scan player in the world, this is a thing repeatedly with Falcons now. They are pretty much the only team in the tournament that can play this Venture Genji Brawl composition to its absolute potential.
I hope it's not 3 Overwatch. I really hope not. I'm praying that there's some kind of good game in the works today, like somehow. Like the Overwatch gods are
So they
cooking.
have to find perhaps an alternate composition to deal with what Falcons is playing right now. And I think that is why some of us are saying that Falcon is probably the best team in the tournament right now, because we haven't seen a team find a solution to what they're currently playing. Crazy Raccoon would be the team, though, that could put up a really solid fight against them.
But first, they have to take down Toronto Defiant. That is going to happen right after the break, or maybe it's not happening, actually. We're about to find out. First things first, quick break for all of us, and then we're back with all the action, so don't go anywhere.
Also, Chad, I do apologize if I'm kind of looking off at my phone a lot today. There's kind of just some personal stuff going on, so I'm kind of like attending to that at the same time while doing this, so. Just in case you're wondering, it's not that like I'm purposely not focusing on what's going on. I'm kind of just focusing on two things at once. Oh, jeez. Stand up for a second here. I made that mistake yesterday of not stretching the legs enough, so my knees were killing after the stream. So, gotta make sure we're moving around, not in the same place for too long. Yes, sir. Yeah, it should be all good. I'm looking at the script. He's figuring out who will win. Ah, yes, but of course. What I would give for a Ryan Junk meta. All you need to do is make a time machine and go back to 2018 and watch teams on Lijiang Control Center, and there you go, man. I mean, hey, I'd probably jump in there at the time machine with you. I missed that. Ryan Junk on Control Center was epic. Ryan, Zarya, Junkrat. Back when gameplay was honest and hilarious to watch. There's a lot of guys where I say, I wish they played during GOATs. So many. I wish we got to see Fraggy in GOATs because, like, Ryan Specialist. I wish we got to see, like, a more motivated Fissure play in GOATs. Hottie would be cool. The contradictor say I like honest Overwatch, but I also like DPS Doom. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I hate DPS Doom as a support player, but I recognize that it's hard to get value out of DPS Doom, so... In a way, it's kind of honest, especially if you're playing Doom when he wasn't that good. Well, you could watch Alarm and GOATs just in contenders. There's gameplay. You know what's kind of sick? Watching DPS Doom when teams were starting to play triple DPS into GOATs. Like watching Shanghai, like Youngjin play Doomfist and a couple other guys. That was really fun. I remember the Charge randomly played it like one time too. Like they played Doom. Like a Doom GOATs variant, and like they took Spark 5 maps before losing to them. God. There were so many sick Doom players back then, bro.
So slick, so clean. Overwatch 2's latest collab with Porsche.
Oxel, like even Bozzy was like really good. Like I think of all those Doom players in that playoff meta. Libero. Man, Eileen, Fitz.
All you have to do is sign up for this giveaway, and in how many days from now? 2 days from now or something, you will be, or someone will be announced.
Oh God, math. That sounds
so also, of course, make sure
hilarious, but also
socials
terrifying.
to stay updated on whether or not you won the 911 speaker from Porsche.
Nice.
It is so nice.
This design. So cool.
I want this.
It's just so clean. I love how clean everything is.
So anti-slip stand. Who doesn't want to speak with anti-slip stand?
That's right. Won't be slipping.
I'm
That's
telling you.
If Toronto loses this, what are your thoughts on them versus ENCE? I'll take them over ENCE, I think.
Make sure to get in on the fun. Speaking of fun things that you can win,
SSG do in fact play M80, yes.
Account to your favorite streaming platform to get some pure incentives. That's right, we have drops once again.
Drops?
As always, drops.
We're all winners.
There's some good ones in here too.
Oh yeah.
I love the icons.
You know, we've talked a lot about the name cards. Shout out to the Ash skin. I know we don't see a ton of Ash these days.
You want to see Soon on Sojourn? I miss that guy.
It's a fun hit scan. Bob. Who doesn't love Bob? Like, if you love Bob, or
Coco saying that he wished Season 2 Fusion kept Hotbot. That would have been awesome.
Actually, I saw an Ash just this morning.
You did?
Yeah, and Danny's standing by with said Ash right now. Let's hear what they have to say.
Because as much as I love Carpe, he was not the greatest Zarya.
Look who I have.
It's Ash!
We got Ash here, right?
It's Ash Overwatch. Wait, literal Ash.
Oh my goodness, it's been so fun just getting to see everybody and watch some of the fan favorites like Hottie take the stage. Awesome, great energy. How about you guys? You enjoying today?
Real Ash?
Having a lot of fun.
She's real, chat. Overwatch is real.
Ask any further questions. Ash, where's Bob?
Doing something!
Doing something, not here. Do we have any Bob cosplayers here? No?
If only.
Hopefully we find one, and then we could pair them up together, and then it'll be Ash and Bob together. Anyways, yeah. Do you think you could do some Ash emotes for us on broadcast?
See, the problem is this is like stuck to me, or I would throw it. But also, do you guys really want me to throw this at you?
Yes. No, I'm kidding.
Honestly, I don't know about that.
Give me a sick Ash pose, like any pose. All right, thank you so much. That's all we got. Oh, yeah, Zoe, what did you think?
Danny first he's trying to matchmake her with Bob, and then he wants her to throw stuff at him. Danny out there, he's vibing, rizzing it up in this venue. Love to see it. Absolutely.
A bit late to the party with Shock is back. Yeah. I'll be honest, they don't look too great. I mean, it was their very first LAN together, so.
Give me a Bob cosplay. I'll do it.
If you could live in the Overwatch universe, would you? God, no. I'd be dead, man. I don't have special powers. I'd die. With all the wars and stuff and the Omnics and yeah, I'm good. I think I'll pass.
I gotta be honest, and that might be mean. I do not think that you're so artsy and crafty to actually make a cosplay. I have zero faith.
I mean, we're a dream hack, right? Like, you can't really hang with the cosplayers here unless you're, bringing a certain level of experience, effort.
You're talented in other ways. Like, you got...
Thanks, Zoe.
You're really tall.
You're really tall. That's a title.
I appreciate our friendship.
Yeah, it's going way back. Many dream hacks ago. Many dream hacks ago. But now we're here, and we're ready for more action. Because we have the second semi-final coming up in just a little bit. So let's talk about the two teams.
Would you live in a Pokemon world where Pokemon would attack you?
Tournament favorite, I dare say, Crazy.
It depends. Do I have a Pokemon to defend myself?
What I find is that one team that a lot of people think is the one team who can actually take it to those super Korean squads. Well, now it's time to show what they got. Let's
yeah, it was a pretty good game, something.
Where we're currently standing. As I said, we are in the...
Oh yeah, if I get a Pokemon to defend myself, I'll full send it. If I get killed, then so be it. If I at least have some Pokemon there with me. YOLO, man.
After the win against SSG, and you know, Toronto is one of those teams that we expected to beat Crazy Raccoon here, but we're not expected to beat, but at least could take it to them, right? But the thing with Crazy Raccoon is like...
Although when I think about it, with how terrifying some Pokemon are, some people are gonna like use them for evil and just like try and take over the world, like we saw like in the games. But it probably will go even worse for us IRL.
Chorong, an Overwatch League champion, incredibly flexible on that main support role, can play any support you want from
like, what the hell is gonna happen if like a Kyogre is real and like someone just goes and finds it and then it wreaks havoc on the world? We're dead. We're literally dead.
This roster is stacked beyond belief, Jake.
For me, if any team in the world...
Dude, I would love if Pokemon was real and try and like compete for a championship, man. That'd be sick.
Crazy Raccoon. Lip, I think, is the one team.
Yes, something. Well, Eastern Conference Finals, I should say. I don't think they got scammed out of the Finals appearance, but absolutely Eastern Conference Finals. How tall am I? 5'9". I am not what I'd consider tall.
So, to be honest, no matter what Falcons have shown, I think Crazy Raccoon is going to make their own statement on the meta. The players that
choice spec water spout would kill everyone.
Max and Junbin.
That's crazy.
So joining the Shock as you know, the next proppers, the next rookies to be on that level, but they didn't really have the season they were hoping for in the past with the Shock. This year, I think we're really getting to see why everyone.
All right, chat. So I'm once again in the situation where I'm thinking maybe we could see the Western team take a map, but I don't foresee any more. Crazy Raccoon, in my opinion, are the favorites to win. They're who I think are going to win. Not going against them. I have them in a 3-1. I think Toronto have the talent to at least take a map potentially. That might be Cope, but I gotta go with Crazy Raccoon.
At some point, we have to start inviting Lip into the GOAT conversation.
I think they're too loaded.
With Profit, because Lip has certainly earned it. I mean, the Overwatch League achievements aside,
Toronto have like Merit and RuPaul and someone, but I think if you look at these teams side by side, 5v5, Crazy Raccoon just have a bit more going for themselves.
Potentially the best player in the world of all time.
I mean, I feel like we do, though.
I feel like he is
think
a
we
goat.
actually do. Maybe
The conversation is always Violet and Profit, though. It's never been Lip is the GOAT of all time.
I feel like Lip for me.
I have a lot of trust in Crazy Raccoon with how they're playing.
Is a crazy.
Oh yeah, Lip's been in the GOAT combo. It ain't nothing new.
Freakishly competitive role. It's kind of like the most flashy role.
Certainly can't be arguing with
Don't count out Lenny. I'm counting out Lenny. I hope he proves me wrong, but I am currently counting him out.
Now, if we're looking at what, you know,
I'm looking at him and Vega. I need to see them be X Factors.
Yeah, no, he can make it work against.
They gotta hold their ground and pull their weight.
Yeah, but that is ahead of us. You know, that's only if Crazy Raccoon actually manage to progress in the upper bracket. First, they have to take down Toronto Defiant, and that is a squad which is stacked with such flexible individuals. I mean, they can play it all. Look at this roster. If you're having someone, you're set up for any meta that can potentially come your way.
Yeah, and look, they've earned the respect because they are, 3 of these players are Overwatch League champions. Merit, of course, who is also, you know, top 2, top 3 hit scan player in the world alongside someone.
But yeah, chat, like if Toronto really want to have a chance, the guys that I've already seen win need to do their thing. And then their young guys have to really show how much they want it as well. That's going to be the key.
Holder, if you will, of international champions of the world, right? Because they have 3.
Otherwise, I fear that they might just get overwhelmed by Raccoon.
And now, going up against Crazy Raccoon, obviously you can talk about the competition being stronger.
I just feel like Raccoon have a better backline, more consistent backline, a DPS line that is probably better. I think the only place that like I'm more comfortable with than Toronto, or with Toronto for sure, is going to be Tank, just because someone is more flexible. But Junbin and Max have been really good, so like there's just no guarantees.
And so I think Vega's a really exciting player on this squad. Also, just turned 18, I believe yesterday here at DreamHack. So, you know, show Vega some love. Happy birthday to him, and maybe he'll get a little bit of a late birthday present if they're able to.
Merit needs to diff him if they want a chance. I need to see the final 2023 finals Merit.
And I still think there will be more questions even after this match regarding the meta, regarding what comps are the best, because to be honest, Merit and Lip are both dyed-in-the-wool hit-scan players. There's a reason. I mean, they're monstrous performers on the role, but I think we will probably see mostly hit-scan mirrors here today. And so I think there'll still be more questions to be answered.
Yeah, former teammates going at each other.
Toronto needs to go toe-to-toe on the Mauga comp with Crazy Raccoon.
I just don't see how Crazy Raccoon loots this. I don't know. Maybe I'm coping. Maybe I'm not giving Toronto enough credit, but I just, with how they look, with how they play, with the roster I'm seeing right now, I just don't see how they lose.
With the DPS counter picks, the flex support counter picks on the Mauga, make that the meta. I think you have too many responsive picks, too much flexibility within a relatively stable composition.
How much does the coach gap matter? I don't know, man.
That's the thing with Toronto Defiant, though. They've not been shying away from taking mirrors leading up to DreamHack Dallas, but they also haven't been scared of trying out new things and like pushing their.
I just worry Toronto haven't been challenged enough, and this is going to be their wake-up call.
Testing it out. I'm very interested to see what they prepared for Crazy Raccoons. I am ready for this game. Let's see which team will be coming out on top of it. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, obviously the favorite here. However, I've seen a lot of Toronto Defiant fans in this audience. thus far. Like just yesterday, they were loud. There were a lot of Toronto shirts, and rightfully so. I mean,
I feel like the energy is not high enough in this building.
Is it not enough for you
Are there any
anymore?
Toronto Defiant fans in the building right here? Come on.
Is that a Toronto cowboy hat? No shot.
Jake's probably gonna pick Crazy Raccoon or something. Can I get a yeehaw?
You're yeehawing a team that plays from Canada. What are you yeehawing about? Bro.
The flexibility. I think they're the one team in the world that can do it, though.
You gotta
For
believe,
me,
Jake.
they're the
You gotta
last
believe.
team I really have hope for to be able to actually be in the grand finals, to potentially edge out one of these teams from Korea. To be honest, I think Toronto Defiant is sort of the last team standing that I genuinely think strategically has a real good shot at it. I also want to talk about a player we haven't mentioned really at all from Toronto Defiant, which is Sugarfree. Sugarfree was always, I think, very clearly for me.
Reinforce bringing a college game day kind of vibe to the function.
For me, it was like, well, I kind of feel like Sugarfree was for me was like an obvious number 2. Maybe even for me was number 1, but not being on the.
Bro's gotta get the Canadian Mountie hat.
I mean, even leading up when he was still playing his way through contenders and whatnot, people were waiting for him to come of age. Like, he's been around town for so long, and people were just itching to see how he will be stacking up to the greats of Overwatch. And you know, the initial performance was falling flat, maybe because of the team he ended up with. But I think so far in OWCS, he's been pulling his weight, and some. Sugarfree has been lights out.
Yeah, maybe there's some potential for some echo being played in this series as well
Yeah.
here. You know, we could see that. I feel like one duel we haven't necessarily talked about, though. We've hit on both of them individually, but Lip against Merit is going to be a hit scan duel for the ages. And I
You have
do
a lot
feel
of
like
feelings here.
a lot of
Merit.
feelings
You
from
gotta
Jake,
put them,
but
gotta
These
put
guys
them
are
aside.
both match monsters. I want to say that. I mean, I think match Merit, playoffs Merit. This guy is.
Yeah, I gotta say, Land Merit is built different, but I also think that Land Lip is pretty insane himself, so.
I've seen him practice. He has locked in from minute 1. And so I think he might be that type of young player who can face off against.
Oh, they took a
someone like
picture with
Lip
each other,
without
Cam.
the
I
heartbreak
gotta bring it up
yeah,
so you
I mean,
can
we've seen
see.
Merit take over games. And that very much happened in the Stage 2 finals, for example. Like, Merit just like, oh, are we going to see the real Merit? Please stand up. And he's just like, oh, well, Merit's here. He just took over the lobby. Merit's all over the kill feed. And you need that, right? If you're playing against Crazy Raccoon, you need that.
And to be honest, with the Mauga heroes, if you're gonna play Hitscan, for me, I like the Sojourn. I mean, we saw
Here,
Lip
I'm
do
bringing up the
terrifying
picture
things on
now.
capacity. Pioneer
No,
does get a
not
lot of
that.
value,
Let's
but
go
for
to
me,
that.
Merit's Sojourn,
There
I
you
mean,
go.
he
See,
really,
it's
for me, that's his hero.
looks
right?
like Reinforce
After we've
is a
seen
little
absurd
taller.
highlights, things that just nobody else can do. Merit delivers time and time again. I also think
Reinforce is a gaming
might be a little bit
warlord.
of a different look, but think about Sugarfree, the Genji, the Echo. I think Ventura is a hero that should fit totally inside of his wheelhouse. There's a way here for Toronto Defiant to have their own twist on this meta. Maybe they arrive from a different direction, but they can replicate a lot of what Falcons can do, maybe with a different approach to the comp.
I have to derail a little bit because you just.
Yeah,
suggested
Reinforce
it.
does have the Swedish
There is a
buff.
connection
That's
between
true.
The Cowboy hat and the Toronto Defiant.
North
Are you a
America, baby.
Ranger? Are you
North
like
America,
yes.
baby.
Who
We're here in
says there needs
Dallas.
to be a connection?
We
can make.
But who would win in a fight? Probably Johnny.
To be worn, so it's a little bit uncomfortable, but I'll rep it to represent Toronto Defiant. So.
To the length you go to for a bit.
I'm here to
He's
support.
committing
I'm here to provide hope and support.
I love that. Maybe they don't need it. I feel like that's a confident team, you know? Maybe they don't need the Johnnies of the world.
what
to
am I
wear
gonna do?
hats. Or maybe they do. I don't know. Let's find out actually what they have to say,
Need a
because on day 1 or the day before the event rather, they actually had to sit down with Necra. So let's hear it from Toronto Defiant.
Hey everyone, my name is Necra and I am here with the Toronto Defiant. How excited are you guys to be here in Dallas for the first OWCS major?
I think we're all really excited because we've been competing online for the past few months, being the best team in North America. And so coming here, I think we're here to have fun and most importantly to show that we're the best team, not just in America, but in the world.
How do you think you would stack up against the Korean teams that are competing at the major?
I think the Korean teams are probably better than the European teams, but they're definitely not as good as us, I think.
I think we're the only team that has the potential to play every single comp. And so when a team loads up against us, they're really not sure what we're gonna play. And so we have a lot of different things that we can pull out of our deck.
I was wondering if I could ask you what your favorite
I've not heard Necra casting Pokemon.
Thing is
Ooh.
I've never changed before.
Someone English?
Because it's like fun to play, and I can like to play to annoying them.
Is dive something that you think that you could lean into as a strength for your team for this event?
Yeah, I think we're definitely one of the best dive teams in the world.
Look at this.
Who do you think is the strongest
Also, I
player
don't
on
really
your
have much
team
thoughts on
for mechanical
Pokemon
skill?
VGC. I don't watch it that
Who do you
much.
think is the funniest person on your team?
Someone? No one's pointing at someone.
Why are you pointing at yourself?
Because I'm the funniest. This is crazy. That's how you know.
What are your strengths as shot callers?
Me and someone work like pretty well together. He's like the main caller of the team, but I'd say I bring a lot of like energy to the calls and like tempo.
In main event 2, you did lose in the winners finals to M80. So how did you get yourselves back in the game so that you could close out with the event win?
It was a complete Mickey Mouse win the first time they won. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like
There it
that
is, the
team was
Mickey
sick.
Mouse win.
Those guys just they suck. RuPaul felt better after being sick the next day. And we were good to
RuPaul
go.
and Ham did not sing like a single word that entire match. Like, you actually can't win when they're not talking. So
They're both our leaders, and they just happened to get sick. Wasn't talking as
we
much.
we weren't even trying that hard, to be honest either.
All right, let's calm down a little bit.
Is there any particular team that you are nervous about facing at this event?
No, there's no team.
No, you guys are gonna... SOG?
SOG, we did see like PGE. He came in with like a very dangerous looking mouse pad. And so like if we do play against them, it might put us on our edge a bit.
What team then are you most specifically looking forward to playing?
I'm most looking forward to playing against Crazy Raccoon because they're the best team in Korea. And they also have like one of my former teammates, so I really want to beat them.
Give me your best Southern or cowboy impression.
Oh, RuPaul can do a good one.
Hey, brother.
There it is.
Hey, brother. Me and Rupert been doing this for a while now, ever since Team USA, I'll tell you.
We are born and bred Americans, so we're used to this.
Leash over the sky is high.
Sugar Free, PGE said specifically that he wanted to beat you. What do you have to say about that?
Dude, I'm telling you right now, like PG will never beat me in a match. The day PG beats me in a match, I'll retire. But that's not
There you
happening.
have it. If PG ever beats Sugar Free, he's retiring. There, you heard it here first, chat.
And we wish you the best of luck this weekend.
Yeehaw!
It's time to introduce your teams. Give it up for the NA #1 seed, Toronto Defiant!
There are the boys.
Finally in 2024, can it be their year? They've invested. They want this championship so bad here in the OWCS.
RuPaul's all business. He stood on that stage for about 5 seconds. He is ready to game.
The Florida Mayhem.
Brother is locked in.
The toughest test yet, the Crazy Raccoon. Can they finally fulfill what is asked of them?
And their opponents, Asia #1 seed. Give it up for Crazy Raccoons!
The team that towers over the competition.
Literally,
the final
lip.
survivors of the toughest
Towers over
Overwatch
everyone.
on
Giga
the
Chad.
planet. They are here for nothing less than a world championship in Dallas. This is Crazy Raccoon. Every single player best in class. Nothing less than total victory will satisfy them today. And standing against the hometown favorites, they fear nothing.
Is Toronto Defiant a failure if they do not finish top 3 in this major? I don't know if I'd call them a failure. It wouldn't be a great look, but I wouldn't say failure, no.
To Mitch and Mr. X.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, welcome back to the floor here at DreamHack Dallas for what has to be the match of the entire tournament so far. We've heard whispers, we've seen it. The Toronto Defiant dominant in their home region with, as they put it, a Mickey Mouse stumble to M80.
Mickey Mouse
They are
stumble.
here to dominate, and boy, are they invested in order to make this happen. But Crazy Raccoon have looked nothing short of terrifying so far.
Yeah, they have looked awesome, right? They have lived up to the expectation. I would say so has the Toronto Defiant. And Toronto's roster was put together to obviously, win in North America, but to win competitions like this, to beat teams like Crazy Raccoons. I think a big test here in front of them today.
Yeah, and again, it'd be fun to renew some of those, rivalries now, of course, of previous teammates. But look, this Toronto Defiant team, I think, it featured. Well, you look at it. You tried to put this on my head beforehand. You know how fat my head is?
Yeah,
I cannot.
That literally didn't fit.
I can't wear hats. It's crazy. Someone find me a hat I can actually wear.
Yeah, it's a shame because you should start wearing them. But no. For Toronto, I think you look at this series, right? I think Merit versus Lip is a sick matchup.
Yeah, I think
in terms of, like, hit scan
the
battle.
key is going to
But then
be
also, like,
the Toronto young guys. Can they elevate themselves? Who's going to edge out who in that hit scan battle? Because Lip versus Merit is like battle of the giants. And then I'd like to see how the tanks hold up for Crazy Raccoon as well.
Expectations, I would say.
And that, of course, that stat represents the stage 1.
Because someone is arguably the best tank in the entire world.
It was somewhat competitive. I think against
Junpei needs to keep playing out his A game. You know, this is a good way to prove himself as one of the best tank players in the world. That's what a lot of people think of him right now. Here's a great way to prove himself.
It's Morgan time. That's the...
Yes, essentially it is. On our first map, it will be no different. The predetermined map for this stage of the competition is going to be Ilios, folks.
I'm not sure, Keon. I don't know about that.
On a map that might necessitate some dive to be played, but as Johnny put it on the desk, I already felt that Lip was already part of this GOAT conversation. I guess it depends on who you ask, but going up against Merit will be his biggest test of this major so far.
Yeah, and I think a huge, obviously, win here for Toronto is, having someone who's able to play all the tanks at such a high level, not, for Crazy Raccoon, right? You want to make some changes between jumping and max, depending on...
All right, Toronto. You have a lot of confidence as a team. Let's see if you can back it up. Here we go.
In the game, one of the best tanks overall are playing all the different tanks.
Hell yeah, Junpei on the ball. Here we go.
We saw this a little bit the other day. It was not on Ilios, but we did see...
Pharah versus Echo.
Yeah, it was Busan. We did see the Wrecking Ball come out here for Crazy Raccoon. So a little bit of a different look here, putting a lot of pressure on Merit.
Yeah, Wrecking Ball definitely a no.
Here comes the swing.
Hero pool. Nice little boot there from Vega though. I think Junpei couldn't
Oh.
put up the speed that he needed to make the boot happen, but
Well.
TSU already getting involved. Merit doused by that biotic grenade, could not stand on the fight.
Yeah, they take so much damage. I know Merit does that. Just a biotic grenade, a range from shoot is enough to finish off the Cassidy of the Defiant. If you want to keep that Cassidy alive.
All right, I like the idea. Just go to the Tracer right away. Sugar Free might be able to do well in this matchup. Lip is a good Tracer, but he's not like in the elite tier necessarily. He's really good, but I think Sugar Free could go toe-to-toe with him.
Echo, then the next response is a Tracer that comes out from the opposing.
Sugar Free definitely looking to try and clip Hisang's wings if at all possible. These fights are going pretty quickly now, of course, with the all-in potential that Wrecking Ball offers Crazy Raccoon. Merit looking to try and, again, pressure this Echo. Not easy to do.
Good nade. Nice. One for one, though. Lip is popping off. He heard me talking trash. Oh, boy. Crazy Raccoon DPS lighten up the scoreboard. All wiped. Just the two of them.
You don't have the Suzu to keep him alive from the pulse bomb that comes through, and then it's a biotic grenade from Shu. So the follow-up is really good there from Hisang and Lip. So
Nano boost here as well. You can kind of pick your target. Probably the Echo here. Nano Echo.
No connect with the pile driver as all of Toronto are playing inside that close room. Definitely where they're stronger. These wide open maps can be challenging for this composition that features the Cassidy. And he said looks to do the Tracer.
Man,
Tracers on the field right now for Crazy Raccoon and 3 in total.
Toronto just can't seem to... They can't seem to calm down. Another stick!
Okay, Cardiac Overdrive is in play.
Toronto have to settle down here. They are getting deleted out of the lobby. They're getting chased to the spawn right now.
This calm here from Crazy Raccoon has looked awesome thus far. Probably Toronto's best opportunity here. Double support ult coming in. You may not even get a cage fight here with how things are going.
Someone's still at 72%. It's a good point. They're running out of time. Pile driver on mirror once more again. E6 close to the Mauger if possible. Sound barrier used for Toronto to at least get them to the point, but it may have been a bit early as Torom now can hold on to his a little longer.
Oh my god, dude.
He's saying actually being the one to aggress on the Cassidy.
This is a murder.
Pays off for Crazy Raccoon. Now he's can chill. Sit above the action for a time.
The sleep. Someone couldn't even get his ult, dude.
Himself to the pulse bomb as he drops to the ground. It may not
Man.
as the numbers so
All Crazy Raccoon.
And no one else here can really match this Wrecking Ball comp. Maybe NRG.
Toronto cannot keep up with the pace. Raccoon are actually just running circles around them. They gotta lock in and calm the hell down here.
Yeah, that was just, if you're Toronto, you just gonna kind of throw that one away, right? You not very close there. in our first round on Ilios is opportunity to make some changes. I think you probably just play the Winston here. Like
Ooh, are they gonna break out a Rhine?
a great time.
I actually low-key
Lighthouse. We would actually
like the
call-
Rhine on Lighthouse.
Look at this. It's a little bit of a shades of SSG, right? Bringing out this Rhine.
I'm kind of hoping Sugar Free stays sim here. I don't know if he will. He does. Okay. I like playing the Rhine against Dive Echo. It's kind of hard for you to approach point. You have the good presence there. This is a good way to get a little stable, slow down the game a bit, make them play more towards your pace.
And then end up just kind of making a play for it as they're going to wrap all the way around.
TP to point. I like that. They get there immediately.
All right, set up shop now. You're on point.
Trying to circumvent that, pretty aggressive.
He's gonna go far on set of Echo, I see. Bit of a swap. Okay, yeah, that's a bit better.
Someone find that kind of pick. Oh, there's no fight to be had here at all.
Yeah, it's
Brigand Rhine? I don't know about this one.
Goes over to the far once they see what's going on.
Okay, I gotta go Lucio.
Harry with some long range shots there. Takes out the far. You're also probably waiting there, Toronto, until
This is what Toronto needed. Getting the RNG gods to bless them with Lighthouse was good.
If there was like Lucio on the other side of things, would have been pretty bad in that type of scenario. So
there is now.
Nice fight win here for Toronto Defiant as trying to get a little bit of momentum.
Shoes looking to farm Nano.
So careful about this. With the mag grenade, he can't get away. He'll be held in.
What's going on, Vernos? We're just chilling, having a good time.
He's staying on point here. Just flanking, puts some pressure down with the barrage available, but has to stay away from this Cassidy with the air matrix active.
Window doesn't get too much. Okay. Lamp's just a smidge too late. But you can still hold this. Yeah, there you go.
They still want to commit the sound barrier to lengthen their lead.
I think they were just a little bit worried there because you had Jungbin up on the high ground. You still had some damage coming on in. It's gonna be
Yeah, there's no lamp. You can go for this if you're Crazy Raccoon. They knew there was no lamp. Wow.
That Farah damage just so consistent up in the
But again, though, I'm not too worried if I'm Toronto.
Like Jungbin would just go in and finish them off.
He had to wait out that air matrix for quite some time.
I'm not too worried.
Behind that, and then dives into
You wasted ammo, you kind of like threw away beat, but you have all the point presence in the world with this kind of comp on this part of the map. You can take this back really quick.
This is a 78% total that Defiant have been able to put together already on Lighthouse.
Yeah, and a TP from that like far left-hand side would be a little bit telegraphed at the moment. So it looks like Toronto just trying to get different position here.
Where's the TP at? Where are we going? We're gonna go up here? We're gonna go for Shu, and it fails miserably.
Goal early on. RuPaul and Vega just maybe lagging behind the rest of the Toronto Peloton.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Try and make a play for Shu up there on the high ground.
That's not ideal. I get it, but just go to point, man.
May not want to try that one again. That was pretty devastating.
Sticking with this sim though, as a wall is just around the corner. It'd be a great way to shut Shu and he's staying respectively down. Make it awful dangerous for Junbin to cross it.
Literally, your comp is designed to just force point. Just oh, he botched the TP. Oh my God, Landy.
He actually just lands on like that flower pot.
That means that also Toronto can't use
This is a disaster. They started off so good, they're crumbling apart.
He's saying we'll be waiting for them to emerge with a barrage. Again, the Defiant know they need
Oh my God. Wow. Lucky. The dodge. Oh boy.
Oh, buddy, that is backbreaking. Toronto.
Wow, that.
Yes, they try and get onto the point.
That
and they drop it.
is something.
Reverse, right? It makes it really difficult to kind of push on into it. But Junbin with the primal rage, players already.
Two really bad fights in a row for Toronto. You have a touch here, looks like, hopefully. You got, oh wait, they killed Heesang. Wait a second. Bailed out. How did they, oh, they don't die. Come on, man, no, you got the pick. You got the miracle pick, dude, come on. Oh my God, bro.
was Toronto.
That's
You get rid of the bar on
tough.
the other side.
I'm looking at him like a disappointed father.
Nobody able to make it towards the point. So, pretty strong performance there from Crazy Raccoon. We were like, oh, this is going to be a close game, whatnot. So far here at the start, Crazy Raccoon's making a statement.
Come on, man.
With an easy pick on Heesang.
Like, you somehow you literally had the most ideal scenario. Heesang was gifting you that fight to get you back into that.
Even with Symmetra, apparently that was quite difficult. There's much to
He wanted you to have point, bro. Got a free kill.
Thank you so much. Yeah, let's break down all of the action. C9, not really what you want to see on that first map there, but you know, it is what it is. Let's actually start at the beginning though, looking at the compositions. We did get to see Lip on that Tracer. That's definitely something that we haven't discussed.
He's just one of the best tracers in the world.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's going to be a huge edge for Crazy Raccoon in this series, right? That Lip has a hero like Tracer that fits into these very flexible compositions and yet doesn't have vulnerability like Hitscan. I mean, Merit's a very, very impressive player on the Hitscan, but I think the fact that Lip is not using...
No one on Crazy Raccoon was even on point, yeah.
Critical hero in his squad. Merit does...
Crazy Raccoon trolled on the C9 for a false sense of security.
In that mirror, I think you really do want to keep Sugar free on the Flex heroes if you're Toronto Defiant. So this could be a little bit of a gap in the armor for Toronto Defiant. A tough C9 at the end there as well.
Yeah, they really threw that. They had such a good start.
I don't think you can blame Sugar free because in that spot...
They just needed to, after they lost point, they just need to go back again and do the same thing. TP on there. Keep it simple. Like, they tried to get cute with it, though. They go for shoe, it doesn't work out. The missed TP on the flower pot.
You gotta be kicking yourself if you're Toronto Defiant because you got it to 78-0 here on Lighthouse. Great execution by the Reinhardt composition, but you just gotta find a way to win, you know, 1.5.
That was their round to win, man.
To secure that round, right? Either, you know, swapping over to the Winston. It was an alright switch, of course, because no ultimate on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Maybe there's a way you can maybe like flex over to the Mauga and just force it that way, make life difficult for Junbin. But you gotta be kicking yourself. You lost that round. You gotta look forward in the series. But we're in the same spot we were like an hour ago, so we...
That's very true. But you know what? And we could still look ahead and strategize or just, you know, have some hopium and copium. Like, we can do all of that. Let's discuss the maps coming up because this is going to be, of course, the pick for Toronto Defiant. Where would you take us now? Because I somehow feel like Control, you can only take away so much from a Control map. And now the real strategy begins.
I mean, to be honest, I think Toronto's really hard to predict right now. I don't think there's like an obvious map pick, and I think that's going to play to their advantage. They're not really forced to go any one direction. I don't think you're...
Let's see what Toronto do now. Let's see how deep they go into their bag in this series. They boast about their flexibility. Let's see what they can do with that now. What is the map choice? What is the comfort pick? Circuit it is.
It's a lot of confidence, forcing more evidence, I think, that they really do want to take this Hitscan mirror, keep Merit in
Go Sig maybe and just let Merit cook.
I think those are very misleading stats though. Playing the
I'd assume
on Lighthouse is not a strategy that's going to
let Merit cook on Widow or Soj or something.
But you're going to be sitting on the point capping it. So
I don't know, man.
was really dominant for Crazy Raccoon. Those stats were, I think, over-exaggerated how
I think a Sig duel is a bit better for
It's
them.
going to be a really interesting series, but again, the Hitscan matchup, Lip versus Merit, we're going to Circuit
Merit needs to be in 2023 Grand Finals form real. The team in general just needs to calm down, though.
Lip is scary guy, regardless of where you face
After
him
that
against
first
him, but
round,
for
they
now,
just
you face
overthought
confidence in
everything.
Circuit for us. How are we feeling about this map choice, gentlemen?
It feels like it's pretty standard, honestly, for, you know, for teams that don't really want to be coerced into playing dive, but we're dealing with someone here on the Toronto Defiant side, so I feel like it doesn't really matter what these guys play. He's excellent in any of those roles.
Do you want to play what we just saw there at Ilios? I mean, they would end up playing like, maybe not Wrecking Ball per se, but like a Winston-based composition, and then it was just really all Crazy Raccoons in that type of setup.
That's fair. I mean, let's shift the focus a little bit here and talk about Lip, right? On Tracer, on that map, looked really, really good in general. I don't know. He is part of the GOAT conversation already, right? I feel like I don't think I missed the memo there. We were talking about this guy. I mean, to be fair, he was up for MVP on the same year that Proper was, so that's a bit rough, I guess.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty.
I mean, Lip's been a MVP contender multiple years in his career.
Top two in the world at the very least. No?
Lip's goated with it, man.
For his role, I would say so, right?
And to think the Dragons just found him, man. Like, just decided to scout him, give him a tryout, and then he dominated.
Him on the other side of the stage in terms of like how strong those players are right now, but Lip getting the better of series so far.
Yeah, I mean, and we're often sort of pitting him against Merit in this kind of head-to-head. But when you were playing Cassidy, whereas Lip obviously he's actually not really considered the most flexible. I think there was a time where, you know, in the Sombra meta, I think that hurt Lip a little bit. I think it hurt his reputation.
I find it funny Falcons beat the top 2 EU and Crazy Raccoon gets the top 2 NA. Yeah. Just how it goes sometimes.
I mean, his Sojourn is probably the best of the world. I think his Sojourn is the best of the world.
People actually forgot how good Heesan was before he joined Old Toronto.
Making use of that deep bench at tank here to bring Max in for Junbin.
Wait,
Max
Old Toronto?
Feels like
What?
a bit more of a brawl tank player, but there's a lot of overlap between the hero pools of the two tanks on Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, and I also think, you know, we talk about you know, how well the tanks have performed here for Crazy Raccoon, and then Lip as well. None of
Yeah,
that
and
is
Lip
possible.
benched a hit scan at DM's caliber. True.
Is so good.
Really impressive.
In combination with, I mean, individually and in combination with each other, that it enables you to do so many different things with the rest of the lineup, and it also allows players to take maybe a little bit more risk, right? Knowing you have those two backing you up.
Competitive map of Ilios, I would say. Lighthouse, though, a little bit odd. There were attempts from the Defiant to make use of that Sim Reinhardt composition, but there was a Sim wall that was thrown up, and then a TP that didn't really match up with it. Kind of forced Toronto to play elsewhere. They actually pivoted around the map. They sort of
I was gonna say, confused me, yeah. People did forget, because, like, Heesan was on shock and things weren't great for him. Yeah. As I've said it so many times. Literally, just over the years, what I've learned is a change of scenery just goes such a long way. So many players have benefited from, like, a system change, getting that fresh start.
When you know how much expectation is on your shoulders. Someone, especially as a world champion, knows exactly what it takes to beat a team like Crazy Raccoon.
And in the last series, you know, at the end of it, right, we kind of talked about how map 2 was extremely important in the grand scheme of things for SSG to be able to get. They don't get it. They end up losing 3-0. I feel very similarly about this series. I think this map is...
Falcons beat SSG in a very close 3-0.
I think that's a fair point. And I think Jake said on the desk at the start of this game, this is kind of like the last chance for him.
Yeah, I think that's something like these last couple of years in particular, it's really hitting me that I need to give players more chances instead of giving up on them.
This is the real game to watch. This is how you get a feel.
That's why I really emphasized when I saw that Crazy Raccoon roster, I'm like, okay. He's saying Junbin and Max have been disappointing. They have questions about themselves, but they could still be good players. That was the mindset I really tried to have, and I'm glad they're playing well.
To gain an edge in the series.
Or just not play Gibraltar.
Avoid getting Gibraltar. Also reasonable. We'll see what the composition looks like here. Defense, though, we can talk Max playing that Sigma. It will be
Alright.
Farah. No Lifeweaver like we saw, of course.
The Widow Ego duel. This is what we live for. Lip versus Merit in a Widow battle. Please inject it into my veins. I need it.
Yeah, he can be aggressive, he can poke. Lip on the Widowmaker, though. That's going to be fun, especially if Merit chooses to match it.
Oh, yeah, that'll be an awesome matchup if that is ultimately what we get out of the damage dealers on the Defiant. Obviously, still a lot of time for them to make some changes. See what they decide to do. Hanzo, Sonic Arrow, then...
Please Sonic, then go back Widow. I beg of you. Please. No! Come on, go Widow, you coward. Damn it. You're gonna play the thing that works better for your comp? How could you? Oh, we are gonna see some changes here, though. Merit's staying, but... Sig, okay. They're gonna go with, like, the double... I shouldn't say sniper, like, it's like double hit scan-ish. They're going with the consistent poke damage.
Disrupt the shot thrown down. A nuisance for Max to deal with.
It can work to their advantage if they can just stay out of the lip sight lines a little bit. Good shield play. Take care of the other guys first. A lot of the time, this Widow can end up being detrimental if they don't hit a lot of shots.
Yes, there with that kinetic grasp, you know, up above 700 HP at the time. And RuPaul will take out Heesang here, so that's a lot of just splash damage, right? That's going to build up. So you might be able to make a push now.
But look what RuPaul was playing. So Heesang must have really overextended there into the line of sight.
You get the Pharah overextension, that helps.
Toronto do have a lethal comp to Pharah. If Heesang would have misstep on that pick, now switching of course, it would have been dangerous against double hit scan. And Matrix
Saya player was goated.
That caught them off guard.
Easily one of the greatest Widow duelists of all time.
Just having that Amp Matrix definitely surprised him a little bit. That'll be a response though from Shu.
Sugar Free kind of trapped there. Didn't want to peek into the line of sight, but Heesang was knocking on his door. His proverbial door. Chorong out.
Chorong is in big trouble. Oh my god, he needs help. My boy needs some help.
He's about to drop down from that high ground here, and Crazy Raccoon have done a great job of staying healthy in the meantime.
Shu's keeping everybody topped off. And now you have everybody back here in a full fight, so you get Max earlier with that Amp Matrix there.
True, Justin, true.
You're not even really
100% accuracy.
What's Lip been up to? He's already been able to find any, insta-kills here. The only hero in the game that can really manufacture them now.
Not able to really connect.
There's the headshot.
Be a flux here from someone. You'll get a kill off of that because the rally's rolling for Chorong.
They got Merit though, so the lion's share of damage for Toronto taken off the table. So
Sugar Free, playing a dangerous game.
Overclock here, but has to be mindful of where
Good beat.
So he sticks to the right-hand side. Stays in the line of sight of the Widowmaker now. Wants to
Someone is getting torn apart, though.
Immortality builds for Toronto has expired. Vegas beat is gone. Shu now getting close to an Amp Matrix, which would be devastating in lieu of the extra healing resources of the attackers. Toronto have had to back up.
A minute to go.
Amp Matrix beat Amp Matrix for the next fight as well. So
Infrasight too.
Not much to work with if you're Toronto as well. That was a really costly fight.
I get a chance to see kind of how Heesang goes about using that in this next fight. This next one could be huge, right? RuPaul, that's where they got the
Aggro window from Shu. Works out for Toronto. Just kite that. You chill.
Avoid that Amp Matrix.
Running into a blade here. Don't do it, he's saying. Be smart. Wait for them to walk in more. Don't use it yet.
Good discipline. He's saying no.
I think he made it a little too obvious he wanted the blade there. That a little too easily telegraphed.
Don't have the blade to leverage as the only ultimate they could bring in. But Chorong, great shield bash, gets rid of RuPaul.
But this rally could go kind of hard though. Hold up.
Had to clear that first. Another one. Merit falls
Okay.
once more. Two in quick succession.
A whiff by Max. There, just go on cart. Go on cart. Go on cart.
Puts Max in a bit
My
of
brother.
awkward position. He's very overextended.
Yeah, he's very deep. There is a
Okay, now you go. Now you go.
They turn around, deal with him rather quickly. You're gonna have both supports back.
10
in the
seconds
mix here for Crazy Raccoon, and you still have this blade.
He sends back, but surely you don't draw the blade here. He can stall, caught in the flux. He's dead. Very dead. There it is. And be brought down with a disruptor shot added to the mix, and now...
Hey, yo, Merit's on Widow based.
Merit matching the Widow battle here. That's fun. But it's Lip getting taken down by Sugar Free instead.
So it does not feel like we've really seen Lips.
All right, not getting full health.
Widowmaker thus
Couple
far.
kills. He got Merit once, I think. That's it.
Merit probably swaps off here. Yeah, tragic.
Put him in a Soge, man.
Some changes there towards the end. Just gonna get back towards the payload for Crazy Raccoon, so they'll make the adjustments to move on back. As Merit now will play the Cassidy yet again, as we're gonna see a Ramonda, and just as we were talking about it.
Lenny just overextends a little there. It's got a decent angle now. Toronto need to wait for a speed boost. This is an awkward spot to play against this poke setup.
Oh my god, he almost just died out of spawning. Oh my lord.
Very close. Lip also has that Infrasight coming up pretty soon. Pretty crucial.
You've got to get in there. You got to close the distance here if you're going to play a Ram. You got to close the distance and fast.
For Lip, it's look how much time
This, yeah, they're just buying time with the walls right now.
Only 90 seconds, man. They can't really afford to be delayed for too much longer. They might charge in with a beat speed boost. They need to force a fight somehow.
They've got a lot of ground to cover. I'd honestly even consider going up around back.
Mag grenade got thrown out there, but it's going to be Heesang going in first.
Oh, he Ajaxed. He Ajaxed. Welp.
a one-sided fight if I've ever seen it. There was a beat there somewhere. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, it's the beat.
It wasn't an Ajax, was it? Say it ain't so, because Vega went down first.
Gotta play with more confidence. You gotta get up in there, man.
Exactly.
Hey, hit me with that instant replay.
That is tough stuff, especially because you're playing around that for so long, right? Your key response is pushing a really difficult situation. This is an Ant Matrix here for Shu.
Sugar free.
Dangerous positioning here from Lenny.
Mortality
Oh my goodness. Lip says, sorry, buddy, I've got a sweet tooth.
Man, Crazy Raccoon are just dominant. These fights are just always one-sided.
This also isn't exactly super comfy for Toronto, because when we've seen them play Sojourn-based compositions, it's really been Barrett to play the Sojourn.
Shoot with a sneaky Ana swap here.
Kind of like had their most success playing those different
Yeah,
types of
Sugar free on the hit scan is.
See, I think they should have been playing Sugar Free on Genji a lot earlier than this. I think a Sugar Free Genji makes a lot of sense. You maybe pressure the Widow a bit better, and even the break.
Backs up Crazy Raccoon a little bit. Rounding up here for Torong. Infant to Defiant, want to try and close the gap, and someone does have Annihilation, but how do you make use of it here? Crazy Raccoon will continue to give ground, set up for good post.
Oh no. Lips cooking.
He's fighting really important eliminations here. The Annihilation can't be stopped by Max's kinetic grasp, but now the Crazy Raccoon team have to commit into this maelstrom. Merritt from behind it though with the Deadeye. Someone was forced back somehow, and then
Annihilation is up.
Sugar Free returns on the Tracer now, has to get involved some way with a Bionic Grenade, dousing someone, means the Immortality Field has to be used, but Lip just picks it off out of the sky. There's nothing here for the Defiant to work with.
God, it feels like Toronto have to fight tooth and nail to get anything. Crazy Raccoon are not giving an inch. There's just a very clear-cut difference in how these two teams play, man.
I feel sure a lot bit.
Wouldn't exactly call that a lot. They get, you know, almost,
semantics. They're a long way away.
Almost 70% of the way there, but you know, you start to see Lip come alive there on the Widowmaker, forces them, you know, with the infraset a few times, just kind of burn, clock, clock.
Ajax.
Here's what we were talking about.
Oh, here it is, the Ajax.
This is when they were kind of like holding onto the sound barrier to kind of push on up.
Oh.
It's just a dash through. They're actually trying to use even the Immortality Field, it looks like there, to make sure they get it, but the Immortality Field...
How do they play? Just super aggressively. They play really, really fast. They always try and get the pace of play to a point where you just can't keep up. And then also Raccoon just have such great synergy, it feels like. Toronto just can't do anything. They're getting outplayed in every neutral fight. Their ults are always better.
Johnny, what's up? We're gonna run it back, buddy? Let's go. I'm so ready. Toronto Defiant though, I mean, they got made to look...
Lip's hitting his shots too, which certainly helps.
Losing the sound barrier, while they were playing that low ground map, they had to force a fight. We knew they had to speed out, beat, but... But
this is a crazy disciplined Raccoon team.
They kind of just rotate around that corner and get stuck.
Like, aside from that He's saying mishap where it was very obvious he wanted to blade, I feel like they're just not making any real mistakes.
Here at the start. It's, look at this section just run straight by.
He's looking like Mr. Bloody Fahrenheit charging over the cart there. Okay.
Someone's just dead. Like, you can just feel the difference, man.
Forward hole for the Toronto Defiant is going to be dismantled in short shrift.
Yeah, I mean, just when you think he's gone in the meta, right? Morgan shows back up in a big way. So, look at this. I think we're going to see a swap, right? They see...
Nope.
Oh, it changes. Wait.
Sigma on the other side, probably, you know, debating what we decide to do. Do you mirror the Sigma here? Yeah, you match the Sigma. So, teams in terms of, you know, what we see in terms of tank play, right? It seems like teams...
I don't know how I feel about Mei here. I really would like if they give the Genji another try, personally.
They can do anything. Another early Immo. Was that for Vegas' sake? It's unclear.
Immo down super early.
That is very frightening. Chorong here playing close, Sugar Free on the main, trying to catch someone with the wall.
Lip's dead. Okay, there. That wall gets the job done.
And that's huge, right? Because you don't get that kill onto Lip there. They're going to end up building this consuming rush, getting right around the corner, and no immortality.
They're committing to this?
Quite difficult. So here's the consuming rush. Deadeye in response, so the Emperor's right up through it.
Merritt has to reload here. We saw a lot of really low health.
Oh, okay, I don't know about that window there.
Robot down to it. Back grenade
grenade of all things.
Yeah. That was a little too ambitious.
They've used a sound barrier in order just to stay in the fight, and then they have to back away anyway. This is dangerous. He's staying with the blade. We'll have to wait. He's hindered, but getting healed up instantly by Chorong, who runs in with the Genji. This is desperation now from the Toronto Defiant. Someone trying to hold his ground somehow.
Yeah, no chance.
And gets blown up. Nice little gravitic flux there, and that is the checkpoint coming up for Crazy Raccoon.
It is great fortune for Crazy Raccoon as well because they're using their sound barrier.
They're beyond cooked. They are getting outran. They're getting circled.
AWOL or something in the mix that got thrown in that.
Ain't nothing you can do, man.
Barrier, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. They get that checkpoint. They have a load of time here.
You might be able to play a lot of comps if you're Toronto, but it doesn't matter if the other team is simply better. Immo again, already down.
Oh my god. Okay. They've used it early once more though. Rupala said no choice but the power.
Oh, that flax was flax. What? That flux was kind of nasty though.
Perfect combo for Toronto Defiant. It's managed to slow down Crazy Raccoon for now. Stagger Max a little more. Maybe find some room to breathe, if only for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, the kill on Max there, you just buy yourself even some more time. So you can't be aggressive here. Is that click? Yeah, looking just for a pick coming out of the spawn, right? As now the headshot starts to roll again on that Cassidy.
It's pure dopamine, that.
Okay, Vink. God.
Right? You can't play this low ground. It's just a really pretty even. I think the Fraser Crew love that. Like this first corner, you're in an odd spot. This is an Amp Matrix use your Maywall combination, just trying to split players off. Doesn't seem like they caught anybody, so now you may have to actually back up.
May in a poke comp seems pretty tricky to make work. It's all long range walls. You got to be very.
I mean, it's holdable. This is holdable, but it's not ideal.
Seems to have been the case here. He's saying constantly threatening.
It's a really good area for a Kitsune rush, though, right? You're getting very close. It's going to be sound barrier here.
He's magnetic.
Oh, okay.
Getting rid of the Sigma is so big. Now there's nowhere to hide. For
Sound barrier down. That's something. Flux next fight. Cycle these ults and you've got a chance. Come on, boys. Let's make it a game. Don't just lie down and die.
Don't get anything out of it. So
yeah, they should win this fight too.
Yeah, you mean in theory, right? You're gonna have gravitic flux, and you're gonna have your own sound barrier. Probably end up building an Amp Matrix here as well. So they're in a pretty good spot. The next thing you're looking at is like this insane blade, right? Vega not able to get the sound barrier down in that first half. Ends up giving a lot of progress, giving up a lot of progress, probably for their own sake.
A lot on Vega's shoulders here. Open up the fight though with a flux.
Okay, Merit is heating up. You need that.
Happen to the best of you. Going up against a player like that. Here's a gravitic flux.
Don't be afraid to use beat. There it is.
Well, but the sound barrier was there. Vega holds nerve, holds onto that beat. Merit with another beautiful little 2K.
And this is what
Merit's doing things. Land Merit, tournament Merit. Minute 30 on the clock. A swap to Ramatra.
Very close battle between these two players. Barrett starting to come alive on the Cassidy, and look at this. So Crazy will actually, it's not going to be like a Maga, right? You've seen Maga have good success against Sigma. It'll actually be Ramatra.
Yeah, trying to push the battle lines forward as much as possible, but the May is such a nuisance for the Ramatra to deal with.
Max is gonna die. Another Deadeye kill.
Shudo at least able to silence Cassidy with
Another one fight. That card is slowly going backwards.
And that cold wintry landscape that Sugar Free is erected.
60 seconds to go. You have nothing left now. This might be where things get dicey though. Someone's got to farm here. Chorong has an ult though. Like this is where Crazy Raccoon should be able to win. If there was a fight to win, it's this one. No way, dude. Merit! You gotta get out quick now.
Crazy Raccoon now have to make a tough decision to regroup for one last.
Oh, they know where he is. They got him. Big dude, Merit is popping off. This guy doesn't want to lose.
You'll be able to get Heesang back from spawn, right? It's definitely gonna burn a little bit more.
And now you've bought time. Someone is gonna have his flux. You might be able to keep them away from point right here. It's a good ult. I don't think anyone can touch. Can anyone get there? They got there. Oh no, they got there. Disaster. Come on. Come on, Merit.
They've got to group up around the cart.
Hit a big shot, Merit. We need it.
Burst is going to be massive here to get everyone topped up, but he has an air matrix available. Here they come. Merit steps back.
Oh, Lip lives. Oh, wait, they got him. They got him. They got him. You got the spawns. There's beat. Wait, there it is.
But his composition of the Toronto Defiant, it's going to be Max pushing up on the card. Vega goes for a beat.
Oh my God, this is crazy. Oh, someone needs help. Okay, good lamp, good lamp, good lamp.
Very healthy Toronto Defiant. Now RuPaul's immortality field is there. Take him down.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's it. Damn. Almost. That was so close. He's saying farmed an ult as Venger, bro.
What a contest. But it will be a 2-0
Damn.
to Eurasia, #1.
And for Toronto, I mean, you played that really well towards the end.
Tough.
You held them for about 3.5 minutes, but you also gave them about 4.5 minutes, right?
I saw some fight from Toronto there at least, so that's something.
To get that checkpoint, not even a second checkpoint completion. So that one has got to be pretty devastating for Toronto.
It was intense, competitive back and forth. Plenty of room for skill expression on both sides of the stage there. But ultimately, it's our North American...
Merit did everything in his power to try and turn that, though. I gotta tip my hat to him for that one.
Selection of map and modes here coming up. They're going to have to make it count. It's their last chance to be the last team, really, from this region to put a stop to Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, look, they looked really strong there, you know, getting that hold for that.
Pick a good comfort map for Merit.
On the Cassidy. And I think if you're Toronto, you're probably wanting to do something with the Sigma mirror, right? I think that's probably where they look their best.
Yeah, really. But we didn't see much of Circuit Royal in the end there. We saw the Ramatra come out and find success on Crazy Raccoon. Let's head over the desk to break down the action from Circuit Royal.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, let's break it all down. I mean, heading into this very map at the beginning, looking at the compositions, especially the ones from Toronto Defiant, they were cooking up something. Not necessarily stuff that is easily to digest. There were some compositions in there, especially looking at the DPS lineup, that we haven't really seen. I know that you personally wanted to see Merit taking that Widowmaker battle against Lip initially. You did for a hot second, switched off again. Did pop off on that Cassidy at the very end, though. Let's chat about what we've seen from that team and maybe break down the compositions and the approach or the thought process that Toronto Defiant had behind it.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, we talked about Toronto's flexibility, but it was Crazy Raccoon playing stock standard here. I think this BAP Brig is very effective defense. The Genji, Widow, Sigma, this is pretty comparable to what we see at the highest level on Circuit Royale. For me, it was the Sojourn Cassidy is a very odd selection, especially with the Lucio. Typically with Lucio, you want to connect to the enemy backline and plug in a DPS that wants to really get on top of the enemy. Sojourn and Cassidy aren't really that hero. Typically, they'd be paired with a Mei or a Genji that wants to create space for them. The two of them together didn't work as well, but Sugar Free brought out the Mei here on the defense, and Merit, man, you give him this position on the high ground, give him that open window to flank into the backline, and he delivered fight after fight after fight. For me, this hit scan mirror...
I'm still holding on to hope that there might... that this might at least go to a map 4. I'm praying Merit just has like an out-of-body experience in the next map. It's probably a 3-0 at this point, though. Sadly.
You just can't beat them. Like, just when you think Toronto Defiant, maybe they have the upper hand. Maybe with an early flux in spawn, they can throw off Chris Raccoon, prevent the touch. They get there in the final millisecond, and then just with tooth and nail, they just drag it out. Like, what more can you ask for?
They refuse to
Toronto Defiant
lose.
tried so hard, but they're unstoppable. Chris
Yeah, and I
Raccoon.
mean, this should be giving every Toronto Defiant fan a lot of hope.
Why don't they just use Sombra to counter Widow in pro games? Sombra's just not that good in pro play, unfortunately.
Talk about the Crazy Raccoon here, though. That squad, I mean, from front to back, they're a tough opponent to go up against. I think we're talking so much about Lip, obviously, heading into this. I do feel like we have to touch on that back line, though, because quite frankly, Chorong and Shu, they've been such standout players all throughout their careers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, specifically on that defense, I think that Chorong really came on clutch with that break pick as well. The way he was able to hold down the front line with Max on the Sigma, of course, and you saw some real crucial rallies coming through on the break. When the fight is turning, when Toronto Defiant, they're trying to extract ultimate value. That is when Chorong pops that rally, stabilizes the front line.
I don't know, it's just also harder to get value out of Sombra when, like, the rest of your comp isn't really playing around her, you know?
Like, that took all 4 minutes.
It's just difficult.
To really secure the first point for Toronto Defiant. And I think that Chorong did a spectacular job on the break. And Shu, of course, I mean, he's one of the best Baptistes in the world, right? So I think we talk a lot about Lip, of course, on Crazy Raccoon, but the backline, I think, was really strong on that Circuit Real. And that was part of the reason why Toronto Defiant was held on the second point in the first place.
She can be scouted and she has less escapability.
It's more up to Toronto Defiant to decide which map and which map mode we are heading to. Where do you take it, right? Let's take a look at the map set to see what's still available as well and discuss this a little bit as we just finished out our run on Circuit Royale.
And it takes away from, like, playing up in that neutral, because, like, she's off doing her own thing, like, just try to go for Widow. Like, it's just hard to make that work, especially in pro play. They're going to be there to peel for her.
To bring the reverse sweep in this series, but I think
Just
it's tough
doesn't
to
work,
start on a hybrid
unfortunately.
map. Probably just whatever your biggest comfort zone hybrid map is. In the end, the next 2 map picks, even if you win this map, okay, it's going to be Hollywood as expected, hybrid, but the next
You know, it's not like they're not playing in voice with each other, you know? Hollywood. This is a Toronto map. They do love this map.
4 maps, the bet you get that out of the way for Toronto Defiant. There is a road here, right? Because even though Crazy Raccoon might get those next map picks, if you can start it here on Hollywood, if you can get it going for Toronto Defiant, those next map picks just aren't that valuable. Push, Flashpoint, not as differentiated as the other map types. And so frankly, there is a road here. And after we saw the last map, after the speed Merit started to get on that Cassidy, normally with a down 2-0, I'm feeling pretty hopeless. But to be honest, I still believe this is still doable.
I think it's going to be a really interesting map, and maybe we'll see some more Winston being played on this map. You know, we've seen some Ramatra in Europe, but I think it's primarily going to be the Winston compositions now. Someone, of course, a really gifted Winston. But the player that I keep my eyes on in this map specifically is going to be Sugar Free on Toronto Defiant. I feel like if they're going to play Tracer on this map, you're going to have to come up clutch, and you're playing against some elite Tracers with both Lip and Heesang, whoever they throw out there, right? So it's going to be a really tough matchup for Sugar Free. I think he needs to come up clutch for Toronto Defiant.
Let's see if he can get it done, and if they keep themselves alive.
I mean, hey, that was part of the issue. That Toronto, or that Crazy Raccoon backline's kind of nutty. Chorong and Shu is no joke.
Coming up here, maybe a little less expected, but with 2 teams like this,
That is a god tier championship level backline.
more options, but we're definitely thinking dive compositions here, and this makes perfect sense. So Max comes out, Junbin comes in. It's dive time.
Yeah, a lot of verticality, obviously, on Hollywood in the second
It's
part.
Winston time, hopefully.
I think Hollywood, it forces you to play more tanks, right? You can play Sigma at the start. You can control high ground by that first point. As you move through the map, there are obviously beneficial things of playing tanks who can access that verticality on the offensive side mostly. So I think it's going to give Toronto maybe a little bit of an edge they feel there, right? They don't have to make a decision of, okay, do we go into the map with Max, do we go into the map with Junbin? But also, it does not really seem to matter that much, right? Crazy Raccoon seem to be able to play regardless of which tank is in at such a high level. So.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little bit thin on the narrative of close games, but 3 O's here at an OWCS major. And I'd say the Defiant feel pretty similarly now as their backs are up against the wall.
Well, when you said Ilios was like pretty close, I was gonna ask.
Well, they C9, so
yeah. I was like, was SSG Falcons Ilios close? I was like,
well,
yeah.
yes.
Like,
yes.
I was like, so how close? It's like on the from super close to very close to not really super that close. Like, where was it on the ranking?
I'll leave it at competitive. I haven't really developed my power rankings for closeness of games.
Look at this, a surprise here on defense, Amaga.
Well, yeah, the verticality is less important here, I think. Defenders are going to have that sort of access to that area by default. I think Vega probably still feels like they need to play Lucio here to deny dive. And okay, we might.
Oh, absolutely, Keon. It's crazy.
Earlier on. It's going to be Malkin time, though, of course.
Chio should have been a roll star as well.
Damage dealer lineup makes like
Forcing Eastern players to get roll star was so cringe and dumb.
With the Pharah, I agreed with Jake, like playing Cassie's Sojourn was just a little odd there, you know, with what they were trying to do.
No monkey, Pepe hands.
Actually match this, so a near matchup. We talked a little bit about this Maga versus Sigma and other different kind of competitions.
Far on the defense here, huh?
Maga beat Maga. We saw it in the SSG.
Bro, get Merritt some help. Where is he going?
Right off the rip, you lose Merritt.
Yeah, I felt like Merritt had to send a written request for healing there. A little bit too late as Heesang was able to poke him down with a couple of rockets. And, well, it looks like we're picking up, folks, where we left off. Crazy Raccoon, an easy point A take.
Yeah, and I think now the FAR has become a little bit harder to play right now that everybody can kind of have high ground control here. So, see what Toronto decides to do. Are they going to get up towards that high ground? Looks like they'll have...
Oh yeah, Toronto's not a great region at all. No. It's the worst of the main three. Toronto deadlift it very hard. Toronto and M80. But mostly Toronto.
Sugar-free Farah can fire into this choke here. It's definitely an advantaged position for the defenders, but not for long as his cart starts to advance.
Shu gets really low. Takes a few shots there from Sugar-free. So unless you force him down from the high ground, you're going to get no value when this rush comes up.
It's going to be put to the test. He'll have these small windows where Sugar-free will be exposed to that Cassidy damage. So a couple consecutive headshots, and there's actually nothing that Toronto could do to keep Sugar-free standing. No burst healing available to them.
What do you try and do here if you're Crazy, right?
You eventually need to take the high ground.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and maybe just push some shots in at range and get these players split from someone. And now they do get control of the high ground.
Lip staggered his position. He comes up a little bit later. Okay, hit by the mag grenade apparently. Crazy Raccoon taking it.
Guess it depends on preference. I mean, I guess now that Twisted Minds have kind of died out, EMEA isn't as strong. I think that is worth noting. They're not as strong as they once were because of that. Kind of evens things out a bit more with NA. But I think in general, like, if you look at, like, not necessarily, like, these tournaments, but, like, the regions as a whole, there's more quality teams in EU overall. Like, for that standard. Not an international standard, but, like, a regional standard.
Almost 4 minutes on the clock. You cannot allow them to take that second checkpoint that fast.
Full support ultimates in play here. This is the most important fight of the map so far. Not that that's saying much. So from the low ground, Toronto have been forced down here. They have to play on the card. Jonathan said Geronimo drops down. Heesang tries to fold around the corner of the building, away from the Cassidy presence. Kitsune rushes from both sides, and Chorong's going to be the one that falls with beat, no less. Okay, an opening here for Toronto. Merritt zones away with that Deadeye. I say that unironically here as the Defiant...
Ataraxia, I saw, been kind of put in the work in Face It League, getting a bit better. You love to see it.
Vega doesn't feel like he has to invest his beat. Chorong obviously doesn't have the beat to use. He's back in spawn.
To be honest, I don't get to see as much Face It League as I'd like to. Shout out to Mr. X, or Mr. X, Commander X for the recaps, though. It's very helpful.
Huge fight win there from the Defiant.
Yeah, no need as well for the Defiant to use that beat. Cage fight for someone is available, but they need to wait for the Crazy Raccoon to drop down. And there it is, Merritt.
Merritt again heating up a bit.
Brief window to see the Farah and find the headshots.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's Timeless's own fault. Can't say they got robbed when they literally gave away their positioning.
There's nothing you can really do there. Toronto looks like they're possibly putting a little bit more pressure here.
They choked against Citrus. That's on them.
Takes a big rocket hit there.
And this is coming as a Timeless fan. That is my team. It's just the cold hard truth.
Actually to find that elimination, and here's cage fight. A lot of chains getting thrown around here. A Venn diagram of literal murder. As he's saying
everyone's fighting in the cage.
Big damage there from Lim. Playing in his optimal range, and Crazy Raccoon getting his second checkpoint.
Yeah, and that is the sound barriers end up being used there by both teams. Now, I mean, this is Crazy Raccoon with over 3:30 on the clock here to be able to kind of get the payload down. This is another Toronto Defiant match pick.
Man, he's got half his ult.
Yeah, just, well, I mean, when everybody's kind of coming down this hallway, right? You just get a few directs in there, a little bit of splash damage. You're back up at 80% ult charge in no time.
I like fire on this part of the map. It's really hard for Cassidy to have a long sight line on. Sugar-free, though.
I don't know if Runaway's disbanded, but if they do intend to play in Korea Stage 2, they're gonna have to make changes.
Shoot responds, reciprocates in fact. The barrage was good. The damage, of course, no final blows.
but more than enough to set this fight up, as he's saying, gets good use of that Pharah ultimate. Someone brought down, and we have so much time still for Crazy
Oh
Raccoon.
boy.
Yeah, rushes used on both sides there, but
Not
Defiant
good.
in a pretty decent spot here, coming out of spawn with Deadeye, a pretty big alleyway, and also that rocket barrage. Gotta stay alive coming around to the spawn. Someone's gonna have to get a touch here. That'll be Sugar Free, gets onto the point.
That's big. This is so awkward for Pharah to play in this open cul-de-sac.
It is really weird to play far on point C here. God.
Selection, good priority for Toronto. Will have themselves a bit of a moment to regroup.
Oh, is Prophet LFT? I have no idea. Like, Magus was supposed to go to Ex Oblivione. I don't know if that's going to be a thing anymore. And, what's his face? Vigilante. He's now a part of Twisted Minds, so, yeah.
Just one fight and it goes in your favor, and you actually get a map completion on Hollywood, which can be very difficult to do.
2 minutes left. 2 dead eyes up. Merrick going to be knocked out into the open there by Heesang, but yeah, tricky for Pharah to find the shots here. Lip hoping for just a glimpse of Vega. Merrick trying to do much the same thing, hoping for Heesang to pop up. Neither happens. Both teams still have 5 players.
Yeah, Kellen is supposed to replace KSA, yeah, but Kellen's not on Runaway. That's a different thing.
Oh, and it comes too late. Shu gets picked up before he has a chance to make it work.
That's Genesis, the death of that team. Oh my god.
Below Sugar Free to smithereens.
I wonder where Decay will play.
Should get this one home now. Only RuPaul left. And that'll be that.
So that's something I did not think about.
Yeah, as the sound barrier comes
Who will
through
pick up Decay, if anyone, if he decides to keep
Vega,
playing?
They try and get aggressive behind it.
That was good. 5-player sound barrier is good.
Yeah, they just back up a little bit, disengage, even though they end up losing a player. They end up losing Shu before they end up dropping their sound barrier. It just gives that extra benefit to Heesang. Heesang comes around the corner. He's able to connect with 3, and everything is done after that.
Competitive from Toronto. Navigating that second phase of the map especially well defensively. But again, as the card gets close, they have to drop down and play the low grab to stop any back cap. Force the attackers to come.
As of right now, Sky, yeah.
Acquiesced.
Yeah, Bell's real back on Poker Face. They got Choice A1, they got Becky, they got a squad over there. Poker Face has got a squad.
Sigma, if you want to play Winston, I think they probably expected
Their team is huge. Surely they're going to kick out some of these players. They have so many players.
On defense, on the offensive side. So you're going to have Crazy Raccoon come out with the Maga here.
They have 1, 2, 3 DPS, 3 supports, and 3 tanks. Ain't no way. Choice A1, Becky, and Proud as a DPS trio is going to be sick, though.
This round. So much Pharah on maps that we just don't expect to see her on. She is very powerful. Both teams with the Kiriko setups now, so feeling Pharah not too much of an issue.
I mean, Pharah's been changed a bit.
Before the switch to the Pharah himself.
Yes, I can't remember the last Overwatch tournament we've seen this much far.
Yeah, no,
right? I mean, it is like ages.
Could it have been like the triple DPS or record?
Yeah, it was like
2019.
Yeah, it was like Shanghai used a combination to kind of counter Ghosts.
Oh my god, what happened there?
They played like Wrecking Ball, Pharah, Sombra. I would almost even say it was like a Widowmaker or something along those lines. Tracer, possibly, but
Well, this looks like it's over.
goes in favor of Crazy Raccoon, but yeah, it's
Oofy.
Far to kind of find her spot in the meta for a very long time, and I know with some of the recent changes, to the game overall.
More maneuverability for her.
Yeah, and more. Yeah, she's like more active in, like not in the air as long, but more active in the air.
Yeah, and that can be remediated with Lifeweaver platforms as well. We've seen a couple of times. Merit, a lot of poke damage here. This choke is so deadly for the attackers to make their way through it. Crazy Raccoon
Is Ultraviolet on a team? Yeah, he's on M80.
setting up Heesang.
They're going to play soon.
Heesang gets a vantage point to know exactly where players are split off.
Final game of the, oh no, the next game.
I think they're hitting with a mag grenade, but Heesang wants to try and get in there.
They'll be
now.
playing
Someone
Space
couldn't walk
Station.
away from the last couple of rockets that caught him. Sugar Free here now has a strong position denied him. Has to play in this wide expanse, which is definitely not where Pharah shines. Crazy Raccoon say that's fine. We got what we wanted. They did use Sound Barrier in order to enact that push after losing Lip.
Yes, because they end up losing Lip, they're trying to protect Heesang while he's using Rocket Barrage. They do end up investing the beat there, so you win that fight, but did you ultimately give up the next one?
Oh, what? Okay, fair enough.
There's
It's not gonna be
something.
easier. I think Team Sugar Free standing for the point blank barrage claims Junbin. Deadeye though on the Kiriko. Lip now.
Doesn't even matter. Oh my god.
Sugar Free brought down as Crazy Raccoon moved back inside the cafe. They'll concede a little bit of capture progress, but Lip's got another one. That's 3 in the fight for the Cassidy. Again, good conversation. He's well and truly part of it. Torong steals one away from what would have been a big one for Cassidy still. Vega has nowhere to go. They're allowing this to drag out a little longer.
I mean, that must be so nice. Hey, we lose our tank. You know, Junbin runs face first into a rocket barrage. They drop the Kitsune rush across the point. Lip steps onto it, just takes out 3, and here we go. Where
Hey chat, honestly, even if right now we're just in 3 Overwatch, I'm just glad we're not getting all these tech delays. For now. For now at least. In before now, the whole server crashes and they're delayed for 5 hours.
On the point, and Sugar Free's able to take his sank down in the duel. That's massive. Cage fight for Junbin doesn't feel great here at all, but he needs to get onto the point. Cardiac overdrive, but look at that health bar crumble. Junbin can't hang. Eventually get picked off. Toronto should have this checkpoint now, easily enough.
Yeah, you can't win too many fights with a player down. You're a Crazy Raccoon. You end up having a few fights where you lose a player first, but you're still able to pull the fight out in your favor. That time, it is not the case as the aggression comes on through. And
You know what they say about walking under a ladder, he said?
Oh, true.
Bad luck, right?
Yeah.
10 years of bad luck.
He is on that flank. Looking for a big barrage.
Here we are.
And that's a very durable target that he chose. Yes, he does get the Malga. In fact, both Farahs find a pick with those barrages. Lip thinks better of peeking out. He knew he had enough damage on Merit that the mag grenade would ultimately...
Bro, it's just a headshot machine. Hello?
And very quickly, Crazy Raccoon...
And then that happens. Okay, dude.
Hey, you gotta watch out, RuPaul. Nasty.
Clean movement there from RuPaul, able to dodge some shots there. Now we'll see Junbin comes out on this, so potentially Doom fixed here. So Doom obviously has great access to high ground.
They want to kill Merit over and over again.
I mean, hey,
Yeah, I'm back. Classic ATP.
get rid of Merit.
Doomfist is interesting. I mean, I'll take it. It's not Malga.
Power block used up though, so back to the high ground for the time being. Where do we go? Big punch.
Shout out to Vega for just taking that punch for his team.
Great job by Junbin, takes the attention away from the fire, and Heesang gets to sneak in. And he's finding all the kills. Oh, buddy! Oh, mid-air shot. Okay, this guy is on one.
Some 6 shots there from Heesang. Yes. They were using the Maga up on the high ground before. I don't know if you caught it, but when the rocket barrage.
Yes, monkey.
They end up using the Maga.
Let's go.
Kind of obviously,
No Malga. Let's freaking go. Even if it's just for a minute 20, I'll gladly take it.
Seconds all you need, really. Barrage.
And someone now goes over to
How close was map 2? For a while, it seemed like it was not going to be close, but then it came down to the final fight.
cycle of tanks.
Crazy point B hold by Toronto, but just not enough in the end.
Lip's in a comfortable spot though. Time to challenge him. Deadeye interrupted by Merit. He got stunned up. I think the punch came in from Junbin. Still missing Chorong though. Crazy Raccoon, they're able to trade it back.
Oh my god.
Chorong went down with beat, but so did Vega. Another team suffering as a result of that. Someone low.
Oh, the double.
Punches him as a cat caught inside the room. And I don't think there's anywhere for Sugar Free to really go here. Junbin still respects the damage though, backs out.
That is a crazy beat. What?
To throw theirs into the mix as well. One after another. Lip lands these shots. It's Vega to fall. Well, Lip can head up to the high ground now.
What? Why did Vega do that? Bro just came in out of nowhere, said winnable, and then his team lost.
Seconds left in the round. The Deadeye gonna make more space. Up to the tower goes Merit, but he's an easy target as he drops down. And Lip finishes the job. But Junbin's missing. Sugar Free eventually gets traded out after he goes in and finds the Doomfist, but Lip falls for someone. They're up close. It's messy. It's feisty. But Toronto have a player on the card. They're moving it. Now Crazy Raccoon have to address the Vega issue. The rest of Toronto running, trying to get as fast as they can to help out this lone Lucio. But it might not be enough time. They're too far away. Sugar Free blinks over the card.
I mean, someone's gonna have Primal if they can get another touch. They can't.
But they're just pulling
3-0 Crazy Raccoon. Korea just on top. They are back.
And Crazy Raccoon run away with yet another map to send them to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and for Toronto Defiant, right? We talk about how versatile this
That's
team is,
understandable,
all
Clutch.
different things.
There are certain orgs, and there are some players, like, you just gotta look for who you like to support, and you go from there.
Positions obviously at an extremely high level, rotating.
That's how it was at the
tanks into
start.
mix. Lip was tremendous.
Way
on
back
hit
when.
scan all series long, and I think he's saying definitely got the better of the far duel.
Before OWL was a thing, this is what we did.
Out of NA getting 3-0. And Hollywood, not remotely close enough. Not remotely close enough. Crazy Raccoon.
So that decides it. It's Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, in clearly the most surprising upper bracket final we've ever seen. And then it's gonna be Toronto that play ENCE, and then Space Station versus M80.
For NA's best and brightest. Toronto Defiant are felled in straight maps.
Yeah, I mean the
Toronto ENCE could be fun.
That'll be tremendous.
Maybe.
Those teams square off yet again, and then you know, as we move forward down with the loser bracket, right? Like what happens to Toronto after a really difficult loss like this, right? Trying to bounce back. SSG, we saw earlier today, they end up falling, you know, 3-0 at the hands of Falcons. But I think, you know, SSG has a really different play style. I think it'll give a lot of teams some trouble. I even gave, you know, Falcons.
Some of these loser bracket matches could be intense. ENCE versus Toronto, maybe SSG versus Toronto. Those could be like okay games.
We're having that conversation already. Who's going to come out of that loser bracket?
They've scrimmed each other quite a bit. They know each other's tendencies, I'd hope.
Yeah, and a couple of interesting tidbits like, you know,
Oh no, Tony, it's gonna be 2 again, and it's gonna be tragic.
It's a pretty big statement to make, but for now we're going to hear from the victors.
No FTG here is so sad.
Mitch, thank you so much. Yep, I am here with Junbin, who is also the Porsche Performance of the Match player. So everybody, give a round of applause for Junbin. Fantastic job today. I mean, 3-0. You guys are looking scary as ever. Junbin, how did Crazy Raccoons prepare for this match against Toronto Defiant? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리고 또 PNTM까지 받게 되셨어요. 그래서 뭐 그것까지 축하드리면서 오늘 이제 토론토와의 경기 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨고 또 어떻게 경기를 풀어 나가셨나요?
이제 아무래도 토론토가 미국 와서 했던 팀 중에 제일 잘했어서 저희가 좀 더 전략적으로 준비를 했던 것 같아요.
Definitely there was some planning involved because we knew that going into the match, you know, Toronto Defiant are definitely one of the best teams in the NA region. So there were some preparations, and I think really preparing for this match really paid off in a big way. Now, I have to ask, I feel like Crazy Raccoons are definitely one of the strongest teams that we are seeing in Dallas currently. So in your eyes, what makes your team so good, so strong, and so scary? 자, 마지막 질문으로 준비 선수가 보셨을 때 아무래도 지금 크레이지 라쿤이 거의 달라스에서 최고의 팀.
Still thinking about he's saying spawn camping M80.
잘할 수 있는 이유.
그냥 잘하는 것 같아요.
We're just that good. Simple as that. Everybody, give it up for Junbin one more time. Thank you so much, Zoe. Back to you.
Jumping on stage, just spitting facts with Danny. They are just that good. And a part of that is, of course, the meta. They have such a good understanding. Him on that Maga, it just looks so very clean in the execution. They are dictating the tempo, and it's been really, really hard for any other team to keep up with it.
Yeah, I think Junbin is really the tip of the spear on the Maga comp, and I think he's really evincing a really critical fact about this hero and the playstyle that you need to succeed with it. You can't play slow. I think that Hollywood first point defense was a beautiful example. Even though you're defending one of the better sort of fortress points in the game, still Junbin with any kind of HP lead on the enemy Maga, charging in, forcing the aggression, pushing into the enemy spawn. That's not just disrespect. I think for me, that's actually the way you want to play this comp. You always want to be initiating aggressively, even on defense. And so, you know, showing the advantage of preparation on the comp and a style that really came from Crazy Raccoon, from Falcons. These are the teams that have been showing it and looking the best.
The difference between Korea and other regions was crazy. I thought Toronto was unbeatable considering how. Yeah, no. Absolutely not. NA is just not nearly as good as these other places. Korea has a lot of the best teams, so Falcons and Raccoon are just the most proven. That is simply how it goes.
It's gonna pop off, right?
I agree with Jake, and we've kind of been talking about this on the desk for the past couple of days, and like the game kind of revolves around the Mauga composition, and then it's like
I think SSG is a pretty solid team.
For example, right? the Sigma composition, that could be an answer if you don't feel up to the brawl. And we've seen ENCE try to pull it off, right? And also seen the SG try to pull it off. The problem is that, like, it's so hard to deal with the tempo, like you mentioned, Jake, when you have a Mauga that perfectly positions, has the perfect...
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon won pretty easily. Only a little hiccup on map 2.
So you kind of have to match this Mauga. I feel like SSG, I mentioned it in the last match as well, you know, maybe they can figure out some variation of the Symmetra, but otherwise, right now, it's without a doubt, Crazy Raccoon, Falcons, they are the top 2 of the tournament. All my hope has been vanquished. The hope is gone, Zoe. Like, I've just given up. I'm sorry. Like, I can't do it anymore.
It took 1.5 days. I think you got pretty
do it anymore. I really tried. The narrative was out there.
You're saying Chase had visa issues? I'm not sure.
It was an honest effort.
Yes, M80 SSG is first.
Right all along.
I'm no stranger to crush streams, Johnny. This is the reality.
Because Toronto, of course, need a little break after their last game, so they'll be playing again.
At this level of the game, I mean, what's being asked of these DPS players is something that I think to a level we've never seen before in Overwatch, where you have to play everything.
NA is beyond
one
cooked.
Of the best hit players in the world. You also have to be one of the best Genjis. You got to be one of the best Tracers, one of the best Echoes.
We've been building towards this for a long time, and now it's like finally here where a Hyperflex is required.
Yeah, and I think I think this time was always coming in Overwatch. I think especially you see it on the flex support role right now. We've seen a lot of Kiriko in this series, but from Fielder, we've seen a ton of Ana. We've seen a ton of Batiste.
Alright, leg stretch break again. Gotta remember to keep standing.
And the incredible flexibility.
Only 3.5 hours in, feeling pretty good.
I think
no technical difficulties today. Things are going as they should.
At this point, they're a given. These players are best.
Feels a lot better than the mental booming that was yesterday, I must say. As enjoyable as the quick play shenanigans were. Only if we could have saw San Diego Hunters on land. Yeah, it would have been epic.
Different looks of it though, and that's something we touched on. I'm very excited to set this match up, but we have to wait until tomorrow.
Stop saying it, my bad boys.
Now moving on to the lower bracket first, where we have teams which are fighting for survival. Maybe one of them will manage to claw their way back into that upper bracket, but I think it's fair to say that Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, those were the 2 teams most people would have expected to see up there.
I mean, I don't even know who like takes them on.
Thoughts on Majez's performance? He's looked good for what he's being asked to do. I have no issues with his gameplay. Majez's a damn good player.
Who is the better team? Is it Falcons or Crazy Raccoon? Who is in pole position to actually win this entire tournament? Because so far, Falcons, of course, they've shown their like Genji, Venture, Brawl variant, right? Whereas maybe Crazy Raccoon, they can play more Lip on Tracer, for example. I don't think they'll match that Genji Tracer, right? So it'll be interesting to see how these 2 teams actually play each other in a matchup.
Yeah, and I think honestly in the lower bracket right now, you're scrapping for one more chance. I do still think Toronto Defiant are actually the team that's going to come out of the lower bracket. I still believe them. I think they played Crazy Raccoon the closest of anyone we've seen. I mean, I think Circuit, maybe a weak offense due to some unconventional picks, but I think that was honestly their map.
And Toronto went OWL. 3 of their players did. It's not the whole team.
Yeah, and honestly, even
and not the same coach.
Strongly in the favor of Crazy Raccoon, but nonetheless, I think
some of Toronto's core won OWL.
Actually matching the Maga comp in terms of having the actual skill, the flexibility to take that match. I mean, even Vega pulled up with a ton of kills on Hollywood. I mean, I was noticing that in a lot of these team fights, they might be going the way of Crazy Raccoon, but Vega's finding impact, finding kills. And that's the confidence you need to take a tough Ajax on the second map and still come out swinging.
Yeah, Jake is coping hard.
Exactly what I want to see from my main support player in a meta like this, where with the Mauga,
he wants Falcons to win so bad.
Back, retreating, trying to recover. It's not going to happen. You're going to get run down and finished off. And so you've got to be aggressive. You've got to be taking initiative. Toronto's the team I can see actually doing that and potentially putting up a better fight if they can survive that lower bracket.
I mean, they are the only team we've seen thus far in this tournament who are not afraid to take that Maga mirror. They're not trying to be cute. They're not trying to just bring too much of their own flavor. They have a lot of flexibility, but they were not worried against Crazy Raccoons to take them into that mirror. So I'm very interested to see what they can get done in the lower bracket, where they will be facing off against ENCE next, I believe. For now, we're heading into a quick break, and after that, we're back with a special treat for everyone. So please stick around. You don't want to miss it.
A special treat. Overwatch 3?
What's on your mind, May?
Do we have enough people for this mission?
As long as we stick together, we'll be fine. If you're going to show, now would be a good time.
Attention! This is your captain speaking. We are on final approach to Paris.
That's our cue.
You may now power on your electronic devices. Weather is mostly cloudy, with a 100% chance of null sector invasion.
I need a new Blizzard Overwatch cinematic, please.
Winston, clear as a spot to land. We'll be right behind you.
You better be.
Why is null sector attacking now?
I don't know, May.
Oh, it's a show match. That's the special trick. I thought that was gonna be tomorrow. What the hell are they gonna do tomorrow? They're having an earlier start time tomorrow, I think.
Bonjour, officer. We're here to help.
C'était un singe?
Oh, nice, Harold. Nice.
Good work, May.
Thanks! Watch your back!
Get the civilians to the ship.
You got it!
Tomorrow they're showing sneak peeks of the new support hero, apparently. Oh, okay. Based.
Take cover!
May, stay with me! Winston!
Alright, while this plays, chat, I'm gonna take a little stretch break. I'll be back.
Tracer, get everyone out of here. I'll hold the line.
But you said to stick together.
Don't worry. I'll be right behind you.
You'd better be.
Genji.
Yes! The cavalry's here! Hello, Winston!
Echo!
Let's get you back in the fight.
Interlock shields!
How are we going to stop this thing?
May, your backpack.
Huh? That could work! Trissa, pause bomb! Here you go!
This is getting hot!
Ready!
Go long!
Right! Got it!
Victory is ours, my friends!
Hi, Lena. Brigitte? Oh my gosh, you've grown! Oh, everyone, this is May. Hi, everyone.
Nice to meet you.
Monsieur, does this mean Overwatch is back?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Nah, there's no way I come back and they're hitting us with the be right back. I really jinxed it. The ATP jinx. What is this? Brother. How long's it been like this, chat? How long have we been sitting out? Like a couple minutes, it looks like. Yikes. They're stalling probably to set up the people for the show match. I felt like they were doing their own esport. Yeah, the casters had to improvise. Gotta give them mad credit for being able to yap for hours on end. Much respect. Had a crazy Raccoon look dominant. I hope not, Penguin. What was the game plan for picking Hollywood? There really was not any game plan. Yeah, Toronto were just done for. This tournament makes me realize how good the out playoffs were last year. Yeah, for real, for real. I mean, you never know with Falcons. Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon should be pretty good. At least I hope. Is there an owl wordle we could do? Yeah, we can. Alright, chat, let's play OWL. Yeah, that works. Should I guess first? How about like fielder? Let's get a feel for what position we're looking at. Okay, so I was wrong on literally everything. That's actually pretty helpful. Well, we're looking at a Chinese player in all likelihood, right? If it's not Korean and they're from the East. Okay, it looks like it's a Guangzhou player. Maybe? Oh wait, no, why not Jimmy? Frick. I meant Gaga. There we go. Mixing up names. That should have been a 3 guesser, but I messed up. Yeah, we do be speed running these. There's the timer. 5 more minutes. Rank till next? Yeah, we could. Guess the Overwatch rank.
It's players! It's players!
What am I watching right now?
I'm subbed to your YouTube channel with notifications on. Let's go right there.
What the? Surely that was not on purpose, right? I don't even like how that. I got no context there. It's probably like somewhere in this range, right? I bet it's like a diamond player, isn't it? Flat. Yeah, close enough. A Sigma play of the game, you say? Oh, that is a massive flux. Hello. That wasn't too bad. The spacing there and positioning was a little questionable from, like, the teams. So it's probably not super high elo, but I'll go diamond again. Why not? Oh. It was gold. Okay. Cool. So we're 0 for 2. And that was also very unimpressive. I'll just go plat and we'll... It was silver that time. Jesus Christ, I'm bad at this. What's the other guess the Overwatch rank game called? There we go, there's another one. A Lucio random highlight. Very pixelated. Hello? I was like, okay. Oh, damn, that was Masters. I am really bad at this game. Oh my god, this is some choppy gameplay. Hey, it's my own video, or my own live stream. Surely this one's flat, right? That was bronze? What? Okay. Okay, this guy's hitting his shots. Hitting his he is not missed yet. Jesus Christ. That was a lot of hits. Flat. Close enough, I guess. I'm terrible at this game.
Welcome back to Dallas, Texas, the home of DreamHack. Right now, we got here to this very major because of you, our lovely players who signed up to compete in this new ecosystem.
That's enough time for that poll.
Overwatch. And this is
Probably like 3-1 for SSG, but in the meantime,
of course. But before we continue here with our OWCS action, we actually have a very special match to show some of what we're working
who
on in
wins
the
the
Face It League. But first,
Showmatch?
let's take a look what the Face It League is all about.
Team
Hey heroes,
Dante,
Season 2
Team
of the multi-division
Hydron.
Overwatch Face It League is back. Join with your team or look for teammates on Face It. Compete in weekly matches against players at your skill level at a time that works for everyone. Win your matches and rise through the divisions.
Upper
Competing for
bracket
your
finals is
prize
tomorrow.
pool, earning bigger rewards as you climb. The more teams involved, the larger the prize pool, the better the division balancing, and more fun for everyone. Rise
Yeah,
to the
show
top
matches
of your
right
team
now.
and start your path to becoming a pro Overwatch player. Or just play for fun. Face It League. Register your interest for Season 2 now at fce.gg/Face It League.
Thank you so much, Zoe. How's everyone doing? Excited? All right, this show match is definitely going to be really fun because we got your favorite content creators, we got some pro players, and most importantly, I have all the beautiful fans here right in front of me in Dallas. Make some noise. All right. Are you guys ready to get this thing started? Let's not wait any longer. Everybody give it up for your participants.
Hey, J3, there he is. And SK.
All right, I mean, as you guys can see, we have Team Dante and Team Hydron. Not only that, we also have Face It players that are going to be competing on the big stage. So, Face It players are right next to me, right over here. These two people, amazing people. Can you guys come close to me? Let's have a quick chat. All right, center stage, right over here. Let's start with you. Name, please. Here, no. Get in line. Let's get in line. Stand straight. There you go. Name, please.
Saint.
Saint. Okay. How long have you been playing Overwatch?
I've been playing since Season 2 of Overwatch 1, so about 7 years.
7 years. Longer than Johnny. Longer than Johnny. Reinforce. I don't know. I'm just making things up. Anyways, yeah. Is there a player or someone that you want to really beat on the opposing team?
Ooh, I really want to be SK.
Why?
She's a Lucio player. I'm a Lucio player. It's just like, you know, that rivalry. You know what I mean?
All right. Thank you so much. Good luck. Okay. Next person. Name, please.
I'm Alphabet.
Alphabet. All right. How long have you been playing Overwatch?
I started on console Season 3 and came to PC at Overwatch 2.
Are you better than Jake?
I don't know about that. I mean, I've been in ranks, but I don't know about better.
I think you're better than Jake. I think you have what it takes to beat Jake. Yes, right?
I mean, with Jake on my team, I hope we can do some fun stuff together.
All right, if you have to choose an opponent to beat, who would it be and why?
I mean, I kind of wanted to beat Dante. Dante's been an OG. I've looked up to him forever, and if I can beat him, I can solidify that as a washed veteran now.
All right, everybody give it up for our FaceIt players. Thank you so much. You guys can go back, stand next to your teams, and let's bring out the captains of these two
Dude,
teams.
Avril
We
playing
got
is goated.
Hydron and Dante, come on up. Look at these guys. Oh, what's happening? What are we oh, whoa!
Whoa. Kiss.
All right, you guys could do this after we're done with this. All right, before we get started, let me introduce or explain all the rules. We're having a ban system, everybody. You know.
Oh yeah, FaceIt League rules.
Hero bans. We're trying it in the FaceIt League. So here's just a taste of it. FaceIt League is just one hero ban per team, per map, but since we're only having one map to play for the show match, we'll be doing one hero ban per role, per team.
Wow.
So 3 hero bans per each side, all right? And how are we gonna, I guess, go about doing this? I think we're gonna do just simple rock, paper, scissors, loser or winner gets to pick first, okay? Good to go? Easy? All right. Paper. There you go. All right, Hydron gets to pick. All right, Hydron. All right, who are you banning?
Tracer.
Tracer. Okay. And then
No Tracer in a
and then
match.
I'm
That's
guessing I go to
crazy.
you and then go back. Okay. All right, Dante, how about you?
I'm banning Venture.
Tracer, Venture. Next up, where are you
Dude,
gonna
banning Venture's crazy.
Kiriko.
Wait, that's actually based banning Curie.
Lucio.
Lucio. And then we have one more.
No
ban.
way, he just banned Lucio and SKs in the game, dude.
Maga. No Maga.
No Mauga, okay.
And last but not least, how about you?
I'm banning Winston. Sorry, Johnny.
All right, those are the 3 bans per each
Banning
side.
Lucio when you have SK in the lobby is so toxic. Bro wants to win badly.
All right, good luck, little guy.
All right, everybody, give it up for Dante and Hydron one more time. You guys can go back to your seats. All right. Before we get started, though, quick shout out to Angie, who came up with the amazing art. You can follow her and check
Let's
her
go,
out. Check her
Angie.
out
Go
at
to
Angela Ziegler on Twitter as well, everybody. Thank you so much. Let's get this thing started. Throwing over to our casters, Mitch and Uber. No, Mitch and Matt. Sorry.
Unbelievable.
Mitch and
I even
Uber,
Venmoed
nice.
Danny for the coffee this morning.
It really is the
can
Mitch
I
and Uber
cancel
show,
that?
actually. That's fine. What are we doing here? How do we end up here? We're watching Johnny play on the same team as Jake? You know,
Yeah,
he's
and-
very happy about this because
and
he gets clapped by him every time they have to play against each other in a show.
Right, and if you've ever watched any of these show matches that Jake participates in, he takes them
Dude, he
way
goes-
too
he goes
serious.
dummy hard.
Yeah, he goes way too
I
hard.
see Jack like crying into his coffee. He's like, yeah, he does.
So we see kind of all the bans. I think the ban system is really interesting.
I don't know who I think's
You know,
gonna win this
excited to
chat.
see, you know, how it takes place here today.
Well, we've
you know,
been,
kind of
we've been
shape some of
talking
this.
about this for years, right? Just kind of at what point do we get a roster of heroes that's sort of robust enough to support sort of banning
And
something?
like Dante J3 Emong isn't bad, but kind of feel like Hydron's team is
I thought
better.
after the Maga ban that Dante was just gonna forfeit his ban. And he's like, you know what, we're all right.
Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm
As such, you see Dante, of
maybe
course,
I'm not aware of Avril and how goated he is. I've never seen Avril play Overwatch in my life.
Jake, of course.
Secret weapon.
Oh, yes. But for who is the question? We got Jake and Johnny there. Yeah, finally glad to be back on the same team. SK, of course, she's received the challenge already from Sane on the other side, saying I'm a Lucio player.
Match with the coaches would be awesome.
Alphabet, of course, on the end. Saying that, hey, I've actually beaten Jake in rank before. Now the chance to play alongside him.
We're not in the team comms of Team Hydron.
What map are they going to?
The players on stage, Jake is the only one talking. He's talking at 1,000 miles an hour. So.
Yep.
Yo, nobody can actually select their own characters. Jake has picked the entire comp for this team in the show match.
Looks like Emong and J3. I know J3 was down in the coast room area earlier on. Avril's actually been sort of like live streaming the whole event sort of by his phone. That's been
Jay's
fun.
got that face on that he knows something bad is about to happen. It just hasn't happened.
Don't worry,
yet.
mate. No matter what happens in this, don't worry whatever happens here, J3, you'll still have your McLaren, big fella. You can cry into those plush seats.
Yeah, it's gotta be nice. It's gotta be nice. As we'll be having Li Jiang Tower here today for the show match. So let's see, no Lucio, no Rico in the game, right?
Yep.
So
no Winston, no Malga.
No Winston, no Malga.
Oh, we're just going to be playing some
and then,
rushdown.
no Tracer Venture, right? So you think like a hyper mobility comp's kind of like out of the way, right? Tracer, Venture, both very good. We see some like Genji Pharah, right? I know we've seen.
This is Li Jiang Tower, so I think there are definitely some maps where that's good. Night Market, you could also have Echo. That looks pretty good.
There it is, Li Jiang.
Marisa Dita combination.
Ramatra, even to play some Doom. Dante Doom, little nasty. What's Johnny's Doom like? Oh, all right, let's listen in to Team Hydron.
We got a big pump. Yo, we got a no. Lock in.
Yo, are you ready to get pulled, Ryan? Reinforce? Let's go.
I'm getting in there. I'm gonna need some pulls.
So I only have one playstyle, guys. So you follow my.
I don't know who should I pick, Hydron or Dante? I mean, like Hydron's a fraud though. I gotta go with Dante. Fraudron. Hydron's team I feel like should win though. Oh, never. Okay. Disaster already. Wait, what is this pole? What is SK doing? Wait, it worked! It worked!
Nice, chill. Get your regen. We don't heal us. Guys, kill the Ana. He's a gold player.
Kill the Ana, he's a gold player. That's insane. Yeah, no, it should just be Hydron, shouldn't it? This is Hydron's team. His team's win. Surely. Yo, Emong's gonna match in the Rhyme Duel. Big slam!
Well, I think we leave that up to everyone else's interpretation.
Come on, J3, pop off, brother.
Reinforce wants to play off.
Oh, the wall.
Emong out, dangerous. Team Dante respect is back up. They're in a bit of a weird spot. I think Reinforce calling for a little bit of backup, and SK, she said, don't worry, I can pull you out, Johnny, if you get too deep.
Yeah, this is going to be straight to the point here for Team Dante. Johnny took a ton of damage from Dante.
Emong's low.
Yeah, it's going to be Immortality Field as well.
Nice Immortality Field there from Saint. Deadeye now from
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Rip.
It's going to be Avril getting caught inside that. You know,
Yeah, no, this is a fat GG, chat.
Hydron running away with this.
We want Team Dante, but we know it's not gonna happen. Pepe hands.
Yeah, I mean, anything for the dub, man.
All right, guys, we're gonna split the other team off and we're gonna run it, right?
All right, here's the Blizzard coming on down. Reinforced charges in. Emong going to be frozen stiff. Going to be SK falling early though to the sticky bombs of Dante. But a tank trade favoring Team Hydron. Nano boost available. Alphabet can't quite see where Reinforce is, but Avril gets crunched.
Now, Johnny is, this is a new personal best. It's the longest he's ever lived in a competitive match.
Yeah, but
okay, dude.
To SK and Alphabet doing everything they can. To
wow.
What a shatter. Oh, taking you with me, buddy.
Oh, yeah. Tactical pin there, big slam.
Team Dante.
Was that the nano boost used there as well?
Yeah, they used the nano.
Yeah,
Tragic.
Jake here with the bio
What?
day.
What?
Out, though. Emong able to deal with it. Sleeping Dante on the point. Jake 3's dead.
They got point.
Alphabet out. A chance here for Team Dante. But Reinforcers coming. Dante backs up. Mag Grenade doesn't quite connect you. The Fire Strike, though, will get rid of Reinforce, and Team Dante can stabilize.
Yes, Hydron walks down to the point, ends up dying. So, SK and Zen, it's awesome to see Zen in the mix. Is yeah, you gotta get.
That's hilarious, Byron.
Yeah, Zen into a ride is interesting, I will say.
All right, time for Emong to have a big slam. It's time.
Close to a dead
Big slam! Where is SK going?
It's a sideshow
flank. Sideshow flank, he said. Nah, man.
She's behaving. Fair enough. Looking to group up now.
Big slam. Big slam.
Shout out for Emong. Can GMTD reinforce? SK caught by the sticky bombs, though. That's a problem.
Big slam!
The Johnny would soon rather forget. Great Blizzard.
Oh, he's dead. He's dead.
It pays off. Hydron for 2. Deadeye make it even more than that. Avril caught out. Nowhere for Saint to go. His team Hydron move back into control.
Man, some of these teams got to pick Hydron back up. I mean, he's looking clean
got it
there on the cast.
Man, you are old and bad.
Oh, heavens. Emong here to the rescue.
Wrecking Ball. Dante gets picked up already though. SK's got this.
Oh, okay.
Go Widow next match, says J3.
Nicely done. Team Hydron. They look very comfortable.
Hydron's keyboard like hangs off the table. See that?
Yeah. Yeah, he's the kind of guy to get a numpad on that thing in 2024. Unreal. Maybe he's working an office job now and he's
Also, the players
career.
talking about PGE's mouse pad, like it, like
have you
it
seen
was
it?
like infected or something. Nah, I gotta see it.
Oh,
is that bad?
Look at Jack's tweet. I think
Jake's playing Junkrat. Based.
It's a literal petri dish. Anyway, let's listen to Team Dante's comms as they're 1 round behind.
Also, fire tipped it all around. Oh, I forgot the TP, my bad.
All good.
No worries, no worries.
Doom, Doom. Oh, Johnny Doom.
Johnny Doom.
Junkrat, they have a Junkrat. It's actually good. Doom right here.
I'm gonna
Jake's low.
Jump low on point. Doom no block, 4-1, we're low.
Oh, diffed. Oh. Oh.
took over the lobby.
Oh, I'm blocking the banter. Oh, my bad. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
I forgot.
you're in
I've got this
position.
an objective.
Holy shit, I'm coming.
How deep we going? How deep we going?
Remember, guys,
There's
map
no
three.
end, bro. Jake is in there.
Jake? How is he alive?
Baby, that's my dog.
Wait, oh! Wait, Jake,
You win this, you win this.
Oh, you're in there. He's in there.
Oh my fucking god.
Somebody help our god.
What?
Oh my god,
Ow!
All right, guys, we gotta push the spawn doors. We can't 200 to steal
Where
them.
do you think I'm at, dog? I don't back down. I just go down, bro. Jump in.
Oh.
Dante!
Oh, no.
Fuck! Oh, Jake the kind of guy to suplex his nephew teaching him how to wrestle. He does not care.
Wait, Jake has a rip tire. Jake has a rip tire!
Well, that's it, a 3K rip tire. He's in your house! He's in your bloody house! 5 AM somewhere in the world.
This is not good for Team Dante, I would say. My expert opinion.
The fact that the reinforcements...
They're Face-It League players, Brian.
Yeah, the fact that John can live on the Doom is incredible. Look at the movement tech there from
Oh.
Johnny, and he's off the side.
Bye, Johnny.
Well, you know, he's not a coward at least. Nice shot. Hydron caught there by the stickies. Jay has been quiet though in that matchup. Little Junkrat.
Ooh, nice shot.
Clean as a whistle. That out. I think he's trying to make a point.
Okay, dude.
Point felt is okay. So Team Dante getting close, tying it up here. Team Hydron still.
He should have done that, then said there's a bug on you.
Wrecking ball.
Missed opportunity, 2BH.
Not known for the wrecking ball.
What is he known for, Matt?
Not really sure. Nah, it's Reinhardt play. He's
Right. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Okay, sleep here on full. Avril hits the sleep. Make a note of that.
Go, Avril.
he'll clip that one.
You gotta get back into the game. Reinforce able to pick up the mega here, but elsewhere, Emong managed to dive in on Hydron. Dante dupes at Ana. Saint though finds a cleanup. Team Dante here coming alive.
2 with the rally.
Okay.
Big rally there from Saint.
I have a nano here for later on. Where does Avril send this? Probably at Dante. Jay, okay, well, that nano will expire, as does the dupe.
I think he should nano Jay.
Reinforce is throwing. Johnny is playing so bad.
Make it a little bit easier, you know?
Hydron still looking for a couple shots here. Really taking over the lobby, to quote Dante earlier in the round, but now it's been a little quieter. The Junkrat threat has been neutralized. Emong locked in on this Steven out. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Avril.
Avril gets a free haircut. Not that he needs it. Bingo, baby. That's the Widow duel. Once more. The Team Dante. Just chilling. They're on the point. They're watching Hydron. Not bothering.
Come on, Dante's team. Let's go. Come on.
Rallying the troops.
They're not going to win, but come on. Control center. We can do this.
From Team Dante, Team Hydron.
I think Dante could still be a DPS player. Why not?
Now we got Reinforce here on the Reinhardt in our final point.
Now, of course, you can connect your account on Twitch, your Faceit account, to get Faceit drops, fam. Watching this game.
That's sweet.
Yeah. Well worth checking out. And we're going into our last round against Control Center. Some discussion.
Go junk, Dante says.
Dante asking for the junk mirror.
Yes! This is classic! The Rhine junk on Control Center.
Showmatch would be like on Horizon Lunar Colony.
In the rafters.
6v6 junk rat.
Nice opening in from J3. Yep.
Pretty huge. Getting the other team's Moira out of the way.
J3, my guy. Just gonna sit at that angle the whole time? What are we playing, Valorant?
Emong really coming alive with that Diva in the later half of Garden.
This turned into a blowout here.
J3 starting to make it happen.
I have math. It looks really good.
Okay, Moira and Ryan.
Reinforce, what in God's name are you doing? Brother.
Well,
kill him now. You're throwing.
Yeah, it's, Reinforce. I mean, that's kind of what he's known for mostly, right? The charge.
No one's throwing
Team Hydron is fumbling right now. What is going on here?
There for Johnny is,
ooh, okay, Jay.
Got the bug.
Flashbacks to Reinforce about the Swedish World Cup team here.
Not yet, Alvin.
Before it was on stage.
Oh, man.
Jay's getting a little feisty
Yeah,
here.
okay, I like that.
Oh, J3.
Holy, that's my streamer.
Jesus, never forget. His name was Jesus before. Former professional player, Renegades.
By Team Hydron here, but without Jake now, who's lost again to the Dante junk. Will he switch? How much does he care about winning?
Renegades Jesus back at it.
I think Jake cares an unreasonable amount about this game. There's no way he's losing to Avril. There's going to be some switches here.
No, they didn't. No way.
I love how you bring that up specifically.
Dante! No way!
She could do about that one. Getting away would have been a problem. Riptide removed. I think Jake might have sent that in from spawn. But needs to now get more directly involved in the fight. He's flanking, I think. No, now rejoining.
Maybe Iroh, maybe.
A little bit slow. A great first map, but now they're starting to get shut down.
Dante Tyre could go big here.
Needs to find some purchase on this Widow.
Fraudron back at it, missing in the clutch as always.
For most of this 10 seconds now to be spotted through the window. It's
a long journey there.
Yeah, goes coast to coast with that one, but doesn't find a connection. It's Dante down. Hydron. Look, not a Widow.
Oh, they're locking in.
Always favored.
Johnny's throwing though. Somehow he got antied as Ryan. How did he get antied there? Dude, Johnny just threw. What?
Hydron's grill. Looks like maybe there's one player here. Is SK. Gotta get towards the point.
Dante, baby, let's go. Team Dante, let's go. Beating Fraudron. Fraudulent as always. Fraud alert.
And they get clapped into map 3 like that.
I mean, that is a brutal way to go out there.
Rolled and smoked.
You can see that Jake is just absolutely stunned there on the stage. So I imagine there's going to be a lot of trash talk that comes out of this one.
Hey, just quietly, that J3 Widow really started to get online. Also, like we talk about, people who definitely want to get the dub. Like Emong's that kind of guy who will be like, hey, let's lock in, let's get serious. The Diva round was great on market.
I mean, Emong.
Let's go.
Professionally cast, right? Ages ago, right? So it's not like they're just a streamer.
Yeah, have you wondered why Overwatch is
Banned from the kitchen, banned from the microwave.
Few of their representatives here on stage. Avril gets a dub. Is that
Avril in his first professional debut.
Yeah, it might be.
Or actually, I don't know if he played any of the show matches before. I'm not sure. No, he did actually. No, it's not his debut. It's the first time I've seen him play in years, though.
I really thought the Team Hydron had that locked up.
Yeah, it was just one map.
Playing very aggressively there. I thought SK, she had a great showing. The Life Weaver was really, especially if you're going to be playing with someone like Reinforce, who is just going to be taking every risk and limit test.
Way too far.
Yeah. on a couple of occasions. I don't mind it, you know, especially if you're a
Reinforced did hard troll.
Fine here and there.
Yeah, the
Stop saying hydrogen.
Just kind of staring at Maga, staring at each other. Just kinda,
Broad
Also,
drawn.
no tracer.
Yeah, no tracer as well. I would like to see Venture. Venture's been a ton of fun to watch. But
Should have played 2CP, imagine.
Showmatch, maybe not, you know, like it's hard to say, like just if they were crafting the best comp available. We had junk mirrors, we had widow mirrors, but they were possible.
Yeah.
The Hydron pop-up at the start of Gardens really looked like it was setting the tone for how the entire map would go, but it was not to be. And I've got a big shout out as well to our...
I know it was autocorrect. I just think it's
Alpha,
funny.
pretty good time.
Hydrogen.
Zane also showing up big way on the support. Let's head over to Danny here, had an interview on stage.
Thank you guys so much. Everyone, give it up for our captains one more time. Very exciting.
Team Hydron through. They fumbled the bag with reinforced trolling.
Hydron, I gotta ask, what happened, bro? What happened? You guys were looking good when you guys were starting, and then just something happened. What happened?
You know, I don't want to be the guy to say it's not my fault, but...
All right, then who was it? Whose fault was it? Just point at someone.
I had a couple of Ryan players that were 12 and 10, but that's...
Nice.
That's all good, though. That's all love. All love.
Yeah, we know who that is. We know who that is. But hey, good job. Dante, you got the win. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. You know, I just don't think the new gen DPS players can compete with
Real! Dante's so real for that. Let's go.
All right, if you have to pick one player that was really good on your team for the show match, who is it?
Oh, this is a hard one. No, I'm kidding. J3.
J3. All right. Hey guys, one more time, big round of applause for the captains. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, you guys can go ahead. All right. We're gonna go to a quick break. When we come back, we have more matches coming up. Stay tuned.
Team Dante for the win, baby. Let's go, chat. J3 redeemed himself after leaking the IP. Nice. That was pretty funny, though. I'm interested to see how those bans will, like, affect actual pro play. Now for the actual game. M80 versus SSG on the chopping block. Chat, we did a poll earlier for y'all. Gonna say 3-1 SSG for you guys. Kind of a 3 Overwatch kind of day. So I'm gonna say 3-0 SSG. Although, as I always say, you never know when M80 or I should say the M80 DPS are gonna go sicko mode and somehow pull a map out, but I like the way SSG played early against Falcons. They played valiantly. I think they can win today fairly easily. We shall see, though. Yeah, we'll see how it works and face it. I'm glad they're experimenting. We've talked about this before. There's nothing wrong with trying some new things, especially when it's going to be in a massively impactful way with like the biggest pro play stuff. Like face it's like a secondary thing. That's a good way to experiment and see how people like it. So then if it ends up being a success, you can implement it into stuff like OWCS perhaps next year, let's say. Plot twist, the bans carry on to next game. If you lose, you have to continue to not be able to play the characters that were banned for you. It stacks. Every time you lose a hero. If Overwatch ever does pick/ban system like LoL, you can imagine the Dodgers when their hero gets banned. Oh my god. Or what they're going to do is instead of dodging, they're going to troll the game on purpose. What do you think of the meta of this Dallas tournament so far? It's not bad. We're seeing some variety. I'm not the biggest Mauga fan, but we haven't just seen Mauga, so it's not the worst. It's not my favorite meta either, but I like that we're seeing Pharah. Pharah for a long time just didn't really have any activity. Glad to see her be implemented a little bit. And it's without the Mercy as well, so it adds its own little flair.
Hey heroes. Season 2 of the multi-divisional Overwatch Face It League is back. Join with your team or look for teammates on Face It.
Again, I'll just reiterate, I like M80 as a team, but I don't think they have the strength to measure up to some of these upper level teams from other regions.
Your share of the prize pool, earning bigger rewards as you climb.
It takes one good Pelly or happy performance for that to change, but I don't know if that'll be enough.
And more fun for everyone.
I thought that the way our boys played earlier in the day was good, even if it was a 3-0, so I'm all in on Space Station to at least make it to the lower bracket semi-final. I think M80 is a good opponent for them.
Texas, we are ready for our next two matches. Those two matches will be of the elimination type. Speaking of
Are Deadeye and Blaze suddenly good? I don't know if they're suddenly good.
Back, Jake and Johnny.
I blame Johnny. I blame Johnny. I'm not shy about it.
Why do people always blame the tank players?
What do you mean?
I would usually
Okay, Johnny, that is some insane cope. I know tank players do get blamed a lot, but in your instance, you deserve to be blamed, my guy. That was some next level inting that I saw.
Once you took that
Outside of the one good Earth Shatter you had, what did you do this game?
Jake wasn't quite as effective.
Did I do Jake on my over-under proper videos? I believe I did at some
Take some
point.
responsibility.
I'd have to look.
What are you talking about?
I was pressing
people
tab at
hearing
the
this
end, Johnny.
selfish guy? Oh, people look at me diffing. Look at me diffing. Look at me diffing.
Okay, this
I dominated.
respect.
I
Where
dominated.
was this Johnny in round 3? Where were you? You were quiet in the clutch.
Look at this. Oh my.
I mean, this is beautiful.
Wow.
Although, Johnny, Overwatch 2, you don't have to go off the map with
You
it.
can cancel the charge, my guy.
You both had
Bro's still stuck in Overwatch 1 mode.
Look at this. Who saved you in your time of need but me?
It's a team game. What are you talking about?
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, we've
My
established
shield
that.
broke because you guys were so slow.
Honestly, though, I think there were a lot of great moments in there. Both of you also had.
Yes, we haven't seen Deadeye and Blade kills, but I don't think it doesn't necessarily have to do with the strength of the ult. It's a situational thing. Generally, they're not good ults still.
Yeah, look, well, SK was carrying you to carry.
Jake?
That's what I saw.
Oh. Is this the tire?
That's the big one. That's the big one.
The big one.
Where were you? Jake has a ripped tire.
Okay, that was nice, Jake. I gotta be credit. You
This
still
was
have it.
funny.
Okay.
He should have said I got the bug in chat. Missed opportunity.
Whoa, is that our face player?
Yeah, that is our
you got a
streamer.
mental
J3
warfare.
actually, he took it to Hydron there.
It reinforced it good. He made sure Hydron lost.
You gotta ban Widow next time.
That was our mistake. Use the Widow ban.
I blame
It's too
Hydron.
strong.
Hydron's bans were pretty bad.
It's it. Now, of course,
I mean, banning Lucio was clutch, so SK couldn't just dominate the lobby.
While cheering on just good, honest, or rather dishonest Overwatch 2, which is what we love to see. And of course, some of these players, they are competing in the Face It League as well. You are one of those. We talked about your experience thus far. Got one dub on the board.
I mean, we're in the Master League. We're playing with the pro teams. We're not really supposed to be there, but it's okay. We're having fun. And to be honest, we have really strong individual players on our team. So even if we show up on match day and have no prep, no strats, sometimes we still pop off and make it really close against really, really strong teams.
Give me the download. Which teams are currently in the lead? Who are the favorites in the tournament?
I mean, pretty much as you'd expect for North America, Toronto Defiant, M80 on top with a bullet. A few other teams, TSM, who didn't qualify here but have looked like a very strong team in NA. They're doing super well. So kind of the usual.
Yeah, that is really funny. That guy said he wanted to diff SK and Lucio, and then Lucio proceeds to get banned.
Beat ENCE just the past week, actually, the last couple of weeks. So it's been a really close region. You know, some EMEA teams, they have, you know, tried to compete with the likes of ENCE, for example. And we've seen some of those teams in OWCS. So both NA and EMEA, pretty competitive.
Yeah, actually, some teams that we want to shout out and mention here, the great showman from Oceania.
You're doing great.
I get paid to talk. Can you believe that sometimes? And Loaded, of course, from South America. They nailed that one, so that's 1 point for me. They're standout teams. Currently 6-0 in the competition, so they are leading the chart. Both players, of course, they played deep runs in the OWCS last year, and now they're fighting for their spot at EWC, and so can you. you. You can sign up for the Face It League as well. It's everybody's game. Ish.
Look, after that competition, I'm ready to compete again.
Yeah,
I'm
did it light a fire?
I'm hereby announcing if
Looks like the boys are setting up, getting ready to game.
DMs are open.
We need Team Plat Chat. Everyone's been waiting.
Good time to plug the Esports World Cup. Return of the Hangzhou Spark, baby.
He's okay.
He's begging. He's
All right,
begging.
so,
It's not just pointing.
so we're going off broadcast and we're thinking of a Plat Chat team. So it's me and you. Can we post Costa? Can we post Costa from Overwatch? Yeah, I mean Overwatch. I think they're disbanding or
Just
something.
Joss suggested me, and you just completely glanced over that.
Wait,
link, not that.
oh.
Yeah, no, me.
No,
me? This guy, you're really
he's
bad at
pointing
pointing.
at Jake, Zoe. I'm sorry.
No, I felt pointed at.
Do you want to be on our team?
No one wants
If
my
you want to play
remarks, so I
tank,
don't know
I mean,
what
I
to
can
tell
play.
you.
I can play damage.
I want to see you on Junkrat.
Oh, you.
I don't know if we want to see
That's a reason
that.
they haven't
I
brought
don't
out.
wanna
That's
see that.
that's a sight for sore eyes, or whatever you say.
I think the eyes get sore after that sight. Maybe it's that way around. You know what I do like to watch though? Good Overwatch.
Yes.
And you know what? We got plenty of that coming our way. We have our first elimination match of the day. Being set up right there on this very stage. So let's take a look at the bracket to see how we got here. We have, of course, had a packed day one already. We started off in the upper bracket today as well, which
No, I'm pretty sure Face It was always, or I mean, sorry, Esports World Cup was always $1 million for Overwatch.
and that means that Toronto Defiant and also Space
But still, that's some of the most money you'll see. Literally the most.
M80 and the squad from ENCE. So these are our pairings in the lower bracket. The loser is out as we're playing in this double elimination bracket, and the first match we will be watching is ENCE in Toronto. No, actually M80 and Space Station.
There's
That's the first
been
one, that's the
a
first one.
lot
That's
of
the
trash
first one.
talk about between these teams, right? This is North America versus Europe. Who's the better region? Yeah, we know Korean teams in the top. They look the strongest.
Don't look at the upper bracket. Just look at the lower bracket.
Fighting for second,
Treat it
though,
as its own tournament.
It's its
This
own
is
tournament in the
its
bracket.
own little thing.
There's a lot of pride on the line. These players have talked a lot of smack about how each other are overrated, easy competition, and well, you can talk the talk all day, but at some point,
How many
you
teams?
gotta
It's like
walk the walk.
16, I think.
Well, let's see if they can get it done. Obviously, none of those teams is lacking the star power to get it done. M80 is the first team I want to chat about and want to take a look at. Obviously, we want to see more from them yesterday.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
A
8.
business thing in the very
13,
end. So, like, not much to
14,
take
15,
away from the match against Twisted Minds. But the first
16?
match, when they also, of course, suffered a loss, which ended them up in this position. What can we take away from this? What did we learn?
To be honest, I was worried about M80's backline. I mean, with the level of aggression that a team like Crazy Raccoons was putting on them, they weren't standing up to it. They weren't able to make that a properly competitive series as I think that they hoped that it would be. And so I think this is their real chance to take on a team that they have been disrespecting. I mean, they've been calling Space Station overrated, an easy opponent. And I think Space Station, to me, has looked pretty scary, right? They might not be playing what's the most dominant meta right now, but I don't know that M80 can really bring that heat on them either. Can you replicate the success of the teams from Asia? It's not so easy. It looks easy when Falcons and Crazy Raccoon play, but that's just the skill of the players.
Yeah, I feel like these two teams, they know each other so well from scrims, of course, so they have a good idea of what the other team will be trying to do. So this could even become like
Real Landon in chat.
Like mindset kind of thing, like what do we think they're going to bring out? It's not necessarily we're going to see Mauga mirrors all the time. Although, that being said, I do think that M80 could learn a lot.
Also, you're talking about the prize breakdown, chat. For the Esports World Cup, first place gets 400k. Second, 160. Third and fourth get 80k apiece. Fifth through 8th get 40. 9th through 12th get 20. And then 13th through 16th get 10. And then the MVP gets 50k. Whoever wins the World Cup MVP. So damn, like playing hard and like being the best player really matters. You win 50k for being MVP.
I think the Happy Far, that's a little bit of a troll. I don't think that's going to come out. Pelican is probably the Far player for this team.
Yeah, he is.
Pelican's a monster on that hero.
I mean, regardless who is playing what, those individuals on M80, they will be tough opponents in the way of SSG. Now that is of course a team. There is a lot which can be said about
And it's going to be in
those players as well.
July.
We
Should be
touched on
fun.
it
July
already in our pre-show
24th. What
today,
day does that
Johnny.
fall on?
What did we learn thus far from the performance?
On a
SSG has shown
Wednesday.
us here
It's
in the
weird.
OWCS
Okay.
was major.
I mean, it's a bit tough, right? Because we've been talking a lot about versatility going into this tournament, being able to play so many different compositions. But as the tournament progresses,
Who do you think might win the World Cup? I mean, if we're talking the Esports World Cup, it's probably going to be like, I'd imagine Falcons or Crazy Raccoon or maybe the Spark who are back competing again.
But I feel like if you're SSG and you want to compete for the win here, if you want to,
Or if, you know, Twisted Minds can get their crap together, maybe it can be them.
How are you going to get it done? That is the big question with, you know, 3 really talented damage players on your team. You can go with Backbone to play some more utility characters like the Symmetra, like May, for example. Psycho had a really good showing here on Ilios playing the Tracer, of course. But then also Sparker, you know, he's a lights out hitscan player. So how do you manage your damage players and maybe implement some more Mauga? That would be my question here.
Yeah, I think there's a big open question for SSG. Do you take a risk, gamble your tournament life on the ability to adapt on the fly and follow this Mauga composition? Or do you stick with your guns? What's worked with you time and time again, even when the meta has been strongly opposing?
Yeah, they're not doing the World Cup with countries. That is not a thing this year because there's no BlizzCon. No BlizzCon, no World Cup. All we got is the Esports World Cup in Saudi this year.
You know, sort of his confidence for how far they can make it in the tournament.
And also, like we've seen Christopher do that in the past, right? Where in the World Cup, for example, pretty controversial that Team UK they pursued this.
We get World Cup back for 1 year and now it's gone again. Pepe hands.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that, but that is Christopher applying his knowledge and saying, I think this is our best key to success here. We're going to play this hero. And I think he'll do the same in this match and say, like, how are we going to win this tournament? I'm going to have my team play that composition and do the best they can.
I mean, if there's a team which can surprise us with maybe more unusual look or more unusual composition and making it work in a meta that may not be that, it is this team. They've done it in the past under different names. They're now here as SSG. They will
Oh, welcome, Mira. Yeah, just a bit late. Halfway through the day.
And we're now also ready to see if they are able to, you know...
The Esports World Cup is not country-based. It is invitation-based. You compete to get your spot.
I'm pretty sure everyone here is as well. But first, let's check out a quick video.
Like right now, Crazy Raccoon qualified, Falcons, FTG, Yeti. Team once again, also known as Hangzhou Spark.
Oh, hey
hi, Danny.
Guys. Yeah,
Looks like Toronto Defiant and ENCE, SSG, and M80 as well.
Right now, I'm working with Space Station Gaming.
There's also going to be a team that makes it from OCE. Looks like South America as well.
Maybe.
There's a Face It Master NA team, 2.
They got some cool merch.
3 Face It Master NA teams, and then 3 EMEA.
They're $25 a piece.
Every game's been a 3-0,
I don't think
yes.
they're looking at me, so I'm just gonna go.
That hoodie.
Well, I mean, there's no BlizzCon, Junkrat. You know, that's why they do the World Cup when there's BlizzCon. There's no venue.
With the original dragon,
That's
the Wii
cute.
Spitfire dragon, and
The original dragon.
there's some profit sharing going to the players.
Let's not get political, Byron. Falcons are the only team confirmed for the Overwatch 2
If
section.
you want to support the Space Station Gaming players, you can go over there and buy yourself a Wii Spitfire hoodie, and you can.
That's
I
huge.
love
Just
that.
other players.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, go and support them. Also, of course, on the other side, we want to support the players from M80 as well. But first, let's listen into an interview they did earlier.
Oh yeah, well, true. There was a 3-1 yesterday, but I thought maybe you meant today.
My name is Jaws. I'm with M80 here at the Dallas Major, a day before the games kick off. How are you guys doing? How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling pretty
Great.
good.
Great. You guys want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, hopefully it's not a one-off thing.
Start things off, maybe.
I'm Wire. I'm Wash.
I'm Ultraviolet.
I'm Pelican. I'm Happy.
Pelican and Hawk have some sick bird names. If you both could choose bird names for your other teammates, what would they be?
I don't know. They should choose.
Sounds good, Vulcan.
What does Lai look like bird-wise?
What do I look like?
No, Tony, they did a show match.
Is it like white?
It's like a flying eagle, like lion thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Take that.
That's a compliment. That's
Thank
good.
you.
I like that.
I don't know what else.
There's a lot of like talk on the streets about Korea being the best region coming in. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have the two best teams, but I think there might be a shift in who's the better one coming into this major.
What would you say is the most fraudulent region then? NA. A bunch of frauds? You're frauds?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I like that.
What, Vulcan?
A lot of the regions are really top heavy right now, I think.
You think you're going to be easy prey then?
Yeah, I don't think Twisted Minds are even playing to like win. They're just here for a vacation, and I think also students of the game are here for a vacation too with their Hawaiian shirts, which I respect.
They look pretty sick actually.
They look like they're off Etsy. In a good way.
Who do you think the worst players are for each role coming into the tournament?
I'm not joining this one because I'm a support player. I'm not throwing any shade.
Okay, you don't have to say anything, but...
Students of the game.
Okay. What, their whole lineup?
Yeah.
You think they're going to get smacked down? Do you think they'll take any maps at all?
Listen, I don't think it'll be close, but I'm praying for dogfights. For students.
Fire's got the swag to him.
Like, I think it would be so funny. PG on stage with his crusty mouse pad going map 5.
I think for the final lane it should be a 12-team competition. Competition? Yeah, I wish, but it won't be. It's a mirror image of how this is going, but just in Sweden.
They can have their lower bracket run. They can have their hero story.
For each of you, is there like one player?
NA, 3 EMEA, 2 Asia again.
I'd love to play them here. I want to beat RuPaul.
Okay. Hawk, is there anybody you particularly want to beat? Any player or like a team?
No, I don't really care.
You don't really care?
Bro, stop lying. You were talking about Hanbin coming into here, man.
He's not. He's not even playing.
So, who has the best Texas accent? I want you to say some phrases. So, can each of you give me a
understandable,
howdy
Vulcan.
Howdy, partner.
He won. Howdy.
Bro, come on.
It's alright, Mir. Next time, all us.
Fun.
Surely.
Anti-fun, actually. Okay, UV.
Howdy, partner.
That's pretty good.
Hey, you got it. You're
Okay.
next. You have to Texas accent, you know, like American movie?
American movie. Howdy, partner.
Howdy, partner.
Howdy, partner. Pretty good.
Howdy, partner.
We're happy.
That's pretty good. Okay, I like that one. Well, I appreciate you guys coming in. It's going to be a fun couple of days, or 3 days even. And yeah, good luck. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Great piece to get to know those players a little better. Hawk, just the hate's fun. Nothing changed.
Hawk does hate fun, real.
I love Liar. Liar is so much fun.
Liar's got the swag, man.
I'm now like thinking of him as a griffin. I'm like,
It can't be unseen.
It can't be unseen. Yeah.
We discussed this yesterday. Okay, you weren't on board with my golden pheasant. We did discuss the barn owl for a second there as well. I think
there's a good
that's
competition. I think there's a good
look.
competition. But the griffin, I mean, he does have that lion's mane going on.
The griffin isn't even a real bird.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Just let's keep it factual here.
Are birds real?
He's like, what do you mean
I
they're
was like,
not
what? I
real?
thought griffins existed. What are you talking about? This is news to me.
Well, sorry.
I mean, those guys though, they were not mincing words when it comes to SSG,
No.
right? They were talking smack. They were talking like this is not going to be a competitive series, and that for me is a bridge too far. I mean, even if M80 ends up coming away with this, I don't see it being one-sided and dominant. I mean, I've criticized SSG for their comps.
Is it just content? Is it amping yourself up? Is it what is it?
It might be all of those things, but as a serious observer of the game, I just can't watch SSG play and not give them their respect. You know, like when this team has openings, they find the picks. Sparker, lights out, Psycho, Tracer, insane.
I think for the story between NA and EMEA is that we don't know of these two top teams in each region who is going to establish themselves as the best from either North America or EMEA. So I'm really looking forward to see this clash between NA and SSG because I think it could be a really close one and it'll determine a lot about how we view these two regions.
Well, we talk the talk. They certainly talk the talk. It is time to walk the walk. Let's welcome our teams to the stage.
Dallas, Texas, give it up for M80.
Happy as their star-studded damage duo. These guys are flexible. These guys have experience and some of the best mechanics you ever
I do
seen.
like M80's jerseys. Pretty simple, but they get the job done.
I mean, he's played in Overwatch League Grand Final. He guys knows how to perform on this stage. Looking forward to see what Liar and Ultraviolet can do in the backline for this team. But these guys are no slouches. They're going to bring the firepower. Can't wait to see what they have in store.
Change the title of the stream.
DreamHack Dallas, give it up for Space Destination Gaming!
Fans have known them by many names, but they've always been favorites.
Felt like I was watching a 4Kids anime opening. Oh boy. Look at that Chad.
Spicy. You can expect this team to bring fast, aggressive styles, the type of Overwatch that everyone loves to see. M80,
That's unlucky, Amir.
But can they back it up against this impressive Space Station Gaming?
Check, we're about to find out as we are sending this match on its merry way. And for all the action, we're going to hand it over to Netra and Jack.
Thank you very much, Zoe. M80 versus Space Station Gaming, NA versus EU. It's time to get down here in Dallas, Texas, here at DreamHack. Rose, this is going to be a spicy one. We heard M80 in the interview there talking a little bit of smack. I did a classic esports moment, bump into Hardy in the bathroom and asked him how things are going to go down in this match, and he said, clean, 3-0, take that word from me.
Wow, few words. Just few words to tell something so big. I mean, the storyline between EU and NA has always been so hard fought, it feels like, to see which region is actually going to end up being better. Words shared on both sides, but really get a chance to put it into practice again as we did
Sparker's baby face throws me off because of his swollenness. Yeah, he is pretty jacked.
I'm ready for this one to go all the way here in the lower bracket, and it's going to have to as well. I mean, this is an elimination game too, so everything...
Yep, elimination game. Loser is out.
To the final day. Very, very scary upper half of the bracket as well, Rose, with Team Falcons.
Happy and Pelly got a deadlift. Who's that dude in the background? Who's that over there?
If Space Station M80 want to make it that far and face them again, maybe even in the finals, they're going to have to win here first.
And I love what the desk was talking about, because both of those teams pack a very impressive Malga composition. So that's something that we're going to want to see maybe change a little bit as we take a look at how both of these teams...
Here we go, Chad. Busan. New map. Saw Ilio's lots already before. Changing it up here. I love all the gas station coffee cups. Yeah, it is pretty silly.
Mecha Base is our first round. M80 and Space Station.
No, I mean, like, that dude that was, like, way in the back. He was, like, doing something with his arm. He was looking up at something. What was he doing? He's in a Hawaiian shirt.
Even rocking the Venture.
And the Venture and the Genji.
Yes, Sparker worked out a lot. Now he's very jacked. Dude, Hadi, wow, was just completely away from his team there. What the heck happened there?
Backing off there, too scared to get knocked up and insta-kill by the Venture.
And the Venture was already able to just get...
Hadi immediately gonna go to... Oh, I was gonna say, surely not Winston. Surely not.
Just to see if they can maybe work on something a little bit that might give them a bit of a better advantage. You can see Psycho actually heading to point.
A contest from Psycho. All right, all right.
From Psycho there, trying to get the touch, stopping Pelican from potentially capping. He's in a little bit of trouble though. Now trading blows back and forth. So 4v4 on the high ground. It'll be quick for Pelican to get back up there though with that wall climb. Falcons taking a lot of damage in the front line, however, and Pelican just actually so aggressive on the Genji. As Sparker, Astro, Blandon, they've already all fallen.
Happy has so much mobility.
Happy going crazy on this Venture.
Just go directly past that Sigma shield, and without there being any...
Yeah, I gotta say, Hawk is playing very up close. Happy's kind of doing his thing. Pelican's like doing his own little off angle, distracting Psycho a bit. Can't really do too much work on the back line. Gonna change the approach, right side.
Actually up very quickly here for Happy.
Happy's been doing so much damage in the early stages of these fights.
Oh, this could be dangerous. The follow-up from the slam is beautiful.
Happy just dashed through it. Tectonic shock in the back line. Everybody succumbing to the rumbling rock.
Hardy's gonna die again.
Damage his life, just dueling him on the outside. And with Hardy and Hawk dead, DPS and supports having a little showdown here in the left-hand room. However, Space Station Gaming.
Oh. Okay, got a couple kills.
But M80 have so much else they get to bring to the equation when they've still been able to hold
Managed to turn it around.
3 other ultimates to spare on top.
But now this is where things are a little terrifying.
Some of the losses in that last fight, they get
Wombo combo incoming.
See if they're able to meet M80 before they're able to get the jump on them.
Yeah, they were definitely expecting a little bit more there in terms of capture percentage. Rush available from Ultraviolet. However, that rally is going to be tough to chew through. All else being thrown in at this one, just M80.
There it is.
Survive. They dropped down the cage. A pulse bomb landed a little bit wide there, but here comes the blade. Everybody locked in place as Pelican turning him to Swiss cheese. The Sparker, Psyker, Hardy, they're all dead. Sony now landing, trying to stall out with some additional percent there on the points. But M80 finally find that flip around. Almost the same percentage too.
And Astro is actually going to switch off of the Brita after using that rally to go over to Lucio. Gets them into these fights a little bit faster, but it was always going to be so difficult.
Oh, I'm not a fan when we have to have funny Astro play break. Not a fan.
Play coming out there from Pelican. But we're sort of back to ground zero here, except for the fact that Happy still has all of
Happy's just being a massive disruptor. Again, he knocks Hottie out of place.
Incredibly aggressive. Space Station no Rose. They end up capping again.
Yeah, Psycho. Good job by Psycho.
Giving up a little bit of that progress too.
Sparks on the flank, but needs to help the rest of his team. Pelican's already killed 2. Landon finds what? This. When have you ever seen a team fight down here? I mean, Space Station, because they managed to cap there, they're denying M80 so much percent.
These little flips, though, help. It makes this doable. You're about even in percentage. Psycho's low-key doing a really good job of keeping them in this round, I gotta say. He's finding some small picks here and there, a couple of point flips.
Forced to hawk all people. Psycho forced to recall as Pelican was checking him that entire time. Revolt's coming up here, the final fight.
Yeah, exactly, Byron.
Maybe even a stagger one, it would be great, but Funny Astro and Sparker are there. However, they want to press the issue. Rush comes in and Hawk jumps to the back line, pops the cardiac over.
Again, the back cap.
A rally comes in for Funny Astro and a multi-man stun will send M80 reeling back to the points, ignoring the rush pretty much as it fades away. M80 find themselves in OT, but Space Station Gaming, they can come back here. They've got a lot of options to work with as well in this next fight.
They do, and Astro.
All right, this is going to be the one that decides it here. This is still very tough for Space Station to play into. Like, you got to Flux, but it's going to be tough. You got to play into Beat, you got to play into Blade. Maybe they could do a combo of Hawk and Farm fast enough here.
Even though Space Station have 3, Liar sound.
Psycho needs to get a pick on the back line here.
Well, here comes the Flux. The perfect reactionary ultimate there from Liar. High Noon coming through. Pelican trying to kill Sparker, but he just can't do it. That damage reduction from that High Noon and Funny Astro pocketing Sparker to
Happy's living here.
Nothing that can actually take him down. Happy trying to get
The nade connects.
with a mag nade, and Sparker refuses to die. The support is insane, but finally, Liar slays Funny Astro. There's no support for Sparker any longer. Happy jumps into the burrow now. Is 99% for Space Station Gaming. Will end up flipping over to M80. I think they got too much gas left in their tank, and that'll be M80 claiming the first round.
Super back and forth though. Super back and forth.
Like what I'm seeing from the M80 boys.
Space Station, just being able to kind of.
Hawk's having his way with Malga so far. Happy's been a major disruption on this venture.
Especially when you're able to take some of these 1v1s, you sort of limit some of the opportunity that this venture can have.
Just watching the stage cams as well. Liar talking a whole bunch during this small bit of downtime right now, just making sure his team are on the same page. One more round, and they'll take the first map and set themselves up. Kind of a demolish Hardy's prediction there, but 3-0.
But this is where things get really interesting here for M80. On this round of Busan, Pelican is able to play this Pharah, a hero that he is so.
The Echo, maybe a little bit of a read on Pelican here.
Try out the Malga plus the Pharah comp makes it look so good, and so you'll see a lot of high burst damage come out from this Pharah. A really great way to just kind of body with the Malga.
Oh, Psycho ends up falling down, and normally you expect an Echo to be kind of a counter to a Pharah, but it's so hard to take the Pharah down like you were mentioning because of that Malga. Cardiac overdrive, as soon as you pop that, the Pharah, who has incredibly high impact damage with a single rocket, you're healing so quickly.
Yeah, and even though you have Sparker to help boost up some of that damage coming out from Psycho's Echo, those shots can only do so much to be able to chew through all of that lifesteal. But Space Station, they walk away with an amplification matrix from that first fight. They might not have the point flip right now, but if they can push towards this point, that amp matrix might be
Okay, you needed that. Happy kind of caught out in a weird place there.
To roll down the hill there, join the rest of his team on the points. Now M80 trying to find a little summit here, but
Oh my god, Funny Astro's getting hunted down.
well, it does kill Funny Astro, but I'm not sure that's going to mean all too much, especially with your DPS dead.
No, that flank was so good from Sparker. Just being able to get that one shot, that's what this Cassidy is going to be able to
I wish
do.
Maka didn't
You're
exist.
able to get the flank, you get a
Understandable.
really important unit down,
Quite
and it's
understandable.
gonna give you a big advantage
Oh
in
boy,
these fights.
Pelican
And also
Tracer,
you
here we
have the
go.
amplification matrix there. So you still have that for this next fight, and you also forced Pelican off of this Pharah. It's going to be going over to the Tracer to see if that can have any more impact there on the back line.
Yeah, re-engaging the fire is a lot harder than just kind of holding the position on the point or near the point. Pelican trying to distract someone from Space Station right now. Try and push them towards that point. Here comes the window in response to the rush. Hardy and the rest of the gang just
Nice, nice.
now, and actually a Magnate finishes off Hawk, who was on the point.
Trying to
So
believe
Hawk
onto that funny Astros and Lucio one trick.
find a way through it. There's almost no chance for you to actually
Surely Happy's gonna die. Oh, no, he's not.
However, but this is going to be Hardy instantly popping the flux and just going to set Sparker up perfectly with kills. M80 do find the flip somehow in the middle of this engagement. However, Sparker is still not dead.
Yeah, when he's just up, he's going to be able to
Rally?
pressure as this Cassidy.
We're rallying
It's just
this?
gonna be
Oh
He's
boy.
landing down with him, but it's still going to be a big flip. Funny Astro, though, forced to use the rally in that last fight.
Really did not
Moving
need
the team
that.
now off the table for Space Station, heading into the next one. Especially when you're up against a cage, now you don't have that same type of sustain that you might have had with that ultimate available. So this cage from off, alongside maybe even a pulse bomb from Pelican, it's going to be a very difficult combination for Space Station to survive through, unless Psycho decides to throw the duplicate at this and maybe get a cage himself.
Oh, Cage comes
Oh,
out high.
nice stick.
Sparker dead in the back line, left alone because everybody's trapped in the cage. Supports couldn't get the angle to heal him because there's a big giant shield.
Oh boy,
for them.
Pelican's heating up.
Pelican finds
Little
1, 2, and
3K
3 kills for
off the
M80.
back end there.
Psycho not quite able to get there with the Echo. Still able to take a couple
90% though, not bad.
Space Station walk away with 91% so far. Work not quite
Body's
done
getting
yet, but
staggered.
still enough to be able to try
Oh no,
and
he's
try to score
alive.
in this map. Hawk though, gonna make a big adjustment, gonna go over to the Ramatra.
Ram,
A little bit
huh?
more brawl action coming out here from M80 just to be able to push past his Sigma Shield, but Hotty's gonna have yet another flux to work with. Astro though, gonna make a switch over to the Lucio, so big rush for rush heading into this next fight.
Yeah, you almost have to play the Lucio there, right, to try and disengage. from
Sparker
there.
is insane.
Ram.
Cracked at the game.
Push this one though, and M80 know they can kind of play up here because, well, the Sigma, as soon as he drops, you just kind of walk at them or walk at the back line. I mean, Space Station's big key to success have been Sparker trying to find an off angle, but it's so hard to do on this map.
Yeah, but you have the amplification matrix at the very least to help you with that Sigma Shield if you can. But here's the dueling amps.
There it is, perfectly called. Rose is a window.
UV so
window
low.
out, Happy win that one out. They actually end up trading though as Happy ends up falling. Both windows staring at each other. No one using it to get some additional damage thrown in. A little bit too scared to peek.
They're running out of time here.
M80 in the driving seat.
And this is where it's going to get so tough for Space Station because you have that flux, but Liar's going to have the sound barrier. If you're not careful, that is going to be the perfect counter to that ultimate. Plus, you've got the Deadeye and the Pulse Bomb on top of that. And where can Space Station come from to actually fight with full Fulton 5?
There's the touch. Lie with an early beat. Flux hits, but that overhealth is going to just absorb all of that
Got a
damage.
touch.
And
Oh,
one
that should be
time
that.
Sparker
Should be the
Sparker
map.
Also falls. This is exactly what happened in the first round, Rose. M80 with 99%, only have to deal with the Lucio.
M80 with a statement first win on Control. Okay.
2-0 on Busan.
SSG
That is a very competitive
down
map.
here. Still have not taken a map
Competitive,
today.
very close between these two teams. But M80, they play so patiently. They wait for those prime opportunities, not afraid to let go of the point if they know that they're going to be able to get some type of strategic map advantage by fighting on their own terms.
Exactly that. And wait, Hattie's prediction kind of fouled now a little bit, you know, no 3-0, maybe a 3-1.
Well, Sag, I was wrong about the 3-0 for
Still
SSG.
happen. Control, a rather tough game mode, especially when you have to keep going. For
It still could be 3 Overwatch,
Potential
technically,
play for Happy
though.
To start M80 off was just sublime.
And it's
Just in
tough
the
because
other direction.
As Space Station Gaming, you're going to have to expect that that's going to continue to come at you. It's so good at being able to access the backline, and Landon loves to play that Baptiste. So how do you support that and make sure that that Baptiste isn't going to be super vulnerable to the Venture just trying to jump you in the back?
Yeah, that's the big thing. Like, normally you want to save that Drill Dash to kind of get out of there, but Happy was more than happy to just go full-on engage, just get to the backline and even split people up. That first fight where Hattie had pushed past the doors, There was a burrow in the doorway, the DPS and the supports that were kind of trapped in that small corridor.
Yeah, come on, SSG, time to go alpha mode.
And there was always follow-up from Pelican as well.
Right.
So that's one of the reasons why we see Venture find so much success is when you're able to have that extra DPS backup. And Pelican, kind of the perfect combo to do that.
Oh, 100%. I would love to see a little bit more Venture from M80. Space Station's time now, Rose, to pick a map. So where do you think we're going to go here?
Well, it's so tough to choose because on the one hand, Space Station, while they love to play those brawl comps, I think this Mauga is proving to be a bit of a problem. So do you try to hedge your bets? Do you try to still force the issue by going to a map that actually plays well with your dive or your brush comp? Or do you try to throw them off their game? You go dive. Because Space Station can play a very competent looking dive.
Yeah, they have become very flexible over the years, I must say. I mean, that was perfect from Pelican there, just dashing to the back line and sticking Sparker, who has been...
Nah, Devo doesn't do much at all against Mauga, unfortunately.
It's been really, really hard to get anything done if you're against that. And then
Devo kind of gets cooked in that matchup.
You've seen the highlight reels already from Space Station and what they could do with that combo. Here's the stats from the last game as well. Look at that damage dealt. I mean, more on the side of Space Station there. 42k versus 40. Like you were saying, Rose, a very competitive map. Let's have a look at the map pool, though. Of course, this is all the maps that we can go to, what Space Station want to pick, but will they favor the rush here, or will they favor something else that maybe throws M80 through a loop?
Are we ever going to see Numbani?
No, I don't think so.
I was just curious.
Maybe. I mean, maybe, probably not. I think a lot of people would rather play Kings or Midtown or Hollywood, to be very honest.
Yes,
That's
no,
definitely
I
at the bottom
agree,
of the barrel, unfortunately. Looks like we are going to a hybrid, though. It's going to be Midtown.
Okay.
Midtown, okay.
So, Midtown, we've seen a lot of...
They really want to embrace the Sig, it would seem. Probably seeing more Sigma gaming.
Not as playable anymore, so likely not going to see a lot of that, but we have seen a lot of teams instead of that go towards the Sigma. Have a little bit of poke for that first point. Make sure you can set up with some of those longer range DPS dealers. Gives you some really good flanks.
Yeah, that's where
You has the most gaslighting.
Like London Spitfire versus Atlanta
Crazy
Rain,
thing
right?
to say.
Walker versus Hardy in that tank
man.
slot. It's an elimination game as well. M80 off to an extremely good start, although Midtown could swing very easily in Space Station's way. I'm just getting word in as well. We're not seeing any substitutions from either team.
Okay, so we're not going to see any backbone in this one, which is disappointing if only you think about the fact that the May has been able to be so helpful for the team. But I think when you look at how Space Station have wanted to approach this, they're really comfortable being able to play the Tracer alongside the Cassidy, because that is just what they've practiced the most.
Yeah, that's why you have Psycho in, right, just to play that Tracer. And it has been protect Sparker, and what Psycho needs to do and has done and been so successful in doing is like not require too many resources on the Tracer. Kind of reminds me of a Kevster way of playing. Kevster is just so dominant in the server and doesn't really need many resources whatsoever, and Psycho has been emulating that as well. Let's jump over to Pride Town now, on Midtown, with our Pride variant of the map. June 1st, of course, being Pride Month here at in Dallas, Texas. Map number 2, chosen by Space Station. No shocks here, really, if they come out with a ride. And of course, they show the pigeon.
Well, if you were asking about
audience are clapping. Okay.
Hey, it's the pigeon, the goat.
Are you telling me it doesn't
They're not so scary.
look like a sleep paralysis demon? You telling me?
No? Maybe just see you.
Scary stuff.
They're not too bad. Pigeon, maybe one of the names.
Yeah, Psycho's still in the game here, but we're gonna... Oh, man. So now we're gonna see this Sig 1v1. Hawk is just a more trustable Sig in general.
Let's get into the game, shall we? It is going to be
Let's see how this goes. Maybe Space Station feels a bit more comfortable since it's not Mauga against them, but I don't know, man. In general, I don't love that. Okay, yes, there you go. There you go. Full send it. Play the Rhine. Screw it, man. Don't let Hawk have any space. Go at him. There you go.
Very classic.
Do your thing.
They have to be a little bit cautious here. They don't want to overextend after seeing the wrap, because Space Station do have the ability to speed the other direction as well and catch anybody that's maybe overextending a little bit.
You can rotate in here. Yes, I like this. I like this.
Space Station just trying to get into that mega health.
Landon almost lost his life, but you're okay. No lamp is a little unfortunate, but just have him survive.
Sparker's revolver.
But this Reinhardt shield is taking so much damage.
Pelican is kind of getting close to a barrage, which is a little terrifying.
You gotta go forward.
really tough.
Oh, we
spot
gotta hit
now
these
for
shots,
NA. They
Sparker.
have to attack into Sparker. I mean, look at the ult
Hardy's
charge
just
already
dead. He got
behind the burst
farmed.
off the ball. Now they can push forward with this lamp. Oh, it should be an easy cleanup now. Only one tick acquired there by Space Station.
Very patient play once again there from AME, not afraid to give up that third of the point to know that they have cooldowns to deal with this rush. But this Pharah has been lethal coming out from Pelican. Not only is it breaking the shield from Hadi, which means that Space Station are taking a lot of damage on the income, but Pelican's gonna have a barrage.
Yeah, already, yeah. Insane amounts of damage coming out from the Pharah. Same with Sparker too, to be fair, with a high nuke. Although I think I'll take the Pharah in that.
I think I take the Pharah in that.
At least if you get like instant burst damage, if you're a bit too high up, then Deadeye's going to win that. But we'll have to see how Pelican does react to that. They spot in Liar once again, but look at this. Pelican just hovering over the skies.
There it is.
Expect it.
Oh, psych.
Just dodging out the way because he's Space Station a bit too hesitant to push through here as Pelican tries to find an angle right in the back line.
Okay, that was not a good barrage.
Sparker finds two already. He does get traded, however. That barrage finding him. And Psycho surviving a Magne has to get back to his Batiste. And he can still push out with a window if he so chooses, but Hardy from downtown finds the pin onto Happy.
And that should be this first point here for Space Station, getting this part unlocked, especially when Psycho is able to chase Liar down out of the way. Pelican's gonna come back in, Hawk able to stall for just a little bit longer before the inevitable comes through. Hawk's actually gonna get a little bit staggered here. This is big.
Yeah, you can stall out quite a while there because the payload has to then go through the doors, play that little animation. It doesn't end up stopping even if you're kind of contesting at that point. So it's quite nice. And like you said, a very big stagger because they can instantly take high ground now. If Hawk has maybe died, maybe second or third there in the fight, of course he ended up coming back. It would have been better because then they could take high ground initially, but it's not to be.
Yeah, and it's going to be harder now for Pelican to actually grab purchase here with this Pharah. Not before this Dravidic Flux comes through.
Oh, Flux comes through, the high noon from Happy. Not finding too much though, but they force out the sound barrier from Space Station. They've got a nice little high ground advantage now. That's how they take it back using that one big Flux. That payload's in a bit of an awkward spot for Space Station 2, right now in the open.
As Pharah just gets free real estate up on this high ground to spam down on top of the Reinhardt shield, but pay attention for Haughty trying to get an angle to use his Earthshatter if he can, and Lena still has his Ant Matrix to try to push back at him.
Space Station was inviting an 80 there to drop down. Slanham was waiting there with the window. Not going to fall for the bait, however. Astro goes down though. Lots of spam coming out from Pelican yet again. Just the spears, the rockets, just so much spam damage from M80's cock. It's tough sometimes to stay alive in these close quarters. You can see exactly that.
Yeah, there's no way to escape from
They might stagger Hardy too.
They can.
Ooh, they're going to try as hard as they can to stagger him from as long as possible. Nice little stagger there. Burns about 30 seconds.
Yeah, and no, only 2.5 minutes for Space Station to try to get through the rest of the second point. They still have a lot to work with though. The Earthshatter not used yet. Amplification Matrix is going to be nice to be able to match that of Ultraviolet, but Space Station still have to find a way to deal with this Pharah barrage from Pelican. Holding on to that. And with this high ground control, it's going to be a little bit easier to make sure that these rockets actually find the targets.
Hawk can put up that shield as well, right? Up in the skies to help Pelican find something. Window on the high ground, there comes the shatter, but everything's already on the low ground. Hawk was mid-air when that shatter hit, so he just sailed over the edge to the rest of his team, and they were able to save it.
A big zoning.
Sound barrier comes in. Oh, Pelican's right up in their face. Little kiss on the forehead from Pelican. They do now march on forward. There's not much you can do, especially when you know that Pharah's got the barrage. You have to back up with your Space Station. Now you've got one player left to do it. Oh, I mean, come on. Astro taking Pelican out of the skies, but damage has already been done, I'm afraid, Astro. Minute and 30 to go. Space Station.
Sorry, chat. I'm not totally locked in right now.
It's 4 meters away, but they still have to regain all that ground.
And it's such an awkward spot still. Like right there, you have so much open space you have to walk into in order to actually go contest that cart. So it's going to take a little while to maybe work through those buildings, get up to the high ground, take it all back like you said. And the Amplification Matrix is one of the key tools to be able to do that last time around. They don't have that at the moment. They have the Deadeye. Maybe that'll help a little bit if Sparker is able to try to find an angle behind that Reinhardt shield. But Funny Astro working up to the sound barrier is going to be really important to try to deal with this flux coming out from Hawk. And they're starting to run out of time. Sub 1 minute territory here for Space Station.
Hawk's definitely going to get the flux here first. You've got to be thinking if you're M80 that Astro does have beaten, well, he does now. It's taking a little while to build that up. It's all good. Here comes the window on the left-hand side from M80. Flux hits. However, the sound barrier is going to come in. Hawk super low in the sky, just a little bit more vulnerable up there to spark it and land.
I'm wondering if Hawk's gonna swap if they lose point here.
Hawk's going to have a little bit of a rough time, though, as Hardy knocks him for 6, swinging away. 3 kills for the Rhine, and that will be point 2.
Took a little bit of time, but they got there. They're able to use that Deadeye to help push back M80, and now we're actually going to force a swap out. Hawk going to go over to the Ramat.
Ah, so they're going better Ryan. They're playing Ram. Understandable.
To bully this Reinhardt a little bit better. What do you take there, the hammer or the fists?
Yeah, exactly. It's so funny when Ramacha first got kind of released, and it was like, wow, he just rolls Reinhardt. You have to be, I mean, you have to be pretty aggressive if you're winning these Rhine duels, but I mean, with a window and Sparker behind it, pretty easy. No shatter needed either. This Hawk just trying, Nemesis form, trying to get some more damage in. They do end up taking care of Landon and Psycho. A rather messy fight now as Sparker is just dodging everything M80 are throwing at him, using Hardy's shield to perfection there.
But this is going to be where things get really tough here for Space Station, because they're starting to run out of time again. They've got 1 minute left to try to sneak this payload right around this glass corner. Pelican is waiting for them with this barrage. Look at the angle that he's taking right now. No matter where you turn, you're going to be taking a ton of damage from this Deadeye or this Pharah.
I want to see player cam, so should I put it here then? Is that better?
Searching for anybody that potentially is on the flank. Oh, Pelican. Almost one-shotting Psycho there. 30 seconds to go now, Rose.
This means it's going to be final fight, so if Space Station can't do it here, that is going to be it. But they've got this Earth Shatter, maybe that'll help. Still going to be tough.
Could just walk through them here and shatter. Big slam! Oh, it's pretty big.
The beat comes in just in time.
Oh, he got the far of all things.
He does trade for Hardy. And now Sparker trying to be the savior for Space Station Gaming. But he is just absolutely destroyed by Ultraviolets. When we're 10 seconds to go, Astro can only land a 2-man sound barrier. And now they have to deal with a window.
Alright, so not a full completion here.
Familiar with, but they're on the wrong side of it this time around. Astro solo ulted in the train. And M80.
It is just 10 Mies every game. What are you talking about, man?
Just before that 3rd point.
Oh, Sparker comes out on the Widow too. Just gives us a little bit of a show there with that pick onto Ultraviolet. But a lot of extra card progress for Space Station. Narrowly missing out on being able to capture that 3rd and final point, but still a push that they should be very proud of. That Pharah gave them a lot of trouble. Felt like it was only a matter of time sometimes before we saw those barrages be able to do some pretty nasty damage.
Yeah, that spam is just so annoying to deal with when you're the Rhine as well. To be very careful about your shield health, because that's what Sparky uses most of the time to try and escape a lot of that damage. Let's get a quick M80 listen in, though. See what they're chatting.
Maybe not the best if they're playing that on attack.
You want Kiri, Pelican? Huh? You want Kiri? No. Ready for battle. Hello.
Oh, bro, my ear hurts.
Okay.
We'll see to that air soon, Lai. Don't worry about it.
Wonder who's been yapping into the comms.
Headsets are pretty big. I want to know who's breathing in comms. My word. Get that away from your nose, son. That was the most polite support player line I've ever heard as well. Do you want Kiri, DPS player?
Yeah. Would you like
Back to
that?
the SIG.
I've heard any support player say that. Like it.
I'm wondering if M80 will see this and if they'll switch or not.
Yeah, and I don't change.
Yeah.
All right, M80, what you got? Still running out with Pelican on the Pharah. They really feel like they like this Loke versus Space Station. No Reinhardt the defense, though.
Well, the Pharah's so good, too, because the Sigma, it can only really cover one direction when you take a look at that shield. The Pharah is able to use that mobility
as
to
I've
get around
kind of figured.
Make sure you're able to do that spam damage. But Hawk actually wants to go back.
This is something M80 are more than comfortable doing the duel in.
Through this midpoint, but they still have to deal with Hotties and Sigma on the other side.
Yeah, and Lai also swaps over to the Brig here too, so no Lucio speed for M80. A lot more defensive.
Landon got poked hard, so he's way back there. Kind of awkward spot. You got to give space here. You got to... Oh, funny Astro. Oh my god. You got to rotate around here. Oh boy.
Extra damage. Happy though taking this high ground away. It's actually going to force Space Station to go so far back.
So much respect given by Space Station right
Where
now.
is Psycho? Yeah, we need you to do something here, my guy.
Two up on this high ground. That lamp is going to make sure he stays alive. Psycho forced to recall there. Now in a 1v1 again as Sparker ends up going down. And what a perfect spot for the Fire to be in too, watching people basically
2 for
walk
2.
the choke point at you. Should be checkpoint. You'd
Window.
imagine, however,
Oh, Psycho's so low.
And
Nope.
Ultraviolet. This is so
Rip.
scrappy. This M80 that come out on top by the looks of it. Space Station Gaming looking a little bit lost there. Just backed up so far. Just let M80 just get on the point and then have Pelican just shoot rockets at them as soon as they try to engage.
Well, you called it. It was just giving respect over, knowing how good Happy has been on this Cassidy as well. Happy, Sparker having to duel each other on these heroes, but I think one of the bigger things about Space Station is they've been sending Psycho after Happy just to be able to mark him down, make sure he cannot get that extra sight line onto the rest of the team. Space Station, though they fall pretty early, they're able to get this high ground control, but this is something that Pelican is taking full advantage of.
Happy insta-popping the Deadeye there as soon as that Flux came in, means no one can peek out, try and get some additional damage to get insta-kills with the Flux. Nice work from M80 so far. They're taking a fair bit of damage though, yeah.
Yep, rock.
Now Lamp, way too late there from Ultraviolet.
But that's a signal for Space Station to try to push this. Push back M80, not give them any more purchase with what they've been able to do so far.
Yeah, that payload too, in a bit of a weird spot for Space Station,
For
but
sure.
now they can push all the way up and have that payload regress slightly. And M80 are gonna have to recapture some of that space. It probably won't regress too far, but any meter's a meter in this game time. Oh, Hardy goes down yet again though.
Get a
Pulse bomb. Sound barrier.
Okay.
M80 just pop rally, walk forward. Spark is trying to find an off angle.
So far,
here, but
M80
Spark
is
goes down.
in control of this series.
Spark needs to find kills, needs to find something, but as soon as he pops his head out, he's already dead.
Yeah, actually gives up the Winston too.
Making very good
Recognizing
time
the rest
right
of Space
now.
Station was gonna fall.
Yeah,
Winston would have been helpful at least to be able to get
Back to the
if he knew
Ryan.
that the fight was gonna be
Yo, I
going.
respect it. This could be a good place to hold on Ryan if they can set up shop. If they can get a stop
So
here.
actually just gonna go over to the Reinhardt instead. A lot of comfort coming out
Oh
here from
no,
Space Station.
they have no idea, do they?
Going with this
Barrage by
barrage.
Pelican though.
Okay, never
They
mind.
know, they know.
Window coming out from Landon on the left-hand side here. Flux, solo, onto Hardy, but Lyos...
Okay, good immo. You have to standpoint though.
Those amplified heals too, doing a lot of work. Hardy peeking his shoulder out there, gets checked. Boulder comes in.
Oh, look
strikes
out,
in.
look out.
Pelican is still behind them, has got the barrage, spots the magnate, dodges out the way, but
All right,
the
they're
rest of his
safe.
team can't stay alive long enough for him to get on top and just use that barrage. It's Psycho and Sparker that clean them up.
Yeah, Psycho with a...
Somehow I
nice
always
kills there.
forget how
Just gonna
Happy is
help
just that guy
stop
sometimes.
before he
Real.
can capture that second objective. And now, this is really where Space Station gets a chance to have that.
Yeah, Psycho with a nice little pop off there. There you go. Buy yourself some time. This is what you need. Roll the cart back a little.
Pelican to peek his head up.
Well, Happy maybe a little bit afraid there. He was going to get jumped on by the rest of Space Station, so pops the Deadeye. Even received a lamp too.
Or at least buys maybe some time for Pelican to come back. Still has that barrage that's ready to go, ready to hit rip. But look at Psycho. Look at where Psycho's actually trying to go from.
Another one.
Sparker again.
SSG DPS stepping up. You need this.
Back to back. Finds initial picks. That's what you want. Busan just a warm-up for Space Station by the looks of it.
Now they're feeling themselves. They're actually about to go up and touch the spawn doors if they're not careful.
Big changes from M80 here.
They're starting to
Total comp change.
now. Look at M80 though with a big switch up.
SSG though, full on ult economy.
They're not able to break through with the Brawl of their own, so go over to the Malga, see if that's going to help to get them back into things, especially with the Venture's initiation.
They're running into 5 ultimates though, Rose, on Space Station. Let's see how they can take this fight though. With a listen.
You can click now. Just keep this long range, okay?
Use lamp, use lamp.
Falcon. Can have window.
Spark right with window, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, don't point, I'm really far.
Get a point.
Yeah, just don't pick Agatha though. Keep not playing back. I'm gonna go for Pep. Pick NG, pick NG. Yeah, get you do that, get you do that.
Oh, Liar's 1 HP.
Yeah. Right side main.
Can you bottom left? Smoke hit. They wanna go? Yeah, the window.
Window in.
No shower.
Can you push on one? Can you dash?
Can she dash? Smoke is on angle. I'm fire strike on you, yeah.
Venture above us, Spark.
Venture.
Nice slam. The slam to keep his teammate alive. I guess that works. And overall, not the most costly fight. Here we go. They have a chance here. Going Echo here.
15 seconds now.
Understandable. Hard for the Tracer to do too much into that.
The payload regressed so far too. M80 had to gain so much more space there and so much more time on the payload.
Oh, Landon! My bap go.
Space Station have 2 ults to work with, the Deadeye and that sound barrier. What can they really do? The Venture's already in, but Happy taking a lot of damage. Has to use that drill dash to get out. I mean, they can just beat aggressively. They do not care. WM1. A Deadeye.
Okay. Tie game. We got ourselves a series. No 3 Overwatch in this house, baby. Let's go. A series, a competitive series, finally.
You can actually hear them trying to play
1-1. 1-1.
Maybe happy to know that that actually wasn't in their pocket at all.
Good stuff. This is a fun series so far.
Without the worry that they would be negated.
Yeah, I mean, their ult advantage was just
1
so
second,
great.
chat.
When you pulled that swap to the Genji and the Venture, it was 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. And it's like, okay, great, we made the swap up now, but Space Station was sat with 5 ults. And then you heard the call too. Landon, Sparker, they want a hard swing right, pop the window down, but it was actually M80 that went first, and they just backed up. And even Hardy, and a little BM shatter on Hawk, because he tried to dash the backline, disrupt Sparker and the rest of the team, and Hardy just turned around 180, boom, hit the shatter, and yeah, rest is history.
I would have liked to see M80 try to switch up to that composition a little bit earlier. It's a tough call to make though, right? Because on the one hand, yes, like that would really help to give you a little bit more oomph. If you're not able to break through with what you're playing, then maybe just try to do another ultimate rotation, see if that's gonna be good enough, but not able to get the job done right there. And major credit to Space Station to limiting the amount of potential that that Venture could have.
Yeah, and limiting that Farah too. I mean, Sparker really came alive on that second point. 2 fights back to back, just instantly picking off somebody, whether it's the Farah, the BAP in the backline, the Lucio, whatever. Like, it's so rough to kind of come back from. You're kind of happy in a way if you get picked that earlier. Okay, quickly reset. But Space Station were in a position where the payload was near the second point, and it was just rolling back the entire time. So you're just losing so much time if you're M80, because you need to win the fight, then push it back to where it was, and then win that fight, and then push it into the actual checkpoint. Perfectly played there by Space Station on that second point there on Midtown. Is the Cassidy head-to-head Sparker versus Happy.
That's really close. They're very evenly matched right now. And it's why we're getting such a good fight between these two teams.
Oh yes, indeed. I mean, look, Sparker and the rest of Space Station, they've been using this comp to such great success over the last stage, and it wasn't too much of a surprise for them to come out, even with all these meta shifts as well. People were saying that, oh, you know, Hanzo, Venture, Farah, they're going to get played, like, we're going to expect some crazy things, but Space Station, like their old London Spitfire name, they stick to what they know and what they have success with, and they are just doing phenomenal. And in a way, it's like, okay, we know what they're going to play too. They're going to play some sort of rush, but then Happy also has been flexing on the Sigma too, and it's just been so clean from EU's #1.
And even if they had to play a dive map, they could do that too. We have seen Winston come out from Hottie in this tournament. Right. So a lot of comfort that this team can draw upon, and a lot of different looks that are going to make them a huge threat and have continued to make them look that way. But in this matchup so far, I mean, we've got a series on our hands.
That is extremely close. 1.1 to 0.9 KD, damage is pretty close, elims, death, everything. This match is going to come down to the wire. I mean, this is an elimination match here as well. M80 or Space Station, they will end up going home here if they do end up going down. Going on to map number 3, and now it's M80's chance to pick. We're going to Havana, of all maps.
Wow. Maybe not something that I was particularly expecting, because Havana likes Brawl. Brawl likes Havana.
Yeah, but in the same vein, you can play this poke style too. Maybe
That's
just
true.
stick Happy on the Widow. and just let him go to town.
Happy Widowmaker.
Exactly.
That would be exciting. Yeah, I mean, Havana is one of the few maps that we can see the Widowmaker come out, but I think back to even when Havana was first released into the game, I remember just so much of those close holds coming through from the spawns. The Pharah is nice though, it'll help you break through one of those if you're able to get the flank from a different spawn door. So maybe that's...
And there's no substitutions either coming through from either side. So again, we're not seeing Backbone coming.
Yeah, so no May.
Yeah, no May. No May, no Sim, no silliness. But I can imagine from M80, we probably will end up seeing the Pharah a very close hold to start off initially. Pharah pretty decent at that because you can hold the high ground of the spawn or like the roof of the spawn and just like slide and then up, slide, and just keep using it. And well, they funnel out below you and you just spam them with rockets. And then Happy hopefully just sits all the way at the back and just snipes a few heads.
Yep.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if that does come to fruition. Havana, map number 3, M80 versus Space Station. This elimination match.
Oh, I haven't seen this map in a while.
It has been a while.
I'm curious to see how...
Space Station, then just go, well, I mean, play the line. There's pigeons on this one as well?
Yeah, there's pigeons. The audience likes the pigeons.
They like them a little bit too much. It's like they're doing it to mock me.
Alright, just in time for map 3. Havana, it's his. Is that worthwhile for M80 to pick Havana? When this is like a good Rhine map. Oh, this is smart. Do the venture to get yourself out of spawn, just like Falcons did.
Lobbed a massive anti in the back line. I say massive, it only hit one, but it hit Spark at the key target they want to take down first. See M80 trying to like...
Man, Hawk's getting poked down.
Force Space Station to recoil here. Psycho first to fall to Lyra of all people. I mean, you can stay alive here if you're Space Station. They got no Hawk left. Spawn is pretty close, but you're burning time, and that's what's important.
Oh, look at that too. Sparker just marking wherever that venture is going to peek their head. Falcon has to use the deflect. He's actually going to try to back away, especially when Happy's going to go in to get a second time here with the venture. Backing all the way up to that corner so that Space Station can have a better defensive hold as M80 break through that spawn.
Very aggressive drill dash in. However, that window almost perfectly popped down to annihilate Happy, but manages to get away. There's the nano boost on the
oh, they shot at him.
Takes down Spark before he can find the elimination.
Space Station are still coming up with the picks though, and that card is stopped in its tracks. As Funny Astro
very clean.
In, gets the better of Lyre here, to force Ultraviolet off the Ana to go to the Kiriko. A little bit more mobility to be able to get in on those engagements a little bit faster with the Swift Step, or just make sure that you can take a different angle. But this card has not made much progress by the time that Space Station are able to come back with Hottie on this Reinhardt to hold the corner.
Yeah, I mean, already the...
Hawk role-playing his bumper, whoa. Dude, he's getting demolished. His health bar, not enough sustain.
Again, the spam.
Good poke from Sparker and Psycho. Good focus fire.
Focusing down the tank and actually props Hawk to switch.
It did, yeah. Over to the Ramatra.
Ram might be a better
the
choice.
Now gonna help try to be the leading force. Malgus is kind of do it right now. A little bit too much of a meat shield for the M80 versus actually being able to help burst down this.
Oh, big slam. Nice shatter.
Shatter there, finds the pin. Misses Happy somehow. Not sure if I actually connected in the end. Tectonic shot comes through, crashing through Hardy's shield, or at least they're trying to. The shield didn't end up breaking again. Hawk is the first to fall.
Sparker. Oh, okay, that works. Chad-like behavior. When in doubt, Rhine it out, chat.
Minute and a half now for M80 to try to break through this, and it's not going super well.
This was M80's map choice as well to try and throw off Space Station. Space Station, they're holding him in spawn pretty much.
And they were forced to make a couple of other swaps here. Happy actually going back over to the venture as Hawk goes over.
Questionable window. We have flipped the map. We are flipping the map.
He's actually wrapped around the entire team here. As Pelican is ready with his blade.
Sound barrier for Funny Astro is going to
Beat from Funny Astro if needed. You might want to use it. There it is. But now Blade. Let's see. Alright, no kills with that Blade. Looks like another shatter. You got nothing, but I respect it.
Landon comes up huge.
Dude, Landon's popping off. He's got a lot of kills. Dude, this cart is almost back at the start. Look, it's literally at the start again.
They're just running down the clock at every possible opportunity.
And Psycho has a pulse bomb
Hey,
too.
go Ryan and all your problems are solved, because ain't no one's practicing against Ryan. That's for sure.
And there's no ultimates coming up yet for M80. The last time that they had the tectonic shock, it's Reinhardt standing in its path.
Oh my god! Dude, Landon is having a map. This guy's a freak. That was domination. God. Not even close. Landon is in the zone right now, chat.
Don't need any of that. They just need the full hold. It's crazy.
Everybody looking a little bit dejected right now. Smile on Landon's face. Hardy too, grinning ear to ear. Comes off very serious in like the headshots that we do and everything, but he's all smiles backstage, all smiles in game. Come on.
I think the crowd outweighs you on this one, Josh.
You know, I think they found every pigeon on every map. Like actually.
Just for you.
That's what OWCS does in their spare time.
I actually think they might have a full folder of map.
Got little videos. Social's gonna cook down.
We're gonna have a highlight reel of pigeons at some point.
All right, let's see what M80 want to.
Do you still believe Shu greater than Landon is BAP? Personally, yes, but as of right now, Landon is a freaking chat on BAP, and he might be the best BAP in the world. He definitely plays BAP more and has more chances to prove himself than Shu.
Looking a bit worse for wear right now.
Anyone getting picked off on M80 though, that could just spell the end of the map. It's not going to be easy for a lot of these characters to come back quickly unless you want to include some of those skills to actually roll out of spawn. So Space Station had a chance to make this very explosive as these spawn gates open.
Ooh, I like this. TP from
The TP, we were out of there.
Around them.
No damage from
Basically,
the
pin them
Ugh.
against the spawn, and then Psycho's in spawn still. So it's only a 4-person TP from Space Station. Should be enough. Psycho's always gonna
Okay, Pelican's surely dead there, right? Yeah.
HP, and Sparker finds the kill already. Flyer also sent extremely low. And now what do? If you're M80, they've got no answers to this quiz. Space Station Gaming.
Just a hair late with that. It's all good though.
And this is how you play Havana M80.
The brutal stagger as well. Oh man. He can't even get to the cart.
M80.
That's a GG.
Pelican?
Pelican's going to be out to
That's
cover,
it.
But no. Space Station Gaming leading the series 2-1 on the map choice of M80.
SSG's cooking.
Havana looks so easy for them.
This series has turned in a very different direction very fast. The moment we see Ryan, figures as much, right?
Havana was not even close. Space Station, they knew exactly how they wanted to execute on that defense. Almost looked like it caused a little bit of psychic damage over to M80 with how difficult it was for them to actually break out of spawn.
Honestly, it's looking like that.
I told you, chat, when in doubt, Ryan it out.
You saw, like, in the halftime there, or like in the small downtime we had between rounds, like a little bit of
Which OWL team had the worst Ryan comp in your opinion? The 2021 Charge and Spark would make anyone look away. The 2020 Outlaws with Muma is some of the worst Ryan play I have seen in my entire life.
Coming back and what you picked up.
That would be where I place my bet. 2020 Outlaws with Muma on Ryan. That guy had charge permabound to his W key. Oh man. If you know, then you know.
Hardy's here to get in your face and hit you with a hammer.
They were so bad at Ryan that they lost to 2020 Boston that year on it.
Teleport play right outside of spawn. It was that split push, as you called it, Psycho, just kind of
Vegas 2023 with Vulcan. Oh, you're so right. Oh my god, that might be the worst. Jesus Christ.
By the time the fire was low, Sparker came in, dealt the final blow. And that was all she wrote for that second round.
And that's really how you cry out.
Yeah, that's a 27-6 domination.
A little rough for M80 there. 6 final blows.
The Blase Cass as well. Yeah, man. That was a rough time.
That tells you a story of a one-sided affair on
Yeah.
the third map.
I mean, that's how you break that spawn hole, right? You TP past them, and where does the Pharah really hide? You have one, like, wall you can now hide and play around. You can't hold, like, above the spawn at all. You have to then try and navigate Psycho rolling you from the side, and then Sparker taking these really aggressive wide swings with the Cassidy. We're going on to M80's map choice yet again. Let's have a look at some highlights from that previous round. There aren't going to be a lot of them. It was a pretty short one. But this is M80's final chance here to come back in the series.
Well, I mean, we can actually just kind of look back on how...
Yeah,
they tried
Penguin.
to break
That entire
through this
2018 World Cup team was cocky in general. Those idiots. Those silly goobers.
Pharah come through, I thought might be a little bit helpful to at least break that Reinhardt shield. Maybe force Space Station to have to retreat just a little bit in fear of some of that damage. Take that wide angle with it.
And it's really tough too, especially when you've got Landon.
See the pellet, yeah, you can see the Pelican Pharah there too.
Yeah, it's just every single time the Pharah peeks his head out, well, it's going to get shot. Like, Sparker, his aim is just absolutely cracked. One of the best Western, if not probably the best Western Cassidy we have here in the tournament.
I think so. I mean, just it speaks for itself. When you look at Sparker's hero pool, already had proven himself on the ability to play the Sojourn in the last few years of the Overwatch League, and also brought out the Ashe a couple of times. Maybe not a pick that we're going to see too often in this tournament, but the Cassidy has definitely proven to be a very, very strong point for this player.
Yeah, exactly that. M80 now, again, get to choose a map and a game type. I've got too many of them.
I don't know if I'd say it's like a tank or support issue. I think it's more, well, you know, Hawk did struggle in that round, but I think in general, this is just something they aren't really prepared to deal with.
Because I feel like it just plays.
Who in their god right mind would be playing Ryan aside from SSG? Like, it's such a different style. And if you're not ready for it, or if you're not a goated team, you're just gonna lose.
Change up how that's going to work.
To Ryan may be like a gimmicky thing in a way, but SSG are really good at it. The power of friendship. That's also true. That guy's a Spark jersey. Or girl? I don't know. I apologize for assuming the gender. But who is that? Who is that dude? What the heck?
A couple of minutes and we'll be right back for potentially the final game in this series.
Clockwork Vendetta. Oh, man.
What's up, everybody? Hello. Yeah. All right. I'm here. Yeah. I'm watching the games, enjoying the games with my new friends here. What's your name? Tor.
Well, my new friends. So what's your name?
Overwatch is
Classic Danny.
Because you know we had so much fans, we had to make overflow seats, and now look how packed it is. Everyone say hi.
Oh yeah, I heard that they made more seats available because there was such a high demand. That's based.
I mean, the matches are just going great. I'm having so much fun. I got my friend Tor here. Who are you rooting for right now?
I'm really liking Space Station. The way they're playing against M80, especially on the last map, it was great.
Do you think it's gonna be Space Station Gaming taking the win against M80?
If they keep up the way they've been playing, I think so. They've adapted really well.
Who else is here for Space Station Gaming? Who's a fan? Hardy? All right. Hardy! All right, guys. I mean, I'm just gonna watch the game here with the fans. So, hey, casters, back to you guys. Hardy!
Thank you very much, Daddy. Probably the biggest Hardy fan you will ever meet, like hands down.
Yes, I think so. It was really cute seeing that cheer from the crowd and also seeing like funny.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't know why M80 picked that map.
He's a big fan of Hardy too, funny. Who'd have thought? We're on the same team.
How could you not be? It's chatty.
Exactly. They really have garnered that reputation for themselves. Yeah, as a really fun-loving team, and being a team that's not afraid to play unconventional things, at least not anymore really, because it's kind of fitting their wheelhouse extremely well. Of course, this is an elimination game too. I mean, M80 are on their potential final life here in this series. A loss on this next map, and they're eliminated completely. They're going home. Space Station Gaming advancing. It's a scary bracket. There's still a chance for M80 to come back.
There is a chance, but it's going to be a difficult road for M80 to assail. We have push and flashpoint left as the game modes that M80 get a chance to choose from in order to rewrite the destiny of this one. And it's all brawl all the way, feels like. As we see New Junk City being picked.
New Junk City, we're going over to flashpoints. No substitutions either side. Same 10 players in the lobby, ready and raring to go.
I have been around since the start of Overwatch. I do need help. This is true. I played since open beta. I'm an old man. I was freaking addicted back then. When beta went away and I was waiting for release, I was going through withdrawals, man. It was bad. I had so much fun. I don't know if I've ever had more fun than I did playing open beta on Overwatch.
Some point, right? Surely
That was a good time, man. Back when I was so blissfully unaware of how the game worked.
All right, let's jump in. Fourth map.
Man, the hammer and open beta. Yeah.
Space Station Gaming.
I've heard you say that before, Penguin. Crazy. How old am I? I'm 25.
Such vibes on this map.
I think it was my junior year of high school during open beta.
Well for the Mauga. When Mauga was on that super OP patch, we did see a lot of Mauga get played. And no Pigeon, but that was like
crazy looking.
Well, yeah, it was May 5th through 9th, 2016. I was in my junior year of high school.
Like we said, bros, tough to play on Esperanza against the Brawl, tough to play here.
Appreciate it, Wolfenite.
Suited to it. Let's unlock those gates. M80 rolling out. They got the Venture again. They got Genji. They want to go really hard and fast here on the backline, try and take down Landon, but Spark is the one they have to focus. It's been a tough time so far.
I remember the first ever season of Comp. That's how old I am.
Ridiculously high right now. Hasn't died too many times during this.
Boomer status, and I still suck at
fire
Overwatch.
a lot as well. But it's gonna have to keep that up. 20 Astro is able to get the first draw on the Happy. Venture maybe just going.
Yep, born in '99.
Nice boop out of the land there. Landon pops that down to make sure the rest of the team stay alive.
Sparker could die here? Oh, he doesn't have dash. Tragic.
Hardy threatening the pin. However, Space Station, they need to be able to heal up here. All pretty low.
There it is.
Yeah, easy dash through for Pelican. Gets the reset. But Spark is still there, and Hardy.
Oh, does not matter. Yeah, maybe challenging them in a small enclosed space when they're playing Ryan and Lucio wasn't the best idea.
It's a really easy pickoff there for Pelican to be able to get the dash reset. Also, just be able to take out such a key piece of Space Station's backline. But so much extra pressure coming through.
I was hoping he was gonna dash in, kill Landon, then dash out, but that did not happen.
And counting for Space Station on this first flashpoint up this map.
Okay, what happened there, boys?
To open things up for them.
Yeah, double kunai headshot. I would imagine. That's not what you want to see if you're Space Station Gaming. That certainly is. There's the pin.
Big slam.
Straight away from the rest of his team.
And beat. Probably didn't need that one.
Do end up finding the flip here. Is Happy on the Venture. Ends up using all CDs to try and get away. But the two-man hit squad in finding Astro and Hardy chasing them down. Pelican gets the nice reset dash there onto Psycho. Gets out of here before he ends up losing his own life. But this will be Space Station finding that very swift flip.
Ooh, and with Ultraviolet going down there too, it's going to be more difficult for M80 to actually come in and get a recontest before this.
M80 seem a bit lost right now.
There's going to be a meaningful contest coming through, so Space Station might just get a chance to walk away with this first flashpoint. That they do, and we get to go to the next one. Space Station already trying to make their way over with this Lucio to help them get there faster, but it comes down to M80 trying to find this high ground, going in deep with this Mauga.
All right, there's the sound barrier. They're going to have to deal with Sparker, though. High noon, yeah. Torn in half by Pelican. Double kill with the blade. Almost make that 3. Swift moves there and a swift blade from Pelican as they wipe Space Station Gaming. You're kind of expecting that, though. Lion, the rest of M80 knew they had the beat advantage, and they used that to cap first.
Exactly, and now you have to worry about a little bit about Landon's amplification matrix, where they're going to put that down, but maybe we're able to walk away with the combo that they wanted to. And they also have a Kitsune Rush to actually be able to help deal with that amplification matrix. So where is Psycho going with this pulse bomb out the ready?
Oh, very aggressive cage. Here comes the window straight in the middle of the cage. More than happy to fight in this one. Landon standing behind it, lasering down Hawk. Does suffer a swift death though at the hands of Ultraviolet, but Psycho not only doing damage but actually capping the point right now. UV comes back with 2 though. Not sure he's going to be able to escape the claws of Hattie though. There is the flip from Psycho. Space Station Gaming eventually take control of the point. Aggressive play there from Hawk, just running into the backline, popping that cage down, but I don't think they were expecting that window to come up in the middle of it.
What, Freddy? That's your first girlfriend broke up with you because you kept playing Overwatch for 8 hours and not texting her. That's wild.
Still holding on to the pulse bomb, and now Funny Astro actually going to be the one with that sound barrier advantage coming into the next.
Overwatch is basically the equivalent to a toxic partner, but with gold guns. I mean, not wrong.
Drew dash up to the high ground, popped the tectonic shock, and got popped in the skull. Now Space Station Gaming easily handling that out, and now Happy has to go back to spawn. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see M80s change up a little bit here, and that they do. Happy going over to Farah now. Trying to deal with Sparker.
We have green guns too.
Damage coming out of spawn.
This is a combination of DPS I would have loved to see from Mimidi earlier, though. Even though Pelican has what we consider the better Farah between these two players, Happy still has a comparable one. And so you get a chance to now play with the Farah and the Genji alongside this Mauga. Just a little bit more high damage output that can work together.
He's in a little bit of trouble, staying with Happy.
Based Penguin.
Nice angle there from Sparker. He has to be careful. Lie a little bit more so, though. Saved, thankfully, by that Suzu. Sound barrier comes in. Hawk ends up going down again at the hands of Hardy and Landon. And now Hardy's just sawing in for the fences. Overtime in session as M80 trying just perma-touch points.
Almost got Shatter. This could be the one that seals this round.
That shatter, but do M80 know? An attempted charge there, but there is the ult from Hardy. Does he need to use it?
Don't even need it.
I don't think so. Sparker
Oh boy, Hawk's playing Winston.
M80, their final chance here to take this map back. Space Station just walking away with this one.
We're going to see another switch up here. Hawk thought about the Winston for a second.
Oh, never mind. Jump baited. Back to Mauga. He knows that playing Winston was not a good idea.
To this Tracer. The Tracer Genji a little bit more dive coming through here. Different look from him.
Oh, you're definitely not the only one, Wisp.
And the Kitsune Rush as well as the
Absolutely not the only one.
So really nice way to be able to just kind of work with a barrier advantage, knowing that Astro also just used it. This blade should be pretty lethal.
High ground control for M80, but they still have to deal with this shadow. Here comes the blade, here comes the beats.
Okay, you are a very dead man, Sparker. Surely. He's not. Okay, never mind. He lives that. And Space Station got point while that was going on. Wow.
Isolated though by the rest of the team. Pelican basically
sure.
In that interaction with the rest of M80's front line. Space Station get the initial capture. So it's M80 that find that flip.
They're able to get out of dodge, and they also forced out such a really important combo from M80. The blade, the sound barrier now off the table. Ultraviolet does have
average, literally the most average Blade experience possible.
Both their DPS ultimates and that barrier from Funny Astro. There's a lot that they can just kind of push through this rush with.
Psycho's been getting a lot of back caps this series. He's on point with that.
From Psycho potentially.
Do the charge? Who is this man?
So the rest of Space Station, they got ults to spend, but I don't think they want to use it. Just invest them for another day. He does lose the 1v1 versus Psycho, but it's all good. M80 seeing themselves through this.
Psycho still is finding a few kills at the end of this. I don't know how.
Don't die. Ooh, that's rough. That's a late death.
It's a super late death. I mean, for Psycho at least, like you've got Funny Astro maybe still waiting there to help taxi you back, or you're just Tracer, you just triple win, get there in time. But
that was unintended, but you know what? I'll take it.
Tries to make the way back, able to get the recontest in, but for how long as Happy is hunting for this pulse bomb target?
You have a sound barrier at your disposal too. There's the stick on the Cassidy, insta-kill onto Sparker. Alan nowhere to be found. However, they do end up trading it up. A sound barrier coming through from Space Station. However, this cage is going to be hard to fight into. Hardy with no shield left. Still manages to come up with a kill though onto Happy, who strayed a little bit too close to the hammer there. Somehow Space Station still managed to get the flip. Not so. Oh! Jeez. He cut his head clean off. Pelican saving the day for M80. They get the flip. There is
All right,
the
not dead
first
yet.
point for M80 on this Flashpoint map.
2 more, they get a chance to keep themselves in this series. 1 more in Space Station, knock them out, move forward in this lower bracket, and might still be on the back of Pelican yet to get a big opening with this Genji Blade. At his disposal, Sound Barrier coming up at the ready too here for Liar. And not a great answer here from Space Station quite yet. Landon with the Amp Matrix though might be able to help keep Pelican at bay.
Yeah, they comboed it last time, that beat in that blade. See if they want to do the same thing again. Landon looking for an off angle. Here comes the beat and the blade too. Landon's already dead. Should be an easy kill.
He got one. Above average blade experience.
Shrugged it off, got back up, slashed him in twain. A team kill for M80.
It's so difficult to break through all of that overhealth on top of the blade plus the cardiac overdrive from that Malka. It's so difficult to actually take any of those pieces out. So M80, they get a chance to get control.
Not gonna lie, I'm getting flashbacks. We have seen London choke this map multiple times in the past. We've seen them get reverse swept on Junkertown. It's not a first. PTSD flashbacks incoming.
In that small room against Pelican, you can get instant resets. M80 coming alive.
Good response of the Amp Matrix in theory, but when you're in that small room, there's really not a whole lot that you can do against the fact that the Malka is just gonna kind of pummel into you.
Felt desperate, right?
Yeah,
Put
it
that
really
up.
did.
Hopefully Sparker can kind of roll back, land a headshot through the
Let my glorious
Maybe
kings
the
win it.
Immortality Field saves them. And
I've seen this movie
not
many
quite
times
enough.
before.
Look at Happy now, sneaking around with that pulse bomb. Landon sees him. Can't necessarily get close. Lucky that there's a big health pack there.
Nice.
Grenade. Happy looking like a movie extra back there.
Still though, clutch headshot from UV.
Psycho once more, just controlling the objective. He's going to be able to cap almost. Pin in from Hardy, goes a little bit wide there. Ultraviolet managing to run away with it. Psycho gets the kill onto the Kiriko, but is it
Why
enough?
pulse there?
Cardiac overdrive for Hawk, keeping himself and the rest of the squad alive as they tie New Junk City up. They got a lot of ultimates coming into this next one. This 5th and final.
No
Flashpoint
bueno,
now.
SSG, come on.
If they're able to get this blade and this Sound Barrier combo online.
And of course it's against Happy and Pelican who have done it to them before. Houston's one of the teams that I think reverse swept them on this map.
Win condition right now. Space Station haven't had a good response to that combination of ultimates just yet. Rob hit,
Pelican is not the GOAT, but he is a glorious
Pelican and
king.
Liar, they are both working up to those ultimates so quickly to have that blade and the Sound Barrier ready. Look at this aggression. That was going in deep into that Reinhardt.
Flashpoint unlocked. Psycho taking a little bit of chunk damage, same with Happy. Pulse bomb in hands for both. Well, just Happy, sorry. Psycho's a little bit further away. So he's going to get flipped though with M80 on Happy there as they do end up dashing on to find the contest. Sound Barrier comes in as well as
Uh-oh,
Have they got
uh-oh.
anything to say to this one? Happy and Spark just
Above average blade experience. Used
Pelican.
B, and that was all she wrote.
4 kills for the Genji. Make it a 5th. Funny Astro narrowly gets out of there. As M80 hitting 7th, 8th gear at this point.
That was a very expensive fight, but it was so worthwhile because take a look at what they were able to get out of Space Station. That was 3 ultimates they wiped off the board, knowing that they were able to expend the 4 that they did. Blade Barrier not available now for M80 to work with, but they've been able to play around this amplification matrix from Landon so well. Where is it going to actually be able to find purchase in this next fight? And Psycho's being marked 2 on this Tracer.
A bit harder here to play a super off angle. Rush coming in fairly early from M80. Want to make sure Landon can't get a priority.
Oh boy.
Sparker again the time.
So it's gonna happen.
It's been rough for Space Station over these last few
It's actually gonna happen, bro. There's no way.
Himself, it feels like. Oh, a pin from Hardy. Sails off the edge with Hawk. That's a 1-for-1, but will it matter? Sparker.
Dude, it happened. It's gonna happen again. How do they always lose this map? Always. Oh my god, dude.
Sparker's gonna have to make it back with a rollout on the Venture.
I don't think it's gonna happen though, Rose, at all.
How does this always happen?
So clutch. The pulse bomb in the hand of Happy, straight on the back of Hardy. Oh, there's no chance now as M80 come back.
Bro.
3-2 on New Junk City. on what looked to be Space Station.
How many
right
times can
along the-
one team go up 2 on this map then lose?
Big reverse sweep on that map.
Christopher should have them work on New Junk City 20 times, like just 20 straight games of New Junk
We don't want to
City.
go home just yet. We've got a true series on our hands.
Playing a little bit quicker as well, using that rush to really get in the face. One thing that's been so good for Space Station is setting up these windows, setting up Sparker on an off angle. And it felt like halfway through that New Junk City, it just turned on its head. M80 were able to shut them down before they were able to set Landon up, set Sparker up.
Well, they found their momentum. They found the momentum that they wanted with those Genji blades as well as those sound barriers. So difficult to actually chew through that combo.
I thought we were done with this. New league, new season, new you. But no. Some things aren't meant to go away. You can't break bad habits.
Game type here. One final map. Going all the way. I told you it was going to happen. This being an elimination game as well. No one wants to go home here. I want to try, once again, to try and face one of those Korean teams up in the winners brackets. It's going to be a hard-fought battle, but first they need to win here. Here's a head-to-head, Sparker versus Pelican from the last map.
Yeah, I mean, Pelican playing the Genji,
Sparker, not the greatest map there.
Not a super fair comparison, I think, there, when you take a look at how much help also Pelican was getting with a lot of
The
those units
Gunba
from
coaching style, lol.
Initially, it looked so good from Space Station. Just again, their pacing was so nice. We'll see if you can change it up in push.
It is a map 5 elimination game, yes.
Incredible. A lot of these fights end up becoming very
Who's gonna clutch
towards
up?
the end of things. Very easy for the Baptiste. If
Game on the
stay
line.
alive, rotate your cooldowns. If you get
Possibly an
like
August
one large
Penguin.
rotation of cooldowns off, like another lamp in the middle of the fight, or another regenerative burst, like you become so powerful. Rotate your cooldowns. If you can get like one large rotation of cooldowns off, like another lamp in the middle of the fight, or another regenerative burst, like you become so powerful. You can really aid in these kills. The Genji sometimes a little.
Wait, we're
bit
going to a push map, huh?
Can't find the resets, but Pelican just
Map 5 push here.
Something that was really difficult too, though, for Space
Pretty
Station is
hype.
they didn't. There was always a sound barrier advantage for a team.
Right.
And it just didn't ever really go the way of Space Station in a lot of those fights. So M80 being able to get the most of that, whether it was with like the sound barrier top of the blade or even just the cardiac overdrive, that provides so much value to the team, which is something that Space Station just doesn't have.
You can see Space Station as well, playing with full confidence. They're willing to invest the sound barrier in 4v5s in situations that you might not want to invest. Maybe you lose one, you're like, okay, we can quickly go again if we can just disengage, but they're more than happy if M80 try and push them to the limit. They're willing to match them there. But a couple of those fights, like you said, when the beats ended up coming out, they end up just falling over, either to a cage, the cardiac overdrive, just helping M80 see themselves through the rest of the fight. Let's go quickly over to...
Well, no, it's no disrespect. It's just you're not allowed to play in OWCS on console. Unfortunately.
My name is Jaws, once again, here with Space Station this time around, here at OWCS Dallas Major. Do you want to quickly give a little rundown about who you guys are?
Space Station, European superstar team.
Word on the street is the Korean teams are going to basically dominate the whole thing and they're not going to take any prisoners.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way that Korea are making it out of this tournament. Especially Falcons, I don't think they're good at all. Crazy Raccoon, they might have something, like they're a good team. But Falcons, I don't think they got that in them.
Oh, okay,
What's the most fraudulent region then? So that was the easiest answer of all time.
I mean, anyone can replace Danny. Danny just trolls the whole game.
Toronto would have gotten like third in EU.
Third place?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I mean, they've got all the money in the world. Like, they can pick up the star players, and they've still managed to be mid. So. We might see some retirements from M80 after this tournament.
Some retirements, okay.
Keep your eyes open.
What do you feel about your first game against Students of the Game? Is that going to be like a clean sweep?
It's like a warm-up game.
A little warm-up?
There's a reason we're on the second stream.
So how do you feel about like the mental game coming in? I mean, NA being a bit quiet and stuff. Like, you're going to be able to win the minute warfare in the server too? A little bit of smack talk?
I love typing in game.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely not you, Amir. Surely not. Clueless.
EU especially as a whole is just so good at typing.
Yeah.
NA and Korea can't match it.
I do want to ask as well who has the best Texas accent.
Howdy, partner.
That's pretty good. We'll do one more. It's high noon.
It's high noon.
I do have another a fun activity for you all.
Please no.
Please no. We have a lasso contest. You guys want to play?
Yeah, do the sound effects as well. Come on.
It's not spinning. Okay, that was pretty close.
Surely Hottie nails this, right? Oh.
You got this? Surely it's.
Oh, okay. You're basically touching the chair at this point. Oh. Oh. Whoa.
Ooh.
Okay. Wait. That counts.
Hey! He's caught the chair.
It is a part of the chair. Anything? Any final words that you want to give to your?
Oh yeah, that too, Penguin. True.
It's like I was coming for the Porsche.
Well, I appreciate you all for stopping by and having a chat with me. Good luck in your games, and yeah, we'll see you out.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
That was a great interview.
Not bad. A couple of lasso hits as well. I like that a lot.
I think that was the team that has had the most so far. Yeah. I think so.
Easily.
New Queen Street, map 5. Oh, baby.
Final map here for M80 and Space Station.
New freaking Queen Street.
Goes home. New Queen Street.
I mean, usually Esperance is a pretty comfortable map for a space station. I am surprised. New Queen Street?
We get a chance to see Colosseo, but New Queen Street. This might just happen to be a map that trips some teams up. Maybe a little bit less practice.
Yeah, definitely coming out of left field.
How do they manage to make the interview so awkward? Because you're gathering a bunch of gamers in the same room together.
Coming into this, I mean, Happy currently hovering at the Soj. You have a Hawk on the ramp.
No Malga right now, but it could become one depending on how they feel like the cards may fall. But both of these teams, as these gates unlock,
ENCE is still in. They're playing next against Toronto in the lower bracket. Winner go
It's all
home.
going to come down to these long-range sight lines. Happy wanting to pick up the Sojourn. We know how deadly he can be with a hero
Happy on
like
a
that.
Sojourn here could be
Sparker
kind of nasty.
Tried and true, that Cassidy. Really help out with some of these closer engagements. Take a look at Happy though. These Railgun charges are going to get charged up very quickly with this Reinhardt in the way.
You can also check the Tracer too, worth keeping in mind. On Railgun headshot, you send your pack in.
Not really. It was not very close.
Used by Landon. Nice of M80's kind of forced that one out, but they are going to take high ground position. M80's stolen the bot for the time being. Oh!
My guy is in. Hello?
I think your backline needs
Wait just a second. He's swagging on him.
That's the problem with M80's comp, right? Or any kind of comp that you play against Space Station. You show a tiny bit of space between your front and back line, they're just going to get run at, and there is no chance of survivors.
Now, Ultraviolet was just on his own. Liar just unable to be able to come to his aid to skate him out of there. And so Hottie being able to seize that advantage. We're going to have to keep paying attention to how many opportunities Hottie finds to be able to go pin that back line. With that. And maybe we're able to make a little bit of progress there with that push bot, but not before Space Station are able to take back control. And as we take a look at the ultimates coming online, Sparker's been doing so much damage. Really a Deadeye and Ant Matrix ready to go for Space Station.
Yeah, they're in the perfect place to use it as well. Hottie looking to cause a little bit of panic on the left-hand side for Hawk. As he happens to play so passive, almost forcing Hawk into the sightline as well of that Cassidy.
Good Sparker maybe trying to take an angle over in the train car. A little bit easier to just kind of strafe back and forth there, but look at the window use. So early underneath. No window yet from Ultraviolet as an answer.
I mean, they're going to wide swing this, but M80 are going to mash them, just going to wrap around them on that mega health pack, using the window as their own.
Oh, jeez, that was dangerous.
This railgun, Hottie with the pin.
Hottie surely. He shatters there. Wait, it's massive. Oh my god, the Chad. Chatty strikes again. That was a freaking huge shatter. Oh my god. Who is this guy?
Life in that fight. Maybe even for the better. Actually switches off.
Sacrifices himself, but that just might be enough. Not quite enough to get checkpoint. And now we're going to see them swap over to Ram. First time they played Ram today.
Reaching that objective, but Now we see Hawk ready to go with this annihilation.
And I have to say, they have been a solid Ram team, so I don't mind them swapping off the Rhine. They've shown they can play Ram.
7 minutes left on the clock, though, so a lot of time left to play with.
A lot of time, not a lot of ult charge for Hardy, of course, like you mentioned, only just switched.
Don't mind a mirror for Space Station at all.
Cheeky. Gets the high ground, though.
This pushes them back. Sparker not really going to be able to maybe find so much purchase with that Deadeye.
See M80's game plan too. They want to make sure Sparker can't set up on high ground again. Sound barrier, rolled already used by Sparker there as they try and just dip out of there. Hardy receives the lamp to make sure he stays alive. Nice little hinder nade onto Happy, but it's going to get healed up.
Alright, surely they... Hawk is not getting much help. We got people split playing on point. Okay, so that works out really well for Space Station. That annihilation didn't do jack.
They now take the fight to the stairs.
No, Hawk was forced to just play on the defensive with that ultimate. That's not how you want to play with the annihilation.
Happy's 1 HP too. Look at the trickling health bars of M80 right now. They need desperate
Man,
help.
Hawk is... No one is with Hawk at all. Nobody's playing with him. What is going on? When he ulted before, he was ulting in. There's no one with him. There's no one with him there on that fight. What is going on?
Field, now able to be able to get this checkpoint. Gonna help unlock those closer spawns as well for Space Station and keep this cart going with the sound barrier from Funny Astro too. Not a bad way to continue to snowball some of this momentum.
I mean, this is massive for Space Station right now. Look at the ultimates coming up. They got Pulse, Annihilation, Sound Barrier. They can, even if they wanted, they can just beat him with the Annihilation.
They feared Shaddy's aura, perhaps.
Really early window from M80, and he still might go for it.
You don't have to force anything if you're Space Station here. You just die on point. That's all you gotta do.
Happy needs to pay attention to 2 different angles at this point. Sparker still takes
Wait, Sparker?
Takes care of Lion too.
He almost got 2 there.
Not quite, but still a very good effort here, and still the lead for Space Station as we enter into the halfway point of this map. M80 now able to start to make some meaningful progress here, but it's been a little bit slow to get going. Space Station able to hold on to all 4 of those ultimates, by the way, from that last fight. Have a lot to be able to attack this next one with. Really looking at Lyre to try to get the sound barrier online as just a good answer to some of those things, but you can't stop everything with just that one ultimate either. Let's see what Sparker's Deadeye can give us.
Little High Noon cancels it early, rolls back up onto this high ground now where Happy is trying to make a home for himself. He's right on the edge. Oh, there he goes. Off the high ground with that Vortex. Drags him right down. Slowly but surely, Sparker trying to set up here. Pulse bomb. Oh, Lion didn't see that one coming. Who's hiding in the trees? And that annihilation
Easy peasy.
is just too much to bear for M80.
Another team fight swinging in their direction, and such a good angle that Sparky was able to find from the train car after they were able to bully M80 off of that. I'd be having to give up those sightlines. Now Pelican, though, making a switch, going over to the Genji. This was so good for them in that last map to be able to bring us even to this map 5.
There's the High Noon with a speed boost too. Oh, they're trying to get Hardy. Pops pretty much everything to stay alive, and Happy has to run out of there. That sound barrier a little bit too terrifying for him. Lands a nice hinder nade, but where's the follow-up? Where's the damage? Once again, Landon Sparker just popping down this window, but the bot is running away from them. Good steal from M80 there.
Yeah, really good to be able to bring it back to the neutral. But Hawk giving him a chance to also come back into this one, but not before Happy and Ultraviolet are taken out, so the fight still goes the way of
Yeah, Space Station kind of in control here.
Harder for them to actually
they got the checkpoint already. They got it.
Doing that, but
they're across the line.
Ultraviolet just coming back online. Lyre as well, still having to come out of spawn. It's going to be on Hawk with this annihilation, hoping to get anything done here. And Sparker has a Deadeye again, and make it more difficult for Hawk to actually approach.
Oh man, that's rough. Let's use a Nemesis form there. Quickly pops it.
80% almost, or 80 meters rather.
Space Station. And Hawk wants to go aggressive here. Like you said, Rose is going to have to match with the Deadeye.
Holy, someone help Hawk for the love of God, man. He's not getting any help in these fights. There's just a clear disconnect between the tank and the rest of the team right now.
Now getting focused by Psycho, calls that he's won, but he finishes the job himself. Ultraviolet now in a whole heap of hurt. That annihilation from Hawk doing absolutely nothing moving like an endangered species right now as he goes extinct. Space Station Gaming
Late
now
kill there as well.
finish
Rip.
here. 2 minutes to go and the bot is still moving.
Such a late annihilation from Hawk as well, hoping that it would be enough to turn the tides, but also just expending the ultimate to switch over to the Sigma. So yet another instance
Yeah,
where we
Psycho
get
and
a
Spark
chance to
are
see
in their
these teams
bag.
trying to counteract each other. Sigma gonna be the hero.
And I just don't like what I'm seeing from M80 as a team. They're fumbling right now.
Closer to the end, Jaws. It's gonna be the Ant Matrix.
Really
here
bad
for Space
team
Station.
play
See if they
from
can
them.
close it out here.
Just disgusting angle on this Ant Matrix too.
This could be very dangerous. He landed the stick. Oh, he freaking rolled.
Oh, they are just running over them. A full completion.
Full
in sight.
completion maybe here.
Just stomped on by Space Station. Blade from Pelicans, the only saving grace that they have. But
There it is.
quickly
Full
dealt with.
completion.
Full cap for Space
Wait, maybe
Station
not.
in their
Wait.
sights now.
Nope, it is. Full completion. That's a statement way to win a map 5. Woof.
They find the victory.
SSG barely staying alive. A map 5er.
What a statement that they just made with a full cap on a push map we don't get a chance to see very often. New Queen Street, not necessarily the push map of choice for a lot of teams, but made it so impressive.
Just denying M80 there at the very end. That flashpoint map was a little reverse sweep by them. The mental, you're thinking, is going a little bit low.
M80 got lost in the sauce, but yeah, it was a good game though. Good little back and forth.
The map, take the series. They move on. M80 eliminated from the competition. Not as close as Hardy predicted, but
All right, Matt, sounds good, man.
A win is a win, and M80 is a hard opponent to have to beat. This is a team full of exceptional players that we've all come to know and love from their time in the Overwatch League, and just being able to see them as a squad together has been so impressive for North America.
It has. Unfortunately, we're going to have to bow our heads and say goodbye to M80. Now, Rose, Space Station Gaming. I mean, they've made a few more fans here today, that is for sure, if they didn't have enough already. And we're going to jump over to Danny. Dan on the... Oh, wait, no, not just yet. In a second, we'll get that interview lined up for you.
Sure, they're going to interview Hottie.
Continuing that run in the lowers. I'm excited to see how the uppers end up turning out, Rose, because they're going to have to face one of Falcons or Crazy Raccoons at some point.
That's going to be such a tough one. I mean, I think all of these teams are hoping that they don't have to hit the Korean teams until much later in the tournament, but you're going to have to beat them to join them up on those upper tables.
Oh, yes, indeed. And Space Station, they got the will, they got the way, and especially in this round, they got the tenacity as well. Let's get a quick listening, though, to the winning comms of that final map. We're going to go to Danny instead. Go
What?
Danny.
Thank you, Jaws. Hi, everybody. I'm here with the Porsche Performance of the Match winner. It is none other than Chatty from Space Station Gaming. You're a fan favorite. Why is that? Why are you so popular? because you're the go.
I guess so.
I mean, you're definitely the go. I do want to ask you about this match. I believe this is some sort of, it is an upset, and I do feel like M80 sort of had the upper hand, but you guys did get the win. Very close match as well. So what were the winning conditions for Space Station Gaming?
I don't know. So at the start, we were like really on like the Sigma comp. We were like, okay, we're gonna counter the Mauga with the Sigma comp, keep our rest on the comfort heroes. But then when we were playing the Midtown, Laya posted in the chat that Sigma is not the play. Like he was shit talking us. But I actually took that as constructive criticism, and I was like,
Nice.
maybe there's another
Dude, I love
pick here.
this.
And I thought about a hero that never let me down, you know, Reinhardt.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I realized Ryan just solves everything, and it just got us.
Takes it as constructive criticism. Love this guy.
Space Station Gaming, even in the past, like the Ryan composition, that Rush composition always came in clutch. Do you feel like you could continue to rely on that composition, even going towards more games?
Yeah, I think we can. I think we can. I think we really found something here, and I think it's gonna be good.
All right. And one final question. Your next opponents are going to be, of course, the winner of Toronto or ENCE. Who do you think is going to move up and become your opponent?
I mean,
I hope it's going to be ENCE, but I think it's going to be Toronto, unfortunately. I mean, I think Toronto, we're still going to beat them, but would have loved to play was the EU boys, but we will see.
Yeah. All right, everybody, give it one more time from Hardy from Space Station Gaming. That is it for us. Let's head back to the desk for winning moment.
Thank you so much, Daniel. It's great to hear from the GOAT. Let's take a look at some of those highlights once more before we're breaking it down. And also, let's hear the winning moments.
Genji, the one.
Genji, one. Kill by point now.
C9. Giving punch, guys, I'm sorry.
Cast right side.
Yo, wait, Zoe and Johnny, what do they got going on there?
Power punch at the end, but Hardy's like,
They look
"You can't lose this,
cozy."
guys. I'm giving him power punch. Give him something.
I love Hardy.
Oh, and again, this was the
best.
closest series we had thus far in this tournament. Also, you can see there's two type of fans here, clearly. Wait, what you got? That's it. Okay, that's it. Well, you know what? If you're not a fan of at least our Porsche performance of the match player, Hardy, then I don't know what you're doing with your life, to be honest.
71,000 damage taken. Ah, yes. Is that Winton with a Space Station Gaming jersey? That's sick.
We discovered that we're good at Reinhardt. There's two types of fans, Zoe.
Yeah.
There's Winston and there's not Winston. And you know, I know what side I'm on.
Winton Overwatch.
Winton Overwatch. This is actually a Space Station Winton, and they're doing a giveaway at their booth tomorrow. So be there.
Here we go. Here you go.
We just can't get enough of Hardy, apparently.
Reinhardt, yeah!
Just more of that,
Reinhardt,
please. More of that.
Porsche performance of the match.
This is really interesting, though. I do want to talk and touch on the compositions that we've seen here, and also just the way those teams play. I mean, we know that Space Station Gaming, they've been relying on their team synergy and their team play all throughout OWCS thus far. It is what has gotten them so far. And it's what makes them look so good. So even though if you're facing off against an M80, which obviously has like, you know, pop-off players like a Happy, like a Pelican, but if the team play isn't quite on point, you're looking like you're struggling against a team like Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I think honestly that last map, taking the rush mirror, it's a lot of confidence from M80, but I think it's misplaced. I think you just played into Space Station's hands, you played Ram into Rhine, but then Adi just takes the mirror. For me, it was the Malga comp. I think this is the way to beat Space Station Gaming. I think M80 actually figured it out on Flashpoint. As soon as Happy got off the Venture, I think the Tracer Genji actually should easily win this matchup. I think Ryan is really great against Venture. Basically a hard counter to Venture, very easy to stuff the ultimate, very easy if you have Shatter, you CC the Venture, can't use their skills, easy to pick off. For me, the Ryan is actually a great response to the Venture, but Falcons has already showed us this. You just go Tracer Genji. Whenever the Venture is not getting as much value against greedy heroes like Sig, where you can go past him and just ignore him, but you just go Tracer.
What I think about the Mavs beating the Timberwolves, pretty based. I picked the Mavs to win that series. I thought it was going to be like a 7-game series, but instead they won in 5. Luka and Kyrie built different.
Should have kept it rolling on a new Queen Street.
I'm happy they're in the finals. I'm a big Luka fan. I like the way he plays.
SSG at their own game. Pride cometh before the fall, so
I think also as well, like Hardy was talking about, maybe this is something we can use for the future. Maybe we can play Reinhardt later on in the tournament. I just think that if you look at the Asia teams as well, like Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, they just play Mauga way better as well, more so than M8 did here. And I think like if you're playing like a Mauga against a Reinhardt, you're just going to play that.
I'm all in on this Mavs team, man. I love this team.
Space Station necessarily can get away playing this Reinhardt.
Kyrie's not being cringe, like he's playing the game, doing his thing, not being cringy with various dramas and political issues. He's just playing basketball. Him and Luka look like a sick duo.
But against some of the Asian teams, I think it's going to be quite difficult.
So you don't think that those Reinhardt compositions will be able to force Team Falcons or Crazy Raccoons off the Venture at the very least?
I mean, it can force them off the Venture, but they don't care. The Venture is not the point of the composition, right? Venture is great in some spots, but we're talking about some of the most flexible DPS.
Yeah, I know that Luka is a top 500 Overwatch player. Isn't that awesome? Bro is one of the best basketball players in the entire world, and he freaking is top 500 on Overwatch. A man of many talents, Luka Doncic.
And then I really feel like they just wanted to beat SSG at their own game. But on map 5, to take a gamble like that, I mean, it is New Queen Street. It's a long-range map. Maybe it's hard to connect with the Mauga. You know, I can see it. It's a unique map we haven't seen much of before, but I would have loved to see them at least try to keep making that Mauga work, because once they brought up the Tracer Genji, it was smooth sailing.
Let's actually take a look at the bracket here, because SSG obviously staying alive here, whilst we had to say goodbye to the star-studded M80, and now Space Station Gaming, they're waiting for their next opponent. It's gonna be either ENCE or Toronto Defiant, and that is the next match we will be watching.
Last game of the day coming up here, chat. ENCE versus Toronto Defiant. EU versus NA, part 2.
With their backs against the wall, which team will
Can EMEA go 2 for 2? I don't know.
I mean,
Toronto's going to be tough.
All day. I think the flexibility
They took a tough loss to Crazy Raccoon, but I mean, anybody would.
Their claim to fame here is I think they might be one of the best Sigma teams in this tournament. I think.
Who do you got, chat? And in how many maps? Put up the poll right now.
Team even struggled against NRG when it came to like playing. Okay, they got forced to a Gibraltar, forced to play a Winston map, and I mean, come on, you're talking about this is NRG versus Toronto Defiant. You're going to be playing some more Winston map. If you win a map as ENCE, guess where? I mean, it's very obvious where they're going to take you. They're going to force Vestola out of this comfort zone, this hybrid and escort map picks. If you can survive those map picks, if you can get into those final, they're most likely going to be.
I'm of the belief Toronto should be favored, but I don't know if they're going to win easily.
Is going to be a real. It's going to really attack the Achilles heel.
ENCE have not played at all yet today.
Yeah, it's a long series though, and I think if you're ENCE, you're probably.
We'll see.
Hopefully, you can win out game modes like Flashpoint, for example, or Push that maybe favor a bit more some kind of brawl compositions, right? So maybe you can like.
Kind of feeling a Kevster masterclass here to make this a good series potentially.
We don't really have the perfect tank in Vestola to win those type of maps, but I still think at ENCE Esports they still have a pretty good chance against Toronto Defiant, even though Toronto Defiant.
I think in my bracket that I did for my video, I said 3-2. Toronto.
A quick break, and then afterwards, the three of us will set the stage for our last match of the day.
I think I'll stick with it. Why not? Maybe lower brackets full of bangers. I'll say 3-2 Toronto. Really want ENCE to win, but I have to say they've been looking a bit sloppy. Yeah, they have looked a little sloppy so far from what we've seen. That is a very valid criticism. And that could end up making the series a bit shorter than people would like it to be. Toronto didn't look great against Toronto, or Toronto looked great against Toronto, nice. Toronto didn't look good against Crazy Raccoon, but I give them a pass. Raccoon is nuts. They at least looked, you know, somewhat in it on circuit. There were flashes, and they're generally still a solid team. ENCE, I think, could be a good challenge, but I think you should favor Toronto because ENCE haven't looked that great so far in this tournament in general. IMO. All it takes, though, is a Kevster Kai masterclass, though, and suddenly there's an interesting series, I feel like. I need to see some good coordination out of the ENCE backline. That was kind of something I emphasized yesterday, and I'll continue to do so. I need to see Masa and Ghost play a bit better. That's really, really important if they want to be successful in this series. You'd have to give the edge to RuPaul and Vega, I feel. Merit, despite the fact that they lost to Crazy Raccoon the way they did, hit a lot of good shots. Seems like his aim is on point today, and that just might be the difference maker. You have like a 15-second delay? Yeah, I might be a bit behind on the stream. We can perhaps speed things up here. Oh yeah, we're pretty behind. Would you look at that? Wow, we're actually really behind. God damn. Okay. There we go. My bad, Vulcan. Yeah, shame on me, bro. True.
Huh? What?
Ooh. Gotta remember to keep moving the legs. He'd have to fix his positioning for if Pine wanted to succeed. You're gonna call? Oh, come on, don't do me like that, Vulcan. Did you read the interview with Sean Miller from yesterday? No. I did not know that was a thing. Where can I find that? What did he talk about?
I'm just loving this animation so much. I wish there was like a full movie-length version of it. For now, we make do with this, and of course with a good.
I love Dexerto with the casual tweet. Fortnite Pro kicked out of DreamHack Dallas by police after sneaking into the Porsche display. Nice, dude.
You have
Nice.
an opportunity to actually win off their speakers. The 911 speaker here is up for grabs.
Oh, it's
All you have to
paywalled,
do is sign up.
unfortunate.
You see right there on your screen a little URL. That's how you can participate in the
Speaker
raffle. You guys are doing
giveaway.
great. Like, I'd buy a vacuum cleaner off of you for sure. Like, you're selling it.
A Porsche vacuum cleaner?
I don't. They should be making. I'd buy anything from
Can
Porsche.
you imagine the sound that thing would make? That would be amazing.
Oh my god,
That's
it could be
right.
cleaning my house every day.
You don't even know that you're cleaning the house. My cats would actually really appreciate it. Something to think about. I think there's a market for sure.
Yeah, maybe they could have thought of a better name
give
for
you
the
some time.
speaker. I'm not gonna
Right
lie.
there. Join the sweepstake. So much cool stuff going on here at DreamHack. So many things to win. And just walking around here feels like a win because you bump into a lot of people you really love and like and know or not know. Strangers are great too. Also, of course, cosplay.
Oh, man.
We can't get enough of cosplay. We already got
Feel the tension in my knees. They're giving out.
Incredible. And a little earlier today, Danny was chatting up an Ash, which was absolutely phenomenal. And apparently he's found some more cosplayers for us. So let's send it over to Danny.
Lock in.
Hey guys, Danny here. I was walking
That
around
Lucio
DreamHack, and guess what I found?
Overwatch?
My favorite friends. We got Lucio and Diva next to me. Look,
We got Lucio and Diva
Hi. You
Overwatch.
guys, fantastic job doing the cosplay. I have to ask, did you
Dallas feel
make this,
Lucio.
costume by yourself or?
100% handmade. Did the wig, did the backpack, the gun, which actually is a speaker, as you can listen.
Wait, this guy's awesome.
How long did it take to come up with this costume?
Good question. Took about 2.5 weeks, working every day, few hours every day.
2.5 weeks, goddamn.
Hey, the effort really shows. I mean, you did a fantastic job. I'm guessing you're a Dallas Fuel fan.
You know how it is. I've represented Dallas Fuel with a couple different cosplays, Lucio and Genji, but this is a fan favorite. I love it.
Right now, do you have a favorite team in the OWCS right now?
Favorite team? You know, I wish all the teams the best of luck. We're actually wanting to go catch a couple matches ourselves and maybe get a new favorite. Who knows?
Just a couple more minutes. I'll let you go, and we could all watch the what's the games together. All right. How about you, Diva? How long did it take for you to come up with this costume?
Took me about 2 weeks to source everything.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
2 weeks to source everything, and I'm guessing Diva is your favorite hero. Can you give me a reason why?
She's definitely my favorite tank. I love that I can just go in and blast with her ult.
Good. I mean, Diva is one of my favorite tank heroes as well. Do you have a favorite team in the OWCS?
Well, being from Dallas, gotta love Dallas Fuel. So.
Dallas Field no longer
Guys,
exists, but
I think
alright.
the matches are starting again, so why don't we just all go and watch the games together? Yeah. Let's do it. Speed boost.
Speed boost, and he's out of here. Fantastic job. Those cosplays are just spot on, and it's just so much love in those details of all the cosplayers. So really, really phenomenal work. Make sure to chat them up, take some pictures with them as well. If you're down on the floor, there's plenty to see, plenty to do. One of the things to do is, of course, to watch some incredible Overwatch. And we got just the thing for you, another elimination game. We have to say goodbye to yet another team. I'm going to be very interested to see which one it will be. I think looking at the matchup here, ENCE and Toronto Defiant. Toronto Defiant has to be considered the favorite. It is by many. They were supposedly the team who can take it to the Korean rosters. Did they? Not yet. Well, first of all, they have to fight their way back up through the lower bracket. But let's look at who's in their way. ENCE. ENCE is the team to beat here. What were your thoughts thus far on ENCE's performance?
I mean, ENCE, so far, the only team...
Who do you think won the NBA Finals, and who do you want to win it? Great question. Who I think will win? Probably Boston. Who I want to win? I don't know if I have a preference. I mean, I think I'd slightly prefer Mavericks because I'm a Luka fan, but I wouldn't hate if the Celtics won. I don't dislike the Celtics. I like me an underdog story, though.
Found and exploited the weaknesses of every opponent who's gone up against them.
Yeah, and I feel like when it comes to ENCE as well, they have so much name value on this roster. Obviously, some like big-time veterans on this roster who's played in some amazing tournaments in the past, right? So we're kind of waiting for this team to truly click and play really well all together. Obviously, Kevster can be a top-tier damage player who can take it to some of the best in the world, whoever you're discussing there, really. As well as Kai, you know, legend who's been around the scene now for many, many years and taken some incredible hit-scan performances throughout the years against some of the best, right? So you really want to see ENCE out, Esports come out here and click and just play their best game all at the same time. Ghost 91 has been really exciting to watch here on the Baptiste, and I feel like for the past 6 months, really, Ghost 91 has had a spectacular Baptiste that is going to aid this team.
Sounds good, Thomas.
Specifically, it is a bit of a limitation that we don't see this team flex.
NA team has NA main support, therefore NA team loses. Perhaps.
And a lot of Masa Lucio, right? So that is what this team does best. That is a limitation of theirs. But still, there's so mechanical skill. There's such good individuals that all these special...
I'm hoping this game's at least good, regardless of who wins.
The thing is, that potential lack of flexibility...
Honestly, understandable, Udex. Boston absolutely is the better roster. That starting lineup is just insane. They've got good players off the bench. If Porzingis gets healthy, that's another layer of a threat.
In what they want to play, how they
Pretty
can
good team.
They can counter swap for
But I mean, we've seen Jason Tatum choke these before, so never say never.
Whatever your opponent's weakest comp is, well, you better be ready to play it, because that's what Toronto's going to make you play. If you want
I think Boston went in 5 or 6 realistically, though.
Taking it to your worst heroes against Toronto Defiant, they're ready for their
My brain says Boston in 5 or 6. My heart says Mavericks in 7, because that'd be awesome.
And frankly, that's with a few exclamation points. No one in NA has really, I mean, other than when they had a couple players sick, they lost to M80, came back in the grand finals and just wiped them off the face of the earth, partially due to Merit, his ridiculous performances on Hitscan, Vega as well on your screen right now. This is one of the most exciting rookies out of NA. I think the best main support in the region by a pretty good margin. He looked even pretty good for me, even against Crazy Raccoon. Yeah, he had an Ajax in the second map, but he was continuing to be aggressive, even as the series got really difficult, continuing to find kills.
Yeah, and even though they find themselves in the lower bracket, I still think, based on their previous series today, they have that kind of like aura to them. You still feel like they're in the mix. You still feel like they can adapt.
I don't know what it is, I just don't like that word, aura. I feel like it's been so overused.
That's a big problem for this team. We saw them come out, they're willing to play these Fora compositions too. So when it comes to how the meta is developing, I don't think this team is going to have a big problem. I could very much see them going back to the room after the loss saying, hi, hey, how are we going to improvise? How are we going to change up our compositions? How are we going to adapt our play? And going into this series, having a fresh look because of their flexibility, right? And perhaps with that, they can give themselves a leg up against the competition. So I'm pretty confident in this Toronto Defiant squad. I think they have a good chance here today, and I'm looking forward for the rest of the tournament.
I mean, they look deadly. Yes, they suffered that loss, but I mean, certainly not for lack of skill. They almost managed to win on circuit there. It just was Crazy Raccoon absolutely refusing to lose, somehow edging it out. But we saw a lot of pop-up moments from Merit on the Cassidy and whatnot. Which of the players do you feel like have to step it up for this one?
I think there's going to be a little bit of pressure on Merit. If there's anyone on this squad who could have trouble against heroes like BAP, Sigma, D.Va, right? Like, these are ENCE's bread and butter heroes. And to be fair, they're quite good against hitscan, right? In the past with Falcons, we saw them completely not using hitscan. That was what enabled them to kind of get past this Pistola Sigma, not having any backline at all for Sigma to really contest. Merit almost always locks in the hitscan. I mean, he's incredibly good on the roll. I want to emphasize that. He can make this work if you give him any kind of opening, but we need to see an incredible performance out of Merit today.
That's right. Well, we see that in just a little bit because we're ready. Is our audience ready? Are you ready for the last game of the day? That's what I saw. So let's get our teams out, Danny.
DreamHack Dallas, put your hands together for
runner-ups in stage 1 and stage 2.
Imagine being if they were the first team ever to come back down 3-0. That'd be
For the
insane.
hopes of EMEA, can they put it all together now when it matters in the lower bracket? Some absolute stars on this roster. Kevster, of course, a hyperflex who can play every hero that is really asked of him, play at an insanely high level, and can be instrumental in this series. Kai as well. Can the hit scan come out and match someone like Merit? A lot of questions about this.
You know, this song, this is such a goated theme song. It gives me old OWL vibes, like Valiant, Gladiators, Dynasty, I think Spark 2. They all had like their own song.
Last hope standing before you on the stage. Let them know how you feel. Right here, Sugar Free, we've been waiting to see this guy at the top level for years.
Yeah, come on, it's Lenny time. Come on now.
RuPaul in the backline holding it down, and who better to round this out than Merit and someone. Ridiculous performers in their roles. They can play absolutely anything, keep their opponents guessing. Let's hear it for Toronto Defiant.
Let's hear it indeed. The tournament live on the line. The stakes are high for this last elimination match of the day between ENCE and Toronto Defiant. And for all the action, we send it over to Jack and Necra.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, NA's last hopes and dreams now standing on stage facing ENCE, EU's number 2 coming out of the region.
This is going to be such a good match, too. I mean, Toronto Defiant, they looked so good earlier today, even. Very, very close match that they were able to have versus the best team, dare we say, in the tournament so far, Crazy Raccoon. But
yeah,
ENCE, like,
incredibly competitive series.
Super good
and that's
team.
exact. They bring that same fire, that same energy. I mean, ENCE might have to level up a little bit, I think. Yeah, Kevster and Kai have always been a big talking point for this team, but kind of something we were talking about during the break, Rose, is Vestola's ability to kind of flex onto these main tanks roles as well as these off tanks. We know he's extremely proficient Sigma. It kind of hurts them a little bit, I think, that Chase isn't available for the team to play, but their backline is also something you can kind of incredibly rely on too. I like Johnny's point on the desk, picking up on Ghost, who has been...
I've not watched the Fallout show, no.
Team over the last stage.
Really has been. We've seen a little bit more Ghosts.
I've thought about it,
Hudex.
Hudex. I just haven't had the time.
To play. Currently the
Once I get things a bit more on track
with
some personal stuff, I'd like to maybe try and make some basketball videos.
Has really been impressive when it comes down to playing that Baptiste, and really has to show up in a big way today here to make this ENCE team competitive into Toronto Defiant.
Will be an all EMEA lower brackets. They do manage to take it here and knock the NA teams out of the competition. Space Station have done it in their upper bracket match, and Hardy said on stage, you know, like, I think it's going to be Toronto. I want it to be ENCE for the EU boys, but I think I'm swaying towards Toronto Defiant. I think it's going to be incredibly close.
Gunfire, imagine. This is what you meant by a 9 to 5. That'd be so funny.
Really been head and shoulders above the rest in that region, and well, who's really surprised, especially with the caliber of the roster?
Well, that's the story, right? Which of these teams, if any, at this major can take down one of the Korean teams, Crazy Raccoon or Team Falcons? Both of them, behemoths of teams, and Toronto Defiant has consistently been a part of that conversation as a team that very well could take down one of those teams, and made it look very close today.
Yeah, just quickly dealing with an audio issue Kai was having, but we'll get into the first map in just a moment. Already had a game 5 in our last series, if you've only just joined us. But this series is going to be a banger. Lenny on your screen right there. Having a little bit of fun the other day, right? Jumping over to the tank, the sugar-free tank. Pretty scary sometimes. And there was a rather fun match seeing someone on the Echo 2 getting a lot of duplications. They've had their fun, but now is the chance and really time to show up here in the lower bracket. Loser here is going home.
Loser is going home, so a lot of stakes on the line for both of these teams. They do not want their tournament to end here. So it's going to be a hard-fought battle between both of them. But the onus really is on ENCE right now to try to figure out how they're going to get the better of Toronto Defiant, a team that is super flexible, super capable when it comes to playing any type of composition. And you can see that the road doesn't get any easier when you get past this point.
No, it does not. Winner here will face Space Station Gaming. They're in the lower semi-final, and they'll meet one of the Korean teams in the lower final. Of course, we'll know who that is tomorrow, on the final day on Championship Sunday. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of cheers for Toronto Defiant as they began to walk out. You can see a lot of representation too, a lot of jerseys.
Man, I hope that Falcons Raccoon game goes hard tomorrow. I'm praying. Prage.
Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon. I mean, Crazy Raccoon have done it once. Can they do it again? Of course, that's all to be seen tomorrow.
Understandable, Hudex. It happens, you know, adjusting to something new.
So, you know, what are you going to do?
Give it some time, maybe you'll feel a bit differently. You never know.
As well as Team Falcons to be able to make it.
You just need a banger match to get the hype going.
So
I mean,
exciting.
look, I think everybody kind of predicted it, like you were saying, like Korean teams being on top. But Toronto Defiant, you know, if they got a little revenge bone in them, maybe they do end up making it all the way, right? I mean, we're guaranteed at least one of the Korean teams in that grand final tomorrow. Question is, who is it going to be, and can someone upset them in the lower finals? Still kind of sorting out an issue right now on ENCE's side, but shouldn't be too much longer before we jump into the first map.
So maybe let's take stock a second of both of these teams. We've kind of hyped up every individual player, but maybe a macro.
Did you have Twisted Minds over M80 if they still had KSA and Courts? Yeah. Absolutely.
Bring everything, and in fact, when we take a look at some of the way that they've approached a lot of
If Twisted Minds were still at full strength, things could look a lot different right now. I can promise you that much.
It feels like they're going to get an upper hand over their competition in that way.
Yeah, and this is the like we're only seeing sweeps if it's not NA and EU games, which is also really exciting. So expecting this one to go to a game 5. At least I'm hoping so. I know the audience is too, but I've got a good feeling I know which way they're going to be cheering. It's like I said, there's a lot of Toronto jerseys in the crowd right now, is all I'm saying.
There are. I mean, it's been so fun to watch how that team and organization has kind of followed us through Overwatch history.
Yeah.
Having a team in the Overwatch League, obtaining it for the Overwatch Champion Series, backing just this stacked roster of talent.
Yeah, they came into OWCS and it was like, okay, this team's winning it for sure. And they have lived up to that. Like, they are stage champions. They're back-to-back stage champions. Our first ones in OWCS at the start of this year. I mean, I'm looking forward to see how this team kind of develops, but how could they really develop much more when they've already got the best team in the region? They have to develop at the lands, here at DreamHack Dallas, or in Sweden, obviously, nearer the end of the year, if they can kind of keep up their dominance in the region. Looks like Kai is ready to rock and roll by the looks of things. Back in the headset, back on, pulling the keyboard and mouse as close as possible, and I think we're about to get into map number 1. Here is the mode win percentage for both teams. Trying to find 86% win rate there on hybrid and control.
And Busan are going to be our first map of this series, but as we see the series extend, ENCE having a little bit of trouble on Esports so far. Not necessarily the best map type for them.
17% is low.
Maybe something Toronto can exploit a little bit later on in the series as we look at user picks.
Yeah, exactly. If Toronto do
Say Hottie is the new face of competitive. He's one of them, for sure. He's got the personality, he's a fan favorite.
Of course, we do start on control.
Courts couldn't play because of visa issues. He couldn't make it to Dallas. He would have been there, but alas. US immigration failing us as it always seems to.
I hope so. Downtown, our first stage here.
So you were just talking about maybe what do we get a chance to see with Busan?
All right, Chad, I'll lock you in for a 3-1 Toronto.
At the very least, we know we're going to see a bird. You saw that bird.
No, I wasn't looking at it.
He wasn't actually looking at the bird.
Not to look.
He decided he did not want to see it. But we're about to see this as the gates open up. We've got ENCE hovering over the Sigma composition. Someone right now.
3-2 ENCE, you believe? I mean, you never know.
There's a lot of verticality to play around with.
Widely different compositions to start here. Toronto go with a full-on dive, but with merit on an Ashe here.
A little bit of a difference here with the Ashe versus the Cassidy, but those backlines are so different.
I mean, I love this Ashe pick. Not a pick we usually see anymore.
Oh, absolutely destroyed. Okay.
One of the reasons why that range advantage from the Ashe is super nice and both incredibly effective.
It's either going to be Falcons or Crazy Raccoon. Those are the two major favorites.
The roll, the damage reduction, but also the range potential there. It is.
How is someone do? He's alive? How? What? There's no way, bro. Just that is insane that someone lives there. RuPaul with the cracked Ana gameplay. How in God's name did someone live? There were like 3 people on him. Man.
Dexter isn't even able to escape that either as someone chases him down, gives him a fist in the face.
Yeah, what's my guy doing back there? Gets to near Toronto's spot.
ENCE switched. They switched over to the Mauga.
Oh no, well, your fun's over now for sure. Mauga against Monkey?
Here as the cardiac overdrive as well to make Kevster just a little bit more menacing if he wants to play with the team. Typically, you're going to see that Tracer just try to take that off ankle.
Ana for RuPaul as well, worth mentioning too. No Suzu on the side of ENCE. Force goes much.
Alright, chat. How fast is someone going to get melted if he primals here?
More aggressive with the nades and the sleeps and whatnot, so worth keeping in mind too. I mean, someone is going to be hard to deal with now, especially with this primal.
Disruptive force here, but Merit down it again. Man, this Ashe is not working out. Plenty time.
Unstoppable. ENCE just crumble.
Great pulse bomb. Gonna use the nano boost here onto someone just as insurance. But that's because
Kevin Gaming.
RuPaul's gonna go down after that point, and even though Toronto Defiant were able to get that
Kev's had enough. He's had enough.
Now swaps. No way they're playing Monkey anymore. Surely not.
Free versus Kevster on the Tracer.
I do.
Crazy.
Yeah,
oh my God.
European powerhouse on that pick.
Yeah, after you bob here, I think you gotta switch.
Someone's gonna switch off the Winston though after using that Primal Rage. Switching over to the Doom Fist. We've seen this combination before.
That was a nice anti. No follow-up.
Like the Doom Fist to just get some really explosive power. But here's the Bob from Merit.
Bob on the point. Winner's going to get unleashed. And that
Okay, Bob's in a... Bob doesn't do too much there, yeah.
Sustained through this dynamite damage. Kai's already taking care of the Bob. And
You think Kevster holds a grudge over the Korea thing? I don't know, man. Why don't you go ask him?
Down that backline, but here comes someone punching the wall, and well, someone of Merit just forming a pincer maneuver on Kai there as he just falls on over. Merit just...
I don't think he holds a grudge at this point. Probably not.
Completely understand. Like, how do you even get rid of this guy? Kai is just trying to look every which way possible because someone is just hot on his tail. Doesn't want to give Kai any space.
Really doesn't, and that's why Vistola is actually going to go over to the Sigma now. The Sigma a little bit better to have that shield,
Counter watch.
We also saw Vistola get no value
Sleeper.
even just in that last fight. Vistola very well known for the Sigma. Able to help protect one of these off angles for Kai to operate from.
I think what Vulcan's referring to is when Florida beat Gladiators last year to keep them from going to mid-season madness. At least I think that's what he's referring to as the resident Florida fan.
An uncharacteristic miss there, but he does manage to stay alive. Hits the recall as Kai, once again, the focus for someone. Kai just not able to do anything. Like I said before, Sugar Freeze make him look one way, someone the other. 99% for Toronto now. Is they gonna...
All right, that'll be round 1. Toronto Defiant.
As ENCE white.
Oh, yeah, there's the smile from Vulcan, yeah, as I thought. I figured as much.
First round going over to Toronto Defiant. Couple quick Doomfist punches to push that Sigma back. Really nice follow-up coming through though from Sugar Free. This is such a young talent as well. Someone we didn't get a chance to really find the success we knew he could have during this time in the league. Now though, really able to live up to that potential on a team like Toronto Defiant. And also with just such an all-star background in his team to be able to boost him up.
Yeah, he was really him right before he turned of age in the Overwatch League. Everybody was saying he was the next Proper in a way. Before Proper really reached the league. Like he was the next superstar North American DPS, the one that was going to blow the Overwatch League wide open. But now he really can in the OWCS, and you can see how much him and his team have had success. Toronto Defiant playing send on a ball. I don't mind this whatsoever. It's been a comp that's been used sporadically.
This is the last game, Penguin. Correct. Well, Vega Zen did not work too well there, huh?
Like an island, right, with Merit, Vega, and RuPaul, but you've got quick rotations like this. From ENCE, it's really tough to stay alive.
How did they lose their BAP? How is this happening?
Vega kind of acted as the bait.
First it was the Winston on point 1, and now we see this?
Those big picks. And this is one of
Come on
the
now, man.
only points we can really see Wrecking Ball work.
Ghost needs to lock in if they want this to be a game.
Yeah, it's man of many talents and man of many tank picks. Someone can do it all, pretty much. Long have gone the days where tank players can only really play one role, right? The off tank or the main tank. You're going to be better at one of them at some point. Someone really just every single tank he's able to pick up, he finds exceptional success.
But Toronto haven't been able to find the flip yet. They're able to get some progress here. Maybe a
The ball breaks in, it can be very fun. It's got like complexities to it. Your dives have to be perfect. I enjoy it. I enjoy watching it. Playing it, it's a bit more stressful, but
Look at how much pressure they're putting on Arthur and Ghost in the back line.
yeah, I'll gladly take Funny Astros Lucio over Vega, personally.
Same kind of style they want to play. They got mines, they got the
Of course,
bomb
Penguin.
in this transcendence
And not
to help
math.
survive. Someone just hanging out right now.
He's waiting for the perfect opportunity to get the pounce on ENCE and drop that entire minefield. Mines are harder to take out now. You can kind of throw your body at them, but they're still going to deal a lot of damage.
Getting rocked.
Minefield kind of just stalls for time.
Damage, yeah.
Oh, Kai! Oh, it was dangerous.
Sky taking face full of bullets there from someone who retreats back to his supports. A rotation here from Merrick.
I don't think Funny Astro's the Lucio GOAT, but he's one of the GOATs. Like, he's top tier.
Nice little rod, does hit RuPaul, but oh, that... I mean, there's nothing stopping Kai getting away with murder. Fox the overclock, hits Stu. Well, not even overclock.
How about your tank? Thank you. Western Lucio GOAT? Yeah. That's fair.
Few extra percentage points eked out.
If you want to say Funny Astro's the Western Lucio GOAT, I will not argue with
They
you.
can kind of come back and they're gonna need a tool to deal with this flux.
Well, they got something really valuable out of ENCE, which led them to not have to use something like the Transcendence. Just take the eco
I love me
there,
some Moth
toss a
Lucio as
sound
well,
barrier,
but like,
invest it into that
just in
last
terms
fight.
of the value you get out of the hero,
Gets
Funny
so
Astro I think
aggressive
just
and
offers you a bit more.
space because you just
Moth's
have the
play
power
style
of
is
sound
really
barrier behind
goated, and I think in general he's the better main support, but like individually, Lucio impact you bring to the table, I think Astro has him there.
more defensively if they want to. Big pick. They get able to get the better of Ghost.
The comp diversity is crazy. Yeah, it's enjoyable. That's an unfortunate flux.
Oh, deleted by Merritt. Don't just use that Transcendence any longer. Vega can basically throw that one in.
No, Ghost is an actual player on this team. Obligated. He was originally going to be their starter before Crimzo stepped in.
I mean, we're looking at a point where this might just be final fight. Toronto Defiant can invest the Transcendence here, the Nano, everything.
I don't really think that longevity has anything to do with it.
From someone. This is so dangerous too. Take a look at where someone's coming from, knock somebody out of
Because
this
Moth at
wall.
his peak was goated. And his peak was a couple of years.
Here with Merritt on the sideline, he does end up getting nanoed, pushed away. 3 people looking at him, not through the window, but enough damage to send him packing. Here comes
Ghost needs to not become a ghost, real.
the overclock. Merritt didn't stand a chance.
Good trade, good trade.
That's a nice trade coming through. Someone just knocking him up, and well, that Magnade did the work. Pulse bomb from Sugar Free. Toronto Defiant still controlling the point. Losing members of their team, however, as ENCE, they do find that flip. Someone just inting in there, just getting a reset going. As ENCE try and hold on now.
Trying to hold on. They have the opportunity to use the Pulse Bomb as one way to be able to do that. Moss is also going to have another sound barrier. Really helpful to deal with Toronto Defiant's ultimate economy. Still haven't used the Transcendence yet.
Yep.
Not seeing a valuable enough opportunity to throw that ultimate into the mix. But this is final fight, so it's now or never.
Oh.
Sugar Free forced a recall there, didn't want to take another bullet. Or another railgun. Ends up touching that point.
He wants this pulse really bad. Oh, Kevster, what a stick.
Transcendence coming through from Vega, the only healing source available now to Toronto Defiance. That sound barrier from ENCE might just see them through.
That looks like it's it for this round.
Kevster, the absolute demon on
Going
the
to a round 3 on Busan.
It's not Sugar Free, but it is Kai that does the dirty
Close.
work. As ENCE tie up Busan.
The hardest hero to define a goat on.
Really played to their strengths there on that
Mercy.
second round playing around Vestola's Sigma, able to make really nice work of that duo of Kevster and Kai. That's Sojourn. He's one of his best heroes. And with those sightlines, those flanks, Toronto Defiant not necessarily always being able to deliver a full lethal blow onto the team, ends up working in ENCE's favor, especially in the end there with some of those more heavy hitting ultimates. But as we enter into this third point, we're going over to Mecha Base. This is a tricky one. You're gonna have to fight in some of these
Jake Mercy go.
environments. A little bit more cover to play around too.
Brimzo's the coach of ENCE now. He's no longer a player on the team.
A switch up here. No more Wrecking Ball on the table for Toronto Defiant. Someone switching over to the Malga. You got the Cassidy and the Genji to be able to beef that up too.
Like, what I mean by, like, Mercy Goat is, like, after Season 1, you, like, never played Mercy. And plus, Mercy's such a boring hero. A little bit of a switch up here, Sugar Free. I like Sugar Free and the Genji. I love me some Lenny Genji.
So heavily onto different compositions. And it's working wonders so far. Point unlocks. Toronto find an almost team kill there. They claim the first cap.
They just swarmed him. Overwhelmed him with the force that you can
Some
have.
good honest Genji v Genji, love it.
Just the insta-kill pressure of Merit and Sugar Free able to clean up all of those picks.
Oh, here we go again.
Already into the thick of
on the wrong
things.
side of the
They're
team.
in there.
Back off and join the rest of his squad. Vestola just left on a little island.
Oh my god, someone is on a tear. Help my man, oh my god.
In front of ENCE. And then they're just isolating Vestola and just pushing him down. Toronto's aggression and their speed here is really being the Achilles heel of ENCE.
In their, like, swimwear.
Set up
Nice.
Kai here for success.
Someone's just driving right into the enemy lines to be able to help
Custom Mercy
out with that
clears, oh
isolation
god.
too. But ENCE, they're able to come back with some tools of their own. Kevster now going to be on the Genji. One way to try to get into the mix of things with Sugar Free on the Genji too.
Oh, good, perfectly timed grasp there from Vestola. You see all that overhealth coming through. That window is going to aid in the kill of someone. Here we go.
The Echo Goat for me is Pelican.
Unless Sugar Free's got anything to say about it. Don't think he's going to be able to find anything. There you go. 2 taps, 2 kills for Kai.
A proven god on the hero multiple seasons in a row. Speedily, Pepe laugh.
In on the action, giving that valuable shield over to Kai so we can just have that major source of damage be a little bit more up close and personal. But Toronto, they're coming back in with so many ultimates into this fight. The cage to be able to pair with something like the blade. You've got the blade barrier. Very difficult to take.
Fletika's unbiased, fair.
Really early. Just the Suzu there, but RuPaul has got the Kitsune rush, and you can see him trying to set up on this high ground, Rose. A really straight shot. However, Kai might have a better shot on the back line here. As the sound barrier comes through from Toronto's line to try and make sure they
Oh my god, big slam. Why did he ult? Someone, are you okay, my guy?
40% of building now for ENCE as Toronto Defiant a team kill.
Wow, that was so expensive, but what a great reaction from
Leto was goated to Echo. Remember, the Rascal Echo was insane too. That guy found value on anything he duped onto.
Has the option for the immortality field is with some really good burst healing, but this is also to help.
Yeah, isn't it kind of insane? Who are you is dominant on Genji in like every era? Actually built different.
Look at the boot, look at the peel. Spots the Lucio. Master a little bit too far up, and Ghost also falls to a similar fate. Now a run down from someone who's got the Fist of Laren, but I mean, look, oh, what a block with the rock, but Kevster peers that.
Vega?
Kills someone. However, Toronto Defiant, they're still winning this fight. They're going to get to get the flip here.
A little bit of stall coming through, though. ENCE is able to come back as Toronto Defiant has to give up this space. Oh, Kevster on the flank. Gets taken out by Merit.
And they can't get the flip either. It was so close to going over. That Kevster death is going to cost them dearly. Oh, the grab.
True Penguin. Yeah, Rascal did that like 2 different times. Remember it was BAP 2019? First guy to really pick him up. Becomes one of the best Echo players as well. Early on.
They have the amplification matrix to help out with that just in case they need it.
There's a screenshot of Speedily with like 10k damage in 4 minutes on Echo from a scrim. Ah yes, a scrim.
And they're not going to peek. It's going to force them to try and
God.
take the point here. Toronto Defiant going to have to react as Kevster.
All those guys from that played with him that always thought he was better than Fled on all these guys on Echo are fraudulent for saying such a thing.
As well as both DPS ultimates.
Beatley was a great NA Echo, but absolutely not a goated Echo internationally.
To strike. Where now that grasp is Merit, just dashes behind the shield. A little roll and a smack kills Vestola.
Kevster, wait, Kevster with 2. And that's gonna be ENCE taking round 1. Look at that.
Blade and ENCE with the latest sound barrier rolling over the Toronto.
Kevster with a huge blade.
One left standing. It looks like it's going to be ENCE taking claim of Busan.
Who would have thunk it?
What a perfectly timed blade. That came up right as that sound barrier was expiring on Toronto Defiant. So Kevster found the almost perfect window of opportunity to let that go, get the picks he needed, and get ENCE that incredible.
Yeah, I wish speedily fulfill this potential too, but
Lights out right now on this Genji. If he can continue this.
That's what Kevster does, man.
Continue the Genji up and just keep getting big multi-kills with the blades like this. I mean, they're
Yeah,
looking at
Toronto.
Rio maybe, but Toronto Defiant. they won't
Looking
be
too good. That was a close
We're gonna
map.
jump over to the desk.
It's not gonna be
break down that
easy.
map and then see where we're gonna send this for the next one.
Thank you so much, and Negra, and I got caught in action there. Just patting the Winton. That's all
There's nothing
right.
wrong with
That's
that.
all right. Yeah.
I like Winton Overwatch.
We're here for it. We're here for it. We're also here for some fantastic Overwatch, and this was certainly a display of just that. Very early on in the series, round 1 here on Busan, it did look like ENCE is just getting counterpicked. It just looked like they didn't have the flexibility, and then towards the very end of round 2, things started to look up for
Tear
them.
up
And
the
then on round
coaching
3,
documents,
obviously,
lol.
like they found their stride. They switched things up and showed us a flexibility that
Someone's
we might
career
not
hasn't been long enough for me to say he's the GOAT tank, but he is already one of the all-time greats based off of the small amount we've seen from the guy.
One of the best to do it, but it's a tough matchup to play. I mean, we've only seen other teams win versus that matchup. By
Like what we
hits
saw
spirally.
in last year and even in the year before, it's like the most desirable way to play tank in the new era. Just flexible on everything, dominant. Smurf GOAT tank in general. I think a good argument can be made, yes.
Yes, you win here, but I think this is if anything, a particularly good map for ENCE, where the Sigma.
In my opinion, he probably
well on at least
is.
2 of 3 points. Gives them a fair fight.
At least best main
Now,
tank,
I have to
bare
imagine
minimum.
the success that someone did find on our lovable Winston hero. I've seen a Gibraltar pick up the cards. I don't actually know if that's the case, but if I'm Kasaurus, I'm 100% going Gibraltar. I watched NRG get the win on this map and think, yeah, we can. If you can do it, I can do it better.
Absolutely. I agree with that Gibraltar pick, but looking at this series as well.
Some people may say like Fearless, which is fair. Hanbin's a good one. Void is goated. Couple of guys, but longevity and what he's done in his career, I think Smurf makes a very, very good argument for himself.
And then Vastola will just keep backing towards that bridge area, which allows Kevster to take the wide angle as well, or dive deep with Genji into the back line and put pressure on Merrick, like you said, Jake. So I think it was beautifully played by ENCE Esports, especially with that Sigma composition. The way they withdraw from the fight, they get resources out, and then they pounce on you when you're already pushed in.
Yeah, because early on in the series, it was very
Gesture Hog rocks. True. Gesture's Hog went pretty hard.
They were just dictating when.
Man, that Dynasty run. I always look back at it. They were such a frustrating team, and then they got the perfect meta.
Was a really, really great
Lucky.
adjustments. Now, big question, of course, where are we heading? It is going to be.
Dude, I remember when Stand 1 came into the Overwatch League. I was excited.
If it's not Gibraltar,
But it just so happened that he was playing alongside the anime protagonist.
they think is going to be really, really dominant. But for me, Gibraltar's the obvious
I
choice.
believe that was Toronto's map. Yeah, it said selected by Toronto up there because they're a higher seed, so. Watch point Gibraltar, okay. They're like, hey, we saw what NRG did to y'all yesterday. It's our turn now. Could be a good change of pace. Break out that Winston.
Go towards these high ground maps.
So on the other side,
I appreciate that, Baboon, because not every Soul fan would accept that it was rubbish.
Toss away, or they're just gonna stick to those brawl, or is
I respect you for keeping it real. You can love something and think it's rubbish. That's the based opinion to have. Most sane Dynasty fan. Stan one on Hog that playoffs. Yeah, that was something.
Diva Bap, I mean, this style definitely works. It's pretty decent, but
yeah, I mean, that's just the situation you're in, though, right? Stan 1 happened to be playing alongside one of the greatest players in the history of the game. You know, really starting his story arc at that point in time.
I think this is like an 80-20 comp matchup at the elite professional level. But I think, I mean, to be honest, this Diva Bap with Kevster's explosive Genji, it's not easy to do, but if anyone can do it, I mean, I believe in Kevster. I mean, he finds incredible openings, sometimes without much support from the team. I mean, sometimes he's that one-man army. You know better than most, John.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree, but looking towards the rest of the series too, like Hybrid, push Flashpoint. These are all good map types, I feel like, for ENCE as well. They can get familiar with those map types. So even though we very much favor Toronto Defiant on this particular map, Gibraltar here in Escort, I think this is still going to be a really competitive series throughout.
Absolutely. Well, we'll find out what both of those teams have in store for us in just a little bit. But for now, we're heading back over to our casters to set the stage for this. We have winning Gibraltar here.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, we're going to watch Point Gibraltar now for our escort map. Rose, Toronto, you know, thinking ahead a little bit here, it seems.
They really are, though, because when you take a look at that escort pool, you see Circuit Royale and you go, oh,
I respect Stan one though, you know, things just don't work out in your career sometimes, you know? I thought he was a decent player back in the day.
Escort right now, which is 17%. Not looking so great, but if you allow them to pick Circuit Royale on their own map pick, then...
I love that Shock was trying to counter the hog comp that playoffs.
Yeah, it feels like a really smart decision.
Yeah, then they realized Super is actually kind of cracked on Hog for whatever reason.
I'd imagine the Winston, unless they want to just do some sort of variation of the rush, but Winston and Dive is just so good on.
I'll still never forget when they were reverse sweeping Justice in that playoff match.
Yeah, all right, let's go.
In a map 5, he hasn't played all series. Super comes in and they end up winning. Man, I remember being so scared at the time. Like, they're bringing in Super when he's cold, he hasn't played all series, and he did well enough, that's for sure.
When you think about their map pools, you definitely expect that Toronto Defiant are going to have the upper hand. Watchpoint Gibraltar is a very classic dive map. A lot of
Sometimes I'm still upset about that Mickey Mouse Justice run, because it never should have happened. COVID just made it so everybody was allowed to play. They somehow got Decay on their team. Like, everything just fell into place after being one of the literal worst teams in the league.
Not match a dive on this map, but it's
Diva gameplay incoming.
Not do that when you know that someone is waiting for you with that Winston. So the Dust talked about this.
Oh yes, technically that was an upper bracket match, but getting upset in the quarterfinals like that would have been a tragedy.
Gates unlocked.
Or maybe it's the semifinal. I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, it was really early in the bracket.
Ooh. Actually jumping over to Echo here, just aiding in the dive. Vestola and Kai. Going to be a hard-fought battle, though, against Merit on Cassidy, who's already holding this high ground. Can retreat to blue box if he wants to as well.
Vestola's a really good team.
I thought it was cheese. The Justice didn't deserve it, honestly. And just think, that was technically their best season ever.
But as Toronto have this high ground control,
sad. Mickey Mouse run was their best season.
Their own agency. Force them down to the cart. Which is why they're going to just play down here at the moment. Let Toronto come to them.
Yeah, but Justice got top 3 NA, like, bruh. Top 3.
That was 2 quick kills there from Toronto.
They took out my Valiant, you know, they beat Mayhem, and they were crushing these teams too. Those games weren't even close. Shock and Fusion were the only teams that could challenge them.
Vestola is at least giving a lot of healing opportunity over to both Masa and Ghost.
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely blame the league. It is their fault. Mickey Mouse format.
A defensive back line. It's going to be very difficult for Vestola to actually find an opening to dive onto either of those targets. We've got a shield bash waiting to go.
Oh yeah, Stitch it looked like he was such a washed up player, and then the playoffs come and he decides, I'm going to be one of the best Ashe players in the league. Oh, nice nade.
Oh, nice mag nade there from there. I mean, all the damage thrown at both Kai and Kevster. This is
I wonder why they're playing Tracer Echo.
For ENCE. Half the time mag's gone already. Might be able to get D-mag. They do.
That's a big deal. Means that Vestola's going to have to give up all of that charge to try to switch to another hero and come back. Look at that. Gives up a lot of momentum there just to be able to get back out of spawn a little bit faster.
Tracer Echo just seems like a, I don't know, man. Not great choice here.
Still with this high ground control, Merit having the Deadeye making that even more difficult to assail.
Merit is immortal.
Although maybe Kevster can turn it here. Ah, I needed that sleep.
Has been anti by the Duke Arna. They got to try and find something.
Oh, Nano, maybe.
Might just be good enough and to get the payload going again. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go now as they around this final corner. Gonna have that round circle, that letter A.
Yeah,
in their
Penguin.
sights, but the nano boost from RuPaul is gonna make it a little bit more difficult than they wanted.
Yeah, true.
Big contest.
That final four was something, huh?
3 minutes to go, Rose. The guy's already dead.
Stagger the baby diva here.
Re-engage from Toronto to fight. No,
Never mind.
but I think someone's just done enough damage. The bubble to block off all the healing. A little stagger potentially on Kevster too. Not quite. Sugar Free wants to end it right there. 1 minute to go. Toronto Defiant looking like they're going to hold this first point.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It wasn't even just Stitch who leveled up. Janu, who was looking washed as well, got the Roadhog meta he needed.
To being able to touch that first objective. All the while, Toronto, they took those L's really quickly. They were able to come back in with that nano boost from RuPaul. That meant that there was too much survivability there from someone, so that ENCE just couldn't have anything else to throw at that. Still looking for something else to help push them over this line, as there's only 30 seconds left. This is going to be ENCE's final shot.
Oh, what a sleep. He
He
couldn't get the bomb either. Yikes.
Sugar Free's dead. They do end up trading, but it doesn't matter. Rally. Sugar Free's going to come out with Pulse Bomb. Is that it? Is that all ENCE can muster on this first point? Vistola's going to come back in just a moment. Kevster, Kai, they're going to have to keep it alive, but a sleep onto Kevster's Duke.
That should be that, man.
Only a second remains.
Well, that's a response if I've ever seen one.
Are holding strong on this first point.
Full hold on watch point Gibraltar. Oh boy.
That last second contest with 30 seconds left was so good from Toronto to find that nano boost, just sealing the deal there for them to be able to keep that defense alive. The full hold comes through on watch point Gibraltar. ENCE having to match that is going to be a tall ask.
Yes, Kai is indeed playing Tracer. I don't know. I felt like they should have just ran with the Cassidy.
The fights weren't exactly clean. When they did end up winning them, it was extremely scrappy, and they weren't able to kind of press the issue, press that advantage. And 83 meters. We'll basically call it first. The payload was pretty much there. Toronto Defiant, you can see why they wanted to come here and take away a choice from ENCE too, like we were talking about at the very top.
Jono Decay tank line was top 3 NA. Let that sink in. Yeah, wild.
Right? Yeah, well, exactly. If you give them the opportunity to pick the escort, they pick the best escort in the pool for them. So may as well take that away. Pick Gibraltar, pick the Winston map, and make ENCE have a lot of difficulty with this one. Look, ENCE, actually, they don't even want to play the dive here when they come out on the defense. They're going to have the Ramatra.
Yeah, going to play Rush with May. We'll see if Toronto have any idea this is going on. We'll get a quick listening.
First point. Yeah. Take a really happy point. I'm playing so.
Attackers in.
Touch point. May. After walk goes, I'm gonna date, okay? Mesa. Cancel. Oh, lamp up. May no block. Don't start, okay. Don't skip it, okay? 3, 2, date. Wait. Ground point. Shooting ground. Rambo shot on point. 앞으로 shooting ground. Rambo. Shoot him. Push Ram one. Nice. Wait, take our. Cast off.
Well, that didn't work out too well, did it? Never a good idea to play Kevster on May. Have him carry you to victory.
It's as easy as that for Toronto to find.
We peaked when Surefour won the sniper tournament. God. Oh, what a nade! That was disgusting. No one dies though. Wow. Good wall coverage and the ammo as well. What a stick. Oh my goodness.
Kai dead. Toronto Defiant taking ENCE to the slaughterhouse.
It was the best effort that they could give though with that close hold. And they're still giving it all they've got with this May, helping to stall out this card just a little bit. But as you heard the comms, Toronto calling out all of those cooldowns.
That's that, dude.
To keep this defense alive from
Boss has a sound barrier, but it's not looking good here.
And with that, yet another clean fight win for Toronto. And one more away from being able to take this map
Yo,
even up our series.
Look at my boy. Someone. He could primal this. They can't even touch. Wow. Okay. Polar opposite of the first map. We out here.
Lock that map in with ease.
Well, unfortunately, their Winston player, I think, had visa issues. You know, Chase, he's their Winston guy, so Gonna have to either play Diva or do something
Simple
else.
as that for Toronto Defiant.
You wouldn't have guessed that there, Matt PK. One apiece now in this lower bracket. Loser here does go home. Like we said before, a couple of maps ago, NA and EU, they've been just at each other's throats this whole time. Some of the only games that haven't been pure sweeps here, and this isn't exactly looking like a sweep. Well, if Toronto Defiant repeat that performance, maybe it will be, but look, Busan ends up taking it, and Toronto Defiant picking a map they know they can excel at. Vestola just unable to get much stuff done on the Diva at all. Even the Ram too, he rolled out on the Ram and the Mei, and Toronto Defiant snipped it out. I was like, okay, well, we'll nade, we'll bubble. Like, yeah, it's over.
Well, it's so unfortunate because even on their first attack push, Vestola actually had an opportunity to potentially even get back into the mech. That
Military-aged
online
male.
quite in time, but that's where you saw that D mech. A couple of fights
Yo,
ago,
Cam, thanks for the
really
super
back
chat,
to fight
man.
them, having to actually go back in, spawn, change heroes, and come back out.
There you go, a little speed run from Toronto.
Toronto looked very dominant indeed.
Jump over to this desk though, they'll break that one down.
Yeah, well, Jack, not too much to break down here. That was a quick one, and it went pretty much exactly like we expected when we were setting this one up. Gibraltar is where Toronto Defiant took us. They got to play their game there, looking good on that Winston. Vistola's Diva just couldn't quite get the job done there.
I mean, he's a great Diva player. He's one of the best in the world, but I think it just proves that it's not a winnable matchup at this level of play. I mean, number one, I think, is honestly Brig, right? Like, as a Diva, you can eat a lot of those Ana cooldowns. You could eat some of the Tracer damage. Cassidy, you could deal with him too. But Brig just feasts on you as Diva, permanently proccing that heal.
You started to watch VGC and Necro's there too, yeah.
At least as
Real.
Winston, you can drop the bubble, sometimes block Brig's heal.
Sounds good, Hudex. I appreciate you hanging out. Have a good rest of your night.
Favorable interactions in that matchup, and honestly, for a player like Vega, it's easy pickings.
Yeah, I mean, also, when you put someone like Kai on Tracer, who's mostly known for hitscan as well, it's just a suboptimal composition. I like the idea maybe of putting Kevster on the Echo is also another hero that he's really strong at, and maybe if you're thinking, well, we're going to play Diva, which puts a lot of pressure onto our Winston, maybe we'll play Echo too, which also puts a lot of pressure onto the enemy tank as well. But, you know, this just wasn't the map for ENCE that you're looking towards. And now I'm looking towards the next maps in the pool, right? I don't really, if I'm a player on ENCE as well, I'm not like really into this match. I'm not just like overreacting to this match. Like, oh, like I feel like you should have won this one. No, of course not. Like this is a map you know that you're not really strong at. Mentally, you look forward towards the rest of the series. Beautiful on-nade here from RuPaul when the rotation comes in from ENCE Esports trying to take that high ground. So, you know, flawless play by Toronto Defiant. That's what we expect from them. But
Where's LH for the dive, Ryan?
That is the big question for me. It is the map that ENCE
Just pushes Vestola out of his share. I'm pretty sure he's co-streaming right now, Cloudy. Wonder how he feels about that last map. Bro, talking about how they're dishonest for going Winston or something. Actually, no, he kind of likes Winston. He just, Ryan is his character. Yeah, he's streaming.
I love where you tried to go with
ENCE versus Toronto, biggest game. It's got 1,700 viewers, based.
They were competitive with Falcons. You can put Sigmas on the high ground. It's gonna they're playing midtown.
Sorry.
All right.
I mean, this is the other Sigma map on the board. I mean, this is really the Sigma, the most I think dominant Sigma map. I think this is actually a pretty tough map to play Winston. For Toronto Defiant.
Midtown's not a bad pick for how ENCE likes to play at all. I think that's a good pick.
They could like to go with the Sigma mirror. They could try and bring out maybe a fast.
Embrace your strength with the Sig. Do your thing.
On Busan, how Vestola keeps pulling back with that Sigma. He's kiting you out. He's farming out your resources, and you can't ever really threaten him because he's positioning so well. I'd love to see Sugar Free actually bring out the Mei. If you want to keep Merit on hit scan, that's a way to actually isolate Sigma and turn what would have been just this unstoppable wall into a legitimate kill target by cutting off Sig from his supports, Mei's damage unblockable through kinetic grasp. I think this is actually potentially a really, really good matchup for Toronto. If you want to play a rush style, if you want to confirm lock-in hit scan, then Mei is another way to put a ton of pressure on Vestola and really punish him for his hero pool.
Yeah.
I mean, we've definitely seen a lot of teams taking different approaches to Midtown in general. Eliari is definitely something we've also seen as Jack's face lighting up here with joy. Interesting, of course, the series 1-1 right now.
A bit more to go. We're almost done. Almost 7.5 hours into the stream, chat. Leave a like if you're enjoying it. I see we're at 99 likes right now. We're right there.
I want to see his Ilari. That's what I don't want to see.
Ilari goes crazy on Midtown. Probably the only map you can really play Ilari right now, to be fair.
Well, that's why we see students the game on it. Yeah, Larry Lifeweaver.
I wish you could play it on more maps, honestly, but it's just too easy to isolate, sadly. I don't think we'll see it here. If we do, I'll be one happy boy, but we'll have to wait and see what Toronto Defiant want to pull out here. Of course, ENCE, Rose, they got flattened on watch point Gibraltar. We're going to jump in to Midtown, though.
Hey, there it is. Over 100 likes base. Appreciate you guys.
Toronto Defiant want to continue this.
All right, let's go for map 3 here. Let's go.
But you heard it from the desk.
Big turning point in the series, potentially.
Not necessarily a map that ENCE were ever expected to win. They still had an opportunity to put a good fight out there, but look forward to the next one. Look forward to the birds. More birds on Midtown.
What's up, Henry? I'm really paying attention to Overwatch Esports. Still neutral, or have you picked a team to support? I'm like in between. There's a couple of teams I'm supporting, but I also mostly don't care that much.
Midtown with more birds.
Timeless, now known as TSM, is my NA team. They didn't make this tournament, sadly, but it's all good. EMEA, I think I like Space Station the most. And then Korea, I'm a pretty big fan of Crazy Raccoon and how they play. But I wouldn't say I'm a die-hard fan for any team or anything. I kind of like just having a team from each region to support, or that I would like to see win.
It is very difficult to deal with.
I will not lose sleep at night if any of them lose, though. So I'm not like a true God fan by any means.
Vestola is so well known for, and think about this Ramatra to attack this first point. You've got the Lucio behind you. Masa can make those rotations much faster, and you have the shield from Vestola to at least also help make sure you're not taking too much poke from something like that Ashe. But they're taking a train car approach.
Through the train, the rare train engage. Also not playing sick. You are able to take space, you know, they can't really play in that little high ground area on the stairs. You're gonna back them up into this room over here. Good work, there we go.
That's a good first kill for ENCE. Pushing in, pushing onto someone, and popping the Nemesis form and just clocking him. Now the Mega Health Pack room is where Toronto Defiant will scurry to. However, look at the speed, the aggression from ENCE. Vega is in a hole.
Perfect place to have this fight go for ENCE. Beautifully played.
Out of the room. And there we go. That should be the first point. Having started capping, however, for these late kills should almost guarantee it.
Wow, that was a huge immortality field from Ghost, though. While everybody was hunkered down in that small room, that immortality field able to keep everybody alive, allowed Kai to be able to get such a big pick, and Kevster to follow up that damage as well. So even though it took a little bit while to get off the ground, you do have this first point capture going the way of ENCE. They unlock.
I'm curious, is someone gonna stay on this Doomfist? This is kind of awkward approach. Okay, yeah, no. I kind of figured there's no way he's staying on that, right? Okay, so Mauga it is. Mauga versus Ram. I don't know how I feel about the Ashe, though.
Even just help boost up some of this damage here from Kai. Annihilation on the board too. Honestly, ENCE is going to have everything to throw at this next fight, as someone has also switched to the Mauga. Big switch up here for Toronto to try to deal with this Ramatra mono a mono.
Yeah, just waiting for that amp speed, waiting for the payload to get a little bit of distance here, then potentially push this high ground. See, slowly but surely, Kevster is moving the bot as Vestola takes an off angle. Still building towards that Annihilation, 5% away. Quite easy to get damaged in against the Mauga. No shield there, so.
They are pushing cart slowly here.
Has the amplification matrix to answer to Ghosts when that gets laid down. But this cart has been making progress this entire time.
Yeah, Kevster got it halfway through this underpass.
As we now see everything get let loose.
Yeah, there's the Annihilation. Unfortunately, Kevster forced to recall, but he's having his own little 1v1 in the tunnels.
Man, that beat's just a little too late.
Not quite saving the frontliners. And, well, Kevster, like I said, wasn't really in that fight at all. Was having to duel Sugar-Free. Both pulse bombs in the hands. Just want to be able to join the team fight, pop the pulse bomb, and then run back to the payload. But, unfortunately, Kevster couldn't play aggressively in that recall.
It's going to be tough now for Toronto.
Yeah, Brian, that was funny.
To actually get taken off of this high ground, too. Vega's going to have this rally.
Yep, SSGM 80 went to a map 5.
Is that you can actually take these brawls a little bit better, knowing that you have that extra rally health. It's going to get popped now.
Oh my, that's double support ult. You take that trade all day if you're ENCE, though. Bolts portal, it's just with the overclock?
Connected. Oh, and it connected with Vestola. The perfect target.
That's not
for
ideal,
Defiant
though.
there.
I mean,
Guy trying to get
not the
round
worst.
Falcon,
They're still
just
getting
somehow
more progress.
weaving around him.
You know, that's not a bad
Attempting to
fight
get
for
shots in,
ENCE.
but Toronto Defiant, they're gonna
Not
stand
bad.
until that post bomb from Sugarberry couldn't have been better.
Kevster's on 1 HP. Someone please heal him. Hello. Okay, all good. Able to get back to the team, gives over a little bit more healing over to Masa and Ghost as well. As ENCE now making another rotation. Vestola over to the Sigma. They're using that Annihilation and not getting much with it. Goes back to something that's a little bit more comfortable to deal with this Mauga. The shield gonna fare a little bit better to stop a lot of that incoming gun damage. But this card is so awkward because you have to figure out a way to actually pressure Toronto off of this. You're hoping maybe the Amplification Matrix is one way to help you, or just brute force your way through.
Merit's been farming damage too. These mobs are coming up so rapidly. Good stick onto Vega. Better lamp though from RuPaul, saving the
They're also low still. That's a big beat.
Oh.
And they're capping throughout this whole time. Nicely. Kevster's on his game right now with these back caps.
No problem. Kevster and Sugarfree just deciding not to 1v1 there as Kevster just steals the bot. Merit unable to even throw the bomb out either. Everyone just
I'd lean towards Crazy Raccoon personally over Falcons.
If it was anybody I would expect to do that, it's Kevster.
Could be a good game. 3-2 probably, or 3-1 would be my guess.
Kevster though gonna switch to the Kenji. A little bit better in these.
I'll sleep on it though, and I'll tell you what I think tomorrow for sure.
But yeah, Bob not being used in that last fight means that they do have it now. It's a little bit more of an insurance policy to have as his payload.
Possessed
ever
bot
closer
thief.
to that final point. But here's the Amplification Matrix first from Ghost. As everybody just kites away.
I think this is your preferred matchup if you're ENCE though.
Those picks are so separated too. That lamp had to go one way or the other, and it did not go someone's way. They used it to save Merit in the end. Merit gets the ball.
You're happy with the Sig v Sig.
They focus it down perfectly, and ENCE just continue this payload going. Vega's on the point. Had to use that bash to get out of there. Pops the rally, trying to save RuPaul, but Sugarfree with his overhealth might be the difference maker with this pulse bomb, but Vega just permanently under 50% HP as ENCE springboard back into this fight.
It's a slow burn, but ENCE are continuing to whittle away at this car progress. Kai with overclock too, he just wants to wait for those sights to line up.
I don't know why they keep wanting to play Ashe. I just don't get it, chat.
Escort service via Vestola here as he walks Kai around this sideline. She's trying to get an angle on the back line. Vega taking a railgun shot to the chest, ends up bashing away and using their own window as sort of a pseudo cover. No one's going to peek that at your end. You can see them kind of lining up behind this large pillar, but now is the time to strike. A beat into the back line as Kevs spots his prey. A rock onto Merit, but he still stands tall. Kevs with a nice deflect kill onto Merit there. A final Sharkin landing directly in his skull.
Dang.
They're going to push on forward. Kevster with 2 kills already in this fight. A small position is good for Toronto Defiant here, and Kevster's keeping them in this fight, but it's taking too long to end.
Yeah, with the spawns though, they gotta back out.
All of these respawns from Toronto Defiant are gonna overwhelm the rest of the forces here from ENCE.
I don't know, man. I'd much prefer to see Merit play a Cass or a Soj here.
It is gonna be over a minute left in the clock for them to still try to get that extra little bit of meterage. The Amplification Matrix, one great way to be able to open up this fight. And then the Blade and the Gravitic Flux too. Pretty powerful combination on board here for ENCE, but they're gonna have to get through this rally from Vega that's coming up very shortly.
Yeah, 1 minute to go, like you mentioned. This lamp cannot go wide here if you're Ghost. You have to just be patient with it.
Watch the matches between sets in the gym. Nice. That's always the most base thing to do while you're getting your workout in. Watch some games. I do that a lot with the APAC games. That's how I catch up.
Trying to make it a little bit more difficult to come back, but Kai narrowly escapes with his life.
He does, but that's the important thing. They get a chance to attack this once again as a full team of 5. But for Masa to come back out means that they do have a huge potential to get in here quickly. And they still have all those tools to work with. Only getting the Gravitic Flux out of Toronto is still one less ultimate to have to worry about as the clock starts to wind down.
Do they know? I don't think so. Bob through the window.
That Bob kind of counteracts this window a little bit. That Bob low-key worked a lot better than I thought it was going to. Wow. That worked really good. Okay, Merit. Making me eat my words of not liking the Ashe. That Bob was very disruptive for the window.
Such a great tool to split up the team. split up their focus. They need the rally on top of that too, which made it easy pickings to go after the side that you wanted to the most. Fantastic way for Toronto Defiant to end that map, and still made that payload go very far. Almost hit the finish line for their attack push.
Well, the map will end here. That is exactly what we know right now, at least. ENCE now get their chance to attack. I really like it, Merit. How is that possible? What dev is in the audience right now making sure they put more pigeons in the dev?
The next April Fool's patch will be more pigeons,
Yeah.
and you can use them as Overwatch heroes. I don't know, throw them, hey, see, look!
The audience agrees.
Throw
The
them at
audience
people.
definitely agrees with that.
My bad, Penguin. Let me just hit Merit up real quick on Discord, because I clearly have
All the pigeon
have him as a friend.
It's your worst nightmare. Take a look at ENCE on the defense. Kevster going over to the May. Really survivable hero, and also we're going to make these close quarter fights just a little bit harder if you see the match. Something that Des talked about. Kevster very good at this May pick, able to help create a little bit more territory for ENCE to work around with. But look at this. Toronto Defiant maybe pulling their best Space Station Gaming look right now, as someone's going to be coming out.
Wait, someone's playing Ryan? Hold up.
Yeah, a little cosplay. Wrap around, onto the point. Exactly their game. I mean, ENCE have so much experience, though, against this comp, right? Playing Space Station Gaming over in EU. Lamp used pretty early by RuPaul.
Winners Finals is tomorrow.
Taking down Sugar Free, and look at this.
I want to say it's the first game tomorrow, but I don't know for sure.
You're not going to survive that, unfortunately, even with that
Oh, no, it is
giant
not the
hammer.
first
This
game.
is someone only 20% ult charge. You're
Looks like
expecting
the
that
second
to be
game
60 if
tomorrow.
he was swinging that whole time, but
Versus losers semis between Space Station and winner of this game.
not to be. ENCE collapse and crush it.
And still is able to take these really long off angles too with Kai on Sojourn. Have a little bit more one-shot potential with those charge-up railgun shots. But you're looking at Toronto taking a different approach to things now. Don't want to go to the laundry. They're going to see
You
where...
can't play Ryan against an EU team. Real. Real and true.
The car.
Although we'll see if someone has something to say about it here.
More of a default route to take.
Just go point. There's a lot of them at the...
Charlotte is off of the high ground right now.
Why don't they just go
A lot
point?
of damage, just jumping there. There is a small little gap you can kind of shoot.
Loop around. Why, what are we waiting for?
They are. 2.5 minutes to go. Further gets eliminated, but it's a Kai looking for this off angle here. Disrupt shot in the doorway, 3 HP. Narrowly escapes.
The wall.
look at
Nice
that,
wall.
That wall is perfect. RuPaul gets isolated. A perfectly placed wall by Kevster stops him from rejoining the rest of his team. They do end up killing Ghost, but not sure it mattered all too much. Merit on the whole.
How are they finding kills right now?
So far, as Merit trying to take names and
Surely
numbers.
not.
Toronto
Someone is
Defiant
literally
trying
what?
to move
Surely not. Surely they're not losing like this. How? How in God's name did they lose that? There's no way, dude. Barrett and Sugar Free just kill the whole team.
Earned the first point there for Toronto Defiant.
Wow.
Breaks through.
That is an insane fight to lose.
Any of those close quarter fights going the way of ENCE
Merritt was
so
just
far,
unstoppable on that high ground, man.
payload.
Uncontested, doing his thing.
Means that they are able to get very forward position on the second point defense, and they have so many tools to work with. Kevster though goes down with a blizzard.
Oh god, Merritt's heating up. He's hitting all his shots now. Oh my god, he's hitting headshot after headshot. Here we go. Bro! Holy!
Merit. He's the sheriff in this.
No, stop. Stop.
But he does not.
He's on a roll right now.
Lights out. Just give it to him. Let him hang.
Dang. Merritt's pissed. Merit flow state indeed. He is on a roll. These are like all headshots. Merit is a lanimal.
Next fight. Toronto taking the high ground away from ENCE.
I mean, hey, to be fair, he's not on Ash now, Penguin.
Or the Flux. Here comes the Flux though.
That is so
That is an interesting flux. Oh, sick! Wait, that wall from Kevster was sick.
Wall by Kevster, but now they're locked in here with a blizzard.
Wait, Kevster kind of going crazy on this May?
To come out, but Vegas. I think that may have been an AG. I'm not entirely sure, but ENCE They are just cleaning up here with the help of Kai. Merit eventually shut down. The wall comes up from Kevster again, isolating.
Stay mad, Penguin. After seeing someone's run, I'm starting to believe Hottie did indeed diff him in scrims.
I really like the game plan, though, from Toronto Defiant. The fact that they're able to freeze through the blizzard. They use the amplification.
Okay, no ult's on the board here. Someone's gonna have the only ult coming up. Big difference maker potentially here. Kevy Boy's gotta have a good wall.
Sticking to the Ramacha, the Annihilation coming up for them very quickly. But 2.5 minutes left for them to try to make some progress on the second point. And look at that, Sugar Free actually trying to...
Do they know?
push
Yeah,
the
Masa
pressure.
knows.
That payload is moving. Finally, and sniff out what's happening here, but maybe not before...
Sugar Free's in trouble here.
Great so much space though, look. I would just take this.
There it is.
Master and Kevster just chase Sugar Free through a recall.
Fourth tank pick up the match. Ah, yes.
Unfortunately, there, Merit rolled on top of it after getting boomed up.
No, not again. Sure, dude. Not again. There's surely not.
It's going to rip and tear him on this high ground.
How does this keep happening?
They got firm control of this payload.
Barrett's a beast, man.
Much better vantage point to be able to get those picks. Well, they can. They've got the Deadeye. They're also just going to be able to push them all back here.
Speed boost, Deadeye.
Oh my god.
There's the graph.
Okay, yeah, that was
all eventually slain. 2 meters to go.
maybe a little too much there.
Touch here, so they don't get a free cap. But he's needs
Whiff?
a miracle
Vestola?
to keep him alive, and maybe a miracle is what is seen in his future. RuPaul ends up going
No,
down.
not this time. No, this time they're good. They hold it this time.
There on this point. It's only Vega, the Lucio player, just trying to dance, trying to get that 1 meter in.
All right. This is doable. You could hold it right here.
1.16 meters.
Guys, got a rail close to a sound barrier. You just cannot get picked off early here, and you're okay. A prolonged fight is going to benefit you very, very well.
Though, just to try to give enough time for this payload to make its way to that checkpoint before having to use anything, but now they have ultimates in order to ensure that it's going to be able to get the job done. And don't have the sound barrier up quite yet. Kai has the overclock that he can shit now, but you do have the sound barrier that Vegas held on to.
Okay, window down. Doesn't do much of anything.
Finding a nice couple of angles here, but it's still scared to peek that window. Soundbag coming through from Vega and Marshall at the same time there. So both beats utilized.
Uh-oh, Ghost. Ghost in trouble.
Someone follows it up with a kill. A little haymaker there, knocking Ghost for 6. And Sugar Free chasing down Master. A nice little cherry on top with the stick too, but Bestow's arms were crisscrossed. He managed to survive that pulse bomb, but with not much health remaining. There's the point.
Nice, Penguin,
and Toronto
nice.
have victory in their sights now, but they haven't got a lot of time to do it in.
Not a lot of time, but maybe exactly what they need is someone who's going to have that Annihilation up soon for this next fight. Ghost, though, with his Amplification Matrix, might be able to help turn the tides in ENCE's favor. But these team fights need to be clean, they need to be fast, these eliminations need to also be swift. If Toronto Defiant want to make it through with this time bank, a minute's not a lot left to work with.
Not a lot of time at all, Rose. Here comes the window. Deadly in the right hands. Kai is those hands, most definitely. Fully charged. Merit takes down Ghost. He's on a nice little angle. Oh, the double tap onto
But the good news here for ENCE is you just need the one fight. They don't have much time here.
Is there nothing this man can't do?
You have ults as well. This literally just this last fight, and you can still take the map.
Zero emotion. Blood running through his veins.
Kai frowning heavily. What else is new?
There is nothing that can stop Merit when he is on fire like this.
Big difference here, though, is Vega 30% ahead of Masa for another beat.
One more fight that Toronto Defiant need in order to take this map and take the lead in the series.
Time to step right up. That high noon being pushed forward with that speed boost. A blue box of victory in their sights as the Annihilations are pulled on the point. Both Rams staring at each other, but the sound barrier from Vega might just be the one to do it.
Good ammo from Ghost. Wait, big beat. Masa got it. That could be the turning point. Hail Mary bomb gets nothing. And they're going to take the map. Wow. Woo, what a freaking map that was. ENCE going up to match point. Man, that was a crazy round. That Midtown was back and forth. That was something, chat.
Toronto Defiant just not able to put enough pressure onto that defensive ENCE in order to bully their way through. The respawn's too much for them, and then that sound barrier at the end from Masa.
And it'd be a bad look for Toronto to lose this early.
For them to be able to secure that defense and the map. They're going to lead the series right now.
So clutch there at the very end to keep Vestola alive in that annihilation.
Going out with only
Pretty hard to
one
stay
win
down
in the
around.
bracket
He's, crossing his
wouldn't be
arms
the
like that, all
best.
that extra armor and whatnot, but
We'll see where they
Masa
take
coming in
ENCE
clutch.
here in the
Shifty's post one,
next
that
round.
connected. Maybe they turned that one around as well, but it was such a hell.
Either a
Very
flashpoint or a
predicted
push,
that one as well.
probably a
You can see him backing
flashpoint,
up as
I'm
soon as
guessing.
he saw Sugar Free getting close. ENCE on match point now, 2-1 in the series. All toss to the desk. They can break that one down and set us up for the next one.
Maybe someone is too
We will
flexible.
indeed. Thank
Omega
you so
Wall.
much, Necra and Jack, Jake and Johnny. What a series this has been. ENCE is playing this one so very close. In fact, they are now pulling ahead and are finding themselves on match point, heading into this map, or rather into the series as a whole. Merit, Jake, you said, is the player you're watching out for here, and not just because there's a lot of personal connection for you. It is the player you wanted to see popping off. That's exactly what he's been delivering.
I mean, I think he's one of the most exciting players in the game right now, and that's because of what he can do in matches. This guy pops off to another level sometimes in these clutch scenarios. I mean, that attack was like a 1v5. I mean, I think he got almost all 5 elims, all headshots, back to back to back. I mean, when this
Would
guy
be
comes
both
to
sad
fire,
and funny if M80 and Toronto's only wins against
I've
Twisted
rarely seen
Minds.
any
Yeah,
player in
for
the history of
sure.
the game attain consistently.
That is
So
pretty
he's someone
funny.
I'm very, very interested to watch as the series progresses. If he can continue to play at this level, I think Toronto Defiant, they might be
Gonna
down
be
in
an
the series,
interesting
but I still have so much confidence.
Map
Also,
4.
one thing I really like about Toronto Defiant, it's the playmaking that they're doing as well. We saw, for example, on the defense, Merit comes in clutch with a huge flank, putting the bob, of course. And if you can keep those flanks going, if you can make plays like that, if you can be the aggressor and initiator in that regard, I think that's a really good sign. Because for the most part, did feel like ENCE was in control that series. Kevster had a really good May. The blizzards, the walls made a big difference, especially as Toronto Defiant came out playing that Reinhardt composition. You saw the Kevster separated the tank from the backline, and that set up some plays. But even on point B, you know, the blizzard from Kevster, really good. So I do think that as Esports, they're kind of in control of this series now. Of course, this was their map pick after losing Gibraltar, so it's a map they're really comfortable on. But if I'm Toronto Defiant now, we can't, like, in the post-game, Jake, talk about Merit 1 versus 5. I feel like it's for the rest of Toronto Defiant as well here to come up clutch and start to figure out how do we deal with the compositions and what ENCE Esports are doing.
I'd love to hit on those compositions, actually. Let's go bigger picture here at what we saw, because there was a lot of counter-swapping happening.
I mean, to be honest, I think what this map showed me is that when Toronto doesn't have a
Yeah,
decisive
Mazo played pretty well that map.
on Midtown,
Clutch beat at the end there. He was behind Vega and ult charge.
Few swaps here and
Was
there.
able to hold
I
on,
think Kevster's flexibility, I'm glad you
turn
hit
the
that,
fight.
because I think, you know, when we talk about DPS flexibility, as we have,
The ports did what they needed to. They're a good lamp as well. When Vestola was kind of struggling, blocking the annihilation for time.
Playing against this guy. I mean, I think the May is one of those you don't see as often, but it's a vintage Kevster pick.
Played
He's
well
really
as a
hero.
team there. That's
And
what you
when
need.
Toronto does not generate the advantage off of their picks, individual play-wise, ENCE is going toe-to-toe. They are no easy opponent, and so Toronto needs to keep that advantage going based on the strategy, based on the pick. That's
Really
the
close
road
all
to
around.
get a
Toronto
decisive
happened
win.
to get more
If ENCE can just
kills,
force things
but
into a
still
mirror, they've proven
lose
that
the
They
map.
have what it takes to win the series.
Absolutely. Now, it is going to be Toronto's map pick. Obviously, we are now down to a lot fewer choices, if you will, for them. Is there any particular map you feel like they have their eyes set on? Anything they could really strategically pull out of the hat, which would give them the advantage?
I feel like you were probably leaning that you get more kind of value out of picking a push map here, because there is some difference to the push maps. I'd shy away from Colosseo personally, because that maybe opens the door for ENCE to play maybe a Sigma. We've seen some of the teams, they like to play the
Yeah, no
lower
more
edge
3-0s. This lower
You know, they like to
bracket,
get onto the
pretty
high
fun
ground
so
of Colosseo,
far.
slow things down, and then find those opening picks before the opponent really has a chance to push into your territory, right? I do feel like maybe you want to go to an Esperanza here. It's a map we haven't really seen so far this tournament, but it's a map you're really comfortable on. And if memory serves me right, ENCE Esports is a map that they primarily played Chase on in the past, you know, especially in a very different meta back then, because you actually were able to play stuff besides Mauga, for example. But I do feel like Esperanza could be a pretty solid pick here, or, you know, we've seen a couple of teams like Space Station, they're happy to go to a flash
Pull up
pick
chat.
like New York City, for example.
Take a
if
quick
the
little
opponents are about,
stretch
which
break
usually is
while
the
they
default.
do their thing, and then we'll walk back in for what could be the final map of the series.
If I was in their position, I think that gives them the closest range engagements, the best option to run over Vistola, get him off Sigma, or at least if he's going to be on Sigma, he's going to have to cross difficult corners where, you know, it's super easy to get your backline just completely dominated, whether it's the Mauga, whether it's the Winston. Esperanza, I think, is the best Winston map of the push 3. And so if you wanted to bring it back to the Winston that's been so successful for you on Toronto Defiant, I think you go to Esperanza, even if it is the Mauga, whether they want to take it as with the May rush into the Sigma, whatever their strategic choice is, I think all in all, you're putting ENCE on the back foot, picking Esperanza. So that's what I expect to see.
And we haven't really seen the Mauga pick come out from ENCE Esports at all, right? So there's no guarantee that even if you go to Esperanza and maybe you're in danger of facing that Mauga, maybe it's not a composition that ENCE Esports want to play, right? But it does seem like after, especially map 1 and now Midtown as well, Toronto Defiant are happy to settle into that Ramatra composition. So maybe that's something they want to keep doing with some more minor adjustments. I just do think that Toronto Defiant, they have so many options here. I'd honestly like to see the Mauga, but if, again, it's not something they've really practiced going into this tournament, maybe they didn't expect Mauga to be that powerful. I'm not sure. Maybe they don't feel like they can be quite as aggressive as some of the Korean teams we've seen, who execute the overrun strat perfectly for you to go deep with the overrun, right? Maybe Toronto Defiant not as comfortable with those deep pushes. I feel like Esperanza should be the map pick here. It's overall been a really played map, and I think it would serve the compositions that we've seen from Toronto so far.
Right on. So that's what you guys want to see. You know what I want to see? You want to? That's what I want to see.
What is this pizza doing? They're eating.
All right, let's go.
It's Rafa.
We locked in. We're ready to go.
On Midtown.
Yes, sir.
How they got so much strength to break a bird pizza box?
Birds, Joss.
What?
What?
I love how it's got the confetti too. Like
They're celebrating the pigeons.
Are they?
Yeah.
Do we really need to celebrate?
Landon made a tweet.
I mean, it is on
Am I
Midtown,
about to be the only
which,
NA player left in the
New York,
bracket or
and that's the
what?
biggest pigeon population
That's
in the
funny.
world.
I need
It
Matt for a
exceeds
fact
1
check,
million
actually.
pigeons in New York.
I'm
actually.
surprised it's not like
Pigeon
Italy
facts
or
with
something.
Zoe.
It's really not Italy or like
No,
Rome.
it's New York.
It's New York. We need Matt for a fact check, I think.
Go ahead.
He's not going to give me an answer at all.
No.
He's
He's
doing
never
like,
outside. He doesn't know.
You know, after that, I need to see someone make a pigeon fan cam.
like a fan edit.
Yeah, exactly. We need a pigeon
Now
fan
you've said it,
cam.
it's going to be real.
All right, yeah,
My
I'm
pizza
seeing
from
this
last
stuff.
night. Oh my
You know,
god.
though, we've got our next map in the series.
Low key, that pizza helped get me through the rest of my stream.
But we've got Coliseo.
That helped uplift my mood a little bit.
Right, chosen by Toronto Defiant too. What do you expect we're going to see here from?
Don't see much Coliseo. It's always
Bit of a telegraph in
Esperanza.
terms of competition here. As we head into our 4th map. Still ENCE looking good. Toronto Defiant and ENCE EU.
Seen some
versus
legendary
NA.
moments on this map. Will we see another?
So far, and this is no different.
Maybe what is different, though, is seeing Toronto Defiant in this position. This has been the hardest series for them so far in the tournament. And ENCE, they're sitting right now.
Not gonna lie, the push music in general usually goes hard.
Them home.
Esperanza and
Cannot believe
Coliseo,
that this
beautiful.
is maybe where Toronto Defiant's end could run, but this is their pick. This is where they believe that they can start to turn things around. And maybe it's all off the back of some Mauga.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Kevster's gonna come out on May. All right.
They're out the doors. On
I
the
don't
way.
know if I love that.
Mauga versus the Sigma. And
What's the
Toronto
play here? We're gonna do the loop around strat. We see a lot of teams go for it these days. The loop around strat it is.
But how easy is it going to be knowing that Kevster has picked up the May? This May going to be a great tool to isolate out this Mauga and even just be able to slow down some of that aggression.
Gonna have to go quickly, force out the wall first. There it is. Big cooldown already gone. Nice
Ball out and return to Suzu. Nice shots for Merit, as always.
Nothing is going to save you from that, unfortunately.
Bro's not ready to go home.
Quite by the wayside there. As Kai just slides on in. Oh, Merit. His aim is crispy clean. Even on a bad day, he looks too good. Switching over to the Genji.
Okay, yeah, I like Kevster on Genji more here.
There's not many, I mean, in mid, you can definitely play a pick like that, but as it gets more wide and open, it's so much more tough.
Oh my god, what a slam! Kevster was not ready for that one. My god.
close. The door is wide open here for Toronto to just keep making this progress. At least the spawns are close. Kepster can come back into the conversation very quickly, but not before RuPaul might have this Kitsune rush.
Yeah, 10% away and counting. I mean, look, they ripped this early. They know ENCE aren't going to have ults here.
Good early lead here. Oh, he messed up his charge.
It's actually Kai that settles the score with
That's
RuPaul
tough.
there, with a railgun shot to the back. And a window. Just a nice little victory firework there for ENCE. That rush pulled by RuPaul. I mean, that's exactly what you want to do, right? You want to be able to get up in their faces and just push them over to get that free checkpoint, but not to be. A perfect place railgun shot there from Kai ended it all.
That is going to be the danger of Toronto Defiant picking this map. You've just gifted over maybe one of the best maps for Sojourn over to one of those lethal Sojourns that we have. Kai, gonna have this overclock very soon. Maybe able to pair that with something like this Gravitic Flux. But Vega with a sound barrier. That's what I'm looking at right now to see how Vega might use this. To bolster up the blade and
Oh my.
Instead of getting booped away, has to deal with the lamp first, but not if Ghost just walks out of it.
Oh, he got booped. Nice Masa. Nice play.
Vega was there with the backup. Only Kevster and Vestola now. Vestola trying to find a target, but everybody's just running rings around it. Nice little rock onto the Lucio. There should be an easy kill. Vega just taxing the
Oh wait, that ammo.
Vestola does need to die here at some point. There we go.
Yeah, maybe that wasn't a good idea.
A little bit of a late death. This bot's not moving.
Should have just let him die.
Even with that, Vega overextended. That's not something that Kai's gonna let go unpunished. So just like that, maybe a lead Toronto we're able to get has been squandered. ENCE able to take back control of this bot and at least push it back to the neutral.
Show Sugar Free how it's done with this play in just a moment. Double headshot there with the Shurikens. He's just playing on this little bit of high ground here, using that glass.
This ends now.
They're going for the railgun first. They're going to try and force some cooldowns out and then maybe finish the job off. High noon bombed by Merit. Look at all that support too. We can pop the cardiac overdrive to make sure he can stay alive in that one.
Someone has an ult here, potentially, if he wants to. Just gonna cancel it. Take your loss and get out of there, I suppose.
Got no value, even though it was trying to lock Kepster down, and even still, ENCE going to be able to get the better of that fight. Sound barrier invested by both Vega and Mazu leaves the field even.
ENCE taking the lead here. All right. Got ourselves a map. Yeah, lots of variation with compositions we've seen.
That's what I was thinking. It's like even up until the moments that Kepster is able to get that triple. ENCE with the lead. Maybe even a checkpoint coming up soon. But Vestola with the Flux now. Does he have a prime opportunity?
Flux maybe could go hard here. Oh, you just get out.
If you manage to kill Kai, Kepster might be next on the chopping block. A little bit of that speed boost there is Sugar Free running through that rush up. He's in a small room. Resets galore.
Wait, nothing died there. Wait a second. Toronto get no kills there? Oh, Vega.
By Vega.
Lol.
That's going to hold this push quite considerably. They're not going to be able to get checkpoint now. I think ENCE are going to be able to, well, are going to now have to fight Toronto Defiant coming off respawns.
Yeah, and luckily, Vega's able to escape with his life after doing such a risky play, but it did allow Toronto Defiant to actually get another contest and chance at this.
Don't let him get it.
Ooh.
Did they get it?
Very close.
Like 0.1 meters.
Oh my god.
Crazy. There's the blade, the Flux 2. Where's the target for Sugar Free? The lamp.
There's the checkpoint.
Takes one with him, however, but Kai and Kepster.
Kepster still rolling. Oh!
Nice deflect kill onto Merit, and that is the checkpoint for ENCE.
Not looking good for Toronto here, boys and girls.
Well, okay, Vega.
Merit's gotta go Super Saiyan here.
This forward spawns for now. Can they get back into this before Toronto make it past this midway point? They've got to walk into this Deadeye from Merit. And it's not going to be too much longer until Vega has his sound barrier up as well as another cage. But tussling over the point again, maybe Kai can open things up with his overclock.
Still behind you. sped up with the speed boost, plus sustained with the beats. Here comes the sound barrier from Vega, though, from Toronto Defiant. Sugar-free first of all. ENCE pressing the issue now. You can see how trapped someone is.
Oh my god, what a slam.
ASAP. No cardiac overdrive. There it is, eventually popped, but it's not early
Just
enough.
not enough, though.
Can't sustain the rest of his team through that fight. And ENCE are going to win the mid-fight once again.
Looking like it might be it, chat.
ENCE, they have the lead. Starting to get under sub 3.5 minute territory. They don't have any ultimates right now, but they just have to keep Toronto Defiant from getting any sort of meaningful progress with this push bot. They still don't have their own checkpoint unlocked. And move that bot forward, give up that space to allow Toronto Defiant to come back into this. But someone has this cage to throw at this next fight on top of even this rush. So Toronto Defiant have multiple ways that they can close the gap here onto ENCE.
Ideally, right? You just want to.
I mean, I said that's what we needed. That's what ENCE needed if they wanted to win this series, and they're getting it right now.
Exactly. There's the rush. Oh, already Raccoon ends up going down. Cage is popped by someone, however, as Vestola was just dominated in that cage. Really hard to do anything from up on the high ground. You see Ghost was trying to lob the healing nades in, but it is Sugar-free that is cleaning out right now. 75 plus meters for ENCE and the checkpoint, mind you. Toronto Defiant, they're gonna have a blade to work with and maybe a sound barrier. But a quick regroup from ENCE here might just stop them from doing so.
You still have another fight before checkpoint, though.
ENCE have a chance to come back in to get
You have like everything too. ENCE are in a great place with all these ults.
Have that point presence, but Sugar-free just goes after the back line with this blade.
They're gonna go up.
Wait, Sugar-free? Wait, this blade.
Kev's still lacking on the sidelines, but Kai makes sure he makes it.
That blade was really good. Holy. He like zoned them out so well.
They are bleeding out. They're stuck in the mini health pack room. And I mean, a nice headshot onto Ghost, but they've lost control of the box. Cardiac overdrive, but a sound barrier onto 3-4 ENCE. It's going to force them to invest a whole lot more in here to win this fight. A nice shot from Merit, but immediately shut down.
Still, they'll try not to back out.
That's going to be no clean team fight win for Toronto just yet. ENCE able to keep this defense up now. 2 minutes.
Can the ENCE DPS do it again here? Easy for ENCE, question mark?
If they are taken fast enough, but ENCE have the ultimate economy. Which means that they could just win out this map. If they win here, Jaws, that's a series for ENCE. Biggest upset of the tournament so far.
2 DPS ultimates for ENCE as well. One to force out the beat, the one to finish him up. And with only a minute to go, Toronto Defiant know they got their backs up against the wall. NA's last hopes and dreams lying in this fight. 1 minute to go, and the railgun has been popped. So
oh no, Kevster might just end them here.
Look at how quickly
here it comes.
The blade's been popped by Kevster, and there's the rush. Okay, Kevster now has to play safe.
Okay, well, you know, that works too. I guess you force out a rush.
They don't want to overextend here because they know that means going to a map number 5, and ENCE have the opportunity.
They're just stalling it. This is not good for Toronto. You gotta get a kill here.
But someone's gonna have this cage up first.
80% in building, but yes, someone with the cage.
Just stalling this out. Gotta go in, get a big slam. Oh, there it is.
Ghost is already dead, but
wait, ENCE are winning this though.
The flux is hitting.
The flux.
And they clean them up. Toronto Defiant.
That's that. Don't touch it. Yeah, don't touch the bot. They're not gonna get there. That's it.
With 10 seconds left, someone
wow.
quick pick over to the
that is it. Toronto are going home. Wow, 3-1. They don't even take it to a map 5. Wow. Easy for ENCE. Mid-fight are back. Sheesh. NA are absolutely never beating the best region allegations. Yeah. Wow, that is sad. Fun fact, Toronto and M80 only got 1 win apiece, and it was against Twisted Minds, the Quartz list, KSA list, Lambda list Twisted Minds. The only wins for NA teams.
That is crazy.
Sad.
NA's domination coming to an end.
Yeah, they can only beat Twisted Minds, who's on vacation. North America is eliminated. They are done.
We say goodbye to every NA team in the tournament now.
You gotta give it up to ENCE though. I mean, Kai and Kevster, I was saying it before this match started, anything is possible if they can really play well. And you need to see Masa and Ghost kind of play a bit better than they did earlier. And that's what they got. It was a clean game. It was a tough one. There was a lot of back and forth, but they played really, really well. Mad credit to them. It felt like this was doable for them. That's why I said 3-2 Toronto. It felt doable.
And they get a chance at revenge coming up.
We all
next.
questioned it. Are Toronto soft? And yeah.
He wanted ENCE to make
Subscribe to the uncoachable Patreon. Nice plug.
Backstage right now, ENCE take the win. Toronto
And oh man, that is not a good look for Toronto to go down like that.
Tier break in between them and every other team, it felt like. But EU handed it to him in the lower bracket.
You gotta at least take that to a map 5, man. That's rough. So we're gonna have an all EU lower bracket semis tomorrow to start off the day, chat. ENCE versus Space Station Stage 2 rematch ahead of us.
We've got Masa and Danny to give us a few words.
Johnson Nico, thank you very much. Yep, I am here with Masa.
We got Masa for an interview here.
Win against Toronto Defiant. What a match that was. I mean, you guys did a fantastic job. Toronto Defiant, though, they weren't.
Yep, welcome back, Midfiant.
You know, they played 2 matches, including this one. Was there anything that you guys learned from Toronto Defiant's first match that sort of helped you get the win today?
Yeah, we watched a lot of VODs. We tried to like get their game plan going and see like what they want to do and how to like just play against them and their style. And I
Hello. You did this with Hadi and now Masa. Danny just like slowly nudging the mic more towards his mouth.
The North American teams are all out,
Love
right?
that.
And I was like, yeah, they are. So, I guess is
near airport.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are definitely the superior region, I guess. But, I mean, there is still Korea on top, and you still do have one more match tomorrow. It's going to be battle for EU, I guess, because you guys are going up against Space Station.
Yep, the EMEA rivalry renewed again.
It's going to be played out tomorrow.
It's gonna be an absolute dogfight, to be honest. We've been going like back and forth in EU, like all the way, and now like playing.
It's gonna be a good game.
It's gonna be like really great game.
Yeah. All right, everybody, give it up one more time for Masa from ENCE. That is it for the post-match interview. I think we are going to the desk.
You're thinking correctly, Danny. What an
Yeah,
upset. What
that was a great
victory.
series, though. I mean, regardless, it was a 3-1, but those maps were damn close. Coliseo, Midtown, really, really awesome series. 3-1 or not, I had a good time with this one, man. Kevster and Kai doing their thing, clutch support play towards the end. Sugar-free and Merritt doing their best to keep the team in the series.
Maybe if Gilbert's Nightmare was here on stage.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that's going to happen. Someday we can
one day. Yeah.
He's just taking notes for his upcoming match against Toronto. You know, like you see the cracks in the armor there. But Masa said in the interview, right? They came prepared. They went into the bot dungeon. They had a good idea of what style.
NA, near airport, is known as the fastest region to arrive at the airport. Since they fell out of OWCS Dallas, they are investing in speedruns. In particular, they are current world record holders in airport any percent and airport no wins. Wow. And that was tweeted by the official Overwatch Esports account. That is hilarious.
Toronto Defiant just could not find the answers that a team like Falcons was able to bring. I think Merritt on the hit scan was an incredible performer. I mean, he had huge pop-off moments, and yet against a Sigma, no matter how good your aim,
Will we get a smug Gunba interview? Maybe. I mean, he's retired, so I don't know.
And Toronto Defiant, they didn't have any more answers when it came to.
And they should lobby for 5 import slots. Oh my god.
Yeah, obviously they had a game plan going into Coliseo.
I mean, hey, we all knew they were the worst region, and they showed it with their performance in this tournament. That's just how it goes.
The victory on Coliseo, and now they'll have to go back and reflect on this because I mean, there's still lots of Overwatch to be played this year, of course. Got Face It going on, OWCS Stage 3 kicking off later this fall as well. So it's gotta be sad that this.
Yeah, now there's only one American player left in the bracket. It's Landon. It's all up to Landon.
Now you go out here against ENCE, an opponent that we felt for the most part was maybe a bit hamstrung by the fact that they have Vestola playing the tank and they don't have Chase available.
Can't believe Asia only has 2 seeds. Yeah, me and you both.
They come out on top here, and now Toronto Defiant.
Landon do be carrying America on his back.
Going out here in the lower
My guy.
I feel like, where do you kind of go from here?
Well,
All right, chat.
Falcons
Well,
back very
that
soon.
does it for the
One thing's
games
for
today.
sure, though, if we're looking at
We've
the
been
upper
going for
bracket
like 8
here,
hours now.
Falcons
This is a
was
pretty
looking
long
like
stream.
They were the teams
I'm
that
tired. I
really
also want to
expected
have
see
dinner. I have
Toronto
not had that yet.
Defiant again, if anything. So now
As
they
for
have
what
to
we
shift
have
gears
tomorrow,
now
it's
to
going to be the
prepare
final
for
day
one
of
the EMEA
OWCS
teams, which is
Dallas. I
very
can throw up the
exciting, as
schedule
they're
on
coming
this.
with some different flavors, which have been bringing to the tournament. But let's talk about
So we're
Toronto
down
Defiant,
to
a team
4
we're gonna say
teams:
goodbye
ENCE,
to
Space Station,
on day
Falcons,
number 2
Crazy
in this
Raccoon. This game will be played first, and Space Station. Winner of that will play loser Falcons Raccoon, and then we'll go from there. The start time is actually going to be earlier as
A
well.
lot of these maps, Toronto's forced to mirror, and traditionally,
Watch Esports.
I mean, that's not their true strength of always being able to counter.
Just so you know, stream will be on earlier.
Today they weren't able to bring that level
Look
of
at the
advantage.
schedule here.
I think it
The
showed.
lower bracket semifinal starts at 9 Pacific, which means 12 Eastern. I don't know why the games are earlier, but they are. So we'll be streaming 2 hours earlier than we did today. So hopefully I see you guys again tomorrow. I'm gonna head out now. Hope you all have a good rest of your night, and I'll see you for the final day of this event. Peace.
Someone, to some degree,